Chapter 1 Awakening E-Level Talent System Arrival. Western Military District Command. Report. Come in. A straight-backed, non-commissioned officer pushed open the heavy door and walked in, holding a folder in his left hand, saluting the commander of the Western Military District in front of him. Sir, the cause of the beast tide has been identified. The attackers on the Qinglong Fortress are the Night Cat Demon and Wind Demon Wolf. Their general combat strength is at the bronze level, with the highest being gold level, and they have been repelled by Colonel Huang Ming. This beast tide marks the third wave launched by the Yi Show within 3 months. The attacks by the are becoming more frequent. We must take appropriate measures. Draft a document immediately to lower the admission standards for the Warrior University. Any combat-type supernatural practitioners or warriors with awakened level talents or higher can apply for admission without examination. At this moment, the aide looked surprised. Sir, won't it be difficult to explain this to the Ministry of Education? The commander instantly puffed out his cheeks and glared. What do we need to explain to the Ministry of Education? The Warrior University is not under their jurisdiction. Can cultural subjects fend off the beast tide? Just do as I say. Yes. The aide saluted and exited the command center. Sigh, the front lines are getting tighter. The commander's brow was furrowed. In Shansheng, Class 5 of the senior year at Shanxi No. 1 High School. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. Lin Hao stretched lazily and stared blankly out the window. Idiot, tomorrow is Awakening Day. Do you want to be a warrior or a supernatural practitioner? Lin hadn't turned around. He recognized it was Fang Yao talking just by her voice. Sigh. Whether we awaken or not is not up to us. That if I don't awaken anything, will you support me, little girl? Lin Hao felt a wave of frustration. He had been reincarnated for 16 years without even a decent golden finger. Sure, no problem. Fang Yao smiled lightly, like a blooming lily. The classmates were dumbfounded by their conversation. Who is Fang Yao? She's the goddess in their hearts. Over 3 years of high school, many boys had confessed to her, but she hadn't even given them a glance. Lin Hao completely ignored the murderous gazes of his male classmates, as he had grown accustomed to it over the past 3 years. Fang Yao was Lin Hao's only friend in high school, and Fang Yao felt the same way. Before long, the class bell rang. A middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly balding, walked in. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Gao Wenhai, holding a stack of documents. Students, I have good news to share. The military has just issued a red-headed document stating that this year's admission qualifications for the Warrior University have been lowered. Any combat-type supernatural practitioners or warriors with awakened level talents or higher can apply for admission without examination. Tomorrow is Awakening Day, so everyone should be prepared to seize this hard-won opportunity. Before the teacher could finish, the class erupted in excitement, howling like wolves. What did this mean? It meant that as long as one awakened a decent combat profession, they could enter the Warrior University without examination, which meant they would receive better training and stand out at this moment. Only Lin Hao remained silent, his brow furrowed. The military is lowering the admission standards. It seems the situation at the front is getting tense. I need to awaken a decent profession tomorrow, or I won't even be able to protect my family. Having lived 2 lives, he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, while only he and the entire class understood this point. After school in the afternoon, Lin Hao bid farewell to Fang Yao and went home. As soon as he entered the house, he smelled the aroma of food. Grandma, I'm back. Lin Hao greeted his grandmother, who was in the kitchen. Just in time, dinner will be ready soon, came his grandmother's voice from the kitchen. Oh, Xiao Hao, you're back. At that moment, a girl about 25 years old, slender and graceful, walked out of a room. Your little sister heard about your awakening tomorrow and insisted on me bringing her to find you, the girl said with a look of grievance. This girl was Lin Hao's aunt, Lin Yaya. During her university years, she was a dream girl for many boys. She awakened a painting skill and, after graduating, spent her days at home painting, using her talent to help support the family. At this time, a cute little girl with her hair in a bun and wearing a princess dress heard the noise and ran out from another room, instantly leaping into Lin Hao's arms. This little girl was Lin Hao's sister, Lin Xiaoro, who was 6 years old and just started elementary school. Brother, you're going to awaken tomorrow. Do you want to be a warrior or a supernatural practitioner? Lin Xiaoro asked Lin Hao with her large, adorable eyes. Lin Hao lifted her up. I don't know either. What if I awaken a life skill like your aunt? At that moment, Lin Hao's grandmother came out of the kitchen holding a bowl of soup. Awakening a life skill is fine. It saves you from fighting outside. I don't want to send a white-haired person after a black-haired one, like your parents. Dinner is ready, hurry and wash your hands. The three obeyed and hurried to the bathroom to wash their hands. Lin Hao's parents tragically sacrificed themselves during the beast tide 6 years ago when Lin Hao was 10 and Lin Xiaoro was not even 1 year old. In Lin Hao's memory, his parents were rarely home after giving birth to Xiaoro. They hurried back to the front lines. Both he and his sister were raised by their grandmother. During dinner, Lin Ye shared various tips for awakening with Lin Hao, and he noted them down. The next day, Lin Hao arrived at school early. Lin Hao, come here. As soon as he reached the school gate, he saw Fang Yao waiting there. The teacher just said today is awakening day, so we don't need to go to the classroom. Well, gather directly on the school playground. Seeing Lin Hao coming, Fang Yao quickly approached him. The two arrived at the playground where many students were already standing. In the center of the playground stood a stone over 3 meters tall, known as the Awakening Stone. As long as one was over 16 years old, they could awaken their talent by touching the stone. The rankings of awakened talents range from high to low: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F, totaling 9 levels. Of course, those who awaken are a minority, and most people cannot awaken. Students who cannot awaken will continue studying cultural subjects and take the college entrance exam for a cultural subject university. However, those who awaken talents will also have their talent level and profession considered. As long as one awakens a combat-type profession and the talent isn't too poor, the warrior university will accept them. After all, warriors or supernatural practitioners with combat-type talents are exceedingly rare. At this moment, Principal Duan Sheng and a number of school leaders arrived at the podium. The students in the audience had already lined up under the teacher's guidance. Students, today is Awakening Day. On behalf of the school and all the teachers, I wish you all the best in awakening a good talent out of course. Those who do not awaken talent should not be discouraged. I hope you can get into a good cultural subject university and still contribute to the country in the future. Listening to the principal's lengthy speech, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, no matter which world it is, leader speeches are always long-winded. Half an hour later, the awakening ceremony officially began. Lin Hao's class was class 5, so they still had to wait a little longer. No talent, awakening failed. No talent, awakening failed. No talent, awakening failed. 10 students in a row failed to awaken, leaving Lin Hao stunned. Is the awakening probability this low? At this moment, the principal and the school leaders also shook their heads slightly. This batch of students is not impressive. 10 in a row, and not a single one can awaken. A teacher sighed helplessly. Let's wait and see. Wasn't there a student who awakened and level talent last year at the end? Are you talking about the wind-type supernatural practitioner who awakened and level talent last year? It said he has already reached silver level this year. The principal and a group of teachers were discussing on the podium while the awakening was taking place below. Level talent, ability user, fire-type ability. At this moment, the teacher in charge of the awakening was grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum, having awakened dozens of students in a row, finally getting a good one. Class 3, Section 5, Fang Yao. Soon, it was time for Class 5's awakening. Hearing the teacher call her name, Fang Yao smiled at Lin Hao. Idiot, wait for me to come back. Lin Hao is also looking forward to it. Go for it. Following the teacher's guidance, Fang Yao placed her delicate little hand on the awakening stone. Suddenly, the awakening stone began to tremble violently and emitted a golden light. At that moment, not only was the assessment teacher stunned, but even the principal and the students and teachers below were also shocked, all with their mouths agape, unable to speak. After a long while, the assessment teacher stammered, Fang Yao, S-level talent, warrior, war god. At this moment, Fang Yao's entire demeanor changed, enveloped in a golden glow that lingered. Once Fang Yao completed her awakening, the principal reacted the quickest, quickly getting up and rushing to Fang Yao's side, his wrinkled old face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Congratulations, classmate Fang Yao. You have brought glory to Shanxi No. 1 High School. Can you tell us what profession you awakened? The principal was increasingly satisfied with Fang Yao. Finally, a good one has come out. Otherwise, the school's resources would be significantly cut next year. Lin Hao was also happy for Fang Yao. When he saw her return, he gave her a thumbs up. Not bad. From now on, I will have to ask War God Fang for guidance. Hearing Lin Hao call her that, Fang Yao's little face turned red. What War God Fang, that's so ugly. But I can still protect you. Class 3, Section 5, Lin Hao. At this moment, the teacher in charge of the awakening called out, "Girl, I'm going to awaken first." After Lin Hao finished speaking, he walked toward the awakening stone. As a transmigrator, is it too much to ask for an SS-level talent? Thinking this, Lin Hao placed his hand on the awakening stone, but after waiting for a long time, the awakening stone showed no reaction. Lin Hao's face twitched. "No way, I can't be a waste, right? Heaven, are you trying to kill me?" Just as the teacher was about to announce, a faint blue light suddenly appeared on the awakening stone. At that moment, Lin Hao felt something suddenly surge within him with a thought. He heard crackling sounds from his hand. Seeing this, the assessment teacher quickly announced, "Lin Hao, a level talent, ability user, lightning type ability." Lin Hao returned to Feng Yao's side with a dark expression. "Damn, just an 11 lightning talent. It's not even as useful as an electric baton." But suddenly, a notification sound echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Ding, detected that the host has awakened a level talent lightning ability, binding the invincible show-off system. Chapter 2. My little cotton-padded jacket has a draft. Hearing this voice, Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then filled with ecstatic joy. "It's here, it's here, it's here. I told you, with someone as incredibly handsome and awesome as me, how could I not have a system?" At this moment, the system's notification continued, binding the invincible show-off system. 10, 30, 50, 80, 90, 100. System binding successful. Detected that the host has awakened a level talent lightning ability. The system is preparing to forcibly modify. Would the host like to modify now? Lin Hao hurriedly thought, "System, don't modify for now. Modifying here might attract attention." So Lin Hao planned to find a secluded place to make the changes. "Idiot, are you okay?" Seeing Lin Hao dazed for a while and then grinning foolishly, Feng Yao was very worried. This moment, Lin Hao came to his senses. "Ahaha, I'm fine, girl, don't worry." At this moment, Lin Hao's face was struggling to suppress a smile, but his mouth twitched like an AK. "I also awakened my ability, so my future won't be bad." Lin Hao comforted Feng Yao. Seeing Lin Hao still comforting her, Feng Yao felt relieved. This idiot, how can he be so carefree, comforting me? After the awakening ceremony ended, the principal announced the end of school. After parting with Feng Yao, Lin Hao hurriedly found a secluded grove and plunged into it. "System, now I can modify." Lin Hao sat cross-legged in a place and eagerly thought. Ding, preparing to modify the host talent. 10:20.8 this moment, the system's voice rang out. As the system broadcast played, Lin Hao's body felt as if it had exploded, and then countless black lightning flickered on the surface of Lin Hao's body. He felt like he was immersed in a sea of lightning. The surrounding grove was also left pockmarked by the black lightning. 50:60. The system's broadcast continued, and Lin Hao felt an endless power surging into his body. 90:100. The system's broadcast ended, and the surrounding lightning quietly receded. Lin Hao let out a long breath. This system's talent modification is really exhilarating. Ding, talent modification completed. Now opening the character attribute panel for the host. Host, Lin Hao talent. SS level ability. Asura Annihilation Divine, Lightning Unique level. Beginner ability user strength. 300 points agility. 300 points physique. 300 points. Mental power, 700 points. Now started to send the beginner gift package. Beginner gift package distribution successful. Would the host like to open it now? With the system's announcement, Lin Hao saw an extra package in the system space. Open. Lin Hao did not hesitate after all. Hesitating for a second would be foolish. Beginner gift package opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Warrior SS level talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword Lore Profession Unique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 silver level beast cores that in this world. Ability users and warriors cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy, and the beast cores dropped by demon beasts after death are the essence of their cultivation. Humans can absorb the essence from the beast cores to enhance their own cultivation. The cultivation levels for ability users and warriors, from low to high, are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord, demigod, divine, legendary. There are 9 realms in total. Each major realm is further divided into 3 minor realms: low tier, mid tier, and high tier. The same applies to the levels of demon beasts. System, you are really generous. Are you trying to make me dual cultivate both ability user and warrior? Lin Hao thought to himself. Ding, This system is the invincible show-off system. How can the host be happy with only one ability? The system's voice rang out again. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. All right, thank you for the generous gift. Merging warrior talent. Merging sword lord profession. Lin Hao sat cross-legged and silently thought. Ding. Preparing to merge the SS-level warrior talent for the host. Preparing to merge the sword lord profession for the host. 10. 20. A strong killing sword aura instantly merged into Lin Hao's body. Subsequently, sword energy formed a vortex around Lin Hao. The surrounding trees broke under the attack of the sword energy. This moment. Lin Hao's transformation was even more significant. His once gentle expression was replaced by a ruthless and cold demeanor. His originally jet black short hair suddenly turned white, reaching his waist. 50, 60. Accompanied by the system's voice, another wave of immense power surged into Lin Hao's body. Moreover, a pitch-black sword box suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hao, standing half a person tall, with a metallic texture and two ferocious dragon heads facing each other atop. The sword box .70, 80.8. This moment, the sword box suddenly opened, and 9 flying swords popped out, each with a different design. .1. The flying swords gently grazed Lin Hao's palm, creating a 1 centimeter cut, from which 9 drops of blood flew out and landed on the 9 flying swords. After receiving Lin Hao's blood, the 9 flying swords trembled instantly, emitting a dazzling red light. They then flew back into the sword box, which closed afterward. 90-100. As the system's voice finished reporting, the sword energy surrounding Lin Hao gradually retracted, merging into his body. Lin Hao opened his eyes, and his eyes were no longer black but a blood-red hue, filled with coldness and killing intent. Is this the sword master? Lin Hao felt his body and glanced indifferently at the black sword box before exiting the warrior form. His snow-white long hair slowly disappeared, transforming back into short black hair, and his enchanting blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal. The black sword box also vanished. System, open the character attribute panel. Lin Hao silently commanded. Host, Lin Hao. Talent, double SSS level. Ability, Asura Annihilation Divine Thunder Unique. Warrior profession, Sword Master Unique. Level, Beginner Warrior Beginner. Ability user. Strength, 800 points aggression, 600 points constitution, 600 points. Mental power, 1000 points. After merging with the Sword Master, my attributes have received a tremendous boost. The basic attributes of ordinary warriors or ability users do not exceed 30 points. My attributes are off the charts, comparable to those of early-stage silver warriors. Truly worthy of being the invincible show-off system that I hope the host can quickly cultivate to the bronze level. The system will issue a lot of rewards. Just as Lin Hao was praising the system's effectiveness, it surprised him again. Wow, there are rewards too. System, you really are more caring than my own mother. Lin Hao, filled with joy, silently praised the system again. Looking at the devastated forest that he had ruined due to his awakening, Lin Hao silently mourned for the poor little forest for a minute. Hey, my precious daughter, what made you think of calling your father? By now, it was evening that I in the Eastern Military District Command Room. A straight-back soldier was making a phone call in a corner, though his expression was somewhat fawning and flattering, completely losing the demeanor of a military district leader. Old Fong, I have awakened an S-level talent. I am now also a warrior. At this moment, a melodious voice came from the other end of the call. Upon hearing this, the man froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, no wonder you're my Fong Wei's daughter. You really make me proud. Ha ha ha. Those old geezers bragging about how excellent their sons are. Let's see how they boast from now on. Fong Wei's laughter echoed throughout the command room, leaving his colleagues dumbfounded. What's going on today? Is the sun rising from the west? Is this really our usually stern leader? It seems so, but it doesn't look like it. The leader is known as the god of killing. When has he ever laughed like this? A group of colleagues couldn't help but stop their work. Fong Wei noticed the unusual atmosphere and quickly ran to a secluded spot to continue his call with his little cotton-padded jacket. This moment, Fong Yao was lazily lying on her pink big bed, her cute little feet swinging in the air. Old Fong, I have something to tell you. I have a friend named Lin Hao, who is my classmate. He has also awakened an ability. Can you help him find a good warrior university to attend? Lin Hao? Who is Lin Hao? Sounds like a boy's name. Fong Wei's laughter stopped, and his right eyelid twitched. With years of combat experience, a bad premonition surged in his heart. His adorable little cotton-padded jacket seemed to be, perhaps, maybe, possibly leaking information. Chapter 3. Lin Hao's backdoor entry. Oh no, Lin Hao's my classmate. Old Fong, just give me a straightforward answer, yes or no. My little ancestor. If you want your friend to enter Wuhan University, you have to tell me what his talent is, right? He has E-level talent and lightning abilities. At this moment, Fong Yao also felt a bit awkward about asking her dad to help Lin Hao, her voice getting softer. Upon hearing that the one seeking a backdoor entry has E-level talent, Fong Wei was stunned. What? What did you say? E-level talent? Lightning abilities? With this talent, you're putting me in a difficult position. I'm not bragging, but your friend's abilities are even worse than the electric baton in the hands of the security guard at the security department. I think the electric baton is more useful than him. Yawn. At this time, Lin Hao was on his way home. Huh, it's not even cold today. Why'd I still have a cold? Lin Hao rubbed his nose and continued on his way. On the other side, oh, old Fong, please. Fong Yao, seeing that Fong Wei disagreed, resorted to her ultimate weapon, acting cute and being spoiled. My little ancestor, Wuhan University is not run by your dad. You can go wherever you want. At this moment, seeing his daughter using her trump card, Fong Wei had no choice but to start comforting her. If his old buddies knew he was helping a fool with E-level talent get a backdoor entry, they would laugh him to death. No way, this absolutely cannot happen. Seeing that acting cute and being spoiled didn't work, Fong Yao simply decided to go all out. Fine, old Fong, since you don't agree from now on. I won't talk to you anymore. I will never talk to you again. Seeing that his daughter was really angry, Fong Wei had to settle for second best. Well, how about this? It's true that I can't do anything about Wuhan University, but I used to have a comrade in arms who was the principal at Shancheng Wuhan University. I still have some connections. Although Shancheng Wuhan University is an ordinary university now, it used to be one of the best. How about this? Fong Yao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Ordinary Wuhan University is just ordinary Wuhan University. Thinking that Lin Hao could also have an easier time there, Fong Yao agreed. Great, thank you, Dad. Your daughter loves you the most. MUA by Dad. Then Fong Yao hung up the phone. Oh, Yao. Fong Wei originally wanted to chat a bit more with his daughter, but the call had already been disconnected. Helpless, Fong Wei returned to the command room. Officer, yes, go help me find out about a student named Lin Hao in class 5 of the senior year at Shancheng No. 1 High School. I want all his information. Fong Wei was filled with killing intent at this moment. How dare this kid compete with him for his most beloved little cotton-padded jacket? Yes, the officer quickly agreed, wondering why the commander, who had just been smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum, was suddenly like this. On the other side, Lin Hao, who had just arrived home, was completely unaware that he had already attracted the attention of the infamous killing god of the entire Xia country. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a pair of adorable big eyes staring at him. Xiaoro, what is wrong? Looking at Lin Xiaoro's expectant big eyes, Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Brother, quickly tell me, have you become a martial artist or an ability user? Xiaoro, why you seem more eager than me? Lin Hao took his sister's little hand and went to the living room, where Grandma and his aunt were also waiting for him. Grandma, Annie, Lin Hao greeted them. You little brat, hurry up and tell us. You're making us anxious, Lin Yi said impatiently. I awakened lightning abilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's grandma was instantly shocked, but it was only E-level talent. Lin Hao didn't reveal the truth, mainly because he was afraid his family wouldn't be able to handle it and might get scared into having some kind of problem. Grandma felt a bit relieved upon hearing this. So, are you planning to apply to Wuhan University or a regular university? I'll apply to Wuhan University. Although my talent isn't enough, after graduation, I should be able to work in military logistics or something, and it should be safe in the rear, right? Lin Hao knew his grandma's worries and immediately told a lie. Lin Xiaoro didn't know any of this. She only knew that her brother was an ability user now. She had an ability user brother. In the future, she could brag to her friends at school. How cool. Brother, what is lightning ability like? At this moment, Xiaoro was like a curious baby, pestering Lin Hao. Lin Hao snapped his fingers, and a weak current appeared at his fingertips. This is it. Lin Hao casually picked up Xiaoro, and she exclaimed, wow, brother is amazing. All right, the performance is over. We should go wash our hands and eat. Then he carried Xiaoro toward the bathroom. At this time, Grandma felt a bit relieved. She didn't care about anything else, as long as Xiaoro didn't go to the front lines. After dinner, Lin Hao lay on his bed, looking at the ceiling. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Fong Yao, so he answered. Dummy, what are you doing? A melodious voice came from the other end of the line. Just finished eating, getting ready to cultivate, Lin Hao replied. By the way, which Wuhan University are you planning to apply to? Upon hearing this question, Fong Yao on the other end fell silent for a while. Dummy, I awakened an SS level talent. My dad said I should directly train with him. Only by being with him can I get the best training. I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the same university as you. Hearing the disappointed voice on the phone, Lin Hao thought this was a good thing. After all, he would still need her protection in the future. He chuckled. But I told my dad to recommend you to Shancheng Wuhan University. Although it's not a top-tier university, Shancheng Wuhan University is still a good university. It used to be ranked among the top. Lin Hao felt touched after hearing this and replied after a while, "Girl, thank you. Hey, it's no big deal. I was afraid you'd think I was being presumptuous." The two chatted for a while before hanging up. It seemed that this girl had an impressive family background. Someone with E-level talent could get a recommendation just like that. Lin Hao thought, "No, I need to hurry up and cultivate. I can't embarrass this girl." With that in mind, Lin Hao took out a silver-level beast core from the system space. The beast core was the size of a tennis ball and spherical. A faint spiritual power spilled out from the beast core, and he wondered how much improvement a silver-level beast core could bring him. Then Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. A night passed without incident, and Lin Hao spent the time cultivating. The next morning, Lin Hao woke up from his cultivation. The beast core that was originally in the palm of his hand was now half its size. It seemed that the spiritual power he needed to level up was several times more than others. Normally, a silver-level beast core would be enough for an ordinary martial artist to break through to the mid-bronze level. But he absorbed half of it and still hadn't broken through to the bronze level. The absorption speed was fast and the amount absorbed was large. It seemed that the beast core given by the system could at most support him to the mid-bronze level. Lin Hao looked gloomy. His body felt like an endless pit. It seemed he could never fill it up. The next day, at Shanxi No. 1 High School, the class teacher, Gao Wenhai, walked into the classroom with great excitement. His demeanor as if he had been rejuvenated. Stepping onto the podium, Gao Wenhai said, "First of all, congratulations to the students who successfully awakened." At this moment, old Gao's gaze was fixed on Feng Yao, as if admiring a treasure. Especially our classmate Feng Yao, who successfully awakened SS-level talent. Not only me, but even the principal is very proud of this. Additionally, students who Haven T awakened shouldn't lose heart. Strive for a good score in cultural courses, and you will have the opportunity to soar in the future. Then he glanced oddly at Lin Hao. Also, Lin Hao, please go to the principal's office after class. The principal seems to have something to discuss with you. Lin Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. Why does the principal want to see me? Then he quickly realized, glancing at Feng Yao, who was secretly smiling at him. It must be that the recommendation from Wuhan University had reached the principal. After class, Lin Hao quickly said goodbye to Feng Yao and hurried to the principal's office. Knocking on the door and entering the room, Lin Hao saw an elderly man with gray hair sitting in front of desk. "Hello, principal. I'm Lin Hao from class 5 of senior year 3. I heard from my homeroom teacher that you were looking for me." At this moment, the principal put down the documents in his hands and glanced at Lin Hao, not having a strong impression of him. "Oh, it's Lin Hao. I called you in because I received a message from Shanxing Wuda this morning, saying they are prepared to admit you with special consideration." As he spoke, the principal took a letter from the drawer and handed it to Lin Hao. "This is a letter of introduction for a special invitee to Shanxing Wuda. With this letter, you can enroll there." Lin Hao accepted the envelope. Noticing the words Shanxing Martial Arts University Special Invitation written on it, he bowed to the principal and said, "Thank you, principal." Seeing Lin Hao's respectful attitude, the principal smiled and said, "I don't know how you received the special invitation from Shanxing Wuda, but no matter what, you are still a student of our Shanxing No. 1 High School, and I hope you can have a bright future." "I understand, principal. I will not let you down," Lin Hao replied. Hearing this, the principal nodded slightly. "Go now, time is tight. You should report to Shanxing Wuda the day after tomorrow." Lin Hao was taken aback. "Wow, is it that urgent?" The principal, noticing Lin Hao's confusion, smiled and said, "This year is special. All combat type ability users and martial artists who have awakened to D level or higher are exempt from exams. So there's no need to waste time in high school anymore. The day after tomorrow, they will all report to various martial arts universities just like you." Lin Hao understood, bowed again to the principal, and returned to the classroom. Chapter 4. Brother, don't lie to Xiao after school in the afternoon. Lin Hao greeted his family, saying he had something to do and wouldn't be having dinner with them. He then wandered around the playground with Feng Yao. Seeing the girl hesitating to speak, Lin Hao smiled and asked, "Are you leaving?" Feng Yao nodded gently, saying she would be leaving tomorrow and probably wouldn't be able to see him for a long time. "I heard the principal say today that the enrollment for Wuhan University has been moved up this year. Moreover, the national notice has been issued, stating that more resources will be allocated to Wuhan University to quickly train new students. I'm also going to report to Wuhan University the day after tomorrow. I have to thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it to Wuhan University. We can call each other when we're free, and I'll come find you if you need me." Lin Hao comforted her. "Well, you better work hard, you idiot. I'm waiting for your good news," Feng Yao replied. Lin Hao immediately straightened his back, looking serious, and said, "At your command, Feng Wuxian." His voice was loud and clear. Feng Yao smiled, and the sadness of parting was somewhat alleviated. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Wuhan University, a tall woman with snow-white skin was sitting at her desk, looking troubled. This woman was Jiang Weiwei, the acting principal of Wuhan University. After a while, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in." The woman's voice sounded a bit tired. "Weiwei, you stayed up late again?" Another woman entered. She had a hot figure and was wearing a long, fiery red dress. Her skin clean and radiant, exuding confidence. Seeing her, Jiang Weiwei rarely showed a smile on her beautiful face. "Xiaowei, you've seen this year's notice. All the Wuhan universities are enrolling students. Are there any decent candidates this year?" The woman who entered was named Su Xiaorui, Jiang Weiwei's subordinate and close friend. Su Xiaorui was feeling quite helpless as well. There were only 1 or 2 decent candidates, and the good seedlings had all been taken by those top universities. Every year, we can only pick up the leftovers. Remember, we were first in the 100 Schools League, but since Principal Mo went missing, our school's appeal has diminished year by year. I don't know where Principal Mo has gone. He doesn't even care that our school is on the verge of collapse. Xiaorui, don't say such things in the future. Principal Mo must have important matters to attend to. Don't forget, he's a powerful figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't neglect the school. Besides, since I've temporarily taken on the role of principal, I must take responsibility for it. But you can't handle everything alone. You're only 22, the prime age for cultivation. And you're still. Xiaorui, stop it. Jiang Weiwei interrupted Su Xiaorui. Let me see the information on the good candidates we've recruited this year. Seeing that her friend did not want to discuss this matter, Su Xiaorui stopped and took out a file from her storage space, handing it to Jiang Weiwei. It contained information on 10 students who were considered decent this year. However, when Jiang Weiwei saw the last page, her expression clearly froze. Lin Hao, a senior student from Shanshu No. 1 High School, awakened E-grade lightning-type abilities. Jiang Weiwei casually pulled out Lin Hao's information and asked, Xiaorui, did you get this wrong? Su Xiaorui glanced at the information handed over and said, this doesn't count as a good candidate. He's just someone who got in through connections. I heard it was an order from above. The enrollment department has already sent him a special invitation. They didn't give us any good candidates. Just threw this second-generation kid at us. If this continues, I think our school will be closing down soon. Su Xiaorui was furious, as if Lin Hao had dug up her family's ancestral grave. Jiang Weiwei pondered for a moment. School starts the day after tomorrow. Let's see what this Lin Hao is really like then. At that moment, Lin Hao was already in training, completely unaware that he had attracted the attention of the principal of Wuhan University and her friend. The next day, Lin Hao did not go to school, but went to Fang Yao's house to bid her farewell. Seeing Fang Yao's reluctant expression, Lin Hao comforted her, saying, it's not like we won't see each other again. You should focus on your training at your uncle's place. When the 100 Schools League comes around in college, I'll give you a surprise. Fang Yao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she eagerly tugged on Lin Hao's arm, asking in a spoiled manner, you idiot, what surprise? This scene left the old butler, who was preparing to send Fang Yao off, dumbfounded. When did his young lady become like this? I must be getting old. My eyesight must be failing. The old butler fell into deep self-doubt. Girl, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise. Just focus on your training, and we'll meet at the 100 Schools League. Okay, idiot, I believe in you. On the way to the airport to send Fang Yao off, the old butler rarely gossiped, saying, Miss, if I'm not mistaken, the one sending you off is Lin Hao, right? Yes, Li Bo, Fang Yao replied. Well, he seems like a good young man. I wonder what abilities he has to make my young lady so infatuated. Li Bo joked, having watched Fang Yao grow up and treating her like his own granddaughter. Oh, Li Bo, what are you talking about? Fang Yao's face turned red instantly upon hearing this. All right, Li Bo didn't say anything. Seeing Fang Yao shy, Li Bo stopped the conversation. After sending Fang Yao off, Lin Hao returned home. Only Lin Yi was at home. Lin Hao silently began to pack his things. If that little girl knew you were leaving tomorrow, she would probably make a fuss all night. Lin Yi heard the noise and came out of her room. I'm being specially recruited by Wuhan University. The school is local, so I can come back anytime, Lin Hao said, feeling somewhat helpless. He thought about how clingy his younger sister was and felt a bit unaccustomed to the sudden separation. You'll have to take good care of Grandma while I'm gone. Don't worry, the old lady is in good health, so you don't need to worry. As for you, remember to get a few pretty girls in college. Let the Lin family expand quickly. That way, Grandma will be happy. Lin Hao twitched his mouth. Aunt, I'm going to study, not to chase girls. And get a few? You should hurry up and find a boyfriend. That's more important. I see how Grandma looks at you now. Cut it out. Studying doesn't stop you from dating. Back in my day, I was the belle of the school. Seeing his aunt start to brag about her heroic deeds again, Lin Hao quickly interrupted her. After dinner, Lin Hao was in training when suddenly a loud, crying voice reached his ears, followed by a series of knocks on the door. Lin Hao stopped training and hurriedly opened the door. He saw a cute little girl with tearful eyes standing at the door, her little mouth pouting up to the sky. Without saying a word, the little girl directly hugged Lin Hao and wouldn't let go. Brother, you don't want Xiao anymore? Aunt said you're leaving tomorrow and won't come back. After saying this, the little girl burst into tears again. Lin Hao's face darkened upon hearing this, and he quickly picked up Xiao, taking out a tissue to wipe her tears. He then glanced at Lin Yi behind him, who just looked awkward. Aunt, I'm just going to college, not going to die. Why make it sound like I won't come back? Xiao, Aunt is just joking. Brother is only going to college. You'll also be going to college when you grow up. You can come find brother during your holidays. Lin Hao hurriedly comforted Lin Xiao. Upon hearing her brother say this, Lin Xiao stopped crying. Really? Brother isn't lying to Xiao? However, her big eyes were still filled with tears. Lin Hao wiped her tears again, saying, how could brother lie to Xiao? Let's make a pinky promise, okay? As soon as Xiao heard about the pinky promise, she instantly became happy. Okay, pinky promise, 100 years don't change. After making the promise with Xiao, Lin Hao reminded her, Xiao, while I'm not home, you must listen to Grandma and Aunt. No mischief, understand? Okay. Lin Hao nodded heavily. At night, Lin Hao continued to cultivate with the silver-grade beast core in hand. In his mental space, an ancient, dark sword box slowly appeared. Attracted by the energy, the sword box gradually opened, and 9 long swords slowly emerged, beginning to frantically seize the beast core energy that Lin Hao was absorbing. Chapter 5. Bronze Initial Stage, System, I Love You So Much. Early the next morning, Lin Hao finally broke through to the Bronze Initial Stage. Looking at the lonely beast core remaining in the system space, Lin Hao sighed. This cultivation really costs money. It's known that a silver-grade beast core can cost hundreds of thousands in the market. In just 2 days, Lin Hao absorbed 2 of them, which amounts to over $1 million. Bing. Detected that the host has advanced to the Bronze Initial Stage. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Stage Movement Technique. Thunder Prison Instant Flash. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Stage Movement Technique. Wind and Thunder Dual Wings. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Stage Cultivation Technique. Endless Thunder Prison. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Stage Cultivation Technique. Thunder Prison shakes the 8 wildernesses. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Stage Combat Skill. Sword Control Technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Stage Combat Skill. 1 sword breaks 10,000 laws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Stage Combat Skill. 1 sword opens the sky. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Stage Combat Skill. Hunter's Shadow breaking the sky. Hearing the system's continuous announcements, Lin Hao is dumbfounded. Normally, warriors or supernatural beings only awaken 1 skill upon advancing a major realm. But he had 4, totaling 8. However, the system's announcements were far from over. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an exquisite Heavenly Stage Battle Armor. Thunder Prison Battle Armor. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an exquisite Heavenly Stage Weapon. Thunder Prison Rending Gun. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Mental Technique. Sword Heart Clarity. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sword Intent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sword Momentum. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sword Domain. The next reward distribution will be at the Silver Stage. Please do not slack off, host. Hurry up and level up. At this moment, Lin Hao is stunned. He just blankly listened to the system's announcements, not even registering what was being said next, as his mind had crashed. What kind of system is this? Is it aiming to directly give him a max-level character with max gear? After being dazed for a while, Lin Hao silently began to explore the large number of skills, techniques, and treasures he had obtained. At this moment, Lin Hao's mouth was drooling, and his face was blooming like a flower. System, I love you so much. He looked like an infatuated fool. At this time, a complicated and obscure memory surged into Lin Hao's brain, and he had now thoroughly integrated all the combat skills and techniques. Both the techniques and combat skills were divided into 4 levels: Yellow, Profound, Earth, and Heavenly. Yellow is the lowest, and Heavenly is the highest. After calming down for a while, Lin Hao called out the system again. System, open the character attribute panel. Host, Lin Hao Talent, double SSS level ability, Shura Annihilation Divine Thunder, Unique, Warrior Profession, Lord of Swords, Unique, Level, Bronze Initial Stage Warrior, Bronze Initial Stage Supernatural Being Strength, 1,300 points Agility, 1,100 points Constitution, 1,100 points Mental Power, 1,500 points looking at his attributes, which had increased by 500 points across the board. Lin Hao is even happier. Now, instantly defeating someone at the Silver Initial Stage should not be a dream. If he went all out, he could even challenge those in the mid to late Gold Stage. With his Pentagonal Warrior status, he didn't even need to use techniques or combat skills. He could just smash people with his fists and take down a large number. With his family watching reluctantly, Lin Hao boarded the bus to the Mountain City Martial University. Just before leaving, seeing Xiao Ro's pouting lips, Lin Hao comforted her for a while. 2 hours later, Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of Mountain City Martial University. Looking at the heavy black gate and the banners welcoming new students, Lin Hao smacked his lips. Martial University really is rich. Not far away, a group of students around Lin Hao's age were busy registering new students. Lin Hao approached a pretty senior sister in a red dress and said, "Hello, I'm a new student here to register." That senior sister looked at Lin Hao strangely and said, "Show me your admission notice, then fill out the enrollment form over there." Lin Hao suddenly remembered that he didn't have an admission notice, so he took out an envelope. "Senior sister, I don't have an admission notice. Is this acceptable?" The senior sister took the envelope curiously, and the words "Special Invitation from Mountain City Martial University" immediately came into view. Opening the envelope, she saw, "Special invitation for Lin Hao from Mountain City No. 1 High School to attend our university." The senior sister's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, I finally caught you. I've been waiting for you here all day, and I actually ran into you." This senior sister was none other than Su Xiaorui, Jiang Weiwei's close friend. Seeing the senior sister staring at him wide-eyed, Lin Hao thought there was something wrong with his letter. "Senior sister, is there something wrong? This is from our high school principal. You wouldn't reject it, would you? Just to clarify, I'm not a fraud. Su Xiaorui regained her composure and then showed a mischievous expression. Lin Hao, right? Come with me. Lin Hao was confused. What was this senior sister up to? Wasn't she supposed to have him fill out a form? Where was she taking him? Was she going to throw him into a small dark room because she thought he was handsome? At this moment, Lin Hao was wildly overthinking, but unknown to him. He had already fallen into absolute danger. Hey, who's that guy? Why is teacher Su personally attending to him? So handsome. Handsome? Didn't you see the smile on teacher Su's face? That kid is probably in for some trouble. At this moment, Su Xiaorui led Lin Hao to a secluded area of the school forest. The deeper they walked, the more Lin Hao felt something was off. Damn, why are we going into a grove? Are the senior sisters at Mountain City Martial University this enthusiastic? Is it inappropriate to enter a small grove with such a pretty senior sister on the first day of school? This senior sister is really beautiful. Should I take the initiative, or should she? Seeing the red-dressed senior sister stop walking, Lin Hao, with a man's pride, forced himself to speak. Cough, cough, senior sister. I know I'm handsome, but isn't this a bit too fast? I'm not ready yet. Su Xiaorui was stunned. What? I'm here to teach you a lesson, okay? As expected, second-generation kids are no good. Just wait and see how I deal with you. I need to vent from my way. On the surface, Su Xiaorui revealed a shy expression. Junior, what do you mean by fast? Senior sister doesn't understand. Do you want me to be faster or slower? As she spoke, she moved closer to Lin Hao. As soon as she finished speaking, her right hand clawed towards Lin Hao like a cat's paw. Those fingers, adorned with long nails, aimed at Lin Hao's neck. If caught, he could be disfigured at best or dead at worst. Lin Hao reacted quickly, dodging the attack by tilting his head. He had long thought that no matter how handsome he was, it was impossible for someone to want to take him into a grove upon first meeting. Moreover, his warrior talent was cultivated in the path of slaughter, making him particularly sensitive to killing intent. When the red-dressed senior sister led him away, she had revealed a hint of killing intent, which Lin Hao had accurately sensed. Seeing Lin Hao calmly evade her attack, Su Xiaorui's expression turned to shock. She thought she was hiding her intentions well, and that the opponent was just a newly graduated high school student with low talent. Su Xiaorui only wanted to teach Lin Hao a simple lesson to vent for a good friend. She never expected Lin Hao to react so quickly and evade her attack, especially since she was a low-tier gold stage warrior. At this moment, Lin Hao's face was solemn. Who are you? Why did you attack me? From Su Xiaorui's attack, he knew this woman was not simple. Her cultivation was probably above the gold stage. This made him cautious. Who am I? If you can defeat me, I'll tell you. As she spoke, Su Xiaorui stepped forward in an instant, a powerful aura erupting from her body. The red dress fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. Without waiting for Lin Hao's response, she threw a punch towards Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao was already prepared, without showing any momentum or dodging. He simply raised his hand slightly and grabbed the incoming pink fist. He even moved his 5 fingers a bit to feel it. The senior's hand is very white and tender. At this moment, Su Xiaorui was greatly shocked. Although she hadn't used her full strength just now, her moves were not something a recent high school graduate could withstand. She was a low-tier, golden martial artist. Lin Hao's hand gripped Su Xiaorui's small hand like a vice, preventing her from escaping. What a scoundrel! Seeing that she couldn't pull her hand back, Su Xiaorui went for a sweeping kick. However, Lin Hao had already vanished from his original spot. Senior, your legs are so white. Lin Hao couldn't help but throw some trash talk. Su Xiaorui, unable to find Lin Hao's figure, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. She knew that the most dangerous situation was when the enemy was hidden while she was exposed, and she was currently in that predicament. Suddenly, Lin Hao's voice floated leisurely from behind her. The scent on Senior is quite nice. Before Su Xiaorui could react, Lin Hao quickly condensed a small amount of black lightning in his hand, and with a gentle poke of his finger, the lightning exploded behind Su Xiaorui, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, Su Xiaorui's previously straight long hair had transformed into big waves. Lin Hao was looking at her with a cold expression. At this moment, Su Xiaorui's head was in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? And I'm not dead. Just as Lin Hao released the lightning, Su Xiaorui had clearly sensed the danger of death. Chapter 6 Jiang Weiwei, I don't think we know each other. Why did you attack me as soon as you came up? Lin Hao was also full of questions. He had no enemies, so how could he be ambushed? And it was by such a beautiful senior. At this moment, Su Xiaorui asked back, are you Lin Hao from Class 5 of the 3rd year at Shanqingno? One high school, the one who awakened the E-grade lightning ability? That's right, it's me, Lin Hao replied. Wow, is the E-grade talent really this powerful now? The books didn't say that. Did the books deceive me? Su Xiaorui began to doubt her life choices. She then introduced herself and explained the situation to Lin Hao. After hearing it, Lin Hao felt even more confused. What? I'm a second-generation kid. How come I didn't know? Senior, I don't read much. Please don't lie to me. With no other option, Lin Hao decided to find the principal to clarify the matter, so that no one would ambush him again in the future. Su Xiaorui then took Lin Hao to the principal's office. On the way, Su Xiaorui occasionally stole glances at Lin Hao, making Lin Hao's corner of his mouth twitch. Suddenly, he smiled mischievously. Senior Su, you don't really have a crush on me, do you? Seeing that Lin Hao had noticed her little actions, Su Xiaorui wasn't embarrassed and retorted. So, little brother, do you want to have a passionate love affair with Sister Su? Lin Hao's face darkened upon hearing this. What the hell, this is crazy. Seeing Lin Hao at a loss, Su Xiaorui felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to herself that this little brat was too naive to challenge her. Before long, Lin Hao, under Su Xiaorui's lead, arrived at the principal's office. After knocking on the door, without waiting for a response, Su Xiaorui walked into the principal's office first. Wei, I brought Lin Hao, she said, stepping aside. As soon as Lin Hao entered the room, he saw a woman in a white dress standing by the window with her back to him. When the woman turned around, Lin Hao was instantly dumbfounded. The woman seemed to be around 20 years old, with a slender figure and an elegant face that exuded an ethereal quality. The moment she looked back almost stole Lin Hao's soul. Lin Hao thought, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Is the principal of Wuda like this? Is the principal this young? The novels wouldn't even dare to write this. Heaven has treated me well. As Lin Hao stared blankly at her, Jiang Weiwei frowned slightly and coldly asked, "You're Lin Hao?" Lin Hao finally came back to his senses and confusedly replied, "You are the principal?" This left not just Su Xiaorui next to them dumbfounded, but even Jiang Weiwei was taken aback. Am I the principal? It seems not. I'm just the acting principal, but that counts as a principal. Jiang Weiwei's mind was racing. Hello principal. Lin Hao finally reacted, feeling that his previous words were somewhat offensive, and quickly tried to smooth things over. Jiang Weiwei saw this and decided not to dwell on it further, saying coldly, "Lin Hao, your admission to Shanqing Wuda was an order from above, not the intention of our Shanqing Wuda. Do you understand?" Lin Hao, with a calm demeanor, replied, "I understand." Jiang Weiwei's tone made Lin Hao feel uncomfortable. Yes, he could get in through the back door, but if you didn't want to accept me, you could just say so. The higher-ups wouldn't force you to take me. Since you chose to accept me, there is no need for cold words here. What? Is Shanqing Wuda so impressive? Is the principal's looks so great? If I get pushed too far, I won't serve you anymore, and we'll see who suffers then. Thinking of this, Lin Hao continued, "It seems the principal feels forced to accept me, this unworthy student. That's fine. I'm self-aware and don't want to force anyone. Since the principal feels troubled, it's not good for either of us. The recommendation letter is still in my hands and hasn't been submitted to any leaders at the school, so it doesn't count as my admission. The principal can just consider that I never came here, and that would be better for everyone." Jiang Weiwei had already been feeling irritated due to the admissions issues these past few days, and she had initially assumed Lin Hao was an unworthy second-generation kid, so she wanted to give him a warning to not cause trouble at school. Who would have thought that Lin Hao was not only unyielding, but also didn't take her? As the principal, seriously? You. Jiang Weiwei was about to speak when she noticed Su Xiaorui beside her looking anxious, waving her hands frantically. Lin Hao saw that Jiang Weiwei couldn't say anything and casually took out the invitation letter, placing it on the principal's desk. Then, "Principal, I'm leaving. No need to see me off." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the principal's office without looking back. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei was so angry that her chest was rising and falling, her face pale, while Su Xiaorui was also extremely anxious. "Weiwei, today is not your holiday. Why did you blow up at him over a small disagreement? My Weiwei wasn't like this before. This kid is not an ordinary person. You just scared away a top genius. Su Xiaorui lamented. Weiwei, why did you let him go? He can't leave." Su Xiaorui had a distressed expression. Jiang Weiwei was still fuming. A second-generation kid didn't regard her as the principal, and if he wanted to leave, let him. Let him go. It's better this way. Saves me from trouble later. Hee. Su Xiaorui didn't know how to respond. Should she say that her big waves were styled by Lin Hao? Seeing her best friend struggling to speak, Jiang Weiwei frowned and asked, "Ruiwei, what's wrong with him? Did he bully you?" Realizing she couldn't hide it any longer, Su Xiaorui had to tell Jiang Weiwei about the incident with the small forest. After hearing Su Xiaorui's account, Jiang Weiwei's eyes widened. "Ruiwei, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Did I not tell you early enough? You didn't even give me a chance to speak." Su Xiaorui felt frustrated. So what now? Jiang Weiwei was momentarily at a loss for ideas. Not to mention that Su Xiaorui had already fought with Lin Hao, but even she, as the principal, had not given Lin Hao a good face. If it were her, she would also leave. What else can we do? We need to find him and bring him back quickly. We can't let a top genius leave just like that, Su Xiaorui said, rushing out to chase after Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao had just reached the school gate, looking up at the blue sky and the clouds drifting by. "I didn't expect that the first thing I did after entering college was to confront the principal in front of her. How am I so awesome?" After feeling good for a moment, he thought about what to do next. Sure enough, being arrogant comes with a price. After lamenting his own awesomeness for a while, Lin Hao decided to go to the forest outside the city to practice against some exotic beasts. There was only one silver-grade beast core left in the system space, and he needed to quickly replenish beast cores to maintain his training speed. Moreover, there was another very important reason. He was running low on money. Low-level exotic beast cores should also be worth something. He could sell them at a trading post later. With this in mind, he headed towards the outskirts of the city. "Lin Hao, don't leave yet. Wait for me." As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, Lin Hao heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw, oh, isn't that Su Xiaowei? Why is she back to look for me? With her anxious look, is she planning to elope with me? Lin Hao ignored her and continued walking forward. Seeing Lin Hao deliberately ignoring her, Su Xiaowei was so angry that she stamped her feet. With no other choice, Su Xiaowei hurriedly caught up and grabbed Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at her indifferently and asked, Senior Su, is there something else you need from me? At this moment, Su Xiaowei was panting heavily, her ample chest rising and falling, which made Lin Hao take a moment to appreciate. Lin Hao, can you stay? Stay? Stay for what? To continue enduring the principal's anger? The principal isn't that kind of person. She's just been dealing with too many things lately and is a bit irritable, especially since her holiday is coming up. So, Su Xiaowei, without hesitation, threw her best friend under the bus, completely selling her out. Lin Hao's eyes widened. Is this something I can hear? Is it not a VIP paid service? Let's go back with your sister. The principal is actually quite nice. So, if you have any conditions, feel free to mention them. As long as they are within our capabilities, we can agree to them. Su Xiaowei had no choice but to stabilize Lin Hao for now. Conditions can be mentioned casually. Can I really mention anything? Lin Hao thought to himself. Senior, your Wuda and Shancheng should not be lacking in talent, right? I want to know why you insist on keeping me here. Lin Hao wasn't a fool. All benefits come from the value you can provide. However, the value you provide far exceeds the benefits given to you. He knew that Su Xiaowei must have told the principal about what happened earlier, which is why the principal asked her to pursue him. Can I go back and talk about it? It can't be explained in just a few sentences. Su Xiaowei wanted to quickly take Lin Hao back to the principal's office so that he wouldn't run away again. Sigh. Let's go back then. After all, I haven't decided which Wuda to go to, and besides, this university was found for me by Fang Yao, so she probably put in a lot of effort. For the sake of the little girl, I'll reluctantly go back. All right, but I'll say it in advance. If the principal still has that attitude after we go back, it won't be, I promise you. Su Xiaowei hurriedly assured him before Lin Hao could finish his sentence. Seeing Su Xiaowei so sincere, Lin Hao followed her back to the principal's office. Chapter 7, The Terrifying Absorption Speed. After entering the principal's office, Jiang Weiwei's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Xiaowei return with Lin Hao. But Lin Hao didn't give her a good face. He plopped down on a nearby sofa and stared intently at Jiang Weiwei. Noticing Lin Hao's attitude, Jiang Weiwei suppressed her anger. Seeing that Jiang Weiwei was about to lose her temper, Su Xiaowei quickly spoke up. Lin Hao, I was too anxious just now and didn't get the chance to introduce you. This is Jiang Weiwei, the principal of Shancheng Wuda. Hell, what? Do you want me to greet her? Dream on. Just because she's good looking, does that make her special? Oh, Weiwei, I was about to leave, but Su Senior told me you have. Lin Hao hadn't finished speaking when Su Xiaowei quickly covered his mouth. Jiang Weiwei ignored their actions and said, I'm the principal of Shancheng Wuda. You should call me Principal or Principal Jiang. At this moment, Su Xiaowei still had her hand over Lin Hao's mouth, preventing him from speaking. With no other choice, Lin Hao puckered his lips and gently pecked Su Xiaowei's hand. Feeling the touch, Su Xiaowei instinctively let go and shouted. Lin Hao ignored her murderous glare and continued. All right, Weiwei, I'm not one to beat around the bush. Let's talk about conditions. What do you need me to do? Jiang Weiwei knew Lin Hao was doing it on purpose and fought hard to suppress the urge to kill him. Fine, since you're straightforward, I'll get to the point. I hope you can join Shancheng Wuda. I've heard from Xiaowei that you have good talent. However, I'm suspicious because your profile states that you have E-level talent and lightning abilities. How can you be this strong? Weiwei, this involves some of my secrets, and I can't disclose them. Besides, Weiwei, you went through so much trouble to find me. It can't just be to get me into Shancheng Wuda. TCH, you think you can get information from me without any benefits? Dream on. Seeing that Lin Hao was unwilling to budge, Jiang Weiwei felt helpless. After 6 months of school, there will be 100 Schools League, a competition held by over 100 martial arts universities across Xia country. With your current level, you can definitely join the competition team. I hope you can help Shancheng Wuda achieve good results. Let's talk about the rewards. Lin Hao didn't waste any time. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Weiwei anymore. Not to mention he didn't want to stay at Shancheng Wuda with his current abilities. Other martial arts universities would be vying for him. Seeing Lin Hao being so straightforward, Jiang Weiwei also didn't beat around the bush. I need you to help us achieve a top 16 finish in the 100 Schools League. In return, I can provide you with all the resources you need for cultivation. You can freely use the school's training rooms and training grounds. As for the beast cores needed to improve your cultivation, I can guarantee you 3 bronze-level beast cores every month. Lin Hao was stunned after hearing this. 3 bronze-level beast cores per month? Were you kidding? I need to absorb a silver-level beast core every day. You think 3 bronze-level beast cores a month is enough? Seeing Lin Hao's wide eyes staring at her, Jiang Weiwei thought she had made an attractive offer. But to be honest, for a normal awakened martial artist or ability user, 3 bronze-level beast cores a month would be enough for cultivation. But was Lin Hao normal? He was a freak. Just having recently advanced to martial artist, he needed to absorb a silver-level beast core every day. Moreover, Lin Hao is also a newly advanced martial artist. And he didn't know how much energy an ordinary martial artist could absorb daily. If Jiang Weiwei knew about his terrifying absorption speed and aura storage capacity, she would probably doubt her life. Weiwei, giving just 3 bronze-level beast cores a month is a bit stingy, isn't it? Lin Hao looked at Jiang Weiwei incredulously. Jiang Weiwei lightly frowned. To be honest, she felt she was offering quite a lot, and the school didn't have many resources at the moment. It couldn't possibly cater to Lin Hao alone. 5 bronze-level beast cores, that's the maximum I can offer. Jiang Weiwei extended 5 slender fingers. Lin Hao stood up, wanted to leave. No sincerity. You want the horse to run, but you won't feed it grass. Do you think I'm just a laborer? Seeing Lin Hao getting up to leave, Jiang Weiwei hurriedly grabbed him. The value of 5 bronze-level beast cores is already worth hundreds of thousands. If you think it's not enough, we can negotiate further. Lin Hao halted and replied, Weiwei, 5 bronze-level beast cores are really too few. It's not enough for my absorption in 2 days. After hearing Lin Hao, both Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei stared at him like he was a fool. And even Jiang Weiwei gradually loosened her grip on Lin Hao. Su Xiaowei, staring at Lin Hao, asked, Lin Hao, how many beast cores can you absorb in a day? 5 bronze-level beast cores? Even if you train nonstop for a month, you wouldn't be able to absorb them all. Huh, 5 a month wouldn't be enough? Lin Hao then realized that perhaps his absorption speed was indeed too fast. He turned to Su Xiaowei and asked, how much energy can an ordinary person absorb in a month for cultivation? Su Xiaowei answered, for someone like you who just advanced, you can absorb about 10 ordinary beast cores a month, which is less than 1 bronze-level core. 5 cores from Weiwei is indeed a lot. If you want to advance, a normal martial artist needs 3 bronze-level beast cores just to go from ordinary to bronze, which requires 3 months of non-stop energy absorption. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. So, Jiang Weiwei wasn't lying, but he was indeed a bit of a freak. He then helplessly confessed, to tell you the truth, I can absorb a silver-level beast core every day. That's why I thought 5 bronze-level beast cores was too little. What? What did you say? Both of them stood up in shock, staring at Lin Hao. Seeing their expressions, Lin Hao felt quite helpless. What could he do? After all, he was a freak with double SSS level talent. After a moment, they finally regained their senses. Lin Hao, what is your talent? Even S-level talent shouldn't allow you to absorb a silver-level beast core every day. Are you made of rice? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Su Xiaowei continued to look at Lin Hao with a shocked expression. Lin Hao had a black line on his forehead. You are the one made of rice. Your whole family is made of rice. I'm a freak. No, a genius, do you understand? Hey, if you don't believe me, look. Lin Hao casually took out the remaining silver-level beast core from his space. Looking at the pure white beast core, the two exchanged glances, confirming it was indeed silver level. Lin Hao didn't care about them and immediately began to cultivate with the beast core. When Lin Hao started cultivating, the silver-level beast core trembled slightly, and then a large amount of energy surged into Lin Hao's body. At this moment, Lin Hao's expression didn't change at all, quietly absorbing the raging energy. After a while, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, and the beast core in his hand had shrunk significantly. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei were both stunned at that moment. With such an absorption speed, if it were a bronze-level beast core, it would have probably been absorbed completely by now. Lin Hao casually pocketed the beast core and said, Now, what do you believe me? Jiang Weiwei snapped out of her shock and was filled with bitterness again. Lin Hao was right with his talent. 5 bronze-level beast cores might not even be enough for him for 2 days. However, as the principal of Shanqing Wuda, she knew that there were too few resources available for Lin Hao's training. Even the top martial arts universities might not be able to satisfy Lin Hao. A genius like him was something Shanqing Wuda couldn't afford. Helplessness, bitterness, and despair spread through Jiang Weiwei's mind. Su Xiaowei also realized this. Are there geniuses? Yes, and they're right in front of them. But can they afford it? They can't afford it. That's the reality. A variety of emotions culminated in a sigh. Lin Hao, we have seen your talent. To be honest, even if we poured all our resources into it, we probably wouldn't be able to cultivate you. The delay in your training is a small loss for the school, but a significant loss for the country. You should leave with your talent. Those key martial arts universities will be fighting over you. You don't need to worry about not being able to enroll. Once you get there, you will receive better training. After Jiang Weiwei finished speaking, she turned around and no longer looked at Lin Hao, fearing that she might regret it. Chapter 8. My name is Lin Hao, an SSS-level lightning ability user. Weiwei. At this moment, Su Xiaowei still wanted to say something, but seeing that Jiang Weiwei had made up her mind, she finally let out a sigh. Ahem, it's not impossible for me to stay. Lin Hao spoke at this time. Jiang Weiwei was right. Wherever he went, he would be in high demand at any martial arts university, and he would have more training resources. What made Lin Hao change his mind was still Jiang Weiwei's attitude. Not only her attitude towards him, but also her attitude towards talent and the country. It was about jumping to conclusions based on assumptions upon seeing someone. As a leader, every decision you make concerns the survival of the entire team. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei finally looked somewhat like a principal. Moreover, he had promised Fang Yao to give her a surprise, taking a team that couldn't even make it to the top 16 directly to first place in the competition. That was the surprise Lin Hao wanted to give Fang Yao. Hearing Lin Hao's voice, Jiang Weiwei turned around and looked at him in disbelief. At this time, Lin Hao extended his right hand. Let me reintroduce myself. SSS level talent. Lightning ability user, Lin Hao, currently at the initial bronze level. I hope Principal Jiang will guide me in the future. Looking at Lin Hao's outstretched hand, Jiang Weiwei was stunned for a long time. Her mind had gone blank. Mechanically, she extended her delicate hand and shook hands with Lin Hao's larger hand. Are you kidding me? SSS level talent? Already at the initial bronze level? If I remember correctly, you just awakened 3 days ago, right? Oh no. How did you defeat someone at the low gold level just after reaching the initial bronze level? Oh no. Is this the terrifying aspect of an SSS level ability user? Su Xiaorui was also slightly agape. No wonder he could beat me. An SSS level talent only appears once in a century. Oh no, once in a millennium, and the last one was just in SS level talent 100 years ago. Looking at Jiang Weiwei's dazed expression, Lin Hao felt helpless. Weiwei, can we let go of hands now? Hearing Lin Hao's voice, Jiang Weiwei finally came to her senses. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly released Lin Hao's hand. Then Jiang Weiwei realized Lin Hao's training issue. But if you come to our martial arts university, it will delay your training. This is the issue I want to address next. First, I hope the school can provide me with a quiet environment for training. Second, I may not be able to participate in the school's practical or theoretical classes at times. Just give me a name on the roster. Third, I will go to the beast forest outside the city for training, and the academy should not interfere. Fourth, although I will participate in the freshman military training, I will not train with the freshmen. I need stronger combat power for training. Fifth, I haven't thought of the fifth one yet. I'll talk about it later. After Lin Hao finished stating these 4 points, Jiang Weiwei did not hesitate and quickly agreed. Jiang Weiwei took a key from the drawer and handed it to Su Xiaorui. Xiaorui, from now on, dormitory number 1 is Lin Hao's. You take him to check in. Also, I will notify the teachers to handle Lin Hao's enrollment procedures. As for Lin Hao's talent, only the 3 of us know about it. Keep it confidential. At this point, Jiang Weiwei paused for a moment. Lin Hao, from now on, just call me Principal. Lin Hao was taken aback by this. It turned out she cared so much about this title. Okay, Weiwei. After saying that, Lin Hao dashed out of the principal's office. Watching Lin Hao run away, Jiang Weiwei felt so frustrated. As a principal, she couldn't maintain any of her authority in front of Lin Hao. Su Xiaorui also smiled helplessly, then greeted Jiang Weiwei and hurried to catch up with Lin Hao. On the way to the dormitory, Su Xiaorui had a mischievous smile. Lin Hao, why did you choose to stay? You don't have a crush on my Weiwei, do you? If you do, it's no problem. I can help you out. Hearing Su Xiaorui's words, Lin Hao made an evil grin. Sister Su, why are you so lacking in confidence? Can it be because of you that I stayed? Saying this, Lin Hao leaned closer to Su Xiaorui's ear. Sister Su's hand smells so good. Feeling the man's breath as Lin Hao spoke in her ear, Su Xiaorui was stunned in place, her face turning red. By the time she reacted, Lin Hao had already walked far away. How dare you tease me? Su Xiaorui realized she had been played and instantly exploded in anger. The two of them playfully fought their way to dormitory number 1. Dormitory No. 1 is located in the southeast of the entire academy, surrounded by streams and rockeries, in a small 2-story building. The small yard is filled with lush plants. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this dormitory. Su Xiaorui used the key to open the door. The first floor had a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a guest room. The second floor had 3 bedrooms. To Lin Hao's surprise, there was even a basement. The basement was an activity area, and the south side had a training room of about 40 square meters. However, the decoration of dormitory number 1 felt a bit feminine. This was the dormitory that Weiwei used to live in, Su Xiaorui said at this time. Weiwei is really generous to give this dormitory to you. I had asked her many times before, but she never wanted to give it to me. Since you want to live here so much, why don't you move in with me? Lin Hao revealed a charming expression. At this time, Su Xiaorui had already figured out that Lin Hao was just a kid who only talked big. Alright, since little brother Lin Hao wants his sister to move in with him, then I'll move in to keep you company. Would T want you to be lonely by yourself? Okay, then it's settled. Whoever doesn't T move in is a little dog. Su Xiaorui had figured Lin Hao out, and Lin Hao was no different. Seeing Lin Hao say this, Su Xiaorui snorted, dream on. This princess won't let you smelly boy succeed. Alright, little brother Lin Hao. I have to go now. You tidy up well. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, so don't be late. After saying that, Su Xiaorui left with a light step. Vixen, Lin Hao muttered, shaking his head. Then Lin Hao started tidying up the room. The entire place was very tidy and had no dust, indicating that someone usually cleaned it. Lin Hao put away his daily necessities and clothes, then turned and went to the training room to train. Early the next morning, Lin Hao arrived at the playground. Today was the opening ceremony, as well as the oath-taking ceremony of the Martial Arts University. Entering the Martial Arts University meant that you were going to the front lines to fight, representing a willingness to sacrifice for the country. Unlike the liberal arts college, students at the Martial Arts University basically have no holidays, and they need to follow the military orders. Students at the Martial Arts University might have to rush to the front lines to fight against fierce beasts at any time, and there is a high possibility they might never return. Therefore, Every year at the start of the school year, there is an oath-taking ceremony. Those who are not prepared to sacrifice will not be accepted by the martial arts university. Lin Hao was assigned by Jiang Weiwei to class one of the first year. When he arrived at the class location, he did not attract anyone's attention and quietly stood at the back, following the line. Before long, Jiang Weiwei and several school leaders went up to the podium, along with a middle-aged man in military uniform. On the middle-aged man's epaulette was a large five-pointed star. Jiang Weiwei was dressed in formal attire today, exuding a transcendent aura. Unlike yesterday, today Jiang Weiwei had less of a gentle demeanor and more strength and determination. Soon, the opening ceremony began. Jiang Weiwei was the first to speak. First, welcome students to Shanxing Martial Arts University. When you step into this campus, it means you are no longer protected children, no longer students who recite in class every day, and no longer the pampered princesses and young masters. You are martial artists who dare to sacrifice and dedicate themselves for this country and for the people. Students, when you step into this campus, have you ever thought about what a martial artist is? A martial artist is not a reckless bully who seeks violence. They're not robbers who bully the weak. A martial artist is someone who strikes like a mountain, with a heart as still as water. They are chivalrous individuals who take on responsibilities for the country and the people. It is a weapon that makes the beasts outside the fortress tremble with fear. A sharp blade aimed at achieving our everlasting peace. Next, let us invite General Jiang Tianhai, the commander of the Western Military Region, to lead us in reciting the oath. General Jiang Tianhai is the guardian of our Western Military Region and is also one of the four great military gods praised by the people. He has repeatedly resisted the beast tide alone, buying precious time for the Summer Nation's counterattack against the beasts and protecting important state resources on multiple occasions. He is a military god that makes the beasts tremble and also the backbone of the Summer Nation. Students, I know that you applied to Wuhan University to become strong, but what does it mean to be strong? It means having the courage to fight alone like General Jiang, possessing the dominance of who else but me. To defend our homeland and shed the last drop of blood, that is the true strength. Students, can you do it? At this moment, the students on the playground were also moved by Jiang's profound speech, and each one shouted at the top of their lungs, "Yes, with our fervent blood, we will forge the glory of China." Chapter 9. Look out for yourself. Live or die on your own, Jiang Tianhai looked at the youthful faces in the audience and sighed quietly before taking the microphone from Jiang Weiwei's hand. Students, I am not as great as your principal says. I am just a soldier, doing what a soldier is supposed to do. Looking at your innocent faces reminds me of my classmates. They were just like you, filled with passion and dreams. But I must tell you, the path of a warrior is fraught with difficulties. Once you step onto this path, you will face endless ferocious beasts, relentless battles, bloodshed, and sacrifice. I can tell you now that in the past 5 years, the survival rate of students graduating from various martial universities is only about 30. You may have to confront separation from family and friends and face death at any moment. You will be up against a tide of ferocious beasts. I don't want to deceive you. The reason this martial university has relaxed its admission policies is precisely because the front lines are under strain. You may have to go to the front lines at any time. You may have to sacrifice yourselves. If you feel scared now and want to back out, I don't blame you. You have that right and that opportunity. But once you become a student of this martial university and step onto the battlefield, if you show cowardice and try to run away, I will tell you, I will be the first to kill you. At this point, Jiang Tianhai paused for a full 2 minutes to give the students ample time to think. Very good. I see your courage. I see your determination. Now, please follow me in the oath. I swear. The students raised their right hands into fists and shouted in unison with Jiang Tianhai. I swear as a warrior, I will defend our homeland with my flesh and blood, using my flesh as a shield and my bones as a blade to protect my mountains and rivers. If I fight, I will dye the battlefield with my blood. If I die, I will forge the great wall with my bones. At that moment, the shouts from the audience shook the heavens, the passionate oath striking the soul of everyone present. In that moment, all the students stood tall, heads held high. The shout soared to the skies, shaking the earth. After the opening ceremony, the homeroom teachers led their students back to the classrooms. Lin Hao also followed his class back to the classroom. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 was Han Lingling, a seemingly fragile girl who looked about 25 or 26 years old, with fair skin and short black hair that reached her ears. Once the students were seated, Han Lingling said, "Students, welcome once again to Shanxing Martial University. My name is Han Lingling, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years." As she spoke, Han Lingling wrote her name on the blackboard and then wrote down her contact information. There are no specific classes today because starting tomorrow, you will face a 3-month military training process. Everyone must participate. When the students heard about the military training, their faces fell, contrasting sharply with their earlier oath. After all, they were still kids. Seeing the students looking distraught, Han Lingling did not get angry but smiled instead. Starting tomorrow, you will be led by instructors sent from the Western Military District Headquarters for military training, and I will accompany you. I want to introduce myself today. The instructors will lead you tomorrow. We will gather on the playground at 8 o'clock in the morning. After finishing, Han Lingling dismissed the class. Before leaving, she suddenly asked, "Which one of you is Lin Hao?" The students collectively froze, and even Lin Hao himself was slightly taken aback. He quickly raised his hand. Teacher Han, it's me. Come with me for a moment. After saying that, she walked out of the classroom, and Lin Hao hurriedly followed. Damn, is the teacher going to give him special treatment? I smell something big. The students in the classroom began to discuss. Lin Hao caught up with the homeroom teacher. Teacher Han, did you need something? Han Lingling smiled. It's not me looking for you. It's our principal looking for you. What does Wei Wei want with me? Lin Hao blurted out, not thinking much about the name. Han Lingling looked at him strangely. You're quite familiar with our principal? I guess so, Lin Hao chuckled. Are you friends with her? Han Lingling asked curiously. No, I'm her enemy, Lin Hao said with a dark expression. At this moment, Han Lingling brought Lin Hao to the principal's office. She knocked on the door, and after receiving a response from inside, she opened the door and entered. Principal Jiang, I brought Lin Hao. Han Lingling bowed. At that moment, there was not only Jiang Weiwei in the principal's office, but also a tall, middle-aged man in military uniform, Jiang Tianhai, who had just led the students in the oath. Seeing Lin Hao arrive, Jiang Weiwei smiled and said, Teacher Han, Lin Hao's military training will not be with the class. In addition, you could just put his name down for your classes. He may be absent sometimes. Han Lingling was a bit surprised, but did not object. She simply bowed slightly. I understand, principal. Then she exited. After Han Lingling left, Jiang Tianhai approached Lin Hao. You are Lin Hao. Lin Hao was taken aback and instinctively replied, yes. As soon as he spoke, a tremendous pressure bore down on him. Lin Hao felt as if he were carrying several mountains, and for a moment, he was unable to move. But just for an instant, a storm of thunder surrounded him, and the black lightning protected him like armor. The thunder crackled around Lin Hao. The walls and vases in the room shattered. Lin Hao straightened up, unafraid, and stared back at Jiang Tianhai. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai was quite surprised. Who was he? He was a war god, a god-level powerhouse. Although the pressure he released was minimal, it was not something a beginner like Lin Hao could withstand. Yet now Lin Hao not only managed to endure this pressure, but also showed signs of counterattacking. Jiang Weiwei, who was standing by, was also dumbfounded. Is Lin Hao really that strong? He is not afraid in front of a god-level big shot. After a while, Jiang Tianhai withdrew his pressure. Very good. I heard from Weiwei that you will undergo more intense military training. At first, I thought you were just a hot-headed fool, but now you've truly impressed me. General Jiang, you flatter me. My little abilities are nothing in your presence. Lin Hao replied respectfully, but confidently. Seeing Lin Hao's attitude, Jiang Tianhai was quite satisfied. Weiwei, tomorrow I will find a few good instructors for him to conduct one-on-one training. One-on-one. Dad, can Lin Hao handle that? Dad? Lin Hao was stunned and blurted out. Damn it, Jiang Weiwei's dad is Jiang Tianhai, a top big shot. She wouldn't want to take revenge on me for what happened yesterday, would she? No way. She shouldn't be that petty. You really made him sound so amazing on the podium. Turns out he asked your dad. Hearing Lin Hao's exclamation, Jiang Tianhai looked at Lin Hao strangely, then glanced at Jiang Weiwei. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Hao quickly explained, I meant you were Weiwei's dad? This explanation only made things more confusing. Jiang Tianhai squinted at Lin Hao. What did you just call my daughter? Realizing he had made another mistake, Lin Hao hurriedly said, Uncle, I meant Principal Jiang. Jiang Tianhai's face was filled with black lines. Who is your uncle? Your whole family is uncles. Lin Hao felt numb and simply fell silent, desperately signaling Jiang Weiwei for help. Damn it, Weiwei, save me. You would just watch me die, would you? No way. Your dad is about to pull a gun. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei turned away, supporting her forehead with one hand, not wanting to pay any attention to Lin Hao. Sigh, Lin Hao, look out for yourself. Live or die on your own. Chapter 10, I think that kid Lin Hao is quite good. Seeing Jiang Tianhai slowly reaching for his pants pocket, Lin Hao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. General Jiang, let me explain. I just met Principal Jiang yesterday. Come on, Principal, say something. I don't want to die so early. Little brat. Now you know I'm the principal. Jiang Weiwei was in a great mood at that moment. She finally got her revenge. Dad, don't scare him anymore. I really just met him yesterday. Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Tianhai's expression softened, and he laughed heartily, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. Seeing Jiang Tianhai take out the cigarettes and lighter, Lin Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Oh damn, I thought this old man was pulling out a gun. You scared me to death. Wait, just wait. This grudge is settled. Not bad, young man. That momentum just now made me look at you in a new light. Jiang Tianhai lit a cigarette and took a puff. Instantly, the room was filled with smoke. Dad, you can't smoke here, Jiang Weiwei said with a hint of resentment. Seeing his daughter express her discontent, Jiang Tianhai had no choice but to reluctantly extinguish the cigarette. Well, starting tomorrow, I'll give you special training for 3 months. Are you scared? Not scared. Lin Hao immediately straightened his back. His shout was loud, as if afraid Jiang Tianhai wouldn't hear. Very good. You can go back now. Come here early tomorrow morning. Jiang Tianhai nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll leave first. Goodbye, General Jiang. Goodbye, Principal Jiang. With that, Lin Hao quickly ran out of the principal's office. Once outside, Lin Hao let out a long breath. Damn, why do I feel like I just walked through the gates of death? Weiwei, why didn't you tell me you have such an impressive dad? Back in the dormitory, Lin Hao rarely skipped training, diving into his blanket instead to calm his emotions. On the other side, in the principal's office, Wei, that kid Lin Hao is pretty good. If you like him, just tell Dad, and I'll look out for you, Jiang Tianhai said, feeling quite pleased. Oh, Dad, what are you talking about? He's just a little kid who just entered school. I'm already 22, Jiang Wei complained. So what if you're 22? There's no law in the country against marrying a younger guy, Jiang Tianhai said seriously. Oh, Mary? I don't want to get married yet. I still want to spend more time with you and Mom. Hearing this, Jiang Tianhai sighed. How can that be? I'm still waiting to hold my grandchild. All right. If you really like him, just tell me when the time comes. But first, tell me about his talent. Jiang Wei then explained everything she knew about Lin Hao's talent to Jiang Tianhai. What? He can beat Xiaowei? I remember Xiaowei just advanced to gold rank not long ago. He just promoted to bronze and can beat gold rank? Jiang Tianhai's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Wei. It's not exactly a complete win, and Xiaowei didn't use all her strength. But I estimate Lin Hao should have no problem beating someone at silver rank. This kid really has such good talent. By the way, I see his lightning ability is quite extraordinary. That thunder power even makes me feel a bit uneasy. What exactly is his talent? Jiang Tianhai asked curiously. Jiang Wei stammered, unable to speak. First, she promised Lin Hao not to reveal his talent. And second, if her dad found out he was SSS rank, he would definitely get angry and try to take him away. That would ruin her chances in the college competition. Seeing Jiang Wei hesitating to speak, Jiang Tianhai was very curious. What? Can't say. Based on that kid's momentum just now, I guess at least he's a rank talent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so protective of him. What? Afraid I'll take him away? Your dad hasn't reached the point of stealing my daughter's things. Hearing this, Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. Then Dad, you promised not to take him away. Jiang Wei started to trap her dad. Oh, I won't take him away. Besides, you said there's nothing between you two. Why do I feel like you're so protective of him? You haven't even married yet, and your elbows are already turning outwards. Seeing her dad digress, Jiang Wei quickly said, you promised, no stealing. A gentleman's word is hard to chase. You can't go back on it. You're a military god. If I say I won't take him, I won't, Jiang Tianhai said, taking a sip from the teacup on the table. Lin Hao has SSS rank talent. What did you say? Say it again? Jiang Tianhai spat out a mouthful of tea, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out. Hey Dad, don't get too excited. Seeing her dad like this, Jiang Wei quickly went up to pat Jiang Tianhai's back. This old guy won't go back on his word, right? He won't try to take him away, will he? What did you say? What talent? After a while, Jiang Tianhai stared at Jiang Wei and asked, SSS rank talent. But Dad, you can't tell anyone. I promised Lin Hao not to say anything, and now, besides me and Xiaowei, you're the only one who knows. Jiang Wei looked at her dad anxiously. SSS rank talent, SSS rank talent. Jiang Tianhai kept repeating as if in trance. Suddenly, he burst into a crazy laugh. Ha! Truly blessed is our Xia country. How many years has it been since the fierce beasts invaded? Almost 200 years. Finally, there's an awakener with SSS rank talent. Even a powerful one from 100 years ago only had SSS rank talent. Xia country can finally see the light of dawn. Seeing Jiang Tianhai completely ignoring her, Jiang Wei pouted. Dad, you just promised not to take Lin Hao away from me. Looking at his daughter's pouty lips, Jiang Tianhai began to play the emotional card. Wei, if Lin Hao really has SSS rank talent, it would be of great significance to the entire country. Jiang Tianhai suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He had just promised his daughter not to take Lin Hao away, and not even half a minute later, he wanted to go back on it, which was indeed a bit shameless. Dad, just stop that. I know what you're thinking. I told you before that Lin Hao decided to stay at Shanxingwuda. Don't even think about taking him away from me. What does he know? Can a martial arts university compare to the whole country? He's so short-sighted. Just as Jiang Tianhai was about to scold Lin Hao for his narrow-mindedness, suddenly an idea struck him. Wei, why is he staying? How would I know? Jiang Wei was also losing her patience. Wei, you're not too young anymore. You should find a partner. I think that kid Lin Hao is quite good. He's handsome, polite, and has a sense of patriotism. Before Jiang Tianhai could finish his words, Jiang Wei grabbed an apple from the table and stuffed it in Jiang Tianhai's mouth. What are you saying? I just met him yesterday. Besides, what's so good about Lin Hao? Thinking about how angry Lin Hao made her yesterday, Jiang Wei felt a pang of annoyance. Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Tianhai sighed again. How about this? Tomorrow I'll test Lin Hao. If he is really the genius you say he is, Dad can provide him with training resources. This way, you'll have less pressure. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. With her dad's help, Lin Hao could grow even faster. Thinking about Lin Hao's terrifying speed in absorbing beast cores, Jiang Wei showed a little fox expression. Dad, you have to support me more. We'll talk about this after you test Lin Hao. Jiang Tianhai didn't pay attention to his daughter's expression and casually agreed. Count on your dad. On the other side, Lin Hao lay in bed for a full half hour before getting up to prepare for training. He took out the silver beast core that had absorbed part of its energy from the system space, sighing, soon will be the end of the road. He then began his training. Chapter 11. What's wrong? Feeling heartbroken the next day, at the Wu University training ground, the 3-month freshman military training officially began. Instructors dispatched by the Western Military District grouped the freshmen into classes. Even for martial artists, students had to start training from the most basic courses. The first week of training was aimed at cultivating the freshman's sense of teamwork and obedience, with the curriculum consisting of basic military stances and marching drills. These activities were still quite easy for the newly appointed martial artists. Meanwhile, in a smaller training ground, Zhang Tianhai had arranged for Lin Hao to have 5 golden-level instructors. These instructors lived up to expectations, formulating various training plans for Lin Hao in just one night. Even though Lin Hao was an SSS-level gifted ability user, he had to start training from the most basic courses as well. Initially, just like the other freshmen, he needed to cultivate discipline and a sense of obedience. This first phase of training lasted a whole week. Lin Hao had to get up before dawn every day to run 10 kilometers with a weighted pack and navigate through jungle obstacles. Additionally, he practiced military stances and response commands, which were basic endurance and reaction training. By the end of the week, Lin Hao was completely exhausted. He was either summoned for meals or had someone throw smoke bombs into the dormitory while he was trying to sleep. The worst incident was when a flashbang was thrown into the bathroom while he was using it. Is this military training? Even a dog has a better life than I do, Lin Hao lamented, completely losing the initial determination he had to strengthen his training. Jiang Weiwei also timely provided Lin Hao with some extra support in terms of food and training. She had managed to get 10 silver-level beast cores from Jiang Tianhai and gave them to Lin Hao, who was deeply moved. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Weiwei was a girl, he would have definitely hugged her and given her a kiss. After a week, Lin Hao began the second phase of training, which was close combat. Yes, close combat, and he wasn't allowed to use his abilities. According to the instructors, ability users like Lin Hao with lightning attributes became useless once enemies or fierce beasts got close. He had no self-defense capability at all. At first, Lin Hao couldn't last even a minute against one instructor's attack, getting beaten up and ending up bruised. The critical point was that the instructor could ambush him at any time. Yes, ambush. This was to train Lin Hao's vigilance. No matter if Lin Hao was eating, sleeping, or using the restroom, he had to stay alert. Another 2 weeks passed, and Lin Hao was already able to spar with 3 instructors. Facing the 3 golden-level instructors' attacks, Lin Hao had become calm and composed. He had mastered basic techniques like blocking, counterattacking, and sweeping kicks. Lin Hao had even grown fond of the feeling of fists connecting with flesh. This was youth. This was the passionate spirit a man should have. Throughout these weeks of training, Lin Hao returned to the dormitory with bruises nearly every day. Jiang Tianhai and Jiang Weiwei both noticed Lin Hao's growth. Jiang Tianhai was increasingly satisfied with Lin Hao. Dad, you won't wear him out, will you? Jiang Weiwei asked with concern. Knowing how harsh her father could be with Lin Hao, Jiang Tianhai was unconcerned. As a top-tier expert, he could see Lin Hao's potential. This is just the beginning. It's only been a month. There are 2 more months of tougher training ahead. What's wrong? Feeling heartbroken. Seeing her father about to change the subject, Jiang Weiwei chose to remain silent. Lin Hao continued his high-intensity sparring for another week and was now able to spar with 5 instructors. One day, on a small competition stage, 6 people stood, 5 of whom surrounded a young man in the center. That young man was Lin Hao, with the 5 surrounding him being his instructors. Today marked the start of a new training course focused on Lin Hao's control over his abilities, and it was the first time he would showcase his strength in front of others. Facing the 5 golden-level instructors, Lin Hao took the initiative. Dark lightning surrounded him, crackling with sound. The 5 instructors approached cautiously, unsure of what type of talent Lin Hao's dark lightning represented. But their instinct from years of life-and-death battles told them it was no ordinary lightning. Suddenly, the lightning surrounding Lin Hao surged, doubling in range. He activated his technique. Thunder prison instant flash. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao appeared before one of the instructors, his right fist, enveloped in violent dark lightning, struck the instructor. With a loud bang, the instructor was sent flying several dozen meters. Jiang Tianhai, quick to react, caught the instructor who had flown off the training platform. Not good. I was careless. The remaining 4 instructors reacted swiftly upon seeing their teammate get knocked back. The 4 golden-level fighters unleashed their power and charged at Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao was already prepared. He activated Thunder Prison Instant Flash again to evade the 4 instructors' assault. The 4 were astonished. Such speed, it's comparable to platinum level. What kind of technique is this? Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhai and Jiang Weiwei were wide-eyed, with Jiang Tianhai's expression turning serious. The speed of this technique had increased more than tenfold, indicating it was at least a ground-level technique. Jiang Tianhai gained a new understanding of Lin Hao. After evading the attacks, Lin Hao formed hand seals, and a terrifying aura of lightning surged from within him. The small black lightning that had surrounded him suddenly transformed into dozens of lightning bolts as thick as bowls, rapidly expanding outward from Lin Hao. Technique en deux thunder prison. The instructors dared not be careless and began using combat skills to defend. Combat skill, sky splitting slash. Combat skill, dominating blade decision. 4 scorching blade lights collided with the black lightning in an overwhelming clash. The center of the training ground erupted in a loud explosion, raising a cloud of dust. The 4 instructors stood back to back in a swastika formation, maintaining a vigilant stance. Once the dust settled, Lin Hao's figure had already vanished. The 4 were dumbfounded. Only Jiang Tianhai looked up at the sky with a grave expression. Where's Lin Hao? He wouldn't have been killed by a single strike, would he? One instructor speculated. No way. Suddenly, alarms rang in their minds, and they all looked up at the sky. They saw Lin Hao soaring above, with wings of wind and thunder, gathering an enormous black lightning ball in his hands, diving straight down towards them. Not good. Jiang Tianhai could no longer sit still. He instantly appeared before the 4 instructors and lightly tapped the terrifying black lightning ball as it approached. The lightning ball exploded with a loud bang. Jiang Tianhai then formed his fingers into a sword shape, slicing through the air twice, sealing the violent aura of lightning into space until it dissipated. What terrifying destructive power! The 5 instructors, along with Jiang Weiwei, were left stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Hao stood in the center of the training ground, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. After consecutively unleashing 4 heavenly-level techniques, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual power. Jiang Tianhai quickly approached Lin Hao. Lin Hao, how did you awaken so many techniques? Normally, a martial artist or ability user can only awaken 1 skill per stage, but you've awakened 4. Straightening up, Lin Hao smiled faintly. General Jiang, I don't know either. When I advanced to the initial stage of bronze, all these techniques just appeared in my mind. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai's expression grew incredibly serious. He waved his hand, and a massive energy shield enveloped the competition stage. Today's events must be kept confidential. Anyone who dares to leak this will face military law. Yes, General Jiang. The 5 instructors, along with Jiang Weiwei, stood straight and saluted. Today's training is suspended. You 5 take a day off. Weiwei, Lin Hao, you 2 come with me. With that, Jiang Tianhai headed towards Jiang Weiwei's office. Chapter 12. Old Jiang. You're not being fair. Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally I could take a day off. I just released 4 sky-level skills in a row. My spiritual energy feels like it's been drained dry. I need to get a good night's sleep tonight. Thinking this, Lin Hao hurried to catch up with Jiang Tianhai and Jiang Weiwei. Arriving at the principal's office, the 3 of them sat on the sofa. Lin Hao, I know you have your own secrets. I want to ask and you don't have to say. What do you think about today as practical training? Jiang Tianhai took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao. General Jiang, honestly, I don't have much of a feeling about it. Just that I'm tired, Lin Hao replied dejectedly. Ha ha. After hearing Lin Hao's response, Jiang Tianhai burst into laughter. You brat, releasing 4 skills in a row. It's no wonder you're tired. You have to know that generally, a golden level warrior has only 3 skills, and those from prominent families have 4 at the golden stage, one of which is usually a family inheritance. You, a bronze level warrior, have 4 skills, and from what I've observed, the levels of each of your skills aren't low either. You're just feeling tired. If others heard you, they'd probably faint from anger, because even a golden level warrior would have their spiritual energy drained if they released 4 skills like you did. Alright, you can stop calling me General Jiang from now on. Just call me Uncle Jiang, Jiang Tianhai said, looking at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes brightened at this. Uncle Jiang, that sounds great. Having a strong supporter is a blessing. From now on, I can walk confidently in school. No, wait. I can walk confidently throughout the entire West. Jiang Tianhai nodded in satisfaction. Since you call me uncle, I'll give you something. Saying that, Jiang Tianhai took out a very old book from his storage ring. Jiang Weiwei was instantly shocked. What is that? That's the Jiang family's secret skill. The concentration technique. This skill isn't about how powerful it is, but about the accumulation during cultivation. By solidifying spiritual energy through the concentration technique, it can double one's spiritual energy reserves. This means that if 2 warriors are at the golden level, the one practicing the concentration technique will have double the spiritual energy of the one who isn't. Moreover, the power of the skills they release will also increase. Dad, Jiang Weiwei wanted to speak up to stop him, but was shot a glare by Jiang Tianhai. Uncle Jiang, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it. Lin Hao hurriedly declined. He wasn't foolish. He understood the principle of not taking things for free. Just take it. This is an order, Jiang Tianhai said firmly. With no other choice, Lin Hao accepted the skill and sincerely thanked him. This is a handwritten copy. After you understand and integrate this technique, remember to burn it. It must not be passed on, Jiang Tianhai reminded him. Okay, Uncle Jiang, Lin Hao said, putting away the skill. By the way, Uncle Jiang has something to ask you. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai's expression was like that of an old fox, while Lin Hao remained completely oblivious. Please go ahead, Uncle Jiang. How many people are in your family? What do they do? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Jiang Tianhai to ask this. However, he didn't think much of it, treating it as casual conversation. My family has my grandmother and my aunt, and I have a younger sister who just started elementary school this year. Oh, what about your parents? Jiang Tianhai asked again. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes dimmed for a moment. My parents are rarely home. My sister and I hardly see them. Grandma said my parents sacrificed themselves during an attack against the beast tide. Hearing this, both Zhang Tianhai and Zhang Weiwei froze for a moment. Then Zhang Tianhai comforted. Poor child, from now on, Weiwei and I will be your family. Lin Hao felt quite moved by this, not sensing anything odd. He gratefully nodded, thank you, Uncle Zhang. However, to Zhang Weiwei, these words took on a different flavor. Her little face flushed red, looking as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Dad gave the family's secret technique to Lin Hao and even asked about his family situation. This fool couldn't even tell what Zhang Tianhai meant. Only Lin Hao, the dense one, remained oblivious. After chatting for a while, Lin Hao took his leave. Zhang Tianhai granted him 3 days off, instructing him to return to the training ground for the 4th phase of training in 3 days. After Lin Hao left, Zhang Weiwei finally couldn't hold back, Dad. The concentration technique is the Zhang family's secret skill. How can you just give it to Lin Hao so casually? Zhang Weiwei pouted, looking unhappy. To her surprise, Zhang Tianhai said something shocking. Who said I gave it to Lin Hao casually? I think that kid is pretty good. He suits my taste. I've decided he is going to be my son-in-law. Zhang Weiwei couldn't believe it. Dad, what are you saying? Am I still your daughter? At this moment, her little face turned as red as an apple. Of course you're my daughter. Feelings can be cultivated slowly, right? Do you dare tell me you have no feelings for Lin Hao at all? As Zhang Weiwei's father, Zhang Tianhai understood her well. Did she think those 10 silver-level beast cores were easy to obtain? His daughter even went to the school cafeteria to serve food for Zhang Tianhai and Lin Hao. Zhang Tianhai didn't say anything, but he saw everything. Zhang Weiwei felt as if the whole world had abandoned her. All right, after assigning Lin Hao's final training task in 3 days, I should go back. I've been out for a month now. If I don't return, your mother will probably punish me. Punish you? I'll tell Mom you're out here fooling around, Zhang Weiwei said, her little face puffed up in discontent. On the other side, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory and eagerly opened the skill that Zhang Tianhai had given him, beginning to seclude himself in cultivation. He wanted to learn this technique as quickly as possible and then start practicing. 3 days later, Lin Hao brought breakfast to the training ground, but the place was empty. Suddenly, a sense of crisis rapidly arose in Lin Hao's heart. Without hesitation, he activated the Thunder Prison Instant Flash. He saw that the spot where he had just been standing now had a pit over a meter deep. Then Zhang Tianhai, Zhang Weiwei, and 5 instructors emerged from the shadows beside him. Zhang Tianhai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Lin Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Old Zhang, you're not being fair. I brought you breakfast, and you actually tried to ambush me. General Zhang. Lin Hao stepped forward and saluted. He knew to address him as general when outsiders were present, and he handled this well. Zhang Tianhai nodded, clearly pleased with Lin Hao's address. For the next 2 months, your training will no longer take place here. It will be in the beast-infested area, outside the fortress. I'm giving you 2 months. You must bring back 20 silver-level beast cores and 5 golden-level beast cores. During this time, you will not only face attacks from the beasts, but these 5 instructors will also attack you periodically. If you fail to complete the task after 2 months, it will count as a failure in your military training project, and the school will penalize you with a year's worth of credits. If you succeed, the school will grant you an additional 500 credits outside of the military training project. Do you understand? General Zhang, what are credits? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. Credits are a points system in all martial arts universities. In a martial arts university, you need credits for everything, including meals, cultivation, and borrowing training facilities. Students must earn credits by completing various tasks. In martial arts university, money is the least useful thing, Zhang Weiwei explained to Lin Hao. Lin Hao scratched his head. Are 500 credits a lot? Zhang Weiwei's mouth twitched. 500 credits are enough for you to eat in the cafeteria for 10 years. Lin Hao's face darkened. Weiwei, I'm not a glutton. Don't compare everything to eating. Chapter 13. Your acting skills are really terrible in the forest of fierce beasts outside the city. Sigh. It's going to be tough these 2 months. Lin Hao walked deep into the dense forest. His mission was assigned by Zhang Tianhai this morning, so he was unprepared. First, he needed to find a place to settle down. He had no idea what the highest level of fierce beasts in this forest looked like. Lin Hao walked all afternoon and faced several attacks from ordinary-level fierce beasts, which he easily dealt with. Finally, as evening approached, he found a cave with a nearby stream. He immediately decided to make this his base. Just as Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the cave, he suddenly felt a wave of panic. And at the same time, the long-unseen system suddenly spoke, automatically bringing up the system panel. Ding, warning, warning, detecting that the host is about to face danger. Ding, detecting 10 silver-level ghost leopards near the host. Ding, danger level 3. Lin Hao was taken aback. This was the first time the system had warned him since he obtained it. Without hesitation, black thunder instantly enveloped him, and at that moment, 10 leopards the size of cars appeared before him in the darkness. Their pitch-black fur was like a ghost in the dark, and their claws, several inches long, resembled the scythe of death, with 2 yellow gem-like eyes fixed on Lin Hao. At this moment, the system sent another message. Ding, ghost leopard, silver level beginner. Skills: Shadow Ghost Step, Tear Claw. Lin Hao did not act rashly. This was his first life-and-death crisis, making him treat it with caution. Suddenly, a strong wind rushed at him from behind. Without turning around, Lin Hao activated Thunder Prison Instant Flash. As the ghost leopard attempted a sneak attack, he dodged the attack with a twist of his body. At the same time, the black thunder in the palm of his right hand struck the side of the ghost leopard. The ghost leopard's body was sent flying nearly 10 meters as if struck by a hammer. The other ghost leopards, seeing their sneak attack fail, chose to launch a frontal assault. Lin Hao had already gauged the leopard's speed from the earlier battle, and with the continuous activation of Thunder Prison Instant Flash, he knocked the stone ghost leopards to the ground using only his physical strength. In pain, the ghost leopards dared not attack easily, but they did not retreat. Lin Hao would not give them a chance to catch their breath. Endless thunder was activated, and countless bolts of thunder rained down, instantly killing the 10 ghost leopards. Seeing the ghost leopards dead, Lin Hao cautiously took out a dagger and delivered a finishing blow to each one, collecting their beast cores as well. Phew! It seems tonight's dinner is sorted. Did I poke a leopard's den? After collecting the ghost leopards' bodies, Lin Hao entered the cave. The cave was small, but enough for him to sleep alone. The assessment required 20 silver-level beast cores, and I collected 10 on the first night. Lin Hao was very satisfied with his results. Meanwhile, up in the trees 100 meters outside the cave, the officers wondered if the task given to Lin Hao was too simple. It wasn't that it was too simple. It was that Lin Hao was too abnormal. 10 silver-level ghost leopards were easily killed by him. Yes, this was just the first day of the assessment. I can't imagine what he will be like 2 months from now. Thus, Lin Hao's joyful journey in the forest of fierce beasts began. Every day, apart from dealing with the fierce beasts, he had to be wary of surprise attacks from the instructors. Meanwhile, the beast cores in his space kept increasing day by day, to the point where he no longer bothered counting them. The 5 instructors were also dumbfounded. They had witnessed how Lin Hao hunted beasts and collected cores. Not to mention the silver-level beast tasks. Even the golden-level tasks were completed by Lin Hao on the 15th day of entering the forest. In this way, Lin Hao spent 2 happy months in the forest of fierce beasts. On the last day, he even took a nice nap in front of the 5 instructors, making their veins pop with rage. Throughout these 2 months, they had fallen for Lin Hao's tricks countless times, ending up surrounded by him instead. Phew, I'm finally out. There wasn't a single one who could fight. Lin Hao sighed in relief as he stepped out of the forest. These past 2 months have been exhausting, but the rewards were tremendous. In the darkness far away, are we still fighting? What the hell are we fighting for? Do you think he doesn't know we're following him? These past 2 months have truly opened my eyes. Silver-level ghost leopards, silver-level hellhounds, golden-level armored rhinos, golden-level Kunping giant eagles. He has taken care of everything that flies in the sky and crawls on the ground. I even suspect that Lin Hao has killed all the fierce beasts in the forest. We should report to the officer as soon as possible. We have really struck gold this time. Lin Hao did not return directly to the academy, but went to the trading post in the mountain city. The trading post is a place specifically for hunting teams to trade. At the trading post, one can buy beast cores, herbs, fierce beast meat, etc. And the trading post also buys these items. When Lin Hao piled up the corpses of fierce beasts like a small mountain in the trading hall, the entire trading hall fell into a deathly silence. Just the silver-level fierce beasts alone, Lin Hao had killed 732, and he did not sell the golden-level ones, intending to handle them back at school. Finally, amidst the stunned gazes of everyone in the trading post, Lin Hao happily accepted nearly 30 million Huaxia coins. I finally have money. Lin Hao felt elated and hurried back to school, took a hot shower, and then had a nice sleep. Only then did he go to Jiang Weiwei's office. As soon as he arrived at the office door, he heard someone speaking inside. Weiwei, do you think that kid Lin Hao must have suffered a lot in the forest of fierce beasts? He bullied me, and this time, thanks to Uncle Jiang, I properly dealt with Lin Hao. You have no idea. After hearing what you said, I've been waking up laughing in my dreams these past few days. Lin Hao's face darkened upon hearing this. He could tell from the tone that it was Su Xiaorui. Su Xiaorui had been in charge of the new students' military training for a while, so she hadn't been around Lin Hao. Now that the military training was over, she popped back up immediately. Having gone through life and death training with Jiang Tianhai, Lin Hao could easily handle golden-level beasts now. He didn't even knock. He just walked straight into Jiang Weiwei's office. Beautiful Su, I'm afraid I have disappointed you. I've been living quite comfortably these past 2 months. Lin Hao teased as he looked at Su Xiaorui. Upon seeing him, both of them brightened up. Lin Hao, you're back. After 2 months of not seeing Lin Hao, Jiang Weiwei felt somewhat unaccustomed. Little brother Lin Hao is back. I heard you were assigned to the forest of fierce beasts by Uncle Jiang. You must have suffered a lot these 2 months. At this moment, Su Xiaorui was no longer the one gloating, now looking at Lin Hao with tearful eyes. Little brother Lin Hao, you have no idea. When I heard from my Weiwei that you went to the forest of fierce beasts, I was so worried. It made me lose my appetite for tea and food, and I couldn't sleep at night. Lin Hao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it when you woke up laughing from your dreams? Lin Hao didn't continue to banter with Su Xiaorui, but walked over to Jiang Weiwei's side. Weiwei, I really suffered a lot these 2 months. You have to make it up to me. After saying that, Lin Hao pretended to squeeze out 2 tears from his eyes. Imitating Su Xiaorui. Both Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui twitched at the corners of their mouths. Your acting skills are really terrible. Chapter 14. Of course, I bought a lot seeing that Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui didn't believe him. Lin Hao decided to stop pretending. I'm here to turn in my mission. Uncle Lin promised me that if I completed the mission, I would get an extra 500 points. As he spoke, Lin Hao took out 20 silver-level beast cores and 5 gold-level beast cores from his storage space. Seeing that Lin Hao had really completed the mission, Jiang Weiwei also breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, our beautiful Su Xiaorui spoke up again. Lin Hao, you didn't buy these beast cores, did you? Her expression was one of disbelief. Lin Hao gave Su Xiaorui a teasing glance and then discreetly began to pull out more beast cores from his storage space. Of course, I bought a lot. Do you want a few, Beauty Su? Looking at the mountain of silver-level beast cores, Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui were left dumbfounded. After a while, Su Xiaorui stammered. Lin Hao, you didn't clear out the beast forest, did you? How many are there? Not many, just over 700. If I hadn't come back to turn in the mission, I could have collected more. Over 700? At this point, Su Xiaorui didn't even want to speak anymore. Wow. Did you liberate the beast forest directly? Then, Su Xiaorui's eyes lit up. Lin Hao, you have so many beast cores that you won't use them all. Why not share some with your sister? I don't need many, just 200. Lin Hao stared at Su Xiaorui with an incredulous expression. I mean, Beauty Su, you think you can just say 200 with your lips touching? Where's the good deal in that? Seeing that Lin Hao wasn't agreeing, Su Xiaorui rolled her eyes and said, don't be like that. I can let you in on a little secret about Weiwei. This trade should be fine, right? Xiaorui. Jiang Weiwei immediately exploded like a little cat with its fur ruffled. Hearing this, Lin Hao grinned slyly and said, cough deal. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, both of them were momentarily stunned. Jiang Weiwei's face turned red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Su Xiaorui was even happier. I told you. Lin Hao is interested in my Weiwei. She then burst into laughter. Lin Hao ignored her self-directed performance and started to collect the beast cores scattered on the ground. I'll give them to you whenever you tell me. After saying that, he winked at Su Xiaorui and dashed out of the office. Coming back to her senses, Su Xiaorui realized she had been played by Lin Hao again, and she was so angry that she nearly smoked from her ears. Back at the dormitory, just as Lin Hao was about to enter his training state, his phone rang. He looked and saw it was a call from Fang Yao. He quickly answered the phone, and as soon as he connected, the ethereal voice came through. Dummy, it's been over 2 months since we last met. Did you miss me? Hearing Fang Yao's voice warmed Lin Hao's heart. Of course I missed you. How'd you been these 2 months? Fang Yao's heart also warmed upon hearing Lin Hao's voice. And she sighed, my dad has been training me every day. I'm either training or in seclusion. It's exhausting. I'm the same. Our school's military training just ended. Dummy, I have a week off recently. Can I come find you? Sure. Just in time. I was planning to take a few days off to go home. Why don't you come with me? Hearing that she would be going to Lin Hao's home, Fang Yao's face instantly turned red. So soon to meet the parents? I'm not ready yet. Seeing that Fang Yao was slow to respond, Lin Hao quickly replied, if you don't want to go, then don't. I'll go back with you. It's been a long time since you saw your family. Hearing Fang Yao agree, Lin Hao was very happy. After confirming their meeting for the day after tomorrow, they hung up. The next morning, Lin Hao went to Jiang Weiwei's office. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Weiwei already bent over correcting documents. Lin Hao didn't disturb her and waited until she finished her work before telling her he wanted to take a leave of absence to go home the next day. Jiang Weiwei approved it immediately. In the end, Lin Hao left 100 beast cores each for Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui, enough for them to train for a year. Jiang Weiwei felt embarrassed. As the principal, she hadn't provided Lin Hao with enough training resources, but instead had him shoulder his own training resources. The next morning, Lin Hao packed his things. Fang Yao's flight was in the afternoon, so he wasn't in a hurry. Just as he was about to leave, he ran into that female devil, Su Xiaorui. Lin Hao, I heard from Weiwei that you're going home today. I'm here to send you off. Also, thanks for the beast cores. Beauty Su, why do I feel like you have too much free time? Don't you have classes? I already have Lin Hao's beast cores. Why would I still go to class? Then you should hurry up and go into seclusion to train. Lin Hao said darkly. That's because I'm seeing you off. I'm so kind to come and send you off, and you're not appreciating it. It really makes me sad, sister. Why don't you come home with me? Lin Hao thought of a plan when he realized he couldn't send her away. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaorui's eyes lit up. Sure. Should I call Weiwei too? Go ahead and call her. I'll wait here. Su Xiaorui had already been tricked by Lin Hao once or twice, and this time, she was more cautious. Brother, hurry up and pack. After you're done, we'll go find Weiwei. Lin Hao's lips twitched at her words. This female devil was not so easy to deceive anymore. There was no choice, since he'd already said it. Lin Hao had to follow Su Xiaorui to Jiang Weiwei's office again. Jiang Weiwei was very surprised to see Su Xiaorui and Lin Hao together. Why are you two together? Lin Hao, aren't you going home today? Before Lin Hao could speak, Su Xiaorui jumped in and said, Lin Hao's going home, and he invited us to his house as guests. Are you coming? Huh? Jiang Weiwei's mind was a bit slow to catch up, and then she saw Su Xiaorui giving her frantic signals and understood that it was another of Su Xiaorui's tricks. Why are we going to Lin Hao's home? Besides, I have a lot of things to take care of here. Xiaowei, stop messing around. Seeing Jiang Weiwei refuse. Su Xiaowei had to give up. In the operational conference room of the Summer Country Military District Command, there were 13 people sitting inside, each of whom was no less than a demigod level. The person at the forefront was tall and handsome, wearing a specially made trench coat. He was the strongest in the Summer Country, the legendary powerhouse, Han Feng. The other 12 seated were the commanders of the 4 military districts and 8 strongholds, listening to reports from their subordinates. Report. Supplies from the Qinglong stronghold have arrived at the front line and can launch an attack at any time. Report. Supplies from the Baihu stronghold have arrived at the front line and can launch an attack at any time. Report. Supplies from the Zhuke stronghold have arrived at the front line and can launch an attack at any time. Report. Supplies from the Xuan Yu stronghold have arrived at the front line and can launch an attack at any time. Report. After listening to the reports from his subordinates, Han Feng said, "This attack against the ferocious beasts is our Summer Country's first counterattack in 100 years. We must strike with momentum and show the might of the Summer people. We need to instill fear in those beasts, to cripple them so they never dare to underestimate us humans again. I believe this battle will completely change the pattern between humans and ferocious beasts. We must let those beasts know the strength of the human race." The other 12 stood up in unison, pledging to complete the task. Defend the land of the Summer Country. Chapter 15. Are you my brother's girlfriend? After the meeting, Han Feng invited the generals present to a private dining room for a meal. During the meal, Lao Feng, "I heard that your daughter has awakened an SS-level talent as a martial artist. You know my unambitious daughter, she is not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning." Feng Wei said it wasn't worth mentioning, but his face was already smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. "My kid just turned 16 this year and has just awakened an S-level talent ability. Why don't we try to match them up?" "Match them up? That little girl probably already has someone in her heart. If I meddle, she'll surely come after me." Lao Yuan. "My daughter has had someone in her heart for a long time. If I meddle here, that little ancestor would create chaos at home. You see, I just gave her a few days off, and she couldn't wait to go to Mountain City." The person called Lao Yuan is the commander of the Southern Military Region, the god-level expert Yuan Feihong. "Oh, the person your daughter has her eye on must have a decent talent too, right?" Upon hearing Lao Yuan say this, Feng Wei's face immediately darkened. Thinking of the guy his daughter asked him to pull strings for, Feng Wei felt a headache coming. Lin Hao awakened E-level talent lightning ability. He still remembered the expression of his aide when he handed over Lin Hao's information to him, veins popping on his forehead. Not worth a damn. That kid was only recommended because I asked the director of the personnel department at Mountain City Martial University to pull some strings. I don't know what kind of charm that kid Lin Hao has cast on my daughter, an E-level talent lightning ability user. How much future could he possibly have?" E-level talent? Yuan Feihong looked at Feng Wei in disbelief and then said seriously, "Lao Feng, you can't joke about your daughter's future. E-level talent is everywhere in our military region. How can a fool with E-level talent be worthy of your daughter?" Feng Wei forced a bitter smile. You know me. I can't help it. Everyone in the military region knows that Feng Wei is notoriously a daughter slave. E-level talent, lightning ability, Lin Hao Mountain City? Could it be?" At this moment, Jiang Tianhai, who had been listening for a long time, suddenly had a bad feeling. Could the Lin Hao they were talking about be the Lin Hao from Mountain City to Martial University? Did Lin Hao get in because of Lao Feng's connections? Does that mean Lao Feng's daughter has known Lin Hao for a long time? No, if that is the case, then my daughter Wei Wei is in danger. Jiang Tianhai's brain was racing. Lao Feng, you can't let your daughter run wild. This is not a trivial matter. This concerns the reputation of your family. A dignified SS-level talent martial artist marrying an E-level talent fool. That wouldn't sound good if it got out. Jiang Tianhai quickly chimed in. "Isn't that right? Lao Feng, you can't indulge your daughter in big matters." Yuan Feihong followed up. Feng Wei saw Jiang Tianhai suddenly light up and said, "Lao Jiang, I remember your daughter is the principal of Mountain City Martial University, right? Can you have her keep an eye on that Lin Hao for me?" "No problem. I'll call my girl right away." Jiang Tianhai quickly responded. Little did they know, the two protagonists they were discussing were currently shopping at the mall, licking ice cream. "Idiot. Do you think Grandma will like this sweater?" "Idiot. How about this set of cosmetics? It should be perfect for your aunt." "Idiot. This little princess dress is so cute. Your sister would look beautiful in it." At this moment, Lin Hao looked embarrassed. Yao, who's going to my house as guests? Do we really need to buy so many things?" Lin Hao was covered in shopping bags. "That won't do. It's not nice to go to your house empty-handed for the first time." Lin Hao was speechless, looking at the bags he was carrying. Yao, this is called going empty-handed? If you keep buying, the mall might be emptied out." The two kept shopping until the sun was almost setting before arriving at Lin Hao's house, gently knocking on the door. It was Lin Hao's Aunt Lin Yi who opened it. "And I'm back." Seeing Lin Hao covered in bags, Lin Yi was surprised for a moment. "You brat, how come you're back?" After asking, she noticed a stunning girl following Lin Hao. Lin Yi was instantly stunned again. This brat, just 2 months into college, and he has brought back such a beautiful girl. "Aunt, this is my friend, Feng Yao. She is here to visit today." Feng Yao quickly stepped forward. "Hello, Aunt, I'm Feng Yao, Lin Hao's friend." Seeing her aunt still in a daze, Lin Hao coughed lightly at him. Aunt, aren't you going to let us in? Only then did Lin Yi come back to her senses. Oh, Fang Yao, right? Coming quickly. Then she shot Lin Hao a glare. Aunt, why are you glaring at me? Lin Hao said, confused. He then followed her into the house. You brat. Why didn't you inform the family before bringing your girlfriend home? Lin Yi whispered in Lin Hao's ear. Lin Hao spread his hands. I was too busy, I forgot. This left Lin Yi speechless. At this time, Grandma, who was cooking in the kitchen, also heard the noise. Yeah, who's here? Mom, it's Xiao Hao. He asked back, and he brought a friend. Lin Yi called out to the kitchen. After a while, Grandma came out from the kitchen. Just as Lin Hao was about to speak, she saw Fang Yao next to him. Oh, this girl is really pretty. This brat doesn't study well in school. And after just 2 months, he brings back a granddaughter-in-law for me. Grandma was overjoyed, thinking the Lin family could finally branch out. Hello, Grandma. I'm Fang Yao, Lin Hao's friend. Fang Yao's face turned red as she politely greeted Grandma. It was her first time at Lin Hao's house, and she was undeniably nervous. Good. Sit down quickly. I'm still busy in the kitchen. Yeah, keep Fang Yao company. I'm still cooking. We'll eat together later. Grandma was in an exceptionally good mood. Lin Hao and the others sat on the sofa in the living room. Aunt, where's Xiaoro? Lin Hao looked around. Not seeing Lin Xiaoro. She's not in class today, sleeping in her room. It's about time for her to wake up. You should go wake her up. Lin Hao quietly went to Lin Xiaoro's room and saw her cuddling a cute teddy bear, asleep. Lin Hao felt playful and went up to pinch Lin Xiaoro's chubby cheeks. Xiaoro, wake up. Your brother is back. Brother, Lin Xiaoro murmured as she opened her sleepy eyes. Brother, you're back. At this moment, Lin Xiaoro was clearly still half asleep, mumbling softly. But in an instant, Lin Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Hao. Brother. Then she leaped into Lin Hao's arms, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. Brother is back. Lin Hao affectionately patted Xiaoro's head. Let us go. It's time to eat. He then picked up Lin Xiaoro and headed to the living room. When Lin Hao arrived in the living room, he saw Fang Yao chatting with Lin Yi, and Fang Yao's face was still flushed. Xiaoro, with her curious big eyes, wondered how such a beautiful sister had come to their house. Xiaoro climbed down from Lin Hao and, with her adorable little steps, walked up to Fang Yao, looking at her with curious big eyes. Sister, I'm Lin Xiaoro. You're so pretty. Fang Yao immediately liked Xiaoro. Hello, Xiaoro, you're really pretty too. Are you my brother's girlfriend? Xiaoro asked, stunning the 3 people present. Fang Yao was caught off guard by Xiaoro's question and blushed instantly. Lin Yi secretly praised her adorable niece. Xiaoro, you really are something at the crucial moment. Chapter 16. Danger approaches at this moment. Lin Hao was blushing brightly as he picked up Xiaoro. This is my brother's friend, not a girlfriend. However, his aunt had said that the day his brother brought back a beautiful sister, that sister would be his brother's girlfriend. Lin Xiaoro ruthlessly sold out Lin Yi. Lin Hao's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. Aunt, what do you usually teach Xiaoro at home? Meanwhile, Lin Yi was also quite embarrassed. It was Fang Yao who broke the awkward atmosphere. Since things were quite sudden, I didn't know what you all liked. So I hurriedly bought some things at the mall. Saying this, Fang Yao took out the items she had bought earlier. Upon hearing there were gifts, Xiaoro happily hugged Fang Yao and gave her a kiss on the cheek. You're the best, sister. At this moment, Grandma also came out of the kitchen. Dinner's ready. The few of them quickly lined up to wash their hands and eat. During the meal, Grandma kept serving dishes to Fang Yao, while Lin Hao ignored her completely. Lin Yi mourned for her nephew for a minute. After dinner, Grandma and Fang Yao chatted about family matters, while Lin Hao was sent off to wash the dishes. Xiao Yao, how many people are in your family, and what do they do? Grandma looked at Fang Yao with increasing satisfaction. Grandma, my father is in the Eastern Military District, and my mother left when I was very young. Upon hearing this, Grandma sighed. What an unfortunate child. That night, Fang Yao stayed at Lin Hao's home. Although it wasn't very big, there was a spare guest room just right for her. Fang Yao didn't decline the offer. Thus, Lin Hao had a rare 7 days to spend with his family, and Xiaoro had unprecedentedly gotten permission from Grandma to take a break. She followed Lin Hao and Fang Yao out to have fun every day, making the little girl extremely happy. Before leaving, Lin Hao secretly transferred 1 million to Lin Yi. He didn't dare to transfer too much for fear of raising suspicion from his family, just saying it was from the instructor's help in hunting fierce beasts during military training. 7 days later, Fang Yao boarded a plane back to the Eastern Military District. While Lin Hao returned to Shanqing Wuda, he went straight to Jiang Weiwei's office and saw that she was the only one there, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully that female tyrant isn't here. From chatting with Jiang Weiwei, he learned that after the new students' military training, there would be field training tasks. Su Xiaorui was currently training outdoors with the new students. The training content was also quite simple. Groups would hunt ordinary fierce beasts. In the 3 months of military training, Wuda students had learned quite a few combat techniques. Now, the instructors and homeroom teachers were leading them to the field for training against fierce beasts, which was a test every batch of Wuda students had to face. Only those with the courage to face death could protect their homes and country. In the area where the new students trained, there generally wouldn't even be bronze-level fierce beasts. Each team was led by a golden-level instructor, so the student's safety was guaranteed. As for someone like Lin Hao, who was a freak of nature, he had long since killed his way in and out of the fierce beast forest. So Jiang Weiwei did not summon him back to participate in this meaningless training for him. Today happens to be the last day of training. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Jiang Weiwei thought about inviting Lin Hao to join her, as she had to represent the school to speak after the training ended. Having not seen Lin Hao for a few days, Jiang Weiwei felt a bit unaccustomed. Lin Hao did not decline. Then let's go take a look. Just in time, he also wanted to see if there were any outstanding talents among the new students. Jiang Weiwei had previously mentioned that it was challenging for Shanqing Wuda to recruit students. Additionally, in 3 months, there would be the 100 School League competition, and Lin Hao wanted to see if there were any suitable teammates. After having lunch, Jiang Weiwei drove them to the fierce beast forest outside the fortress. This fierce beast forest was not the one Lin Hao had gone to before. It only had ordinary level fierce beasts. However, it was not very close to the fortress walls, and it took them a full hour of driving to reach their destination. Weiwei, besides me, are there any other genius-type students this year? You won't just send me alone to the 100 School League, right? There are some geniuses, but not many. This year, we've only recruited 3 students with good talent. They're all martial artists with A-level talent. Lin Hao was stunned. Weiwei, only 3 with A-level talent? Are there no S-level ones? Do you think S-level talent is as common as cabbages in the market? We're doing well this year. In previous years, there were only 1 or 2. Look, here are the 3 of them. Jiang Weiwei rolled her eyes at Lin Hao. At this moment, both Lin Hao and Jiang Weiwei were hidden and did not disturb the students' training. Following Jiang Weiwei's finger, Lin Hao saw 3 students each challenging an ordinary fierce beast. The battle ended in less than a minute. All 3 were at the initial stage of bronze. Jiang Weiwei pointed to a stout little boy and said, his name is Wang Meng, an A-level talent martial artist wielding a flame knife. His family, the Wang family, is also a well-known family in Shanqing. The Wang family has a family heritage knife technique called the 9 styles of soul severing. This student has already mastered the 3rd style and is recognized as a genius by the Wang family for decades. Jiang Weiwei then pointed to a tall and lean boy, saying, his name is Lei Yunfan, an A-level talent martial artist wielding a Tianlin halberd and has awakened the 6th style of the combat technique Phantom Dance. His halberd technique is also extraordinary. Finally, Jiang Weiwei pointed to a cute little girl and said, her name is Xia Qiuling. Don't be fooled by her being a lowly. She is also an A-level talent martial artist, and her weapon is a thunder axe that is disproportionately large compared to her size. She is the apple of her father, the head of the Xia family, S.I. The Xia family has a family combat technique called the 36 Axes of Tiangang, which is said to be able to cleave mountains and break hills. Lin Hao curiously examined the short little girl, thinking that the axe was taller than her. It was indeed quite a challenge for her. The 100 School League competition involves 10 participants, 5 main members, and 5 substitutes. Among the main members, there will be 3 first-year students, 1 second-year student, and 1 third-year student. I plan to let all 3 of them participate, 2 as main members and 1 as a substitute. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, right? Let us set it that way. In 3 months, whoever among them has the weakest cultivation will be the substitute. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded, ding, warning, warning, danger detected approaching the host. Ding, 268 hellhounds detected approaching the host. Ding, the hellhounds will meet the host in half an hour. Ding, danger level, 5. Extremely dangerous. 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 The system's highest danger level is 5, indicating the most dangerous situation. This was the first time the system had given him a 5-level danger warning. He had never experienced this even while fighting in the fierce beast forest. Running away was not an option. Lin Hao could not abandon so many students and teachers to be a coward. Taking the students with him to flee was even less possible, as their speed was already slow and they were far from the fortress's defense area. Rather than exhausting a lot of energy on escape, it would be better to save that energy to fight fiercely against the fierce beasts. Also, fighting in this forest was extremely disadvantageous for the students, as this fierce beast forest was like the fierce beast's home ground. Fighting them here would undoubtedly lead to heavy casualties. At this moment, Lin Hao's mind was racing, thinking of the best plan. Chapter 17, The Shadow of Death Weiwei. Lin Hao's expression was extremely serious at this moment. You must listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly become serious, Jiang Weiwei was very curious. I sensed that a large number of ferocious beasts were rushing towards us. Based on my estimation, they should be hellhounds, approximately 260 of them. The first thing Lin Hao could do was to issue a warning. Fortunately, he came with Jiang Weiwei. Otherwise, these students would likely sacrifice themselves here. What? Jiang Weiwei looked at Lin Hao in shock. She had no doubts about Lin Hao's abilities, but the sudden attack of so many ferocious beasts left her extremely stunned. Weiwei, immediately send a distress signal to the fortress. The Hellhound clan is still nearly half an hour away from us, and we won't have time to escape. However, we shouldn't choose this place as our battlefield. Luckily, we are not far from the forest's edge, only about 10 minutes away. We need to move to an open area and prepare for confrontation. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei did not dare to hesitate. She realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately sent a distress signal to the fortress headquarters. Then she began organizing everyone to quickly move towards the edge of the forest. 15 minutes later, everyone stopped in an open area. Why have we stopped? Aren't we going to keep running? I don't want to die. Why are we so unlucky to encounter a beast tide? The students were now in a state of panic. After all, they were freshers who had never experienced life and death battles. At this moment, the instructors were gathered around Jiang Weiwei, discussing countermeasures, while the teachers were organizing the students to keep calm. 10 minutes later, even the instructors could sense the aura of danger. Students, we have detected a large number of hellhounds approaching us. If we run, we will only find death. If we fight, we might have a slim chance of survival. The principal has already sent a distress signal to the fortress, and it will take half an hour for help to arrive. This means we need to hold out for 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope for the students was extinguished. Damn, it's just 20 minutes, right? Running means death, but if we stay and fight, there might be a chance to survive. I want to see how powerful these ferocious beasts are. Yes, let's kill these beasts. My big knife is already itching for action. In the absence of hope, the fighting spirit of the students was ignited. Everyone formed defensive formations in teams of 5. The instructors quickly issued commands. Once all commands were given, everyone stood ready, and a sense of impending death filled every student's heart. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei stood next to Su Xiaowei, while the teachers and instructors prepared to withstand the first wave of attacks. Lin Hao asked Weiwei, "How is our combat strength?" Jiang Weiwei's expression was grave. Excluding the 3 of us, 10 teachers are high-level silver, and 10 instructors are initial gold. Western Military District Headquarters. Report. A non-commissioned officer rushed in with a document. Sir, a distress signal has been received from 80 kilometers outside Zhuke Fortress, originating from Principal Jiang Weiwei of Shanqingwuda. According to her report, a large group of hellhounds has been detected 50 kilometers away from the ferocious beast forest, with an estimated 260 beasts. Currently, over 500 new students from Shanqingwuda are conducting ferocious beast combat training at the edge of the ferocious beast forest. They are expected to encounter the beasts in half an hour. Additionally, Principal Jiang stated that she will advance and retreat with the students. Jiang Tianhai suddenly stood up. Jiang Weiwei is his daughter. Now issue my orders. Command General Zhang Hanhang of Zhuke Fortress to lead the Zhuke Legion to quickly launch a rescue operation. We must ensure the safety of Shanqingwuda students. There must be no mistakes. Those who disobey will face military law. Yes, sir. The non-commissioned officer saluted and withdrew. Weiwei, Lin Hao Xiaowei, you must hold on. Jiang Tianhai's mood was incredibly grave. If it weren't for the current decisive battle against the ferocious beasts, he would want to be by Jiang Weiwei's side immediately. However, he couldn't leave. If he did, the high-level combat strength of the beasts would take advantage of the opportunity, leading to unimaginable casualties. At this moment, at Zhuke Fortress, a strikingly attractive woman was assessing the casualties from the recently concluded battle. This person was Jiang Hanhang, the commander of Zhuke Fortress and a demigod-level powerhouse. Report. The Western Military District Command has issued an order. 80 miles outside Zhuke Fortress, a group of hellhounds is approaching our fortress, estimated at around 260. The enemy's combat strength is unknown. Currently, 500 new students from Shanqingwuda are conducting outdoor training, expected to encounter the hellhounds in 20 minutes. The order is for Commander Jiang Hanhang to lead the Zhuke Legion to quickly launch a rescue operation, ensuring the safety of Shanqingwuda's faculty and students. After hearing the officer's report, Jiang Hanhang frowned and then issued an order. Mobilize all Zhuke Legion troops within 1 minute. Immediately rescue the faculty and students of Shanqingwuda. Meanwhile, the faculty and students of Shanqingwuda were lined up in formation, quietly awaiting the arrival of the ferocious beasts. 5 minutes later, countless beast roars echoed from the forest, sending chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. Weiwei, I will try to hold off the enemy's high-level combatants. Xiaowei, you stay here and protect Weiwei. Don't underestimate me. I am the principal of Shanqingwuda and a gold-level ability user. Jiang Weiwei smiled like a blooming flower. Weiwei, no. Su Xiaowei spoke up. Your ability is supportive. It's not suitable for close combat. Hearing this, Lin Hao softly said, then let's proceed according to the original plan. Xiaowei, just ensure Weiwei's safety and don't let any ferocious beasts get close to her. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept in from the front, making it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. After the wind passed, a dog-like ferocious beast, the size of a Tibetan Mastiff, appeared before them, covered in black fur. Its fierce face resembled a demon from hell, with a foul stench emanating from its wide-open mouth, occasionally drooling. Everyone stood silently, facing the hellhound. Before long, 1, 2, 10, 100, 200, the sight sent chills down everyone's spine, and a strong sense of death loomed over every heart. The students of Wuda formed teams of 5, tightly gripping their shields. Now is the moment to determine life and death. Students, show your warrior spirit. The instructors and teachers encouraged the students behind them. With over 200 hellhounds, they couldn't possibly stop so many with just a few of them. At this moment, the first wave of hellhounds began their attack. The instructors and teachers, relying on their gold and silver combat strength, could only hold off a few dozen. Over 100 hellhounds charged towards the students of Wuda behind them. In just the first wave of the charge, dozens of students were sent flying into the air. Chapter 18 Great Victory. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei was surrounded by golden light. Skill, Light Guardian activated, which increased the defensive abilities of both instructors and students by 100. Skill, Radiant Ring activated, which boosted everyone's power attribute by 100. Su Xiaorui was not to be outdone. She transformed from her usual confident and charming self into a cold and ruthless killer. Skill, Nether Shadow activated, and a black light sphere appeared in the palm of her right hand, rapidly enlarging and emanating a strong pulling force. Instantly, dozens of hellhounds were drawn into the black light sphere and disappeared. At this moment, the students of Wuda had also gone wild, seeing their teachers and instructors charging through the pack of hellhounds, greatly boosting their morale. Wang Ming wielded a fiery long knife, battling a bronze-level hellhound alone. His knife danced in the air. Beast, take a hit from me. The bronze-level hellhound couldn't dodge in time and was sliced in half by Wang Ming. On the other side, a cute little loli wielded a thunder axe taller than herself and chopped off the head of another bronze-level hellhound. Lei Yunfan was also not to be outdone. With his Tianlin spear, he skillfully pierced through another bronze-level hellhound in no time. Is this our class's 3 great geniuses? Lei Yunfan is so handsome. Damn, how is that little loli swinging an axe taller than her? At this moment, Lin Hao had already charged into the pack of hellhounds. He was surrounded by surging lightning, and with the skill Thunder Prison Instant Flash, any beast that touched him would fall to the ground. Who is this guy? He's so powerful. I don't know. I've never seen him before. He seems to have been with the principal all along. I know, he's a freshman like us, named Lin Hao from our class, but I heard he got in through the back door. He didn't even participate in military training. What the hell with that strength? You call him a freshman? He needs to use the back door with that power? I won't believe it, even if you beat me to death. At this time, the instructors and teachers of Wuda were also slightly taken aback by Lin Hao's performance. What terrifying strength could it be that he awakened as a martial artist? Meanwhile, on the B side, the first wave of charges consisted only of ordinary and bronze-level combatants. After just 5 minutes of battle, the students of Wuda had already suffered nearly 30 casualties. A bronze-level hellhound bit down hard on one of the Wuda students who, before dying, used his last ounce of strength to smash his shield against the hellhound's head. One teacher from Wuda was surrounded by 10 bronze-level hellhounds, and despite having numerous wounds, continued to fight them off. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, catching a Wuda teacher off guard, and he was directly bitten in the head. Blood instantly sprayed everywhere. Everyone looked closely and saw a hellhound the size of Car. Unlike the others, this one had a tuft of golden fur on its back. The teachers and instructors of Wuda widened their eyes. Golden-level hellhound. Before long, another 26 large hellhounds emerged from the woods ahead. 7 were golden level, and 20 were silver level. The students of Wuda were dumbfounded. The last glimmer of hope for survival was about to vanish. Light of belief. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei activated her third skill. All fear and despair vanished in a thin air. Classmates, hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. The instructors and teachers of Wuda now faced the high-level beasts. Lin Hao alone held back 3 golden-level hellhounds, significantly reducing their pressure. Heh, 3 golden beasts. Let me have a go at you, Lin Hao said, his eyes bloodshot with battle rage. Facing the 3 golden-level beasts, he did not retreat, but instead counterattacked. The Thunder Prison Instant Flash was taken to the extreme. After dodging one hellhound's attack, Lin Hao suddenly conjured a black thunderball, with terrifying black lightning swirling within. Skill, Thunder Prison Suppress the 8 directions activated. The black thunderball rapidly expanded and smashed toward the 3 golden-level hellhounds. At this moment, fear appeared in the eyes of the 3 golden-level hellhounds, almost human-like. However, they did not sit idle. The 3 hellhounds were instantly cloaked in black light, spewing out 3 streams of black energy from their mouths. This was the hellhound's attack skill. Hell Roar. The 3 beams of black light collided directly with the flying black thunderball. While the hellhounds and the black thunderball were locked in a standoff, Lin Hao had already vanished from his original spot, appearing in an instant behind the hellhounds. Skill, Endless Thunder Prison activated. Countless thick black lightning struck the hellhounds. The 3 hellhounds let out a mournful howl, paralyzed by the lightning. The black thunderball, now freed from its restraint, quickly smashed down on the 3 hellhounds. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Even the battle paused at this moment, as everyone stared in terror at the direction of the explosion. As the dust settled, a cheeky voice rang out. Damn, that nearly choked me to death. What the hell is that smell on this hellhound? Everyone stared dumbfounded at Lin Hao, who had instantly killed 3 golden-level beasts. Suddenly, someone began to cheer. Damn, this guy's a monster. Has he already reached platinum level? Nonsense. I just said he's a freshman. Your 16-year-old is platinum? You think someone could train from the womb to be that ridiculous? Lin Hao, you're so handsome. I've decided I want to marry him. Oofed. You vixen, do you even look at yourself? How could you be worthy of my Lin Hao? Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei also felt relieved upon witnessing this scene. Weiwei, Lin Hao is too much of a monster. This bronze-level newbie just one-shot 3 golden hellhounds. If I told someone about this, they'd think I was insane. Su Xiaowei. Lin Hao's instant kill of 3 golden-level beasts boosted everyone's morale. From instructors and teachers to students, everyone charged forward fearlessly against the beasts as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They saw hope, the hope to survive. Lin Hao did not stop, instantly joining the battles of other high-level combatants. At this moment, the high-level combatants regained their balance, and the instructors and teachers of Wuda were quickly clearing out the ordinary beasts. 10 minutes later, when the last hellhound's head was severed, everyone began to cheer in unison. Some started celebrating, while others laughed maniacally. But amidst the laughter, it turned to tears. They had survived. They had withstood the beast tide's assault. They had conquered their inner fears and dared to face death. From this moment on, the mindset of all the students present changed. They became strong and no longer feared. They had trustworthy teammates, teachers who protected them in times of danger, and a principal who shared life and death with them. Ha ha! This achievement I can brag about for a lifetime. When we go back, we must celebrate properly. Tomorrow, I'll confess to my goddess. Damn, I almost missed my chance. Everyone, gather immediately. At this moment, the instructors spoke up. They needed to quickly count the number of students and return to the school. The students hurriedly lined up. Report. Principal Jiang, our Wuda students encountered a hellhound attack, killing a total of 267 beasts, including 200 ordinary beasts, 40 bronze-level beasts, 20 silver-level beasts, and 7 golden-level beasts. We lost 2 teachers and 58 students. Jiang Weiwei nodded. She had activated all 3 of her skills and was now exhausted. They needed to return to the academy quickly. Lin Hao frowned upon hearing the instructor's report. Just a moment ago, the system clearly indicated that 268 beasts had been killed and that the danger level was 5. Although he had consumed more than half of his spiritual power during the battle, it was far from a level 5 danger. Just as the students were about to return to the academy, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. Everyone present, including Lin Hao, was frozen in place. I said the system wouldn't make mistakes, but it turned out there was a ferocious beast lurking behind. Damn, I was careless and didn't dodge. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears, a voice that sounded like the roar from the depths of hell. You humans are truly arrogant. Getting so excited over eliminating just a few expendables. Chapter 19. Under the Sword Master, all laws are broken. After the voice faded, the ground suddenly began to tremble in succession, the shaking force striking deep into everyone's souls. Countless trees in the forest ahead snapped, and flocks of birds fled in panic. In a short while, a monster the size of a house appeared before everyone. Its fur was as black as ink, and its claws, dozens of centimeters long, gleamed like the cold light of hell. 3 ferocious heads and 6 lantern-sized eyes stared directly at everyone present. This is the platinum-level, 3-headed Earth Demon Hound. The highest cultivation level among those present was Jiang Weiwei, but even she could barely lift her head under this overwhelming pressure. A deathly aura enveloped the entire sky. Except for the 3 golden-level instructors and Jiang Weiwei, everyone else, including the teachers, was forced to vomit blood by this pressure. Once a ferocious beast reaches platinum level or above, it can speak human language and possesses the innate ability to exert pressure. Lin Hao sighed at this moment. Damn, is this the power of platinum level? It's already difficult for me to move. Hee, you humans are truly weak, unable to withstand even a bit of my pressure. The 3-headed Earth Demon Hound looked down disdainfully at the humans prostrated at its feet. Who should I start with? You all look quite delicious. At this moment, all 3 heads turned to Jiang Weiwei, who stood at the front of the group. Just a little girl with slightly higher cultivation, suits my taste. Let's start with you. Weiwei. At this moment, Su Xiaowei wanted to protect Jiang Weiwei, but she found even moving was a luxury. A sense of despair and powerlessness filled Su Xiaowei's entire being. Lin Hao shook his head. It seemed he couldn't avoid using his trump card. He wondered if the remaining spiritual power he could hold out. With this thought, Lin Hao raised his head. Little lion dog, what are you babbling about in front of me? Hearing someone still mocking it, the 3-headed Earth Demon Hound turned its gaze toward the source of the voice. Human, I must admit, you are very courageous. Then let's start with you. You probably aren't even enough to fill my teeth. Little lion dog, you want to eat me? You should weigh yourself first. Seeing Lin Hao continue to mock it, the 3-headed Earth Demon Hound no longer wasted words and opened its large mouth to swallow Lin Hao whole. No, Lin Hao. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei's eyes turned red, tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Remembering the initial discord with Lin Hao and how he stayed in Wu University, because of her, Jiang Weiwei felt once again her own insignificance and powerlessness. She clearly had SS-level talent and 2 abilities of light and life, but in the end, she could only watch Lin Hao die before her eyes. Su Xiaowei was also frozen in place. The Lin Hao who was usually at odds with her, who could take on the heavens, the earth, and even the air, was just eaten by this beast right before her eyes. At that moment, a powerful killing intent suddenly erupted from the mouth of the three-headed earth demon hound. The three massive heads looked up to the sky, as if trying to shatter this momentum. At the same time, the pressure from the three-headed earth demon hound dissipated. Everyone quickly retreated to a safe area. Jiang Weiwei still wanted to rush forward to save Lin Hao, but was pulled back by Su Xiaorui, who hugged her and withdrew from the battle zone. This beast is acting strangely. At this moment, a teacher's expression was serious. The aura in its mouth seemed not to belong to it. This is an opportunity. All teachers, hurry and evacuate. Gold level and above warriors, stay behind to cover. The instructor quickly issued orders. At this moment, the three-headed earth demon hound's 6 eyes widened simultaneously, and black light suddenly surrounded its body, forcibly expelling that aura out. A powerful momentum stirred up clouds of dust, enveloping the entire area. When the dust settled, a man wearing a black robe and carrying a pitch-black sword box stood suspended in the air before the three-headed earth demon hound. He stood tall, with a detached expression, emanating an aura that seemed untouched by the mundane world. His flowing white hair danced in the wind. His crimson eyes looked down disdainfully at the three-headed earth demon hound, as if everything in the world were beneath him. The small black thunder around him transformed into a sword energy filled with killing intent. At this moment, the man spoke indifferently, his voice echoing like a dry well in everyone's ears. Little lion dog, didn't you want to eat me? Why haven't you? The three-headed earth demon hound looked astonished, its 6 lantern-sized eyes fixed on Lin Hao. Who exactly are you? Why do I feel a familiar sense of pressure from you? Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are about to die. Lin Hao's voice pierced the heart of the three-headed earth demon hound like a 1,000-year-old ice. Ha ha ha, a bronze-level ant thinks it can shake a great tree? How ridiculous. Today, I want to see what abilities you possess. At this moment, the three-headed earth demon hound laughed simultaneously with all 3 heads. You could try. Lin Hao remained indifferent, calm, and unhurried. Arrogant. At this moment, the three-headed earth demon hound could no longer hold back, and energy began to gather above its 3 massive heads. In the next instant, the energy transformed into a beam of light that shot directly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not dodge. The beam engulfed him completely. After a long while, when the dust settled, Lin Hao still stood there, unmoving. Is that all you've got? Hee, to be mocked by an ant like you. Then how about you try this move? After saying that, a gigantic black energy ball gathered above the 3 heads. The terrifying energy ball shot directly toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao still did not dodge. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his indifferent face. At that moment, the sword box behind him suddenly opened, and Lin Hao reached out, catching the first flying sword from within. This was a long, purple flying sword named Zixiao. It was the first of the 9 flying swords in the sword box. What is this? Jiang Weiwei and the others were already stunned in place. That handsome white-haired man is Lin Hao. How did he become like this? Isn't he an ability user? At this moment, many questions arose in Jiang Weiwei's mind, also appearing in the minds of everyone present. Seeing the ever-enlarging energy ball before him, Lin Hao simply closed his eyes and murmured, "Under the sword master. All laws are broken." Then his crimson eyes suddenly opened, and he swung the Zixiao sword. Break! A sword energy struck the black energy ball. In the moment the sword energy made contact, the energy ball exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, the three-headed earth demon hound was also stunned. Watching Lin Hao, its strongest attack had been easily dispelled by the person before it with a mere wave. I don't believe it. How can an insignificant ant contend with me? The three-headed earth demon hound roared to the sky, gathering countless energy blasts in its mouth and bombarding Lin Hao. Yet, Lin Hao remained unyielding, not dodging or evading. As soon as the energy blasts entered the 10-meter radius around Lin Hao, they were repelled. After a round of bombardment, Lin Hao still stood in place, not a speck of dust clinging to him. At this moment, the three-headed earth demon hound was already sweating profusely, having lost the initial momentum. Who exactly are you? I see you've had enough. Now it's my turn. Lin Hao's indifferent voice rang out. At this moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and countless purple thunders rolled within the clouds. On the other side, Zhang Hanhui led the Phoenix Legion quickly towards their destination. Stop! At this moment, Zhang Hanhui halted, looking with great seriousness at the rolling purple thunders in the distant sky. What a terrifying aura! Could a diamond-level ferocious beast have invaded the rear of the battlefield? Just then, a dense crowd appeared in the distance, rushing toward them. The newcomers were the teachers and students from Xuan Yu University. Zhang Hanhui did not dare to delay and immediately joined with the Wu University teachers and students. One of the teachers was gasping as he recounted what had just happened. After listening to the teacher's account, Zhang Hanhong's figure flickered, and a pair of fiery red wings appeared behind her. The Phoenix Legion received the order, and everyone escorted the teachers and students of Shanxingwu back to the Phoenix Fortress. Meanwhile, she flew at top speed towards the overcast sky. On the battlefield, countless purple lightning bolts rolled through the clouds, and the rumbling thunder sounded like the roar of a beast, illuminating a small area, as if it were the apocalypse. Lin Hao raised the Zixiao, sword high in his hand, whispering under the Zixiao, 10 deaths without life. Combat skill. One sword opens the sky. At that moment, the Zhixiao sword suddenly began to tremble in Lin Hao's hand, and a vast sword energy surged into the sword's body. Moreover, the purple lightning flashing in the sky seemed to respond to a call, merging into the Zhixiao sword. Moments later, Lin Hao swung the Zhixiao sword down. An enormous purple crescent-shaped sword energy, carrying endless killing intent, rushed towards the 3 earth demon hounds. At this moment, the world seemed to stand still. As the sword fell, Lin Hao's thoughts moved, and he retracted the Zhixiao into its scabbard, turning to walk away into the distance. The 3 earth demon hounds remained motionless at that spot, and finally let out a deep and unwilling voice. Impossible, you are. Before finishing the sentence, their bodies split in two and crashed to the ground. The sky cleared, leaving only a severed corpse and a bottomless sword mark on the ground. At this time, in a cultivation chamber at the military headquarters, Han Feng suddenly awakened from his meditation. He gazed deeply out the window and murmured softly, such a familiar aura. Chapter 20 Breakthrough. Lin Hao had just taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He immediately knelt down, clutching his heart, as beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead. His state of being the Lord of Swords could no longer be maintained and slowly reverted to its original form. Feeling his body, Lin Hao smiled bitterly. It seemed that the last sword strike had drained all the remaining spiritual energy from his body. His vision began to blur, and before losing consciousness, he felt himself falling into a warm embrace. Lin Hao! Lin Hao! At this moment, Jiang Weiwei could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. Weiwei, let's check Lin Hao's condition first. Jiang Weiwei stopped crying and gently laid Lin Hao on the ground. Ignoring her own exhaustion, a green light suddenly emitted from her body. The technique, Withered Tree meets Spring, activated, and Lin Hao was enveloped in a green glow. In just a short moment, his external injuries had mostly healed. Seeing this, Jiang Weiwei increased her output of spiritual energy, but she didn't have much left either, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Weiwei, no. Su Xiaorui hurriedly stopped Jiang Weiwei, but Jiang Weiwei disregarded everything and continued to squeeze out the last bit of her spiritual energy. Lin Hao, I won't let anything happen to you. Unfortunately, contrary to her wishes, Jiang Weiwei was nearly depleted of her spiritual energy and couldn't heal Lin Hao. Seeing this, Su Xiaorui quickly intervened. You can't use the technique anymore, or it will damage your foundation. Jiang Weiwei was about to speak when a wave of dizziness hit her, and she too fainted. At that moment, a fiery red figure soared through the sky with an unmatched aura. She hovered above Su Xiaorui and the others before landing beside Su Xiaorui. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Hanhua, the overall commander of the Vermilion Bird Fortress. Looking at the corpses of the fierce beasts scattered on the ground and the numerous deep pits at the scene, Jiang Hanhua fell silent. It seemed the battle was over, and she had come too late. She walked over to observe the corpse of the 3-headed earth demon hound for a while, her brows furrowing slightly. Could it be that someone arrived, even earlier than me? Then, Jiang Hanhua approached Su Xiaorui and expressed her intentions. Su Xiaorui exchanged glances with the other instructors and recounted the events to Jiang Hanhua, but omitted the details about Lin Hao, only mentioning that a mysterious expert had killed the platinum-level 3-headed earth demon hound in seconds and then left. Jiang Hanhua did not suspect anything from her observations. The strike that killed the 3-headed earth demon hound was enough to match that of a diamond-level expert. After that, Jiang Hanhua escorted everyone back to the Vermilion Bird Fortress. The moment they returned to the fortress, Jiang Hanhua reported the situation to her superiors. Upon hearing that his daughter and Lin Hao were both unconscious, Jiang Tianhai was quite worried. However, Jiang Hanhua reassured him that they were merely exhausted of spiritual energy and their injuries were not severe. Only then did Jiang Tianhai feel relieved. 3 days later, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying in his dormitory. He tried to get up but realized that apart from his eyes and mouth, he had no sensation in the rest of his body. Damn, I can't be paralyzed from the waist down, can I? After checking his body and finding that it was still intact, Lin Hao felt relieved. He began to inspect his internal condition, spiritual energy depleted and multiple fractures. At this moment, he felt extremely frustrated. It seemed that the power of the Lord of Swords also required immense spiritual energy to support it. Otherwise, he would end up like this, suffering a backlash from the Lord of Swords. The fractures in his body were also due to insufficient spiritual energy, which had been shattered by the sword aura. Sigh. It seems I need to rest for a while. Lin Hao looked at the ceiling in distress. Just then, the door suddenly opened. A girl in a white dress walked into Lin Hao's room, holding a basin. Seeing Lin Hao awake, the girl was overjoyed, and she set the basin down and immediately threw herself onto Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you finally woke up? The girl cried, her face like a pear blossom in the rain, completely oblivious to how amusing Lin Hao's expression was at that moment. At this time, Su Xiaorui heard the commotion and hurried into Lin Hao's room. As soon as she entered, she saw Jiang Weiwei hugging Lin Hao and crying. While Lin Hao's expression was even more entertaining, his features contorted as if in an emergency meeting. "Hey, Weiwei, can you get off me? You're killing me." Jiang Weiwei finally noticed Lin Hao's expression and hurriedly got off him. Meanwhile, Su Xiaorui stood at the doorway, watching the two with an amused expression. Noticing someone at the door, Jiang Weiwei's tear-streaked face turned even redder. At this moment, Su Xiaorui walked over to Lin Hao's bedside, looking at him with a teasing expression. "Lin Hao, you're awake. You have no idea. You've been unconscious for 3 days. During these 3 days, Weiwei hasn't even closed her eyes. Taking care of you. I'm so jealous. You don't know, Weiwei fed you water and food every day and even helped you change. Woo woo woo." At this point, Jiang Weiwei could no longer care about her embarrassment and quickly covered Su Xiaorui's mouth. Lin Hao had no mood to bicker with Su Xiaorui and gratefully glanced at Jiang Weiwei, saying, "Thank you." A simple thank you warmed Jiang Weiwei's heart. "It's okay, as long as you're awake." A week later, under the careful care of Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui, Lin Hao finally recovered. The moment he regained his strength, Lin Hao began to train frantically. He chose to enter seclusion, as his body needed the nourishment of spiritual energy. He went to the training room on the first underground level of the dormitory, holding a silver-level beast core, and entered a state of cultivation. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged into Lin Hao's body, and he absorbed it like a thirsty person encountering water in the desert. At this moment, the black sword box on Lin Hao's body also slowly opened, absorbing the incoming spiritual energy. In less than an hour, Lin Hao had completely absorbed a silver-level beast core. While he was surprised by the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy, he finally understood that part of the spiritual energy he absorbed was being taken by the black sword box. "Hey, I don't believe it. I want to see how greedy you are." Lin Hao then began to absorb madly. In just one day, he absorbed 10 silver-level beast cores. As his body felt full, the sword box finally stopped competing with him for spiritual energy. Finally back to peak condition, Lin Hao thought to himself, "Then let us break through in one go." He took out a gold-level beast core and started to cultivate. And just like that, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the 5th day, a dull sound echoed from Lin Hao's dormitory basement. At this moment, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched comfortably. "I've finally broken through to high-level bronze." Yes, high-level bronze. After battling platinum-level fierce beasts, Lin Hao gained a lot of insights, which also allowed him to break through 2 small realms in one go. System, open the character attribute panel. Host, Lin Hao talent, double SSS level ability, Shura Annihilation God Thunder, unique, warrior profession, Lord of Swords, unique, level, high-level bronze warrior. High-level bronze ability, user strength, 1,900 points agility, 1,700 points physique, 1,700 points mental power, 2,100 points. After reading this, Lin Hao laughed heartily. With his current attributes, even without activating the Lord of Swords, he could hold his own against platinum-level fierce beasts. Chapter 21. Lin the Great. At this moment, Lin Hao's stomach let out a growl. After being in seclusion for 5 days, his stomach had already shrunk. He quickly ran to the school cafeteria and devoured his meal like a whirlwind. After that, Lin Hao didn't go looking for Jiang Weiwei. Instead, he returned to his dormitory to take a nap. He slept very comfortably, shaking off the fatigue from 5 days of seclusion, and only got up the next afternoon. After stretching and washing up, Lin Hao went to Jiang Weiwei's office. On the way, Lin Hao noticed that people often pointed at him after seeing him. Some young girls were starry-eyed. "Hey, did you see? That person is Lin the Great from Class 1. That day, he single-handedly took down 3 golden-level fierce beasts during the beast tide we faced together. Wow, when did our school get such a freak? Lin the Great is so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend." At this moment, some bold girls had already run up to Lin Hao's side. "Lin the Great, can I get her autograph?" Lin Hao scratched his head in confusion. "Beautiful girl, what did you call me?" The girl asking for an autograph was a first-year student, not very tall, but her looks were decent, barely qualifying as a beauty. "You don't know? Your feats have been spreading like wildfire in school these days, fighting beyond your level and taking down 3 golden-level fierce beasts by yourself. So many people want your autograph." Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment. "Oh, so I'm a celebrity now?" He quickly put on a cheerful expression. "In that case, beautiful girl, where should I sign?" The young girl was excited and quickly took out a small notebook and a pen to hand to Lin Hao. After he signed, she proudly showed it off to her friend nearby. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time someone had asked him for an autograph, and Lin Hao found it quite refreshing. When he arrived at Jiang Weiwei's office, he found her discussing a stack of documents with Su Xiaorui. Upon seeing Lin Hao, both of their faces lit up with surprise. "Lin Hao, you come out of seclusion." "Yes, I've broken through to the high bronze level." "What are you two doing?" Lin Hao asked curiously. "With just over 2 months until the 100 School League begins, Rue and I are screening the main and reserve team members." Jiang Weiwei waved the stack of documents in front of Lin Hao. "You're just in time. Do you want to see who you want as your teammates?" Lin Hao glanced at the thick stack of documents, but said disinterestedly, "No need, Weiwei. You decide. I'll back you up anyway." Both Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui rolled their eyes at Lin Hao, but then relaxed at the thought of his terrifying strength. There would be a total of 6 first-year students competing, 3 main members and 3 reserves. The second year would have 2 participants, one main and one reserve. The third year would also have two, one main and one reserve. In total, there would be 10 people, 5 main team members and 5 reserves. Jiang Weiwei introduced the details to Lin Hao while flipping through the documents. Hey, Weiwei, do you have information on other schools? Lin Hao is quite interested in the talents from other institutions. Every martial arts university is currently in the selection phase for team members. We don't have that yet, but after the preliminary rounds, we will get the list of the top 16, and there should be information then, Jiang Weiwei replied, handing Lin Hao the selected personnel list. My plan is to have these 10 start a 2-month special training from next week until the preliminaries. Lin Hao looked over the list and noticed that the 3 bronze-level geniuses from the first year were on it. However, there were no silver-level talents among the 10, and Lin Hao shook his head slightly. Looks like Shancheng Martial University hasn't been doing well in recent years. He sighed silently. The 100 School League is held every 5 years, not just to compete for rankings. More importantly, it's about reputation and resources. Schools that rank higher naturally attract many talented students to enroll. The amount of training resources available determines how quickly the talents can grow. This leads to higher-ranked schools receiving more training resources and talent influx, while lower-ranked schools slowly fade away. Shancheng Martial University is the best example of this. Even the principal is only at the golden level, and the college can't be much better. Weiwei, I won't participate in the training for the competitors. I plan to break through to the silver level as soon as possible in these 2 months. Also, I'm studying a new combat technique. Lin Hao returned the list to Jiang Weiwei. Lin Hao didn't intend to expose his Sword Lord identity during the competition. Without the Sword Lord S enhancement, he could only match someone at the initial platinum level. As long as there were no super freaks in 100 School League, Lin Hao was confident he could win the championship. The new combat technique Lin Hao mentioned was the Thunder Abyss split sky gun, which he had never taken out from a system space. He didn't understand how to use guns, so he planned to spend the next 2 months developing a set of gun techniques. This way, he could ensure he had strong offensive power even without using the Sword Lord. Moreover, he had another plan: to attend classes. It had already been 3 months since he arrived at Shancheng Martial University, and apart from checking in at Class 1 at the beginning, he hadn't attended a single class. Despite his terrifying talent and freakish strength, theoretical knowledge remained his shortcoming. If he encountered a powerful, fierce beast and didn't even recognize it, that would be embarrassing. Besides, he currently had over 700 points on his campus card, so spending time in the library was also a good choice. After hearing Lin Hao's suggestion, Jiang Weiwei thought for a moment and agreed. Having him train with the other students would indeed waste Lin Hao's time. Given his strength, sparring with a group of students wouldn't contribute to his growth and would instead feel like bullying. Right now, Lin Hao's most important task was to enhance his strength. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui didn't ask Lin Hao about his second martial artist talent. Everyone has their own secrets, and even if you ask, they won't say much. If he wanted you to know, he would tell you. After chatting a bit more with Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory. He first went to the training room to check the system space. Inside, 2 treasures lay quietly. One was the Thunder Abyss split sky gun, and the other was the Thunder Abyss battle armor. Both were heavenly grade artifacts. Lin Hao hadn't taken out the Thunder Abyss split sky gun because he didn't know how to use it, and he had completely forgotten about the Thunder Abyss battle armor. System introduced the Thunder Abyss split sky gun and the Thunder Abyss battle armor. Lin Hao silently thought. Ding! Thunder Abyss split sky gun, heavenly grade weapon. Each attack by the host carries the thunderous power of the Sure Destruction Thunder and contains the 9 guns of Thunder Abyss secret technique. Once the host practices to the 9th gun, it can possess the destructive power to move mountains and fill seas, to break mountains and cut cliffs. Ding! Thunder Abyss battle armor, heavenly grade armor. When worn by the host, it increases defense by 300 and additionally provides a 50 damage reduction effect. After hearing the introduction, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. System, why didn't you say this earlier? If I had known, I would have used these 2 weapons while facing the platinum-level fierce beasts, and I wouldn't have suffered for almost half a month in bed. Ding! Host, you didn't ask. Hearing the system's response, Lin Hao twitched his mouth. Chapter 22. Gun Intent. Lin Hao then took out the Thunder Prison Split Sky gun and the Thunder Prison battle armor from the system space. The Thunder Prison Split Sky gun has a total length of 2.3 meters, with a pure black body made of an unknown metal. The gun body is engraved with tiny thunder patterns, as if it had been tempered by lightning. Lin Hao weighed the Split Sky gun in his hands. It was about 100 pounds. The Thunder Prison battle armor is also black and made from the same material as the Split Sky gun. On the shoulders of the armor are 2 unknown ferocious beast heads, and there is a fierce demon totem on the chest plate. When Lin Hao wore the armor, he did not feel much weight. Instead, his body felt unusually light. Lin Hao carefully infused some thunder power into the Thunder Prison Split Sky gun and the Thunder Prison battle armor. The moment the thunder power touched the armor and the gun, both weapons suddenly burst forth with black light, and an obscure memory surged into Lin Hao's mind along with the black light. He felt a heaviness in his head and fainted. While Lin Hao was unconscious, a completely black long spear and a heavy black armor appeared in his spiritual space, quietly floating alongside the black sword box. It was unclear how long it had been, but Lin Hao slowly woke up. Damn, how long did I sleep? He rubbed his head and checked his body. The Thunder Prison 9 guns had successfully fused with him. And what Lin Hao needed to do next was to quickly master the use of the Thunder Prison 9 guns. When Lin Hao inspected his spiritual space, he was stunned. There were two more guests in his spiritual space, the Thunder Prison Split Sky gun and the Thunder Prison Battle Armor, both floating alongside the black sword box. Lin Hao's face darkened. Now there were two more competitors for his resources. His cultivation speed would have to slow down. With a thought, the Thunder Prison Split Sky gun appeared in Lin Hao's hands. Based on the introduction of the Thunder Prison 9 guns, he began the most basic practice: thrust, lift, sweep, and chop. Lin Hao practiced in the training room until he was drenched in sweat. Thus, Lin Hao entered a routine of study and training. During the day, he would attend classes with his classmates, and after dinner, he would practice the Thunder Prison 9 guns. At night, he would enter a cultivation state. His schedule was packed. He even had very little time to visit Jiang Weiwei's office. Weiwei, why haven't I seen that freak Lin Hao lately? Su Xiaorui asked Jiang Weiwei during dinner. What's wrong? Are you not used to not bickering with him? Jiang Weiwei teased. I heard he is researching a combat technique, but I don't know the specifics. Jiang Weiwei said while taking small bites of her food. Do we really have to be this competitive? He is already so freakishly strong, and he is still working so hard. How are we ordinary people supposed to live? Su Xiaorui complained. Recalling how Lin Hao had once beaten her up when he first arrived at school, her face filled with despair. Then you should train hard. If you know you can't beat him and he works harder than you, you'll definitely be left far behind, Jiang Weiwei advised. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the training room in his dormitory, with his eyes closed and the Thunder Prison Split Sky gun lying across his legs. A surge of aura enveloped him, accompanied by black thunder continuously emanating from him. After a moment, Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and swung the gun lightly. A beam of gun light, wrapped in black thunder, struck the wall of the training room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the first level of gun intent. The system's announcement followed. So, this is gun intent? It really is mysterious. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction and then left the training room. After taking a shower, he headed to the school cafeteria. Hey, ISNT, this are busy Lin Hao. What brings you to the cafeteria today? Su Xiaorui and Jiang Weiwei, who had just finished their meal and were walking out of the cafeteria, spotted Lin Hao entering. Lin Hao's face darkened. I say, Su Daybody, aren't you going to eat? Well, I noticed you haven't been around to see Weiwei lately. She has been missing you. Su Xiaorui resumed her usual banter with Lin Hao. Hearing this, Jiang Weiwei rolled her eyes at Su Xiaorui. She had become immune to Su Xiaorui's teasing. Oh, is it just Weiwei who misses me? Don't you miss me? Lin Hao's eyes darted, feeling it had been a while since he had made this girl suffer. It seemed she was getting restless again. Who would want to miss you? Su Xiaorui's face flushed slightly at Lin Hao's words. How about you come over to my place tonight, and we could discuss life together? Lin Hao continued with a mischievous smile. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Su Xiaorui's face turned even redder. Pooh, you lecture. Lin Hao hummed a tune and walked into the cafeteria, ignoring her. Su Xiaorui, why do you keep picking on Lin Hao? Jiang Weiwei said, holding her forehead. It seemed her best friend had changed since meeting Lin Hao. She was always trying to tease him, only to be teased back. It was a cycle of defeat and persistence. Since Lin Hao came, you stopped hanging out with me. You don't help me when I'm bullied. Su Xiaorui said, her eyes welling with tears, looking pitiful. Jiang Weiwei replied irritably, because I can't beat him, and turned to leave. Thus, Lin Hao spent the next 2 months filled with rigorous training. During these 2 months, he successfully cultivated the Thunder Prison 9 guns to the 3rd gun and comprehended the 3rd level of gun intent. However, he still hadn't broken through to the silver level. Watching the beast cores in his hand dwindle little by little, Lin Hao felt quite gloomy. 2 whole months had passed. He was about to run out of beast cores, and breaking through to silver seemed so difficult. Lin Hao was extremely frustrated. Just then, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Jiang Weiwei calling, so he answered. Lin Hao, come to my office. Jiang Weiwei didn't say much. Hearing that there were others with her, Lin Hao didn't ask any further and left his room. Upon arriving at Jiang Weiwei's office, he found over a dozen people inside. Lin Hao was taken aback, not understanding what was going on. Unlike usual, Jiang Weiwei didn't reminisce with Lin Hao. When she saw him, she said, these are the participants for the 100 Schools League. Lin Hao glanced at the crowd and immediately recognized Wang Meng, Lei Yunfan, and Xia Qiuling among them, while he had no impression of the others. I will announce the roster for our participation in the 100 Schools League. Jiang Weiwei held a list of names. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly lined up, and Lin Hao stood at the back of the line. 3rd grade, Mo Zixuan, Lian Chenyang. 2nd grade, Xiao Xiao, Lu Jincheng. 1st grade, Lin Hao, Wang Meng, Lei Yunfan, Xia Qiuling, Yi Junxian, Gong Xinyan. Among them, Mo Zixuan, Xiao Xiao, Lin Hao, Wang Meng, and Lei Yunfan are the main team members, while Lian Chenyang, Lu Jincheng, Xia Qiuling, Yi Junxian, and Gong Xinyan are the reserve members. The team leader will be Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, the 1st grade students had no reaction. Lin Hao's reputation had long spread throughout the grade. especially since they had witnessed him instantly defeating 3 golden-level fierce beasts. However, the second and third grade team members frowned. Principal, why is a first-grade junior being made the team leader? Mo Zixuan asked, frowning. Jiang Weiwei gave him a faint glance and replied, no reason. This is an order. Chapter 23. The official start of the 100 School League. Mo Zixuan and the others furrowed their brows even deeper. The second and third years did not participate in military training, and they had heard about the encounters in the Beast Forest. Even Lin Hao's performance had been widely discussed in school. However, Mo Zixuan and the others scoffed at it, thinking that Lin Hao must have had the help of instructors to have miraculously killed the golden-level beast. As for the rumors of him defeating 3 beasts in an instant, Mo Zixuan paid no attention to it. Over the past few months, he had been focused on breaking through his realm, hoping to reach the silver level before the competition to secure captaincy. Now, the principal had unilaterally given the captaincy to Lin Hao, which made him very unhappy. Oh, how was there a little grasshopper hopping in front of me? He thought. As the captain, I should take good care of my subordinates. Since you love to jump around so much, I must show you some love. Lin Hao remained calm on the surface, but secretly tagged this little grasshopper named Mo Zixuan with a label of affection. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei continued. The preliminary round of the 100 School League is about to begin, and our Shanqing Wuda has the honor of being chosen as the competition venue. This means we save time on the journey. I hope you can all present your best state and level to welcome this 100 School League. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Moreover, all arrangements regarding the competition will be under the captain's command. I will not interfere too much. At this moment, Lin Hao quickly stood up. I will take good care of my teammates. Please rest assured, Principal Jiang. Lin Hao spoke with righteous determination. Seeing this, Jiang Weiwei nodded. Everyone should rest well in the next few days. The competition day is next Monday. I hope everyone can face their challenges with full energy. All right, Lin Hao stays, and the rest can disperse. After the others left, only Jiang Weiwei and Lin Hao remained in the office. Weiwei, is there any reward for good results in this 100 School League? Lin Hao said with a troubled expression. The reward for the top 10 in the 100 School League are quite generous, including cash prizes, cultivation resources, techniques, and combat skills. This year's rewards are richer than previous years. According to the officials, the rewards seem to have doubled. Jiang Weiwei noticed Lin Hao's distressed expression and was puzzled. I really need to get first place. My cultivation resources are running low. Recently, Lin Hao had been so engrossed in cultivation that his supply of beast cores was rapidly depleting. He thought having a few hundred silver-level beast cores would suffice for cultivation. Who knew those 3 in his spiritual space were constantly competing for them? This meant he wasn't absorbing much spiritual energy for his own advancement. You're short on cultivation resources? Jiang Weiwei's eyes widened in surprise. I've been too absorbed in cultivation lately. I'm almost out of beast cores, Lin Hao replied. You've almost absorbed 500 silver-level beast cores? Jiang Weiwei exclaimed, her eyes wide. In 2 months, you've absorbed 500 silver-level beast cores? Even a top-tier martial university can't afford to support you. The key point was that he was still a high-tier bronze martial artist. Any normal person could have reached high-tier goal by now. Jiang Weiwei fell into deep self-doubt. By the way, Weiwei, why did you ask me to stay? Lin Hao noticed Jiang Weiwei was lost in thought and quickly changed the subject. If they continued discussing the previous topic, Jiang Weiwei would probably want to bang her head against the wall. Hearing Lin Hao's question brought Jiang Weiwei back to reality. You saw those few people today. The first-year students are fine because they know your strength. But the 4 from the second and third years might have a problem with you. That student named Mo Zixuan is the most outstanding genius in the third year. He's been working hard to break through to early silver level these past 2 months. Now that you've taken his position, he will likely try to trip you up. Lin Hao listened and was unconcerned. What can a little grasshopper do? I never expected him to help me win the championship anyway. If he acts up, I have plenty of ways to teach him a lesson. Just be careful. Don't end up capsizing in a ditch, Jiang Weiwei reminded him, noticing Lin Hao's nonchalant attitude. Xingu, who is that Lin Hao? Why is he allowed to be the captain as a first year? Lian Xinyang complained on the way back. Exactly. Why should we listen to him? The highest cultivation level here is Zixuan's. If Zixuan were captain, we would respect that. But what qualifications does a newbie have to lead us? Xiao Xiao also expressed her frustration. Have you not heard the recent buzz in the school about the great Lin Hao? I suspect it's this Lin Hao who supposedly defeated 3 golden-level beasts in an instant. Why doesn't he just fly to the sky? Lu Jinsheng felt frustrated. If he really had that strength, I would respect him. But if not, he can dream about commanding me. Mo Zixuan said. When the competition starts, let him go first and see what he's made of. The abilities of the great Lin Hao are not something you short-sighted people can discuss. Wang Ming and a few first-year students thought to themselves. They didn't speak up for Lin Hao because, to be honest, there was no need for them to say anything. Even if they did, the upperclassmen wouldn't listen. They just hoped the great Lin Hao would teach them a lesson. 3 days later, the 100 School League of the Summer Country Wuda officially began. The 100 School League is a national event held every 5 years in the Summer Country. Not only the schools, but even the citizens pay great attention to the 100 School League as many geniuses emerge from it. And the burden of combating beasts and liberating humanity will eventually fall on their shoulders. During the preliminary rounds, there will be no live broadcast from the officials. Only during the finals, after the top 16 are determined, will the officials broadcast the event. The general public can also attend the matches in person. Outside, Shanchengwuda, banners were hung early to welcome the arrival of students and teachers from other martial universities. Jiang Weiwei, Su Xiaorui, and a group of school leaders, along with the participants in the 100 School League, were already waiting at the school gate for the arrival of other martial university students and teachers. The 100 School League is divided into 8 major competition zones, with 16 martial universities competing in each zone. The top 2 from each zone will enter the finals. The preliminary round does not have an elimination system. Instead, it uses a point system, requiring each martial university to play 15 matches, with the 2 teams having the most points qualifying for the finals. The finals will adopt a knockout format, with one game determining the winner until the champion is decided. Before long, large buses began to arrive at the school gate of Shanchengwuda. Students and teachers from various martial universities stepped down from the buses. Jiang Weiwei, along with the school's leaders and participating team members, went to greet them. Principal Jiang, long time no see. An elderly man with a head full of white hair laughed heartily as he approached. Oh, are these your students participating this year? They look impressive. Li Lao, please don't tease me. Just call me Weiwei. They're just a bunch of unremarkable students, Jiang Weiwei replied. The man referred to as Li Lao was the principal of Nanching Wuda and also a golden-level martial artist. Sai, back in the day, you were the once-in-a-century genius of Shancheng Wuda. If it weren't for Old Mo's disappearance, you wouldn't have to work so hard, Li Lao sighed deeply. Chapter 24. Easy 1 against 5. Since this is a preliminary round, the schedule is quite packed, and it can't be completed in one day. Jiang Weiwei chatted with the other school principals for a while before sending the other teachers to arrange accommodations for the martial arts students and faculty members. At that moment, a military jeep stopped at the school gate. The door opened, and 2 middle-aged men in military uniforms got out. They were the judges for this competition, both holding the rank of colonel. One of them was named Li Guolong, tall and imposing, nearly 2 meters in height, with intermediate-level strength. From a distance, he gave off an overwhelming presence. The other was named Sun Yuan, with a resolute expression, his muscles straining against his uniform at the beginner level of gold strength. The military sent 2 gold-level martial artists just for the preliminary round, indicating the importance they placed on the competition. By 10 a.m., the faculty and students from 16 martial arts universities and the judges had all arrived. The competition took place on the school's martial arts stage, which was the size of a football field, entirely made of diamond, surrounded by spectator stands. Many spectators were present, mostly local citizens of Shansheng and members of prominent families like the Wang, Li, and Zhao families. Everyone was discussing the martial arts league among schools. Meanwhile, the military judges were seated at the judging panel, accompanied by several leaders from Shansheng Martial Arts University, who were responsible for explaining the competition to the judges. The area around the competition stage was designated as the resting and preparation zone for the participating martial arts students and faculty. At this time, Jiang Weiwei, Lin Hao, and the other competitors were sitting in the preparation area waiting for the drawing ceremony. At that moment, a young woman in military uniform walked out onto the stage. Lin Hao blinked in disbelief. Wasn't she the beauty from Su University? Wasn't she a student? He discreetly glanced at Jiang Weiwei. Seeing Lin Hao's embarrassment, Jiang Weiwei smiled and said, Revered is a teacher at Shansheng Martial Arts University, not a student. Plus, she's with the military. She's responsible for hosting the drawing ceremony and the competition process for this preliminary round. Lin Hao smacked his lips. He really didn't expect the beauty from Su University to look quite serious in military attire. Jiang Weiwei felt speechless after hearing that. Welcome all judges and participants from the schools. At this moment, Su Xiaorui had already begun her opening speech on stage. Meanwhile, the competitors from Shansheng Martial Arts University, sitting in the preparation area, began to volunteer for battle. Principal Jiang, I request to be the first to fight. I could take on 5 of them alone. Mo Zixuan volunteered eagerly. The order of appearance is entirely up to the team, Captain Lin Hao. I won't interfere, Jiang Weiwei said at this time. Lin Hao ignored the still-dazed Mo Zixuan and instead asked Jiang Weiwei, Principal Jiang, will there be more benefits distribution among the participating team members for this competition? According to the competition rules, the participating members will receive 80 of the rewards for the competition, while those who do not participate will receive 20. Jiang Weiwei looked at Lin Hao oddly, and upon seeing the gleam in his eyes, her heart skipped a beat. This guy wouldn't actually think of taking on the whole competition by himself, would he? As expected, Lin Hao declared seriously, as the team captain, I must lead by example and set a good example for my teammates. He then said to his teammates, I will be the first to go in all the matches. You could decide the order of the rest. Jiang Weiwei facepalmed. If Lin Hao really went on stage, he might not leave any opportunity for the others to participate, even in the finals. Mo Zixuan was still standing there in shock, thinking, what the hell? Lin Hao, just wait. After cursing Lin Hao 180 times in his heart, Mo Zixuan returned to the preparation area. I'll see what you're capable of. If you can't win, you'll still have to rely on us seniors. At this point, the drawing ceremony had begun. Su Xiaorui stood in front of a large drawing barrel containing 16 small balls, with each martial arts university determining their opponents based on the drawn number. Standing next to Su Xiaorui were the two military judges, responsible for overseeing the fairness of the drawing. Jiang Weiwei signaled to Lin Hao, "Lin Hao, you go draw." Lin Hao stood up leisurely and even made a face at Su Xiaorui while drawing. He drew the number 6. Number 6 is good. 6-6, great fortune. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction, then handed the ball to the judges. After they recorded it, Lin Hao returned to the preparation area. "I drew number 6. I'm in the third match." Lin Hao reported back to Jiang Weiwei. Jiang Weiwei nodded. "Just follow Lin Hao's arrangements for the upcoming matches." At this moment, first-year students like Wang Meng and Lei Yunfan in the preparation area looked glum. With Lin Hao on the field, they had no chance to participate. Meanwhile, Mo Zixuan, Xiao Xiao, and a few other senior students were unconcerned, waiting to see Lin Hao mess up so they could step in to save a match. The first match had already begun, with Jiangchuan Martial Arts University facing Fuzhou Martial Arts University, and the battle on stage was intense. Even the audience was cheering loudly. Lin Hao was almost falling asleep, watching from below. "Sigh, there are 5 matches today. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up." Lin Hao yawned. Jiang Weiwei felt helpless seeing Lin Hao nearly dozing off. Third match, Shancheng Martial Arts University versus Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. "Please have the competitors enter the stage, quickly." Su Xiaorui announced from the stage. Lin Hao yawned again and said, "I'll go first. You all can figure it out after that." With that, he leaped onto the martial arts stage. On the stage stood a short, chubby boy, the competitor from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, with beginner-level bronze strength. The chubby boy cupped his fists and said, "My name is Hao Shuai, a beginner-level ability user. Please guide me." Hearing Hao Shuai's self-introduction, Lin Hao sighed. "Your parents really know how to name you." He then returned the salute. "Shancheng Martial Arts University, Lin Hao. Please guide me." Seeing Lin Hao's nonchalant demeanor, Su Xiaorui felt helpless and promptly shouted, "Start the match." As soon as Su Xiaorui's voice fell, Lin Hao had already vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Hao Shuai and struck him with a knife-hand blow to the back of his neck. Before Hao Shuai could understand what was happening, he felt darkness and fainted. The entire venue fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. The audience was still trying to comprehend the situation when the chubby boy had already collapsed on the ground. The two judges were equally astonished. "This kid is incredibly strong. Even I didn't catch how he got behind that chubby boy," Li Guolong exclaimed. The competitors in the preparation area were also dumbfounded. It seemed no one could keep up with Lin Hao's speed. The teachers from the Martial Arts University felt helpless. It appeared Shancheng finally had a genius. They probably wouldn't have a chance in this competition. First place was out of the question. They might as well aim for second place. Wang Meng, Xia Qiuling, and other first-year competitors in the preparation area were the first to speak up. "Well done, Lin Hao. You truly are our idol." Meanwhile, Mo Zixuan and other senior students were sweating profusely. They hadn't even seen how Lin Hao made his move, and deep down, they knew they didn't possess that kind of strength. Jiang Weiwei had already anticipated this scene, merely smiling without saying anything. Lin Hao yawned again next. He didn't want to waste time on these little kids. Su Xiaorui was momentarily stunned before quickly calling for the school's doctor to check on Hao Shuai's condition. When she found that he had simply fainted, she sighed in relief. The next competitor, Lin Hao, also ended his battle in basically one move. The audience was already numb. In less than 5 minutes, 5 competitors had fallen one after another. The most unfortunate were the teachers from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, watching their 5 main competitors lying flat on the ground with a look of despair. It seemed they wouldn't be making the top 16 this year. Chapter 25, the top 16 are announced at this moment. Lin Hao had already returned to the preparation area. "Principal Jiang, you said that the participating contestants would receive 80 of the rewards, and you can't go back on your word," Lin Hao said to Jiang Weiwei as he just sat down. Upon hearing this, Mo Zixuan and the others instantly felt something was off. Could it be true that Lin Hao had defeated 3 golden-level fierce beasts? But his information showed only bronze high-level strength. If the rumors were true, did they really still have a chance to compete? Of course, Jiang Weiwei smiled. At this point, competitions from other schools had also begun, while Lin Hao simply closed his eyes to rest. Mo Zixuan and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. After a day of matches, Shancheng Wuda ranked first in the standings with a perfect record of 5 wins. Lin Hao also fully demonstrated the admirable quality of a captain caring for his teammates, achieving a perfect 5 wins in 5 matches. This left the audience, judges, and all the teachers from Wuda in shock. After 5 matches, Lin Hao's teammates were already numb, and Mo Zixuan and the others had completely changed their attitude toward Lin Hao. "Brother Lin, you look pretty tired today. Let us treat you to dinner tonight." Mo Zixuan, Lian Qinyang, and Xiao Xiao began to get close to him. The data showed Lin Hao as a bronze high level, and now they didn't believe a word of it. If they said Lin Hao was a golden high level, they might believe it a little. Seeing their change in attitude, Lin Hao didn't put on airs. He went with Wang Meng, Xia Qiuling, and the others to the famous Shancheng Grand Hotel to celebrate. During the meal, Lin Hao assured them that they would have opportunities to compete and wouldn't just be sitting idle. Hearing this, they were overjoyed. If they sat in the preparation area for the entire competition, Not to mention the resources, it would be embarrassing for their school. In the following 2 days, Lin Hao kept his promise and allowed Mo Zixuan and the others to perform well on stage, while he took care of everything behind the scenes. Jiang Weiwei was relieved to see that Lin Hao didn't take on all the matches himself. If he had single-handedly swept through the entire competition, the others would have certainly created a ruckus with him as their principal. 3 days later, Shancheng Wuda won the preliminaries with an undefeated record, securing first place and would join the second-place team from their group, Guiying Wuda, in the finals of the top 16. This was the first time in nearly 20 years that Shancheng Wuda had reached the top 16. Meanwhile, external publicity reached its peak. 5 days later, the finals would be held at Moda Wuda. Longcheng Wuda, Moda Wuda, Huadu Wuda, Jiangnan Wuda, and Shuncheng Wuda are currently the top 5 martial arts universities in Xia country. Shancheng Wuda, however, had fallen behind, struggling with talent retention and insufficient resources, and had long since dropped out of the top-tier martial arts schools. That day, after having breakfast, Lin Hao was called to the school's conference room by Jiang Weiwei. When Lin Hao arrived, he found that besides Jiang Weiwei, Su Xiaoruwei and several participating students were also present. Jiang Weiwei had Lin Hao sit down and handed out materials to everyone present. Lin Hao picked up the materials and saw that it was a list of the contestants in the top 16 of the 100 School League. Jiang Weiwei spoke first. I called you all here today to inform you that the top 16 of the 100 School League have been finalized. What you have in hand is the information about the participating schools. The finals of this 100 School League will be held at Modawuda. No school that made it to the top 16 is to be taken lightly, so I hope you all are mentally prepared. I've reviewed the materials, and I'll briefly go over them with you. Longcheng Wuda and Modu Wuda are both established top martial arts universities that have dominated the top 5 rankings since before Shancheng Wuda's decline. For nearly 20 years, they have consistently held the first and second positions. At this point, Lin Hao opened the materials in his hand and began to read along. Longcheng Wuda's top genius Xuan Yu, golden level martial artist, weapon, breakthrough spear. The following team members are also silver level martial artists. Modu Wuda's top genius MOU, golden level martial artist, weapon, Azure Fire Underworld Staff, and the following team members are also silver-level martial artists. Qingzhou Wuda's top genius, Yi Shuang, golden-level ability user, water-type ability, with the following team members also being silver-level martial artists. Jiangnan Wuda's top genius, Lu Qingming, golden-level ability user, with the following team members also being silver-level martial artists. Lin Hao sighed lightly. Excluding his abnormal strength, the highest cultivation level in Shancheng Wuda was Mo Zixuan, a silver level. The gap was not small at all. Lin Hao continued to read and noticed something when he reached Jiangnan Wuda. He frowned slightly and casually asked, Principal Jiang, why is there no information on Lu Qingming from Jiangnan Wuda? Jiang Weiwei replied, because she hasn't made a move yet during the preliminaries. She relied solely on her teammates to sweep through the whole preliminary round. It is said that she didn't even go to the competition site. Lin Hao understood, so she's hiding her strength. When he looked at his own information from Shancheng Wuda, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. It read, Shancheng Wuda's top genius Mo Zixuan. Silver-level martial artist, weapon, cloud-piercing bow. As for his own entry, it said, main team member Lin Hao, bronze high-level ability user, lightning-type ability. Lin Hao then gave Jiang Weiwei a big thumbs up. Compared to hiding strength, this introduction was the real hidden strength. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei continued. Our initial goal for this 100 School League has been achieved. After glancing gratefully at Lin Hao, she continued, but we also need to pursue higher goals. In the upcoming matches, you just need to relax and do your best. Remember, don't fight to the death on stage. Your lives are meant to eliminate fierce beasts and serve the country and protect the people, not to show off as heroes on the competition stage. In this competition, Su and I will lead the team, just like before. All matters related to the competition will be under the full responsibility of Captain Lin Hao. Su and I will not interfere. Everyone responded in unison. Compared to the preliminaries, Lin Hao had already established an unshakable position in the hearts of the team members. After the meeting, Lin Hao was kept back by Jiang Weiwei. What are your thoughts? Jiang Weiwei asked with a smile. Lin Hao looked helpless. Weiwei. The gap between the teammates is too big. They might just be cannon fodder. Jiang Weiwei felt helpless as well after hearing this. Besides talented students, each top martial arts university had training resources that we simply couldn't compare with. Just like I didn't want you to stay at Shancheng Wuda. If your strength weren't so abnormal, I would definitely have sent you to a top-tier university. There, you could receive better training. Mo Zixuan is already the highest combat power we can muster at Shancheng Wuda. Without you, our preliminaries would probably have gone down the drain. Thank you, Lin Hao, Jiang Weiwei said gratefully. She truly appreciated Lin Hao. Not to mention that Lin Hao had once killed a platinum-level fierce beast to save her life. She hadn't expected him to choose to stay at the beginning. Hey, we don't need to say these things. Yo, Weiwei, your eyes are almost sparkling. Su Xiaoruwei chimed in at the right moment. Brother Lin helped you reach the top 16. You should be satisfied, right? Then Su Xiaoruwei turned to Lin Hao. Brother Lin, you don't know, but Weiwei was quite worried about this matter back then. Now that you've solved it so easily, she should thank you properly. Xiaoruwei, stop it. Jiang Weiwei felt embarrassed by what Su Xiaowei said. That evening, Lin Hao called Fang Yao. Upon hearing that Shanxing Wuda had advanced to the top 16 and that Lin Hao was also competing, Fang Yao was very happy. They agreed to meet in Modu, and she promised to go watch his match. After hanging up, Lin Hao called his aunt to inform her about the upcoming competition in Modu. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaoro, upon hearing that her brother was going to compete in Modu, insisted on going to cheer for Lin Hao. In the end, Lin Ye couldn't refuse the little girl and had to agree. Lin Hao's grandmother was surprised when she heard about it and expressed that her old arms and legs couldn't handle the hassle. She asked Lin Ye to take good care of Xiao Rou when they went to the Magic City. Lin Hao felt helpless. He originally thought it would be fine for his family to watch the game on TV, but unexpectedly, both his aunt and sister wanted to go to the Magic City. With no other choice, Lin Hao called Fang Yao and requested 2 VIP tickets for the competition. Fang Yao said it was no problem. She would be responsible for picking up his aunt and Xiao Rou. Only then did Lin Hao feel relieved. Chapter 26. The house was burgled 4 days later. The contestants from Shanxing Wuda, led by Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui, boarded a plane to Modu. After a long flight of 3 hours, the 12 of them finally arrived in Modu. The students and teachers responsible for the reception in Modu were already waiting outside the airport. Upon seeing Jiang Weiwei and the others walk out, the teachers from Modu Wuda were very enthusiastic. They quickly arranged for Lin Hao and the others to board a bus heading to Modu Wuda. An hour later, they arrived at Modu Wuda. Looking at the imposing gate and magnificent buildings of Modu Wuda, Lin Hao smacked his lips. Ah, top-tier Wuda is indeed top-tier. They are really wealthy. A few of them were led by several seniors from Modu Wuda to their accommodation, while Jiang Weiwei reminded them not to wander around and to conserve their energy for the competition the next day. Just then, as Lin Hao and the others were about to go out for a meal, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Hao abruptly stopped and turned around. The people following Lin Hao also looked over in the direction of his gaze. At that moment, a girl in a yellow dress was leading a cute little girl in a princess dress, and an older girl was beside them. Brother. The little girl quickly rushed into Lin Hao's arms with her short steps. Lin Hao hurriedly caught her. The newcomers were none other than Fang Yao, Lin Xiaoro, and Lin Ye. What, you little brat, surprised to see us? Lin Ye began to tease. He, little aunt, no. I just didn't expect you all to come to school to see me. Lin Hao scratched his head. It was Xiaoro who insisted on finding you. Both Yao and I couldn't refuse her, so we came to the school to try our luck, Lin Ye said while trying to take Xiaoro. But Xiaoro clung to Lin Hao's neck and wouldn't let go. Wow, Xiaoro really misses her brother, huh? Lin Hao kissed Xiaoro's chubby little face, making her giggle. Xiaoro really misses her brother. Not just Xiaoro, but even Sister Yao misses her brother, Xiaoro whispered in Lin Hao's ear. However, everyone present heard her clearly. The team members following Lin Hao were all stunned at that moment. Wow, did you see? 3 beauties, 2 big and 1 small, all came looking for Lin Shun. Wang Ming whispered. Mengzi, I'm not blind. Our Lin Shun is impressive, Lei Yunfan said, his eyes wide and mumbling. You say his strength is abnormal. That's fine. But he is also handsome, and there are so many beauties around him. Can we still live? Moz Xuan looked hopeless. The ones most shocked were Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui. Is my Weiwei being stolen? Su Iories Vigalan suddenly heightened. She clearly heard Lin Hao call Lin Yi a little aunt and didn't pay attention to the older girl. But the girl in the yellow dress was not inferior in appearance to her and Jiang Weiwei. At this moment, Lin Hao was holding Lin Xiaoro and looking at Fang Yao. I really trouble you this time. Xiaoro didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Fang Yao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked at Lin Hao. Not at all. Xiaoro is very well behaved. As soon as Xiaoro heard this, she pouted. Brother, don't involve me in your flirting with Sister Yao. Hearing Xiaoro's words, Lin Hao coughed twice. At this moment, Su Xiaorui could no longer contain herself. If she didn't speak up, Weiwei's home would probably be completely robbed. Hey, Lin Hao, are these your family? Why don't you introduce us? While Su Xiaorui was talking to Lin Hao, her eyes were fixed on Fang Yao. Lin Hao regained his composure and said to everyone, by the way, let me introduce you. This is my little aunt Lin Ye, and this is my sister Lin Xiaoro. This is my friend, Fang Yao. The students immediately straightened their backs and solemnly said, hello, little aunt. Hello, Sister Xiaoro. Hello, sister-in-law. Upon hearing so many people call her sister-in-law, Fang Yao's face immediately turned red, and she softly replied, hello. Lin Ye looked at Lin Hao with a playful expression. Oh, this little brat seems to be doing well in school. Upon hearing her students address Fang Yao as sister-in-law, Su Xiaorui was stunned, and her operation directly sent her teammates off the cliff. She then glared at the students beside her, thinking, when we get back, I'll deal with you. Lin Hao then introduced Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui to Fang Yao and Lin Ye. This is our principal Jiang Weiwei from Shanxing Wuda, and our lead teacher for this competition, Su Xiaorui. Fang Yao and Lin Ye were shocked for a moment upon hearing that Jiang Weiwei was the principal. The principal of Shanxing Wuda is so young and beautiful. Jiang Weiwei politely greeted Lin Ye and Fang Yao. Brother, this principal's sister is also very pretty, Xiaoro whispered to Lin Hao. But her whispers were loud enough for everyone to hear. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao hurriedly covered his sister's mouth. Jiang Weiwei appeared very calm at this moment and took the initiative to greet Lin Xiaoro. Sister Xiaoro is also very cute. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to realize something. Oh, this little brat has quite the fortune with women. It seems that the principal and teachers from Shanxing Wuda have a special relationship with him. I need to tell Mom when I get back. She might have one, or even two more granddaughters-in-law. Xiaohao, are you going to eat? Why don't we go together? Lin Yi spoke up. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei realized and politely declined. Lin Hao, you go eat with your family. We 1T join. Remember not to be too late. There's a competition tomorrow. Lin Hao thought for a moment. Okay then, Principal Jiang, I'll go with my family first. See you tomorrow morning. Sister Principal, goodbye. At this moment, Lin Xiaoro waved her cute little hand to say goodbye to Jiang Weiwei, who also smiled and waved back. On the way to eat, Su Xiaoroe whispered to Jiang Weiwei from the back of the group, My ancestor, don't you have any sense of crisis? She couldn't hold it in any longer. Today a situation was very bad, extremely bad. Her best friend seemed completely unfazed as she joked with Lin Hao's family. After hearing this, Jiang Weiwei merely smiled faintly. If he has a girlfriend, then he does. I'm not his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoroe was shocked. Weiwei, are you serious? Even a blind person can see that you have feelings for Lin Hao. You're just a step away from writing I like Lin Hao on your face. Hey, are you still my Weiwei? Even if he has a girlfriend, so what? They aren't married. If they aren't married, there's a right to compete. Su Xiaoroe was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Rue, don't bring this up again. Jiang Weiwei looked at her best friend seriously. She understood that Su Xiaoroe was doing this for her own good. But first, she and T expressed her feelings to Lin Hao, and she wasn't Lin Hao's girlfriend. Secondly, the girl named Fang Yao she saw today was likely Lin Hao's official girlfriend. She simply couldn't bring herself to interfere. Upon reflecting, did she have feelings for Lin Hao? Yes. It wasn't just because her father and best friend kept whispering in her ear, but also because Lin Hao had helped her a lot. He provided her and Xiaorui with training resources, helped Shanxing Wuda reach the finals, and even saved her from ferocious beast. The hero saving the beauty trope was Klitsch D, but it was undeniably effective. The moment Lin Hao was swallowed by a platinum-grade ferocious beast, she realized she had developed feelings for him. However, she couldn't bring herself to be the third party interfering in someone else's relationship. She had her own pride and would never destroy someone else's feelings. Chapter 27. The bed. At this moment, Lin Hao was having a big meal with the three girls. Watching Xiao Ro's cheeks puffed up as she ate, her little face covered in grease, Lin Hao picked up a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Xiao Hao, it seems like you've been doing well in school these past 6 months, Lin Yi said, having noticed the attitude of teachers and students like Jiang Weiwei towards Lin Hao, which surprised her a bit. Hee, little ant, it's just normal interaction, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Seeing that Lin Hao was unwilling to say more, Lin Yi didn't press further. At this moment, Fang Yao was also very curious. Silly, will you be on stage tomorrow? In fact, Fang Yao was quite worried. The teams that made it to the finals were no ordinary opponents. Even if Lin Hao was on the field as an E-grade talent, the odds were not in his favor. Noticing Fang Yao's concern, Lin Hao reassured her with a comforting expression. Do you remember the surprise I told you about? Fang Yao was taken aback, then recalled that Lin Hao had mentioned a surprise when they would meet at the 100 School League. She nodded, I remember. But what kind of surprise? Lin Hao smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. Will Big Brother be on stage tomorrow? Xiao Ro, her stomach full, clearly couldn't eat anymore. Yes. You must cheer for me then, Lin Hao said, affectionately ruffling Xiao Ro's hair. Xiao Ro immediately cheered. Okay, tomorrow I will cheer for you with Little Ant and Sister Yao. Little Ant and Xiao Ro will sit with me, so you don't have to worry. I've already arranged where we'll stay, Fang Yao added at the right moment. Thank you. Lin Hao felt a warmth in his heart. Since high school, Fang Yao had taken care of him meticulously. Even when he awakened his trash E-grade talent, she didn't disdain him, but instead helped him get a recommendation to Shanxing Wuda. He remembered all of this clearly. All right, we've eaten enough. I'll take Xiao Ro back to the hotel to rest. You and Yao can go for a walk. Lin Yi said, noticing the two eyes about to glaze over. She didn't want to be stuffed with dog food after eating. After parting ways with Lin Yi and Xiao Ro, Lin Hao and Fang Yao took a walk by the lake at the hotel. Fang Yao informed him that someone would come to pick up Lin Yi and Xiao Ro tomorrow, so Lin Hao could rest easy. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory. This time, the dorms at Moda Wuda were shared by 2 people. Due to Mo Zixuan's strong request, he and Lin Hao were assigned to the same room. Seeing Lin Hao return, Mo Zixuan jumped up from his bed. Brother Lin, you're back. Seeing Mo Zixuan's flattering expression, Lin Hao was puzzled. Brother Lin, can I be the first to go on stage tomorrow? Hearing Mo Zixuan's question, Lin Hao suddenly realized. Let us see the opponents tomorrow. There will be an opening ceremony and a draw. We'll see who Shanxing Wuda draws. If the opponent isn't strong, I'll take the responsibility as usual. If we draw a top-tier Wuda, I'll go directly. Otherwise, you guys might get hurt. Hearing Lin Hao's assurance, Mo Zixuan readily agreed. Thank you, Brother Lin. By the way, Brother Lin, does your sister have a boyfriend now? Mo Zixuan asked, scratching his head awkwardly. Hearing Mo Zixuan's question, Lin Hao's face darkened, and he kicked Mo Zixuan's butt. Get lost. My sister is only 6 years old. The next morning, After breakfast, Lin Hao and the others followed Jiang Weiwei to the competition venue at Modawuda. As a long-established top-tier Wuda, the competition was held in the school's largest training ground. The entire training ground was made of high-grade steel, and even the power of golden-level warriors couldn't damage it. Surrounding the venue was a spectator stand that could hold 50,000 people. With the official promotion of the 100-School League, tickets had long been sold out. At this time, many spectators were already seated in the stands, waiting for the competition to begin. The front of the stands was occupied by the judges' seats, the press seats, and the VIP seats. Reporters from various TV stations responsible for broadcasting had set up their equipment, eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. The judges for this 100-School League were General Jiang Tianhai from the Western Military Region and General Feng Wei from the Eastern Military Region. The presence of these two military gods added luster to the event. Meanwhile, the VIP seats were filled with heads of various prominent families. Their purpose was also to see if they could recruit some geniuses into their families. Feng Yao, Lin Yi, and Lin Xiao were arranged to sit in the VIP seats. Old Feng, which Wuda do you think will win the championship in this 100-School League? Jiang Tianhai asked, looking at Feng Wei like a cunning old fox. Feng Wei pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. I've seen the profiles of the students from the Wudas that made it to the finals. Xuan Yu from Longqing Wuda and Mou from Moda Wuda are both rare geniuses in 100 years. I estimate the champion will emerge from these two Wudas. Ha ha ha. Old Feng, this year's 100-School League may yield unexpected results. Jiang Tianhai laughed heartily. Feng Wei looked at Jiang Tianhai oddly and then asked old Jiang, I remember you usually don't pay attention to these small competitions. Why did you take the initiative to become a judge this year? Hearing Feng Wei's question, Jiang Tianhai teased, I won't tell you yet, old Feng. There's a remarkable presence among this year's kids. You'll find out soon. Feng Wei's curiosity was piqued. Oh, old Feng, then I must take a good look. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai was feeling playful. Old Feng, how about we make a bet? Let us bet on which Wuda will win this 100-School League. Feng Wei became interested. What is the betting method? I'll give you 3 choices. You can choose 3 Wudas from the 16. If one of your choices wins the championship, you win. If a Wuda outside your choices wins, I win. How about that? Ha ha, old Jiang. It seems you have quite a bit of confidence in that kid you mentioned. All right, I'll choose Longqing Wuda, Moda Wuda, and Qingzhou Wuda. I heard that the geniuses from these 3 Wudas are all at golden level strength this year. Moreover, they are all geniuses cultivated by long-established top-tier Wudas. All right, old Feng. Then I'll state the stakes. If I win, you cannot recruit the champion student to your place. Conversely, the same applies to me. Deal. It seems our Eastern Military Region will be recruiting many geniuses this year. The two made their bet. Meanwhile, the principals and team leaders from the 16 Wudas and the participating students had already settled in the preparation area, waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. In the VIP seats, Lin Xiao was holding a large lollipop, sitting with Lin Yi and Feng Yao. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Sister Yao, I see, big brother. After saying that, her little hand pointed to Lin Hao, who was at the preparation area. Today, Lin Hao, like other students and teachers from Wuda, was also wearing his school uniform, quietly waiting for the competition to begin. Chapter 28. First battle victory at exactly 9 in the morning. Amidst the sound of booming cannons and the applause of the audience, the beautiful host with a microphone announced the start of the finals of the 100 Schools League. Lin Hao did not pay much attention to the host's opening remarks, but when the judges were introduced, he was taken aback. He didn't expect Jiang Tianhai to be present at the competition. He then glanced at Jiang Weiwei, who gave him a knowing look. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. It seemed Jiang Tianhai was here for him. Before long, the drawing ceremony officially began, with the captains of each team responsible for drawing lots. When Lin Hao stepped onto the stage, Feng Yao in the VIP section was taken aback. That idiot was actually the captain of the Shanqing Wuda team. Lin Yi was also surprised that Lin Hao would participate in the draw. It seemed this brat was hiding something from them. Lin Yi and Feng Yao exchanged glances, both realizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Feng Yao's surprise quickly turned into delight. Could this be the surprise that idiot had for her? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, licking a large lollipop, was oblivious to all this, happily calling for her brother to come up and draw lots. Lin Hao drew the number 2 lot in the upper competition zone, which meant their Shanqing Wuda would be the first to compete. Among the 5 top martial universities, Longqing Wuda and Moda Wuda were placed in the upper competition zone, while Qingzhou Wuda, Jiangnan Wuda, and Xinqing Wuda were placed in the lower competition zone. Their opponent was Yinqing Wuda, who drew the number 1 lot in the upper competition zone. Jiang Weiwei and the other team members looked over Yinqing Wuda's information, noting that their highest-ranking captain was at the silver intermediate level. Lin Hao didn't pay much attention and casually said, as usual, Mo Zixuan, you take the lead, and I'll back you up. Remember, you're here to compete, not to fight for your life. If you can't win, don't force it. Hearing they had a chance to compete, Mo Zixuan, Wang Ming, and the others brightened up. All right, Ling Gu, we won't let you down. Jiang Weiwei was also very satisfied with Lin Hao's arrangement. She glanced at Su Xiaowei, who was still sulking, looking helpless. Her best friend had been sulking since last night over Lin Hao, and now she still wore an unhappy face that couldn't be cheered up. The first match, Yinqing Wuda versus Shanqing Wuda. Please have the competitors come to the stage. With the host announcement, the first match of the 100 Schools League officially began, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Reporters from various TV stations aimed their cameras at the center of the stage to begin broadcasting live. Lingo, I'm going. Mo Zixuan raised his fist, and upon seeing Lin Hao nod, he stepped onto the competition stage. Yinqing University sent out a robust bronze intermediate-level martial artist. He stepped onto the stage and casually bowed. Lin Hao, bronze intermediate-level martial artist, please give me your guidance. Mo Zixuan's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Was he sharing a name with Lin Shen? How strange that the first person up was so quirky. Meanwhile, Lin Hao below the stage also had a dark expression. The other team members covered their mouths, stifling laughter, trying not to burst out loud. Jiang Weiwei was also taken aback. This was too dramatic. Facing Lin Hao, Mo Zixuan smiled slightly. Shanqing Wuda, Mo Zixuan, silver beginner-level martial artist. As a referee called for the match to start, a bow with ancient carvings suddenly appeared in Mo Zixuan's hands. In contrast, Lin Hao from Yinqing Wuda brandished a 2-meter-long flame sword. Realizing that Mo Zixuan wielded a long-range weapon, Lin Hao knew he had to close the distance quickly. He took the initiative and launched his skill, Heaven-Breaking Slash. A blade of flame surged forward, slicing towards Mo Zixuan. Mo Zixuan remained calm, drawing back his left hand with a bow, while his right hand gathered a surge of green energy. Instantly, 3 green arrows were knocked on the bow. All 3 arrows were shot simultaneously. The first arrow pierced through Lin Hao's flames, while the remaining 2 arrows surged towards him without losing momentum. Lin Hao swung his large blade to deflect the 2 arrows, managing to withstand their destructive force, but he felt his internal organs jolt, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Normally, a silver-level martial artist could easily dominate a bronze level 1, barring any freaks of nature. Seeing that his first strike had succeeded, Mo Zixuan quickly moved to Lin Hao's side, a brilliant white light emanating from his hand. Without the appearance of arrows, the white light merged into the bow, and Mo Zixuan plucked the bowstring, unleashing a shockwave against Lin Hao. Caught off guard, Lin Hao was sent tumbling off the competition stage. This was one of Mo Zixuan's family's inherited combat skills, shock bow, as Lin Hao fell off the stage. The referee immediately announced, in the first match of Yinqing Wuda versus Shanqing Wuda wins. Please send out the second competitor from Yinqing Wuda. Lin Hao looked at Mo Zixuan on the stage and nodded in satisfaction. Mo Zixuan's victory was unexpected. He first shot 3 arrows to confuse the opponent, then used the shockwave from the bowstring to take his opponent by surprise. This way, he conserved a lot of energy for the next match. The audience, however, was puzzled. They did not understand the power of Mo Zixuan's second combat skill and only saw the student with the long knife being inexplicably knocked off the stage. In the second match, Yinqing Wuda sent out a bronze high-level martial artist wielding a short blade. As soon as this student appeared, he activated his skill, Shadowless. Most of the audience could only see Mo Zixuan left alone on the stage, while the newly arrived martial artist had vanished. Jiang Weiwei frowned at this point. It was an invisibility-type skill. Even gold-level martial artists could only barely sense the opponent's location based on their aura. While Mo Zixuan smiled confidently. As the first competitor from Shanqing Wuda, he had to set a good precedent for the school. He made no movements, but a flash of golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Talent skill, see-through activated. Instantly, Mo Zixuan captured the opponent's location. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, a red arrow shot toward the corner of the competition stage with unmatched speed and power. The sudden arrow took the opponent by surprise, and he hurriedly attempted to dodge. However, it was too late. The arrow pierced through the student's left shoulder, and the force sent him tumbling off the stage's edge. At this moment, Feng Wei at the judges' table couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good seed." Jiang Tianhai nodded repeatedly, noting that this was Shanqing Wuda's top genius, and he indeed had some skills. Lin Hao was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Mo Zixuan to possess the talent to see through body techniques, which brought him considerable delight. The Shanqing Wuda team members shouted in unison, cheering for Mo Zixuan. Seeing the opponent fall off the stage, the referee immediately announced, in the second match of Yinqing Wuda versus Shanqing Wuda wins. Please send out the third competitor from Yinqing Wuda. At this time, the medical team responsible for treatment rushed to check on the injured student. The teachers from Yinqing Wuda hurried over, looking worried. After hearing from the doctors that the student was not severely injured, the teachers from Yinqing Wuda breathed a sigh of relief and sent in their team captain. Chapter 29, Wrath of the Sky. At this moment, a student with short red hair and a stern face stepped onto the competition stage. However, his appearance looked nothing like that of a student. Instead, he resembled a middle-aged man in his 30s. His explosive muscles nearly burst out of his school uniform. Mo Zixuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight and asked the referee, "Isn't he over the age limit for students?" The referee was also taken aback upon seeing the man and quickly checked the list in his hand. It read, Liu Gang, Silver Intermediate Warrior, 18 years old. After comparing the man's appearance, the referee announced that there was no issue. The students from Yinqing Martial University looked helpless. Their captain, indeed, looked a bit anxious. Liu Gong, on the other hand, appeared calm, clearly used to being questioned about his age. He simply stated, "If I lose, our Yinqing Martial University will forfeit all remaining matches." Mo Zixuan's expression darkened. Where did this strange uncle come from pretending to be a student? However, upon hearing the other party's words, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. No problem. As the referee announced the start of the match, a dark giant axe suddenly appeared in Liu Gang's hand, and his imposing aura erupted. Mo Zixuan's eyes narrowed at the sight. A silver-level warrior. Liu Gang did not use any battle techniques, but swung the giant axe towards Mo Zixuan. Mo Zixuan's weapon was a bow, and he dared not confront Liu Gang head-on, relying on his agility to narrowly evade Liu Gang's attacks. Suddenly, Liu Gang was enveloped in a bright red light, his speed increasing dramatically as he swung the axe towards Mo Zixuan's face. Mo Zixuan was caught off guard by the sudden acceleration and could only barely block the strike with his bow. Liu Gang seized the opportunity and kicked Mo Zixuan, sending him flying. Mo Zixuan felt pain and, seeing Liu Gang coming at him again, gritted his teeth and shot 3 arrows to block Liu Gang's assault. This cannot go on. After 2 battles, my spiritual energy has already been nearly half depleted. If this continues, I will undoubtedly lose. Mo Zixuan's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. He soon made a decision. He would go all out, aiming for a quick resolution. Even if he couldn't win, he could exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy. Mo Zixuan quickly moved, drawing his bow and firing arrows from all directions toward Liu Gang as if they were free. Liu Gang, meanwhile, swung his giant axe to counter the incoming arrows. At that moment, Mo Zixuan activated his second battle technique as a silver-level warrior. He gathered all his spiritual energy and shot an arrow into the sky. The arrow soared upward at an unmatched speed, disappearing into the clouds. Just as everyone was puzzled, the sky suddenly flashed with lightning, and an enormous arrow shot down towards Liu Gang. This was Mo Zixuan's most powerful strike. Battle technique, Wrath of the Sky. Is this the final blow? Liu Gang realized Mo Zixuan's choice and no longer held back, instantly increasing his aura. He faced the descending arrow and activated his battle technique, Open the Heavens. The giant axe in Liu Gang's hand glowed ominously as a terrifying black light slashed downward to meet the enormous arrow. When the black light made contact with the arrow, a tremendous explosion echoed through the air, raising a cloud of dust. Just as Liu Gang relaxed, countless arrows suddenly shot towards him from within the dust cloud. Liu Gang couldn't dodge in time, but the referee quickly reached Liu Gang's side and merely waved a finger in the air. The incoming arrows exploded one by one. The referee looked at the 2 panting competitors and announced, in the 3rd match of Yinqing Martial University versus Shanqing Martial University, Shanqing Martial University wins. Please send out the 4th contestant from Yinqing Martial University. Instantly, the audience erupted in cheers, excitedly shouting for the incredible match they had just witnessed. The student from Shanqing Martial University, including Lin Hao, stood up and applauded Mo Zixuan, cheering for him. Today, Mo Zixuan had given them a huge surprise. That arrow of Wrath of the Sky was something even Lin Hao hadn't anticipated as a follow-up attack. On the judging panel, Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei exchanged glances, both impressed. This kid needs to be nurtured. He will be a pillar for the country in the future. At this moment, Liu Gang looked helpless. In the end, he had underestimated the situation. He hadn't expected that the enormous arrow would split into countless smaller arrows to attack him. If it weren't for the referee's intervention, he might have been turned into a sieve. I've lost. For the remaining matches, our Yinqing Martial University concedes. Liu Gang was filled with frustration. The remaining 2 team members from Yinqing Martial University were only at the bronze intermediate level. Sending them in would be like sending them to their doom. The teachers from Yinqing Martial University were also quite helpless. They had already accomplished their task by making it to the top 16, but they hadn't anticipated encountering such a strong opponent in Shanqing Martial University right at the start. The referee glanced at the preparation area of Yinqing Martial University and, seeing the principal nod, loudly announced, "I declare that in the first match of the 100 School League, Shanqing Martial University defeats Yinqing Martial University and advances to the top 8. As soon as the referee finished announcing, the team members from Shanqing Martial University rushed onto the stage. "Mo, you're so cool," one of the team members exclaimed. "This can be considered a 1 against 5. Of course. And it's in the top 16 finals." Mo Zixuan was directly piled on by a group of teammates, looking happier than if he had won the championship. Lin Hao patted Mo Zixuan on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. You really made us proud." Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei looked at the students messing around on stage and surprisingly did not intervene. It had been many years since they had made it to the top 8. On the other side of the preparation area, a voice sneered. "They're so happy just to defeat an unknown Yinqing Martial University? They've really seen nothing." The speaker was Yu, the top genius from Moda Martial University. Other team members echoed. "Look at their clueless expressions. When they face us, we won't even need our captain. Any one of us could take them down easily." At this moment, the team members from Shanqing Martial University had returned to their preparation area. After the last battle, Mo Zixuan's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. He needed to recover quickly because the quarterfinals would also take place today, and he would likely have to compete again soon. Meanwhile, the referee announced the start of the second match. Lin Hao looked at the matchup chart and concluded that their next opponent would almost certainly be Modo Martial University, as Modo Martial University was also facing an ordinary martial university whose highest combat power was only silver level. Principal Jiang, it looks like our next match is against Modo Martial University. I plan to take the stage directly, Lin Hao said, knowing that Modo Martial University's lowest combat power was silver level. He couldn't just send a bunch of bronze-level students to be cannon fodder. It was better for him to go up and take on this top martial university to uphold the reputation of Shancheng Martial University. Chapter 30 Wang Meng's Persistence. Lord Lin Xiange has already gone up to show his face. Can we also get a chance to try? At this moment, Wang Meng, Xia Qiuling, Lei Yunfan, and other team members looked at Lin Hao with hopeful eyes. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Then you must promise me not to force yourselves. If you can't win, just admit defeat." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't say much and arranged the order of appearance for the top 8. In the matches, the team from Shancheng Wuda was definitely going to face Modo Wuda. The lowest ranked player in Modo Wuda had the strength of a silver-level beginner. Wang Meng, Xia Qiuling, Lei Yunfan, and Xiao Xiao. You four will go on stage in the order I mentioned. I'll cover for you. The lowest ranked player on the opposite side is also at silver-level beginner strength. So do not be careless, and do not try to be brave. Yes, Captain. Everyone responded in unison. Meanwhile, the matches for the top 16 were still ongoing. As expected, Modo Wuda easily defeated their opponents and advanced to the top 8 without their captain, Mo Yu, participating. By noon, the list of the top 8 had been finalized. The top Wuda teams in the upper bracket had all entered the top 8. Modo Wuda and Longqing Wuda both had impressive performances, winning 5 matches each, while the lower bracket, Qingzhou Wuda, Jiangnan Wuda, and Shunqing Wuda also advanced smoothly. The staff responsible for the match schedule handed the battle chart to Jiang Weiwei. Everyone gathered to take a look. In the upper half of the top 8, Shancheng Wuda would face Modo Wuda, and Longqing Wuda would compete against Huadu Wuda. The lower half featured Longying Wuda against Jiangnan Wuda, and Shunqing Wuda against Qingzhou Wuda. The matches would start promptly at 1 p.m. After reviewing the battle chart, everyone took a detailed look at the information of the participants from Modo Wuda. A top-tier Wuda truly is top tier. The captain is at the gold level, and the team members are all at silver level, Xia Qiuling said with a sour expression. The teaching resources and student talents of top-tier Wuda are not something ordinary Wuda like us can compare with, Su Xiaorui explained to everyone. We're all contributing to the strength of the Summer Kingdom. Why did they get better resources than we do? Were they when we were fighting fierce beasts? The ones sacrificing were all students from ordinary martial arts universities, Wang Meng said indignantly. Lei Yunfan remained silent, but he nodded in agreement. This is just how it is. The world is inherently unfair. Whether we are students or teachers, even powerful figures in the country live under these rules. No one can break the rules. We can only abide by them. Xiao Xiao sighed as she leaned against the wall. No one can break the rules? Then I'll be the first to break them. Lin Hao thought to himself, feeling quite displeased. At that moment, Jiang Weiwei clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. There's still half an hour until the match. We should head to the preparation area. Everyone then went to the preparation zone. At this time, the audience area was already filled with people, and the spectators were all enthusiastic, as watching martial artists compete in person was an extremely rare opportunity for the public. At 1 p.m., with the host's opening remarks, the top 8 matches of the 100 Schools League officially began. In the first match of the top 8, Shancheng Wuda faced Modo Wuda. Please have the players from both sides come to the stage. As the referee's words fell, the audience's excitement reached its peak. This time, Modo Wuda not only represented a top-tier Wuda, but also played at home, with most of the audience being loyal fans of Modo Wuda. Lingo, I'm going first, Wang Meng said with a goofy smile. Be careful. Remember not to force yourself. Lin Hao reminded him again. Go for it, Mengzi. The others cheered for Wang Meng. When Wang Meng arrived at the competition stage, he saw a short and unremarkable player standing opposite him. Once both sides took their positions, the referee announced the start of the match. The short player, Tong Yanbin, was a silver-level intermediate martial artist. He didn't rush to attack, but instead looked at Wang Meng with disdain. What kind of trash Wuda can even make it to the top 8? Weaklings should know their place. I advise you to admit defeat quickly and not waste the country's resources. Wang Meng was immediately furious. After all, he was a first-year student who had reached bronze-level intermediate strength. Even if he wasn't a top genius, he was at least in the ranks of geniuses. Without wasting any words, he instantly unleashed his aura, and a fiery red long knife appeared in his hand. His figure flashed as he charged at Tong Yanbin. Tong Yanbin sneered, producing 2 short blades in his hands. Without showing any explosive aura, he merely shifted his body slightly to evade Wang Meng's large blade. In the brief moment of the blade's descent, Tong Yanbin's short blade sliced a 10-centimeter-long wound on Wang Meng's body. Ignoring the pain, Wang Meng raised his large knife for a horizontal sweep. However, Tong Yinbin had already moved away from his original position, appearing at Wang Meng's side, and lightly slashed again with his short blade, leaving another bloody gash on Wang Meng's body. Wang Meng tried to shake off Tong Yinbin's relentless attacks, but Tong Yinbin clung to him like a leech. In just 2 minutes, Wang Meng had accumulated 12 wounds all over his body. At this point, he looked like a bloodied person standing on the stage, and since Tong Yinbin didn't deliver a fatal blow, the referee didn't intervene. Linga, something's wrong. It seems like the player from Moda Wuda is toying with Meng Zi, and Mo Zixuan noticed something was off. Lin Hao's expression had already turned cold as soon as Wang Meng received the second cut. Because it wasn't a fatal injury and Wang Meng still had the strength to fight, the referee didn't stop the match. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui also looked serious. Lin Hao, let Wang Meng down. He can't beat Tong Yinbin. From what I've observed, Tong Yinbin is already at silver-level intermediate strength. Wang Meng has no chance up there. The team members below were also anxious. Meng Zi, just admit defeat already. You can't beat him. But Wang Meng seemed to not hear them and continued to persist on stage. However, at this moment, he couldn't even find Tong Yinbin, and he wanted to unleash his skills but had no target. Tong Yinbin's every attack was perfectly timed, ensuring Wang Meng didn't receive a fatal injury. After another 3 minutes, Tong Yinbin kicked Wang Meng in the chest. Wang Meng spat blood and fell to the ground. Before he could get up, a foot heavily stomped on his head. I said trash is trash. I warned you to admit defeat, but you still don't know your place. Besides, it's boring. As I said, trash wuda is just trash wuda. What qualifications do you have to compete with us? After saying this, perhaps feeling bored himself, Tong Yinbin raised his foot and kicked Wang Meng in the head, causing Wang Meng to faint and fall off the competition stage. The referee glanced at Tong Yinbin and announced, in the first match between Moda Wuda and Shancheng Wuda, Moda Wuda wins. Please have Shancheng Wuda send out their second player. Meng Zi. At this moment, the team members of Shancheng Wuda rushed towards Wang Meng. They saw that Wang Meng was covered in blood, his eyes tightly closed, and there was no sound at all. The medical team responsible for treatment quickly came to check on Wang Meng's injuries. Upon inspection, even the medical staff gasped in shock. Wang Meng had as many as 27 knife wounds all over his body, and his head had also suffered a severe impact. The medical staff hurriedly lifted Wang Meng onto a stretcher and rushed him to the medical room for emergency treatment. Chapter 31. The 36 Axes of Tiangang at the Martial Arts University of Modu. Everyone, including the principal, the leading teachers, and the team members, looked disdainfully at Wang Meng. What a piece of trash. Hurry up and let Tong Yinbin finish him off quickly. Seeing these useless people is making me sick, commanded Mou, the captain of the Modu Martial Arts University team, to his subordinates. At this moment, everyone for the Shancheng Martial Arts University was glaring at Tong Yinbin on the stage with anger in their eyes. The audience was also whispering among themselves. These people from Modu Martial Arts University are going too far. Are they just playing with people? If they have some strength, they should just finish the match directly instead of humiliating the opponent like this. Lin Hao then said to Xia Qiuling and the other team members, Xia Qiuling, Lei Yinfan, Xiao Xiao, go up and concede directly. Xia Qiuling just glanced at Wang Meng, who was being carried away on a stretcher, and without looking back, she stepped onto the competition stage. Seeing Xia Qiuling's state, Lin Hao's heart sank. The order of the contestants had been reported to the referee according to Lin Hao's plan, and the subsequent contestants could not cut in until the previous one finished. Lin Hao himself had no way to intervene. Brother Meng, watch Qiuling take revenge for you. At this moment, Xia Qiuling seemed to be harboring endless anger and power within her small frame. With a wave of her hand, a gigantic battle axe appeared in her grip. Xia Qiuling was quite petite, standing at just under 1.6 meters, while her thunder axe was over 2 meters long. Tong Yinbin on the stage was slightly taken aback upon seeing Xia Qiuling, thinking a cute loli has come. However, when Xia Qiuling gripped the battle axe, Tong Yinbin was even more confused and then said with a hint of sympathy, "Cute girl, this weapon doesn't really suit you. Call me big brother and let us see if I can go easy on you because you're cute." He then burst out laughing. Xia Qiuling didn't waste words with him. A surge of power erupted around her as she swung the axe towards Tong Yinbin. Tong Yinbin shook his head helplessly, saying, "Little lowly, I gave you a chance. Don't regret it." With that, he raised one hand slightly, and his short blade directly collided with the giant axe. The initially imposing giant axe was easily blocked by the short blade. It seemed Xia Qiuling had anticipated this outcome. Suddenly, the thunder axe burst forth with golden light, and a force akin to Mount Tai pressed down upon it. Tong Yinbin had not expected that Xia Qiuling's axe had a follow-up. The sudden increase in power left him unable to evade, and the thunder axe struck down on his shoulder. Tong Yinbin's eyes blazed with anger as he used his short blade to deflect the thunder axe's attack. "Little sister, I was being nice to you. I didn't want to strike because you're a pretty girl. Since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being ruthless." On the Moda Martial Arts University side, Mou watched as Tong Yinbin was injured by the axe, a look of disgust in his eyes. "Tong Yinbin, you useless trash. I actually got hurt by a mid-level bronze." Xia Qiuling did not waste any more breath with Tong Yinbin. She activated the family martial art, the 36 Axes of Tiangang. With her current mid-level bronze strength, she could barely execute the first 3 axes of the 36 axes. The first axe of the 36 axes of Tiangang. Axe-splitting Mount Hua. Xia Qiuling leaped high into the air, and the thunder axe suddenly radiated with lightning, gradually enlarging. A terrifying pressure wrapped in a fierce wind appeared above Tong Yanbin's head. At this moment, the judges, Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai, widened their eyes in shock. The 36 axes of Tiangang? Is this little girl the daughter of old Xia? Tong Yanbin's expression grew serious. He realized that no matter how he moved, the aura of the axe was firmly locking onto him. He then decided to stop holding back, releasing his silver-level aura and activating his martial skill, Double Blade Slash. 2 purple blade lights quickly gathered on Tong Yanbin's dual blades, and he charged directly at the giant axe. An explosion rang out in mid-air as the purple lights and the giant axe disappeared into the cloud of dust. At that moment, Xia Qiuling was sent flying backwards, spitting blood, and collapsed on the competition stage. As the dust settled, Tong Yanbin appeared disheveled, his school uniform torn from the blast. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I didn't expect that little girl to unleash such power. Luckily, I am a mid-level silver warrior. If I were only at the initial level of silver, she might have actually succeeded in ambushing me. Xia Qiuling lay on the competition stage. Her giant axe vanished, and a gruesome wound appeared on her shoulder. In the instant after the explosion, Tong Yanbin, leveraging his mid-level silver strength, had withstood the force of the explosion and thrust his short blade into Xia Qiuling's right shoulder before kicking her away. The referee shook his head slightly and announced, in the second match between Moda Martial Arts University and Shanqing Martial Arts University, Moda Martial Arts University wins. Please send out the third contestant from Shanqing Martial Arts University. The members of Shanqing Martial Arts University rushed to Xia Qiuling's side, seeing her energy fading with a nearly 10-centimeter penetrating wound on her right shoulder. The medical team quickly rushed over to assess Xia Qiuling's injuries. 3 ribs were broken, but thankfully her internal organs were unharmed. Watching Xia Qiuling being carried away by the medical personnel, the team members from Shanqing Martial Arts University were filled with rage. Without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, Lei Yunfan calmly said, "It's my turn now." With that, he stepped onto the competition stage without looking back. As a referee's voice rang out, the third match between Shanqing Martial Arts University and Moda Martial Arts University began. Tong Yanbin looked at the indifferent Lei Yunfan and thought, another one coming up to be sent off. Lei Yunfan, who is usually taciturn, planted his Tianlin halberd into the ground and said, "Come on." Seeing Lei Yunfan's disdainful expression, Tong Yanbin felt insulted and charged at him with his short blade. Lei Yunfan stood still, and the dual blade stabbed directly into his chest. Even Tong Yanbin was taken aback, thinking, what is this kid's situation? He soon realized something was off. At that moment, Lei Yunfan's body suddenly became illusory. Tong Yanbin was startled. It's an afterimage. He quickly retreated, but Lei Yunfan wouldn't let him off that easily. The low-level warrior striking at a high-level warrior relied on surprise. Just as Tong Yanbin attempted to back off, Lei Yunfan suddenly appeared at his side and thrust his halberd at him. Tong Yanbin reacted quickly, crossing his short blade to block Lei Yunfan's attack. But the force was clearly insufficient due to the hasty response. With a strong push, Lei Yunfan's Tianlin halberd pierced through Tong Yanbin, leaving a wound. After landing the hit, Lei Yunfan wasted no time and quickly swung his halberd towards Tong Yanbin's back. Tong Yanbin swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding Lei Yunfan's attack. Chapter 32. An eye for an eye. I wonder how many more times your afterimage can be used. Faced with Lei Yunfan, Tong Yanbin found himself in a bit of a predicament. Every time he struck at Lei Yunfan, it was only an afterimage. And when Lei Yunfan attempted to seize the opportunity to counterattack, Tong Yanbin, with his mid-level silver strength, could evade. After exchanging blows for about 10 rounds, neither could inflict harm on the other. It seemed the only way to counterattack him was to think of a strategy. At this moment, Lei Yunfan silently pondered his tactics. He was at the mid-level bronze strength. Even though Tong Yanbin had already fought 2 matches, the mid-level silver spiritual power was not something he, as a mid-level bronze, could compare to. If it dragged on, he would ultimately lose. The team members of Shanqing Wuda below were sweating nervously for Lei Yunfan. Just as Tong Yanbin lunged at Lei Yunfan again, Lei Yunfan slightly sidestepped to avoid a critical hit. The blade plunged straight into Lei Yunfan's left shoulder. Just when Tong Yanbin thought he had struck Lei Yunfan's afterimage again, bright red blood flowed from the blade. Tong Yanbin was stunned. How did he hit? Could it be that his spiritual power was insufficient? In that moment of distraction, Lei Yunfan reached out with his left hand and firmly grasped Tong Yanbin's right hand. Then, with a grim smile, he said, "Finally, I've caught you." At this moment, Tong Yanbin felt that something was seriously wrong, as a sense of impending death washed over him. Lei Yunfan's left hand held Tong Yanbin tightly, while his right hand wielded the Tianlin spear, thrusting it towards Tong Yanbin's left leg. A scream followed. This was merely in an instant, and Tong Yanbin quickly retaliated, his left hand aiming the blade at Lei Yunfan's left shoulder. He hoped to force Lei Yunfan back with this attack. However, Lei Yunfan didn't evade at all. He ignored the incoming short blade, simply pulling out the Tianlin spear that was lodged in Tong Yinbin's left leg, and in one motion, stabbed it into Tong Yinbin's right leg. Tong Yinbin was shocked. Bastard, are you trying to get yourself killed? But Lei Yunfan paid no attention to him, pulling out the Tianlin spear again and attacking Tong Yinbin. Seeing Lei Yunfan coming at him again, Tong Yinbin quickly defended himself and retreated from the fighting range. By now, both of them were covered in blood. Damn it, what kind of freaks are the students of Shancheng Wuda? Do they have no regard for their lives? Tong Yinbin cursed in his heart. Meanwhile, Lei Yunfan Wu Ti gave him a moment's rest. With a stomp of his foot, he charged at Tong Yinbin again. Tong Yinbin was now furious beyond measure, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Lei Yunfan. Lei Yunfan didn't defend. You stab me once, and I'll stab you back. Their fight lasted a full 5 minutes, and by then, both had become bloody messes. Should we stop this? At this time, Fang Wei and Jiang Tianhai were also watching the match. No need. The students of Wuda need a match like this. In the future, when they face fierce beasts, it will be even more brutal. Just be careful not to cause any fatalities. Jiang Tianhai shook his head. The audience and the faculty and students of Wuda were dumbfounded. With no cheers, only silence. In the VIP seats, Fang Yao had already covered Lin Xiao's eyes, as the scene was too bloody. Both their weapons were now stained with blood. At this moment, Lei Yunfan was still relentlessly attacking Tong Yinbin. With Tong Yinbin's strength, he could have easily dodged Lei Yunfan's attacks, but his legs had been injured by Lei Yunfan earlier, greatly reducing his speed. Coupled with Lei Yunfan's strategy of exchanging injuries, fear quickly grew in Tong Yinbin's heart. When they attacked each other again, Tong Yinbin became frightened, and at the moment he was stabbed, he tried to defend. But Lei Yunfan continued to come at him. As long as Tong Yinbin dared to attack, Lei Yunfan would retaliate in kind. After a minute, Tong Yinbin was finally filled with fear, shouting for the referee to save him. Yet, Lei Yunfan's attacks showed no signs of slowing, seemingly aimed at killing him. As he looked at the tip of the spear growing larger in his eyes, Tong Yinbin instantly wet himself, feeling that he was about to die. These students from Shancheng Wuda were just crazy, intent on killing him. The referee quickly intervened, grabbing hold of Lei Yunfan's Tianlin spear, and loudly announced, the third match between Moda Wuda and Shancheng Wuda wins. Please have Moda Wuda send out their second competitor. Just as the referee finished speaking, Lei Yunfan cast a disdainful glance at Tong Yinbin. Aren't you Moda Wuda all about respecting the strong? Don't you look down on those with lower strength? Then how did you lose? Why are you begging for help? You play tricks and humiliate those weaker than you. But when faced with someone who dares to fight you, you shout for help. You don't even have the determination to fight to the death. Someone like you is useless on the battlefield. Is this what all the students of Moda Wuda are like? Trash. After saying this, he turned and returned to Shancheng Wuda's preparation area. At this moment, the principal of Moda Wuda was furious, his face pale. It had been years since anyone dared to insult them so openly, especially in the nationally broadcast 100 School League. As the principal of a top martial arts university, he had to uphold its dignity. That kid is doomed. The principal of Moda Wuda seethed with rage. Returning to the preparation area, medical staff hurriedly checked Lei Yunfan's injuries. There were a total of 37 wounds on his body, large and small, and the medical staff quickly began emergency treatment. They then carried Lei Yunfan to the medical room. Meanwhile, the other members of Shancheng Wuda looked at Lin Hao with complex expressions. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui also looked at Lin Hao with worried eyes. At this moment, Lin Hao was surrounded by black lightning, his fists clenched tightly. Xiao Xiao, Wang Ming, Xia Qiuling, I'm leaving it to you to take care of Lei Yunfan. He said nothing more, his tone very calm. But everyone knew that Lin Hao was furious. Xiao Xiao wanted to push for more. But Lin Hao interrupted her. Go. They need someone to take care of them. Jiang Weiwei also gave Xiao Xiao a knowing look. Compared to the others, she understood Lin Hao better. At this moment, Lin Hao appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was undoubtedly filled with extreme rage. Lin Hao slowly walked up to the competition stage, without any frills. Meanwhile, Moda Wuda sent out their second competitor. The referee looked at Lin Hao oddly, then checked the list of competitors in hand. The competitor for this match is Shancheng Wuda as Xiao Xiao. Are you Xiao Xiao? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao simply replied flatly, Xiao Xiao concedes, I am a next competitor. At this moment, the judges panel, Jiang Tianhai's eyes lit up. Has Lin Hao finally reached his breaking point? Fang Wei glanced at the roster for Shancheng Wuda. When he saw Lin Hao's information, his pupils instantly widened. He is Lin Hao, the Lin Hao that Yao Yao has been thinking about? An E-class talent with lightning abilities, what can he do up there? In the VIP seats, Lin Xiaoro's eyes sparkled as she saw her brother step onto the competition stage, her little hands clapping excitedly. Meanwhile, both Fang Yao and Lin Yaya were worried about Lin Hao. Seeing the tragic state of the top students from Shancheng Wuda, both were filled with concern. What is that brat doing up there? Lin Yaya was filled with worry. Fang Yao, on the other hand, said nothing, her small hands clenched tightly, already covered in sweat. Chapter 33, I want to fight 4 on the competition stage. The referee looked over the entry list for Shancheng Wuda, confirmed it, and was about to announce the start of the match. At this moment, Lin Hao interrupted the referee. Referee, I request a fight for. The referee was taken aback. And not just him. Everyone at the preparation area and the audience below were momentarily stunned. What did this kid just say? I didn't catch that. He said he wants to fight for. Who is this kid? He's too arrogant. On the judging panel, Jiang Tianhai laughed heartily. Good kid has guts. Meanwhile, Feng Wei had an incredulous expression. Is this kid out of his mind? What on earth did Yao Yao see in him? In the VIP section, Lin Ye couldn't hold back any longer. She didn't understand what Lin Hao was thinking. Feng Yao remained silent, only looking at Lin Hao with concern. Lin Xiaoro didn't think much of it. Her brother said he wanted to fight for, and he was so impressive. On the preparation area, from Moda Wuda, MOU's expression turned serious after hearing this, and he glanced at the list of competitors. The captain of Shanxing Wuda, Lin Hao, E-level talent, Thunder-type ability user. Bronze high-level strength. MOU casually tossed the information aside. What a piece of junk. Who gave him the confidence? The referee looked at Lin Hao with a strange expression and cautiously asked, Are you sure? Among the remaining 4 members of Moda Wuda, 3 are silver-level warriors, and 1 is a gold-level warrior. I am sure. Referee, Lin Hao replied with an indifferent expression. The referee then turned his gaze to the preparation area of Moda Wuda. The competition rules state that if one side requests to fight multiple opponents, they must seek the consent of the opposing team. At this moment, the president of Moda Wuda had a grim expression. How dare this little brat, named Lin Hao, openly provoke them? He is not even qualified to challenge all of us. The president of Moda Wuda spoke up. Lin Hao glanced at him indifferently. Trash, as expected, a bunch of bullies who pick on the weak. What did you say? At this moment, the players from Moda Wuda were enraged, pointing fingers at Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't engage with them too much and simply took his position on the competition stage. Wait. At this moment, the president of Moda Wuda spoke again. We agree to the request of Shanxing Wuda. After saying that, he glared at Lin Hao. I hope you won't regret it. Before the players took the stage, the president of Moda Wuda called MOU aside. Make sure to deal with him harshly later. Just don't kill him. MOU nodded in agreement. A bronze high level challenging 3 silver level and 1 gold level. I don't know if the world has gone mad, or if this kid named Lin Hao is just too confident. He then walked onto the competition stage with his teammates. Both sides stood ready for opponents on the opposite side, while Lin Hao stood alone. The referee was also extremely cautious. He needed to closely monitor Lin Hao to prevent any accidents on the stage. The match begins. As the referee shouted, the 4 members of Moda Wuda took out their weapons. MOU, as the captain, produced a weapon that resembled a fork in his hand. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. This weapon looks just like the Phoenix Wing Golden Blade from my past life. As Lin Hao expected, MOU's weapon was indeed a type of blade, named the Azure Fire Spectral Blade. Wang Ming has 27 knife wounds. Xia Qiuling has 3 broken ribs and a bloody hole. Lei Yunfan has 37 knife wounds. I will make you pay for all of this. Lin Hao's voice was calm, but resonated like thunder, piercing the ears of everyone present. Arrogant. The members of Moda Wuda were furious and quickly charged at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's figure flickered and vanished. Everyone in the audience was collectively stunned. Even the referee couldn't see how Lin Hao disappeared. Then Lin Hao appeared behind one of Moda Wuda's members, simply grabbing the opponent's shoulder, and in another flicker, both he and the opponent vanished. The crowd was in shock. Even MOU was dumbfounded. Where did he go? At that moment, a scream suddenly came from the sky. The scream growing louder. Everyone looked up and could only see a black dot in the sky. Wow, look, it's up in the air. With a shout from an audience member, everyone below turned their gaze to the sky. That's at least 3,000 meters high. How did he get him up there so quickly? Everyone was puzzled. 2 minutes passed, and the screams continued for a full 2 minutes, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. As the sound gradually diminished, Lin Hao was seen hovering in midair, holding a half-conscious person. Everyone looked on in shock, seeing Lin Hao's wind and thunder wings flapping behind him, holding the missing member of Moda Wuda by the nape of his neck. Lin Hao descended from the air, retracted his wings, and casually tossed the unconscious person off the competition stage. Medical personnel rushed to check, and even the referee was intently watching the unconscious team member. 2 minutes. What did Lin Hao do in those 2 minutes? Everyone had a big question mark in their minds. The competition arena was eerily quiet. Even MOU and the remaining teammates did not continue their attack. It seemed everyone was waiting for the medical personnel's results. After a while, the medical staff looked at Lin Hao with a complicated expression and said, the student is unconscious, his internal organs are fine, but... At this point, the medical personnel couldn't continue. The president of Moda Wuda urgently asked, but what? The medical personnel's expression was complex. His life is not in danger, but all of his bones are shattered. He will probably be bedridden for a year. Gasp! Everyone gasped upon hearing the medical staff's report. Even the temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees. What did you say? The president of Moda Wuda looked at the medical staff in shock, thinking he must have misheard. The 3 remaining members of Moda Wuda on the stage were sweating profusely. On the judging panel, Jiang Tianhai was exasperated. This kid Lin Hao is really out of control. Feng Wei was dumbfounded. Isn't he an E-level talent with thunder-type abilities? How'd he do that? Could it be that Yao Yao hid this from me? Impossible with her temperament. If Lin Hao had exceptional talent, she would definitely help him without reservation. This means even my Yao Yao doesn't know. In the VIP area, Fang Yao's mouth was agape, and Lin Yi's eyes were wide open. Only Lin Xiaoro kept clapping and cheering. Brother is so amazing. Good job taking care of those bad guys. Lin Hao, you are ruthless. At this moment, the president of Moda Wuda was furious to the extreme. Chapter 34. This is what it means to bully the weak with strength. Lin Hao glanced at him indifferently and chuckled. How amusing. Aren't you all from Moda Martial University claiming to be geniuses? Don't you enjoy toying with those weaker than you? Now that I'm using your own methods against you, why does it suddenly seem ruthless? Remember, you are geniuses, silver level, and even gold level geniuses. In your eyes, I, a mere bronze level, am nothing but trash. Every word Lin Hao spoke pierced the hearts of everyone present. The principal of Moda Martial University fell silent, merely glaring angrily at Lin Hao. Moda Martial University has always held power in high regard, leading strong students to look down on those weaker than them. This is their teaching method, pushing every student to strive harder through this approach. But it's not over yet. The match has just begun. Lin Hao smiled wickedly, and that smile struck fear into the hearts of MOU and the other 3 students from Moda Martial University. Except for MOU, the other 2 students were trembling. They were scared, frightened by Lin Hao's ruthless methods. Previously, they had been high and mighty geniuses at school, but now, in front of Lin Hao, they felt less than ants. From now on, geniuses, I will let you know what fear truly is. As Lin Hao's voice faded, he vanished from his spot. Apart from the principals of various schools, only the judges Fang Wei and Jiang Tianhai could see Lin Hao's position clearly. Don't panic. Stand back to back and prepare to defend. MOU shouted. The other 2 hurriedly formed a triangular formation with him. The referee was also extremely tense. Even he could not see Lin Hao's movements clearly. If Lin Hao really went all out, the referee wouldn't know if he could intervene in time. 1 minute passed, another minute of silence. The arena was terrifyingly quiet. One could hear a pin drop. No one dared to make a sound. The most frightening thing was the waiting in the face of impending death. That short minute felt incredibly long in the hearts of the 3 Moda Martial University students. MOU and his companions dared not move, fearing they would give Lin Hao an opportunity to strike. MOU, being a gold-level warrior, was slightly better off, but his 2 teammates were suffering. They recalled the horrific state of their teammate and shivered, feeling like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Lin Hao. Suddenly, Lin Hao's voice echoed hauntingly. Are you scared? Aren't you, the geniuses of Modu? Do geniuses also feel fear? The voice came from all directions, making it impossible to distinguish his location. Suddenly, one of the Modu Martial University students was sent flying out without warning. Even the gold-level MO didn't react in time. Lin Hao repeatedly punched that student in the face, and, just as the student was about to hit the ground, Lin Hao punched him back into the air. Cries of agony echoed. The silver-level warrior had no chance to fight back, being tossed around like a ball by Lin Hao in midair. Captain, help! The student's nose and mouth were filled with blood, unable to utter a complete sentence. Seeing this, MOU rushed over to support his teammate, but Lin Hao wouldn't be given that chance. With another punch, he sent the student flying to the other side of the arena. Is this what you call a genius? You think you can call yourselves geniuses? A bunch of trash. Don't you like to bully the weak? Today, I'll teach you what it means to bully the weak. MOU was furious, chasing after Lin Hao. But with his speed, how could he catch up? Captain, save me. The student being beaten cried out desperately. Cries of agony filled the air, sending shivers down the audience's spines. Damn, is E-level lightning ability really this strong? The books didn't teach me this. Were they lying? MOU ran wildly after Lin Hao, while Lin Hao continued to treat the student like a ball. The other student was already trembling, not daring to make a sound, fearing Lin Hao would target him next. In the preparation area, every member of the Shancheng Martial University team was shouting in anger. Linda Shun was avenging them. The frustrations they had endured were released at this moment. Linda Shun, well done. Keep beating him up. Yes, take revenge for Wang Ming and the others. Beat them up hard. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui were also wide-eyed, knowing Lin Hao was strong. But to see such a cold Lin Hao, apart from that time against the platinum-level beast, was a first for them. In the VIP seats, Lin Xiaoro was still clapping for her brother while jumping around. Lin Yi was speechless, wondering when his brat became so powerful. Fang Yao's eyes sparkled with interest. So this fool is actually so strong? On the judge's bench, Jiang Tianhai held his forehead, realizing Lin Hao might not be as simple as he thought. Fang Wei was already numb with shock. Suddenly, he turned to Jiang Tianhai, staring at him, making Jiang Tianhai feel uneasy. Old Jiang, tell me honestly, is that incredible child you mentioned Lin Hao? Did you already know he was this strong? Jiang Tianhai awkwardly coughed. Old Fang, it was my daughter Weiwei who first discovered Lin Hao's talent. You can't steal him from me. Jiang Tianhai had even given Lin Hao the spirit concentration technique. If Fang Wei got him, it would be such a loss. Moreover, Jiang Tianhai knew Fang Wei's daughter had a special relationship with Lin Hao. He had to keep Lin Hao firmly in his hands, so no one could take him away. All the principals of various martial universities in the preparation area were closely watching Lin Hao. The strength he displayed was beyond what a silver level could contend with. They quickly searched through their materials, and when they saw Lin Hao's information from Shanqing Martial University, each principal's mouth twitched. Damn, what is the principal of Shanqing Martial University thinking? This kid has E-level talent and lightning abilities? The participating students stared blankly at the arena. E-level talent and lightning abilities, is that strong? ISNT lightning ability, all about long-range combat? What's going on here? A melee mage? At this moment, their minds were a bit fried. In the preparation area of Longchang Martial University, a young man sat tightly focused on the arena, chuckling. Interesting, so this is Lin Hao. He can beat Modem Martial University to the point where they can't even fight back. It seems Modem Martial University has hit a wall this time. At this rate, we'll probably meet in the next match. His eyes showed no surprise, only endless fighting spirit. This person was Xuan Yu, the #1 genius of Longqing Martial University and a gold-level warrior. On the arena, Yu chased Lin Hao for a full 5 minutes, and Lin Hao beat the student for a full 5 minutes. The cries for help from the silver-level teammate grew quieter. Suddenly, Lin Hao spread his wings of wind and thunder, lifting that teammate and suspending him in midair. Chapter 35. You better please me well like the previous student. Lin Hao lifted him up like a dead dog. He had hit too fast before, and he didn't see clearly. This time I slowed down a bit. Did you see clearly? After saying that, he threw the student out of the ring. The medical staff hurriedly checked the student's physical condition. After a while, the medical staff gave the same examination result as the previous silver-level student. Everyone was shocked upon hearing the result. Who knows how many punches Lin Hao threw at that team member in those 5 minutes? They only saw the team member struggling in the air, unable to land, for a full 5 minutes. At this moment, Lin Hao did not look at Yu, but turned his attention to the last silver-level team member on the field. Seeing Lin Hao looking at him, the silver-level team member's legs went weak and he knelt down. Lin Hao then mockingly looked at Yu and said, "You are the first genius of Modu Martial University, Yu, right? Is this the spirit that your Modu Martial University geniuses should have?" Lin Hao pointed at the kneeling team member. Yu turned back and disdainfully glanced at his teammate. "You can go down." A martial artist who has lost the courage to fight is just embarrassing Modu Martial University on the stage. Hearing Yu's words, the team member felt as if he had received a pardon and quickly got up and ran out of the competition area. He didn't want to stay on the stage for even a second longer. At this moment, only Lin Hao, Yu, and the referee remained on the stage. I have to admit, I underestimated you before. I don't know if you were deliberately hiding your strength or if there was a mistake in the information. An E-level talent with lightning abilities can achieve this level. I admit you are a rare genius. Heh, I don't need your acknowledgement of my strength. Lin Hao sneered. Indeed, our team members went a bit too far before, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This world is originally one where the strong are respected. The weak can only be bullied. Only by becoming strong can one truly be powerful. Heh, Lin Hao smiled lightly. You are right. This world respects the strong. While there are differences in human strength and talent, there should be no distinction in personality and dignity. Did the country give you top martial arts resources just for you to bully the weak? I really can't be bothered to say a word to people like you. He then glanced at the principal of Modu Martial University. Just now, I incapacitated 2 of your team members. Consider it revenge for Wang Meng and Xia Qiuling. As for Lei Yunfan's revenge, let's take it out on your captain. All right, Lin Hao, I didn't expect a monster like you to appear in Shanqing Martial University. But if you think you can take revenge on Yu, that's just a pipe dream. I want to see what gives you such confidence. The principal of Modu Martial University had a gloomy expression. Today, he had lost face. His side was 4 against 1, and they had 2 incapacitated and 1 scared away. Regardless of whether they won or lost this match, he had nowhere to hide his old face. Lin Hao didn't waste any more words with him and lightly beckoned to Yu. Come on. Yu didn't dare to be careless. His aura suddenly surged, revealing his golden-level combat power. He swung the Bai Hua Yu Ming halberd in his hand and quickly charged at Lin Hao. The speed of a golden-level martial artist is far beyond that of a silver level, and in an instant, Yu was in front of Lin Hao. The Bai Hua Yu Ming halberd whistled as he thrust it down at Lin Hao without hesitation. Lin Hao did not counterattack, but instead used clever footwork to dodge back and forth. The preparation area and audience seats below were unusually quiet. Everyone was fixated on the 2 on stage. Yu's attacks were fierce, each strike aimed at Lin Hao's vital points, while Lin Hao responded effortlessly with his footwork. After exchanging dozens of blows, Yu gained no advantage at all. This won't work. Faced with Lin Hao's calm demeanor, Yu retreated from the combat range. His attacks had no effect on Lin Hao, and Lin Hao wouldn't give him time to think. He stomped his feet and lunged at Yu like a cannonball, throwing a punch at him. This time, it was Lin Hao on the offensive. Faced with Lin Hao's fist, Yu could only barely defend himself. This guy can reach this level just by fighting with his body. Damn E-level talent, damn lightning abilities, Yu cursed inwardly. However, he had no real counter against Lin Hao's barrage of punches. Just then, Lin Hao suddenly burst with lightning, countless small black lightning bolts swirling around him. Activating the skill, Thunder Prison Instant Flash. With the boost of Thunder Prison Instant Flash, Lin Hao's speed suddenly skyrocketed. Yu, caught off guard, was sent flying by Lin Hao's punch. Lin Hao wouldn't give Yu any chance. The moment Mo was sent flying, Lin Hao stepped forward and followed him in midair, crossing his 10 fingers above his head and delivering another heavy punch toward Mo. However, as a golden-level martial artist, Mo quickly reacted the moment he was sent flying. He swiftly positioned the Bai Hua Yu Ming halberd horizontally in front of his chest to block Lin Hao's attack. Once Mo steadied himself, his eyes were filled with shock. The speed Lin Hao had just displayed was beyond what a single golden-level martial artist could keep up with. He had barely managed to block Lin Hao's strike solely based on his combat experience and quick thinking. Lin Hao then mockingly smiled. What's wrong? You can't keep up with just a little show of strength? That won't do. You haven't pleased me properly yet. At this moment, Mo calmed down. He suddenly unleashed an explosive aura, and the Bai Hua Yu Ming halberd in his hand glowed with a green light. Activating the skill, Golden Broken Sky Spin. As Mo swung the Bai Hua Yu Ming halberd, a fierce wind suddenly arose on the stage, and 8 streams of dark green energy whirlwinds formed from different directions. Charging toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Wind power? He activated Thunder Prison Instant Flash under his feet continuously to evade the whirlwind attacks. However, the whirlwinds that Lin Hao dodged suddenly changed direction and continued to attack him. Seeing this, Lin Hao remained calm. Just as the 8 energy whirlwinds were about to collide with him, Lin Hao leaped into the air. The 8 energy whirlwinds collided, creating a massive explosion, and the terrifying wind power shredded everything within the explosion radius, even creating a deep pit in the sturdy competition stage. Montag just geschaffend. He had been waiting for this moment when Lin Hao jumped into the air. He threw the Bai Hua Yu Ming halberd into the air and quickly formed seals with his hands, activating the skill, Winged Shadow Horizontal Slash. At this moment, the Bai Hua Yu Ming halberd suddenly split into 9, and 9 halberds emitting a ghostly green light shot toward Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao erupted with lightning once again, and without dodging, the 9 Bai Hua Yu Ming halberd struck Lin Hao's body. A terrifying explosion hit once more. Even the referee below had to take action. With a wave of his hand, a massive energy shield enveloped the entire competition stage, blocking all the explosive energy upon contact. Haha, I don't believe you could take a hit from my Earth-level skill and remain unscathed. At this moment, not only Mo, but even the principal of Modum Martial University wore a smile. The team members from Shansheng Martial University below looked solemn. Damn, that hit could probably take out a silver-level martial artist, right? Is Linda Shun going to be okay? Even Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui looked worried. Meanwhile, in the VIP seats, Xiao Rou saw her brother being attacked and cried out to run over to save him, but was hugged tightly by Lin Yaya. Xiao Rou kept struggling in Lin Yaya's arms. Don't worry, brother will be fine. At this moment, Feng Yao smiled at Xiao Rou. Hearing Feng Yao's voice, Xiao Rou stopped struggling, believing that her sister would not lie to her. Her big eyes were still brimming with tears. Of course, sister wouldn't lie to you. Feng Yao smiled and took Xiao Rou into her arms, wiping away the tears on her face. Lin Yaya was extremely worried at this moment. Could it be that this brat really got into trouble? How would she explain it to her mom when she got back? The smoke from the explosion filled the entire competition stage, and everyone, both on and off the stage, waited quietly, with only Mo's reckless laughter echoing throughout the arena. Chapter 36. Advancing to the final 4 at this moment, a leisurely voice rang out. Look at your old face, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Come on, tell me what happy thing you encountered, so I can be happy too. As the smoke cleared, Lin Haofeng flapped his wind and thunder wings, surrounded by black lightning. Yet, he himself was completely unharmed, not even a speck of dust on his school uniform. Mo's laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by a look of shock and disbelief. Even the members of various martial arts universities were astonished. Mo's previous attack had enough power to instantly kill a silver-level beast, and even a golden-level beast would be severely injured. But now, Lin Hao was not only unscathed, but also showed no signs of dirt. Impossible. That was a ground-level combat technique. You can't be unscathed. Montag claimed madly. The principals of the martial arts universities looked at Lin Hao surrounded by black lightning with extremely serious expressions. What was that strange black lightning? It could effortlessly block Mo's attack. Lin Hao then folded his wind and thunder wings and returned to the competition stage. Looks like you've had enough fun. Isn't it my turn now? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Mo was deep in madness, ignoring Lin Hao's words. He summoned all his spiritual energy into the Bai Hua Yu Ming Tang, which suddenly began to tremble. A powerful aura emanated from the Bai Hua Yu Ming Tang. In an instant, it rapidly enlarged, transforming from its original green color to a faint deep blue, radiating specks of white light. Mo held the Bai Hua Yu Ming Tang with both hands and laughed. Lin Hao, let's see if you can take this hit. Ha ha! He then threw the Bai Hua Yu Ming Tang at Lin Hao, who sidestepped to evade the attack. At that moment, the Bai Hua Yu Ming Tang shot straight into the sky, continuously growing larger. It paused momentarily in midair before turning back toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Lock on skill. He felt himself being targeted by the aura of the Bai Hua Yu Ming Tang. Meanwhile, Mo at the edge of the ring was laughing loudly. Ha ha. Lin Hao, this is my strongest attack, the combat skill by Lu Jin Xing Yuan. I've used this to take down golden level beasts. Let's see how you respond. At the judges' table, MOU's attack surprisingly contained star power. Should we intervene? Fang Wei looked at Jiang Tianhai, who was smiling calmly. Old Fang, don't worry. That little brat Lin Hao hasn't even used 1% of his power yet. Upon hearing Jiang Tianhai's words, Fang Wei was dumbfounded. Just how strong was Lin Hao? He began to calculate in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled what he had said during a meal with Jiang Tianhai earlier, and his face darkened, feeling as if he had been played by Jiang, as if he had lost a fortune. No, it should be even more than a fortune. At this moment, Lin Hao was surrounded by black lightning. He raised his right hand slightly, absorbing all the lightning around him into his palm. He then raised his right hand high, with the black lightning continuously expanding until it became a black lightning ball with a diameter of 1 meter. He gently tossed the lightning ball toward the Bai Hui Yuming Tang. As the black lightning ball collided with the Bai Hui Yuming Tang, countless black lightning bolts instantly enveloped it. The principals of the martial arts universities had somber expressions. Lin Hao's black lightning was devouring the spiritual energy contained within the Bai Hui Yuming Tang. The Bai Hui Yuming Tang wrapped in black lightning shrank smaller and smaller, while the lightning ball grew larger and larger. In less than 5 seconds, the Bai Hui Yuming Tang returned to its normal size. Lin Hao then clenched his palm, whispering, "Explode." Suddenly, a tremendous flash of lightning erupted in the air, and a terrifying shockwave swept across the entire competition arena. Jiang Tianhai's eyes narrowed. This little brat was making a huge scene. He waved his hand, and an energy shield, sturdier than the previous judges had created, instantly enveloped the entire competition stage. The explosion continued for over 10 seconds before subsiding. When the smoke cleared, there were only 3 people standing on the stage. Everything else was gone. MOUs by Hui Yuming Tang had long since vanished. MOU sat dumbfounded on the ground. Impossible, where's my weapon? How can he be so strong? Lin Hao wouldn't give him a chance for self-doubt, quickly closing the distance, activating the Thunder Prison Instant Flash, and punching MOU into the air. MOU had already exhausted most of his spiritual energy from his previous 3 techniques. The psychological blow was even greater. While still muttering impossible, Lin Hao sent him flying. Like his teammates, MOU joyfully soared in the air for 5 minutes before Lin Hao's attack finally ceased. At this point, MOU was already battered and bruised, still muttering impossible. Lin Hao glanced at MOU in his hand with disdain and tossed him off the competition stage. The referee breathed a heavy sigh of relief and quickly announced, "I declare that in the first match of the top 8 of the 100 Schools League, the Magic City Martial Arts University faces the Mountain City Martial Arts University. And the Mountain City Martial Arts University wins, advancing to the Final 4. At this moment, no one cheered. After the referee's announcement, there was a full 10 seconds of silence in the arena. It was unclear who started clapping first. 1, 2, 10, hundreds. Gradually the applause thundered. Cheers and shouts rose in succession. Lin Xiaoro clapped her adorable little hands, bouncing with joy, completely forgetting the tear-streaked face from earlier. At the Mountain City Martial Arts University preparation area, someone said, "As expected of our Lin God, taking down a golden-level beast is as easy as eating and drinking." That's right, we've finally avenged Mengzi and the others. That was so satisfying. The ones who shouted so loudly before have now been beaten into dead dogs by Lin God. Ha ha ha. The team members of the Mountain City Martial Arts University finally let out a breath of relief. Jiang Weiwei also smiled knowingly. Why do I feel like Lin Hao has gotten stronger again? Su Xiaorui said, full of reluctance, what kind of freak is this? Just as everyone was cheering, a thin old man suddenly appeared on the competition stage. He was small and withered, looking as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Lin Hao, you defeated MOU and his team. I won't say anything. Strength is respected, and skill is what matters. But why did you destroy MOUs by Hui Yuming Tang? The newcomer was none other than the principal of the Magic City Martial Arts University, Gu Xianying. Lin Hao merely glanced at him indifferently. What? Can the principal of the Magic City Martial Arts University not handle losing? For me, as long as I don't take a life, there's no difference between a competition and a real battle. Are you expecting beasts on the battlefield to return your weapons to you for another fight? What did you say? Gu Xianying's eyes widened, and a pressure of diamond-level intensity instantly bore down on Lin Hao. Chapter 37. Who is your daddy? Lin Hao instantly felt his body sink and was about to bend down. But he had his pride. How could he bow to an unreasonable old man like Gu Xianying? In an instant, black thunder surrounded Lin Hao, and he stubbornly withstood the pressure. He fixed his gaze on Gu Xianying. Gu Xianying was taken aback, although he wasn't using all his strength. How could a bronze-level ability user withstand his diamond-level pressure? He was trying to suppress Lin Hao because of the weapon damage, but Lin Hao was stronger than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Jiang Weiwei and the others rushed to the competition stage. Although she only had golden-level strength, she couldn't bear to see Lin Hao being bullied. Ha ha, old Gu, you're getting more backward with age. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared on the competition stage. He was tall and sturdy, with a resolute face. He smiled at Lin Hao, saying, "You kid is to my taste." After saying that, another wave of diamond-level aura emanated from him, forcefully pushing back the pressure released by Gu Xianying. The newcomer was Han Batian, the principal of Longsheng Martial University. Old Han, are you also going to medal in this? Gu Xianying's face was as dark as water at this moment. Hey, old Gu, don't get angry. It's just a weapon. What's the big deal? At this moment, another middle-aged man came to the competition stage. He looked gentle and cast a glance at Lin Hao. And once again, a diamond-level aura pressed against Gu Xianying. The newcomer was Xing Tianhe, the principal of Jiangnan Martial University. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei had already reached the competition stage, shielding Lin Hao behind her like a hen protecting her chicks. Huh. Lin Hao was a bit confused. Who were they? Noticing Lin Hao's bewilderment, Jiang Weiwei said to him, "They're the principals of Longcheng Martial University and Jiangnan Martial University. The principal of Longcheng Martial University is named Han Batian, a diamond-level powerhouse with a title-breaking army. The principal of Jiangnan Martial University is named Xing Tianhe, also a diamond-level powerhouse with a title galaxy." Just then, a middle-aged beauty came to Jiang Weiwei's side. This beauty looked to be in her 30s, with a plump figure and mature charm. "Weiwei, your Shancheng Martial University has produced a monster this time." She then smiled at Lin Hao. "Aunt Ning, long time no see." Jiang Weiwei quickly greeted her. She then introduced Lin Hao. "This is Ning Fei Shui, the principal of Qingzhou Martial University, a diamond-level powerhouse with the title Snow Queen." Lin Hao was taken aback. What was going on? Why were the principals of these top martial universities coming one after another? He quickly greeted her. "Sister Ning, hello." Not wanting to miss an opportunity, he thought it would be foolish not to curry favor with such prominent figures, especially someone as fair and tall as her. Ning Fei Shui was momentarily stunned, as were Jiang Weiwei and the other principals. Then Ning Fei Shui broke into a spring-like smile. "Oh, little brother Lin Hao, your mouth is really sweet. Sister Ning likes it. I accept your sister call. If you have any difficulties in the future, just find me." The other principals' faces darkened. Damn it, Ning Fei Shui actually got ahead of us. They had all noticed Lin Hao's potential and wanted to take this opportunity to make a good impression, but they didn't expect Ning Fei Shui to get there first. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man appeared on the competition stage. He exuded an air of authority without being angry. "Old Gu, have you been too comfortable these years? The older you get, the more shameless you become, actually attacking a junior." Seeing the newcomer, everyone quickly retracted their aura and bowed in greeting. "We meet the war god." The middle-aged man nodded. "Old Gu, I think you're not fit to be the principal of Modem Martial University anymore. Your temperament is too extreme. Go back and temper your heart well. Whenever you figure it out, then apply to return to your principal position." Gu Xianying broke into a cold sweat. "Yes, Lord War God." Seeing that Gu Xianying had no objections, Feng Wei nodded. "I will send the new principal of Modem Martial University over as soon as possible." Lin Hao was stunned. Why was there also a war god here? He then looked at Jiang Weiwei. Who has a higher rank, him or Uncle Jiang? Jiang Weiwei shot Lin Hao a glare. "Our Xia country is divided into 4 military districts: East, West, South, and North. The highest leaders of each military district are war gods, which means our Xia country has 4 war gods. My dad is one of them. And this one is of the same rank as my dad. He is Feng Wei, the war god of the Eastern Military District, with the title God of Killing." Oh, Lin Hao had just heard that each principal had a title, and war gods had titles too. Are the titles self-chosen? Lin Hao asked. As he didn't mind giving himself a title, it sounded cool. Jiang Weiwei rolled her eyes at Lin Hao again. Titles are only given to those who are diamond level and above. Each title is recorded by the Martial Artist Alliance and the Military District. Huh? Lin Hao was confused again after hearing this. What's the Martial Artist Alliance? He had never heard of it before. It seemed that only diamond level people got titles. He would have to work hard. Before reaching diamond level, he needed to think of a striking title for himself. Just then, Feng Wei's gaze fell on Lin Hao. He walked towards Lin Hao, his tiger-like eyes glaring. "You're Lin Hao?" "Huh?" Looking at Feng Wei's angry face, Lin Hao's brain momentarily froze. "Lord War God, I haven't offended you, have I? Why are you glaring at me like that? If you glare, I'll glare back. With so many people watching. What can you do to me?" "Yes, I am Lin Hao." At this moment, Lin Hao straightened his back and stared back at Feng Wei without fear. Below the stage, Feng Yao was stunned. What does Dad want to do? Seeing Feng Yao's worried expression, Lin Yaya was puzzled. Yao, what's wrong? Can that person really do anything to Lin Hao?" Feng Yao no longer hid her feelings. If her dad didn't show up, he probably would have swallowed Lin Hao whole. Andy, that person on the stage is my dad." Feng Yao's voice got quieter and quieter until it was almost a mosquito's buzz. "What did you say? Who is your dad? Who is your dad?" Lin Yaya was dumbfounded. "Wow, my nephew is amazing. He is dating the daughter of a war god. I have to tell my mom when I get back. She can walk proudly from now on." At this moment, Feng Yao couldn't explain anymore. She quickly took Lin Xiaoro and Lin Yaya and rushed towards the competition stage. Because the voices on the stage were very low, the audience below didn't know what was happening. They only saw a group of people chatting about something on the stage. It was probably about the competition, and everyone was waiting for the next match to begin. On the competition stage, seeing Lin Hao still calm and composed in front of him, Feng Wei felt a slight shock in his heart. To remain calm in front of a figure like a war god showed this kid had a good temperament. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhe could no longer sit still. Based on his years of combat experience, he had a particularly bad feeling. Was old Feng going to take advantage? No, absolutely not. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 38. Face-to-face showdown, well, you're not bad, kid. Have you ever thought about joining the military headquarters? At this moment, Feng Wei changed to a calm tone. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, and the other principals were also surprised. The military god wants to recruit Lin Hao. Damn, this kid is going to soar. Lin Hao himself, however, remained exceptionally calm. Military god, I came to Wu University to study in order to serve my country in the future, but I'm still too weak right now, and I hope to continue my training and studies at Wu University. When I am capable in the future, I will serve my country. Feng Wei looked at Lin Hao seriously for a few seconds, and seeing Lin Hao's determined expression, he suddenly burst into laughter. Good. No wonder that girl has taken a liking to you. When you graduate from school, I will personally recruit you. Huh? Lin Hao was confused. Which girl? At this moment, Lin Hao had no idea it would be Feng Yao. In just 10 minutes, he had encountered so many big shots, and his mind was still a bit overwhelmed. Feng Wei, what are you up to, you old rascal? At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see Jiang Tianhai quickly arriving in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes brightened. Oh, a familiar face is here. Everyone greeted him in unison. And Jiang Tianhai waved his hand nonchalantly. He walked up to Lin Hao and fixed his gaze on him. Lin Hao quickly greeted Jiang Tianhai, General Jiang. Jiang Tianhai, however, was not as stiff as Feng Wei. His eyes turned playful as he asked, "What did you call me?" Lin Hao was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Uncle Jiang." At this moment, Jiang Weiwei saw her father acting playfully and felt speechless. Meanwhile, Su Xiaorui beside her stifled a laugh. Everyone was surprised to hear Lin Hao's address. Could it be that Lin Hao knows Jiang Tianhai? Jiang Tianhai paid no attention to the expressions of the crowd and turned his face back to Feng Wei. Old Feng, you're not being very fair. You're openly poaching my talent. Jiang Tianhai was ready to take the initiative. Feng Wei, upon hearing this, became displeased. Old Jiang, what do you mean by poaching? I don't understand. Seeing Feng Wei not taking the bait, Jiang Tianhai went straight to the point. That Lin Hao is a student of Wu University in Shanqing. I discovered this genius first. Plus, we have a bet, don't forget. Feng Wei, upon hearing this, chuckled. Huh. So the person old Jiang was talking about is Lin Hao. He then subtly glanced at a certain spot outside the competition venue. Hey, old Jiang, a bet is a bet, but Lin Hao hasn't won the championship yet, has he? What's wrong with me recruiting him early? Besides, who says that a student of Wu University in Shanqiang is off limits for me to recruit? Hearing this, Lin Hao's face darkened. It seemed these two old guys had made some kind of bet involving him. Jiang Tianhai immediately exploded with anger. Old Feng, don't be unreasonable. The competition still has to continue. I'll be straightforward with you. I believe Lin Hao will win the championship. Feng Wei smirked. Jiang Tianhai, you're forcing me to make a bold statement. He then said, Old Jiang, I'm not bragging. I don't know about the others, but I know Lin Hao will definitely come to my side. Before Jiang Tianhai could continue, Feng Wei turned his head to the other side and deliberately asked, Daughter, why are you up here? Everyone turned to look and saw a stunning girl in a yellow dress running up with a cute little girl. The girl stood protectively in front of Lin Hao and shouted, Old Feng, if you dare to bully Lin Hao, I'll fight you. At this moment, Lin Hao's brain went blank. He felt like he was in a city destroyed by an exploding planet. What should he even add to this? In short, Lin Hao was stunned. The end of the story. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? Let me just zone out for a quarter of an hour. Nobody disturb me. At this moment, Lin Xiaoro was waving a supersized lollipop in front of Lin Hao. Hey, what's wrong with my brother? Doesn't he see Xiaoro? Jiang Tianhai was immediately shocked. Damn it, old Feng, you sly old fox. You're using a beauty trap. Jiang Tianhai quickly turned his eyes to Jiang Weiwei. Seeing her father looking over, Jiang Weiwei felt something was off. She wanted to speak up to stop him, but it was already too late. Weiwei, come here. Jiang Tianhai called out with a powerful voice. Jiang Weiwei walked over with her head down. Old Feng, I'll tell you the truth. Lin Hao's learned my family's secret technique. I'm raising him as my future son-in-law. Jiang Tianhai then also made a bold statement. Feng Wei was shocked. He knew that Jiang family's secret technique was a skill that only heirs of the Jiang family could learn. Damn it, you sly old fox. How dare you steal from my family? At this moment, Feng Yao also looked at Jiang Tianhai in shock and then glanced at Jiang Weiwei. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was standing beside Lin Hao, patting him on the shoulder. Good job, you little rascal. You dare to pursue the military god's daughter. And you even went for two. It seems my aunt didn't spoil you for nothing. I'll go home and tell my mom this good news. Lin Hao, however, didn't he hear what Lin Ye said? The focus of his thoughts was on the fact that the concentration technique Jiang Tianhai passed on to him was a Jiang family secret. I'm the Jiang family's son-in-law. How come I didn't know? Feng Wei is Feng Yao's father. His mind was in complete chaos. The principals present and the Wu University team members were also in shock. What the hell did I just see? Is this something a non-VIP like me should know? Wow, my Lin brother is amazing, pursuing the military goddess daughter. And he even went for two, one of whom is our principal. I declare from now on, Lin brother is my idol, the kind that can't be changed even if I die. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei were still arguing, until two female voices rang out simultaneously. Dad, shut up. Jiang Weiwei and Feng Yao pulled Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei aside. The competition isn't over yet. The audience is watching. Let's talk about this later. Both of them realized that arguing here wasn't a good idea, so they returned to the judging panel. Just as Fang Yao was about to lead Xiaoro and Lin Yao away, Jiang Weiwei walked over. Fang Yao, why don't you guys watch the competition with us? Before Fang Yao could respond, Xiaoro jumped up with excitement, clapping her little hands. I want to be with my brother. Fang Yao hesitated for a moment looking at Lin Xiaoro, but eventually agreed. At this moment, Lin Hao followed Jiang Weiwei's group back to the preparation area like a walking corpse. Lin Yao walked up to Lin Hao and said, "You silly boy, you're not really dumb, are you?" Lin Hao's mind was in complete chaos. Aunt, I just want some peace and quiet. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi asked, "Who is quiet?" Lin Hao's face darkened. "Aunt, don't you feel cold?" In less than a minute, the big shots on the competition stage returned to their positions. At this time, Jiang Tianhai announced at the judging panel, "The competition continues." Meanwhile, our judge was curled up in a corner, shivering in fear. Chapter 39, Surrounded by Beauties or Battlefield. In the second match of the quarterfinals, Longqing Wuda faced Huadu Wuda. The referee took a moment to collect himself before standing on the competition stage to announce the match. At this moment, Lin Hao was seated with Fang Yao and Lin Yi on his left, and Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui on his right, with Lin Xiaoro in his arms. It was indeed a scene surrounded by beauties, making the players from Shanqing Wuda feel envious. No wonder Lin Deshun is so impressive, surrounded by 5 beautiful women. I doubt anyone else in the history of the 100 Schools League can match this. Now, I finally understand what it means to have both arms full of beauty, surrounded by flowers. She'll keep it down. From my years of experience with girls, Lin Deshun is not just enjoying the company. It's more like a battlefield. Can't you feel it? The temperature in the air has dropped. Indeed, I can sense a chilling aura of hostility surrounding us. On the competition stage, the Wuda players were competing fiercely, with cheers from the audience rising and falling. However, Lin Hao had no intention of watching the match. His mind was filled with thoughts about being the son-in-law of the Jiang family, and that Fang Wei was Fang Yao as father. He stole a glance at Fang Yao on his left, and then at Jiang Weiwei on his right. Seeing that neither of them reacted, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. At that moment, a cute little hand holding a lollipop reached out to Lin Hao. "Brother, have some candy. It's from Sister Yao." Lin Hao saw Lin Xiaoro's adorable face and smiled wryly, then opened the lollipop and popped it in his mouth. Sweet in his mouth, but bitter in his heart, Lin Hao could surely relate to that feeling. Meanwhile, Lin Hao did not see Xuan Yu appear on the stage. Longqing Wuda managed to defeat Huadu Wuda with just 2 main players. In the third match of the quarterfinals, Longying Wuda faced Jiangnan Wuda. Jiangnan Wuda surprisingly achieved a 1-against-5 performance in the quarterfinals, which sent the audience's enthusiasm to a climax. In the fourth match of the quarterfinals, Xinqiang Wuda faced Qingzhou Wuda. Both teams were ranked in the top 5 from the last tournament. Qingzhou Wuda's first genius, Yi Shuang, took the stage and defeated Xinqiang Wuda, also a top-tier school, with her extraordinary water abilities, advancing to the semifinals. Thus, the 4 finalists were determined: Shanqing Wuda versus Longqing Wuda and Jiangnan Wuda versus Qingzhou Wuda. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei turned to Lin Hao and asked, "Longqing Wuda was the champion of the last 100 Schools League. What do you plan to do?" Longqing Wuda's performance earlier probably didn't showcase even half of their strength. Their captain, Xuan Yu, hasn't even played a match. To avoid a repeat of our encounter with Moda Wuda, I can handle it alone tomorrow. Alright, just be careful. I'll take the team back first. You should spend some time with your family, Jiang Weiwei said with a faint smile. Lin Hao fell silent for a moment and suggested, "How about we go eat together?" Jiang Weiwei shook her head. "I need to check on Wang Ming and the others, so I want to go." Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't say more, taking Lin Xiaoro's small hand and leaving with Lin Yi and Fang Yao. Lin Xiaoro waved her cute little hand at Jiang Weiwei. "Goodbye, pretty sister." Jiang Weiwei smiled and waved back, but the hint of bitterness in her heart went unnoticed by anyone. That evening, Lin Hao and the others had dinner at a nearby restaurant. Lin Yi noticed Lin Hao's thoughts and took Xiaoro away first. Lin Hao and Fang Yao then strolled slowly by the lake outside the school. Both remained silent, as the events of the day had left a significant impact on both of them. Lin Hao didn't know how to start the conversation. After a long while, Lin Hao broke the silence, feeling he needed to give Fang Yao an explanation as a man. Although their relationship had not been explicitly stated, it was clear to anyone that Fang Yao liked Lin Hao, and Lin Hao didn't need to elaborate. Yao, about today I know," Fang Yao interrupted. Having guessed the situation from Lin Hao's expression, Lin Hao probably didn't realize how important the concentration method was to the Jiang family. "I can see that Uncle Jiang really values you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted such an important technique to you. Didn't I also conceal my family matters from you?" Fang Yao smiled faintly. But Lin Hao wanted to say more, but Fang Yao suddenly took his hand. "Silly, your performance today has already given me a huge surprise. You haven't gone back on your word. This is good. You saw how my dad treated you today like a treasure. That way, I wouldn't have to waste my breath dealing with him." Seeing that Fang Yao didn't want to dwell on Jiang Weiwei's matter, Lin Hao chose not to say more. They walked a little longer before parting ways. On the other side, in Jiang Weiwei's room, She was looking at Jiang Tianhai with a face full of resentment, while Su Xiaowei was making tea for him. Seeing his daughter's expression that seemed like she wanted to bite him, Jiang Tianhai couldn't hold back and spoke first. Ahem, Wei Wei, your dad is just doing this for your own good. If I don't step in, Lin Hao might just be taken by that sly Feng Wei. But you can't use your daughter as a bargaining chip. How am I supposed to get along with Lin Hao in the future? Jiang Tianhai's eyes widened. Just get along however you want. What do you mean you can't? If anything happens, I'll handle it for you. At this moment, Su Xiaowei placed the tea in front of Jiang Tianhai. Yes, Uncle Jiang is right. If you don't act soon, Lin Hao will run away. You saw it yourself today. If Uncle Jiang doesn't show up, Uncle Feng will take Lin Hao under his wing. Then you won't even have a place to cry. Ah, at least Xiaowei understands me. Watching Su Xiaowei and her father harmonizing, Jiang Weiwei felt overwhelmed. The key thing was that other team members had also seen this. What should I do? I'm anxiously waiting for a solution. In the Jiangnan Wuda conference room, there were only Principal Xing Tianhe and a sweet girl in a white dress. Qingming, aren't you going to compete tomorrow in the semifinals? Let us see how it goes. Anyway, tomorrow is the last day of the competition. I'll have to compete in the finals regardless. If that Yi Shuang is as strong as you say, I'll take the stage last to secure the victory. The girl in the white dress was Lu Qingming, the top genius of Jiangnan Wuda. The strongest opponent in this competition, ISN T Jiangnan Wuda. You didn't see the match today. There was a remarkable genius on the stage. Oh, since you say that, he must be very strong. Is it Xuan Yu from Longqing Wuda? Lu Qingming asked curiously. No, it's a student from Shanqing Wuda. He asked the captain, named Lin Hao. Although he only has high-level bronze strength, he made Moda Wuda unable to fight back at all. High-level bronze dominating gold? I must see this Lin Hao tomorrow. At this moment, Lu Qingming was even more curious about Lin Hao. After parting ways with Feng Yao, Lin Hao returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Mo Zixuan looking at him with admiration. Mo Zixuan quickly ran to Lin Hao and hugged his leg. Linga, you're amazing. From now on Mo Zixuan will be your number one little brother. Whoever dares to compete with me, I'll fight them. Lin Hao's face darkened, and he kicked Mo Zixuan away. Get lost. Today is already chaotic enough. Don't add to my troubles. Mo Zixuan chuckled. Linga, you don't know. Just now, everyone wanted to be your little brother, but I sent them all away. Lin Hao ignored Mo Zixuan's antics and casually asked, how are Wang Ming and the others? Don't worry, Lin Gu, Mengzi, and the others are basically recovered now. It was Principal Jiang who treated them personally. Hearing Mo Zixuan's words, Lin Hao felt a little relieved. Chapter 40. The semifinals begin early the next morning. Everyone set off to the competition venue after breakfast. By this time, many spectators had already arrived at the venue, and under Jiang Weiwei's treatment, Wang Ming and the others had basically recovered. Originally, Jiang Weiwei wanted them to rest for another day, but Wang Ming and the others insisted on coming to watch the match, so Jiang Weiwei went along with them. Once everyone was seated, Lin Hao suddenly felt an incredibly eager gaze fixed on him. Following the gaze, he discovered it was a member of the Longqing Martial University's preparation team. Lin Hao immediately felt a chill run down his back. No way, dude. What kind of gaze is that? At this moment, the referee had already stepped onto the competition stage, and the areas that were damaged yesterday had been restored to their original state. The first match of the semifinals, Longqing Martial University versus Shanqing Martial University. Please have the competing players take the stage. As a referee announced the start of the match, the audience's enthusiasm reached a climax. Lin Hao, Lin Hao, Lin Hao. The audience below was going wild with cheers. Lin Hao's stunning performance from yesterday, where he fought 4 opponents at once, had left a deep impression on the spectators. Sitting in the VIP section, Lin Yi and the others looked quite surprised. This little brat Lin Hao, just one day, and he already has so many fans. Feng Yao also smiled. It seems the shock the idiot brought to the audience yesterday was quite significant. Listening to the audience chanting his name like a tidal wave, Lin Hao felt a bit dazed. Wow, I guess I'm somewhat of a celebrity now. No wonder I, Lin the Great, have such enthusiastic supporters. This is the first time since the finals began. Of course, it seems the audience's judgment is just like ours. Amid the audience's expectations, Lin Hao slowly walked onto the competition stage. Standing opposite him was the Longqing Martial University player who had just made eye contact with him. He clasped his fists in greeting. Brother Lin, I'm Xuan Yu, the captain of Longqing Martial University. Lin Hao was a bit surprised upon hearing this and returned the greeting. Captain of Shanqing Martial University, Lin Hao. Brother Lin, I have a suggestion. How about we settle this with a single match? My team members are all silver-level warriors, and they definitely can't match up to Brother Lin's strength. I believe the same goes for your side as well. Lin Hao paused for a moment, looking back at Jiang Weiwei and his teammates below. Seeing Jiang Weiwei nodding at him, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. All right, Brother Duan, let us settle it with one match. The audience below also heard their conversation and erupted in cheers. At the judges' table, Jiang Tianhai stroked his chin and said, Old Feng, how much strength do you think Lin Hao will use against Duan Yu? Feng Wei shot Jiang Tianhai a look. Old Jiang, let me tell you, Duan Yu is renowned at Longqing Martial University for defeating stronger opponents, and he is already at the high gold level. He is not someone that MOU from Moda Martial University can compare to. Jiang Tianhai was slightly surprised after hearing this. Duan Yu had reached the high gold level. He was also curious to see how Lin Hao would handle this. At this moment, the referee announced, "I declare the first match of the semifinals between Longqing Martial University and Shanqing Martial University has begun." As the referee announced the start of the match, Duan Yu brandished his hand, and a long spear that was entirely bright silver appeared in his grasp. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned upon seeing this, then quickly remembered that Duan Yu's weapon was indeed a spear from the materials he had reviewed on Longqing Martial University. "Brother Lin, this spear in my hand is called Pajun. You should be careful." After saying this, Duan Yu's aura erupted, showcasing his high gold-level strength. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, and black lightning instantly surrounded his body. Seeing the black lightning enveloping Lin Hao, Duan Yu did not dare to be careless. He had witnessed the terror of Lin Hao's black lightning the day before. Thinking of this, Duan Yu lightly stomped one foot and charged at Lin Hao like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Hao. So fast. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the strength at the high gold level was not to be underestimated. Lin Hao slightly turned his body and dodged the thrusting spear. Duan Yu was unperturbed. He paused slightly and transitioned from a thrust to a sweep, the entire spear heavily sweeping toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his arms to cross and block. The moment the spear touched Lin Hao's arms, he felt a powerful force surge toward him. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. This guy has such great strength. The spear swept Lin Hao to the side, and Lin Hao stepped back to dissipate the force. Yet the power from that strike actually made Lin Hao's arms slightly numb. In their first exchange, Lin Hao realized that Duan Yu was not like Mou, who was useless. This was the result of hard work and daily training. Seeing Lin Hao retreat, Duan Yu did not pursue but instead smiled at Lin Hao. "Brother Lin, it seems you also have quite a bit of strength. Normally, silver-level warriors hit by my spear would be sent flying at least 10 meters away." Lin Hao smiled. "Brother Duan, you have great strength. Now it's my turn to attack." With that, Lin Hao instantly disappeared from his original spot, activating the skill, Thunder Prison Instant Flash, moving even faster than Duan Yu. At this moment, Duan Yu gripped the spear tightly in his right hand, his eyes closed. Time passed second by second, and everyone watched the competition platform with widened eyes. Yesterday, Lin Hao had caught Modu Martial University off guard with his incredible speed. It remained to be seen if the same technique would work against Duan Yu. Just then, Duan Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He horizontally positioned the Pajun spear, and at that moment, Lin Hao's fist, enveloped in black lightning, came crashing down. With a clang, Lin Hao's fist struck the body of the Pajun spear. Lin Hao was shocked. This was the first time his attack had been blocked after activating the Thunder Prison Instant Flash. Just then, Lin Hao's alarm bells rang in his mind. Not good. He immediately tried to withdraw from the combat range, but it was too late. In the instant of the fist and spear colliding, Duan Yu's right leg had already lifted, sweeping toward Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao was sent crashing down to the ground like a cannonball, and dust erupted all over the competition platform. The audience below and the students and teachers from various martial universities were stunned as they watched this scene. Lin Hao's attack was easily broken by Duan Yu. What kind of monster is Duan Yu from Longqing Martial University? How did he manage to see Lin Hao? Indeed, I couldn't even see a shadow of Lin Hao. At this moment, the audience was buzzing with discussion, while dust swirled on the platform. As the dust settled, everyone looked up at the platform and found a pit with a diameter of 5 meters. But where is Lin Hao? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Hao's figure was nowhere to be seen in the pit. Duan Yu felt something was off, and just at that moment, Lin Hao suddenly appeared behind Duan Yu. Another punch, wrapped in black lightning, came crashing down heavily on Duan Yu. Although Duan Yu didn't have time to turn around, he reacted quickly. He swiftly positioned the Pajun spear behind him to block Lin Hao's attack. However, in the hurried moment, he had no time to gather strength. And with his back facing Lin Hao, although Lin Hao's punch struck the Pajun spear, the force still transmitted into Duan Yu's body, sending him flying forward 10 meters. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Duan Yu used one hand to push off the ground and flip back onto the competition platform. Chapter 41. Duan Yu's trump card. This guy is really something. He didn't seem to be injured at all after taking a punch from me. It seems his body's resilience is also extremely strong. Lin Hao sighed inwardly. The two of them had captivated the audience and team members in just a few short exchanges. Duan Yu is the #1 genius of Longqing Martial University. He has been honing his body since he was young, training day in and day out without pause. His current strength is well-deserved, commented Han Batian, the principal of Shanqing Martial University, with a smile. Of course, the captain hasn't even shown 1% of his strength yet. I don't think Lin Hao can last much longer, the team members from Shanqing Martial University echoed. Han Batian shook his head after hearing this. From just those few exchanges, it was clear that Lin Hao's level was certainly not inferior to Duan Yu's. His physical strength is not at all lacking compared to Duan Yu's. The other principals could see clearly that after Lin Hao took a hit from Duan Yu, he was able to quickly adjust and counterattack. This is not something that can be made up for with talent. Brother Lin, great skills. It's been a long time since Duan Yu had a good fight. Today, thanks to Brother Lin, I can finally showcase my skills. Be careful next, Brother Lin. As he spoke, a mysterious aura suddenly enveloped Duan Yu. rapidly surging towards the entire competition stage. This aura was growing stronger, and gradually, even the competition platform that Golden Warriors couldn't break was cracking rapidly under its influence. At this moment, all the principals of the martial universities stood up in shock. Even Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai's eyes were filled with excitement. This kid is truly a monster, Feng Wei laughed. Lin Hao is in trouble now. Jiang Tianhai was also greatly surprised. He never expected that Xuan Yu had comprehended the concept, and if he wasn't mistaken, it should be the will to fight. It might have already reached the 3rd level. After saying this, he felt deeply sorry for Lin Hao. There's a world of difference between a warrior who comprehends a concept and an ordinary warrior. Damn, what kind of freak has Longcheng Martial University produced? It seems the champion of this year's 100 Schools League will be Longcheng Martial University again. At this moment, the principals of various martial universities had envy in their eyes. Meanwhile, in the preparation area of Jiangnan Martial University, a girl in a white dress looked on with a hint of excitement. The team members of Shancheng Martial University were also dumbstruck, staring at Xuan Yu on the stage. What kind of momentum is this? Wow, it seems Lin Deshun is in danger. Is this a realm that a human can reach? Jiang Weiwei looked at Lin Hao with a worried expression. To be honest, Jiang Weiwei was already very satisfied that Shancheng Martial University made it to the semifinals. Remembering the goal she had set with Lin Hao was to reach the top 16, and that Lin Hao had led the team to the semifinals without a fight. She was already very content. She just hoped that Lin Hao wouldn't hurt himself by trying to show off for her in the school. At this moment, Xuan Yu's aura suddenly surged and then stopped. Lin Hao sensed the aura of the 3rd level concept. He couldn't help but marvel at Xuan Yu's talent. Lin Hao's 3rd level aura was a gift from his system through the Thunder Prison 9 Spears, and although Lin Hao had comprehended the concept himself, it was still cheating. Xuan Yu, on the other hand, had comprehended it all by himself. The referee on the stage waved his hand, and a protective shield appeared over the competition platform. He was also quite surprised that Xuan Yu could comprehend a concept. The burst of this aura could potentially affect the team members and audience below, so he prudently set up a protective shield. Brother Xuan, you truly surprised me, Lin Hao couldn't help but praise. As soon as he finished speaking, black lightning surged around him. His entire body was enveloped in dense black thunder. The technique Thunder Prison Instant Flash was pushed to its limits. In an instant, he appeared in front of Xuan Yu, delivering a punch infused with powerful thunder. The punch's wind carried waves of black lightning towards Xuan Yu's face. At this moment, Xuan Yu's eyes were slightly closed, his expression unusually calm. He simply raised his palm and blocked Lin Hao's attack. Lin Hao did not dare to be careless at this point, launching several rapid strikes with Thunder Prison Instant Flash from different angles toward Xuan Yu. But Xuan Yu had already reached a clear and calm state. To him, every one of Lin Hao's attacks was as clear as day. At this moment, Lin Hao's attacks were easily blocked by Xuan Yu, who didn't even need to use his spear. The audience below was already dumbfounded, utterly silent. The principals of various martial universities were also sighing, acknowledging that he was indeed a genius who had comprehended a concept. Ordinary movements and attacks could no longer inflict any damage on him. Seeing that his long assault was ineffective, Lin Hao quickly withdrew from the combat range. But Xuan Yu wouldn't give him time to think. Seeing Lin Hao retreat, he quickly moved forward. He didn't even use his spear. The broken spear was stuck in the competition platform. With a punch, he struck towards Lin Hao's face. So fast, this punch was more than twice as fast as before. Lin Hao hurriedly raised his arms to block, but it was too late. This punch, infused with the will to fight, heavily struck Lin Hao's arms. Lin Hao felt as if he had been hit by a truck. A tremendous force surged through his arms and into his whole body, sending him flying back and crashing heavily onto the competition platform. At this moment, Xuan Yu wouldn't give Lin Hao a chance. He moved in an instant and struck again with a punch. Lin Hao wasn't slow to react either, quickly activating Thunder Prison Instant Flash to barely evade this strike. Damn, that really hurt. Lin Hao cursed inwardly. If it weren't for his black thunder protection, that punch would have likely broken both his arms. Now, Lin Hao maintained a safe distance from Xuan Yu. It seemed that neither Thunder Prison Shock 8 Desolations nor Endless Thunder Prison could hurt him anymore. The two stood firm, and Xuan Yu summoned the broken spear back into his hand. Brother Lin, be careful. The next move might hurt you, Xuan Yu said. Still quite optimistic about this junior with only bronze high-level cultivation, reminding him. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. It seemed he couldn't hide the new gun technique he had comprehended anymore. Brother Xuan has great skills. Since you're using a spear, then I, Lin Hao, will also use a spear. As he spoke, Lin Hao gestured, and a long spear with thunder patterns appeared in his hand. At this moment, not only Xuan Yu, but everyone present was collectively stunned. Isn't Lin Hao an ability user? How can he use a spear? Before everyone could react, Lin Hao closed his eyes tightly. An aura almost identical to Xuan Yu's began to emanate from Lin Hao's body. At this moment, Lin Hao's thunder prison cracking spear began to tremble slightly. The floor of the competition platform beneath Lin Hao's feet also began to crack rapidly. This aura continued to rise until it matched Xuan Yu's before finally stopping. Everyone's mouths dropped open as they watched this scene. Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei stood up with a start. Damn, This kid Lin Hao has also comprehended a concept. Spear intent, triple spear intent. The two auras collided in the arena, instantly stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. Chapter 42, Gun Intent versus Battle Intent. This scene was quite distressing for the referee on the field. The protective shield he had created began to crack inch by inch the moment the two forces collided, showing signs of breaking. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei could no longer remain seated. Jiang Tianhai quickly flew up to the competition stage and said something to the referee, who looked bitter and cursed as he exited the field. Jiang Tianhai then formed a seal with his hands, and a more solid protective shield appeared above the arena. Feng Wei was not idle either. He went to the audience area and created a protective barrier facing the spectators. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai's voice came from the competition stage. For special reasons, I will personally judge this match. These two kids actually provoked the war god to take action. The other principals in the preparation area shook their heads and chuckled. Meanwhile, in the preparation area of Shancheng Martial University, Wang Meng said, "As expected of my Lin Shun dam, I really admire him." Lei Yunfan commented, "What kind of monster is he? Damn, how can a lightning-type ability comprehend such intent?" Xia Qiuling added, "Lin Shun is so handsome. Oh my god, I'm drooling." At this moment, Zhang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei were both staring blankly at the stage. Is this the new battle technique that Lin Hao has comprehended over the past 2 months? This idiot can actually use a gun. It seems I need to ask him for advice in the future. Fang Yao's mouth was slightly open. Ha ha ha, brother Lin, well done. I, Duan Yu, did not misjudge you. Let's have a good fight. Duan Yu laughed heartily. His battle intent surged, growing stronger the more powerful his opponent was. The two of them did not waste words and quickly stood up and advanced, their guns colliding in the air, producing a series of explosive sounds. They exchanged blows back and forth for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Lin Hao was also enjoying the battle immensely, as he had longed for an equally matched opponent. After dozens of exchanges, both were slightly out of breath. At this moment, the audience's cheers reached an unprecedented height. Even the students and principals from the Martial University were collectively cheering. Suddenly, Duan Yu's Pejuan gun shone brightly. He bent down and swept horizontally, unleashing his battle technique, sweep thousands of troops. The golden gun light rushed towards Lin Hao with the momentum of breaking through bamboo. Lin Hao was not to be outdone. He quickly waved his Lei Yu Liacong gun, the tip crackling with thunderous power, producing explosive sounds. Lei Yu 9 guns, first shot, stabilizing the three armies. Lin Hao held the gun with one hand, the tip wrapped in black thunder, crashing into the golden gun light emitted by Duan Yu. A loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire competition stage and the venue. Wow, are these two freaks going to destroy this place? The principals and team members were incredibly relieved that the war god had just intervened. Otherwise, that last strike would have sent them all flying. Back in the arena, the dust had not yet settled, and the sounds of battle continued. After another round of intense fighting, Lin Hao, who was airborne, took the initiative. Lei 9 guns. Second shot, breaking the mountain. The Lei Yu Liacong gun radiated with black light, and black thunder surged around Lin Hao. In an instant, all the thunderous power converged on the gun. Lin Hao held the gun at an angle and struck down fiercely, shooting a crescent-shaped gun light wrapped in black light towards Duan Yu with the momentum to cut through mountains. Duan Yu, unwilling to back down, surged with battle intent, channeling all his strength into the gun and taking a throwing stance. His battle technique, breaking the void and hunting shadows, was activated. The Pejuan gun met Lin Hao's crescent-shaped gun light with overwhelming force, causing another explosion on the stage. The entire competition stage began to collapse, and a strong tremor was felt outside the arena. Before Duan Yu could react, Lin Hao had already activated the third shot of the Lei Yu 9 guns. Lei Yu 9 guns, third shot, split the rivers. At that moment, the sky above the competition stage suddenly changed, with endless black thunder appearing. Lin Hao raised his Lei Yu Liacong gun and began to gather power. At that moment, a black thunderbolt struck the gun tip, causing the Lei Yu Liacong gun to tremble violently. Lin Hao aimed at Duan Yu on the stage and unhesitatingly projected the gun. Ha ha ha, brother Lin. This move is truly exhilarating. At this moment, Duan Yu, influenced by the battle intent, had entered a frenzied state. He held the Pejuan gun behind his back, slightly bending his body, channeling all his spiritual power and battle intent into the gun. His battle technique, Dragon's Roar Shakes the Heavens, was activated. This was the strongest strike Duan Yu could muster at that moment. The entire gun body suddenly radiated golden light and emitted a series of dragon roars. As Duan Yu completed his charge, he threw the Pejuan gun. Black and yellow lights collided in midair. Time seemed to stop at that moment, but in just an instant, the entire competition stage turned to ashes. Jiang Tianhai's face darkened as he reinforced the protective shield. Everyone could only see the dust swirling in the air, but they could not see the figures of the two. What happened? The audience was filled with confusion. Xing Tianhe and the other principals were also left speechless. That last strike was enough to annihilate a platinum-level ferocious beast. Wow, these two are truly freaks. A minute later, the dust inside the protective shield settled. Seeing this, Jiang Tianhai also removed the protective shield. Everyone looked over to see that the competition stage was nowhere to be found. The original position of the stage had left a nearly 5-meter deep pit. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai was dragging the unconscious Xuan Yu in his hands, while Lin Hao was also panting heavily beside him. Where's the competition stage? The entire stage had been blown away by the two of them. What kind of destructive power is this? At this moment, both the audience and the Marshall University team members were in awe. Jiang Tianhai forced a bitter smile, realizing that these two kids had destroyed the competition stage. What would they do for the next match? He then began to announce, I declare that in the first match of the semifinals of the 100 Schools League, Shanxing Marshall University defeats Longqing Marshall University and advances to the finals. The arena fell silent again, and no one knew how long it lasted. Then, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. It was truly exhilarating. The ticket for this match was worth every penny. At this moment, cheers erupted from all corners of the audience. Everyone from Shanxing Marshall University and Longqing Marshall University hurried to Jiang Tianhai's side to check on their respective team members. Don't worry, Xuan Yu just exhausted his spiritual power. He's fine, Jiang Tianhai said. Hearing this, Han Batian felt slightly relieved. Looking at the unconscious Xuan Yu, Han Batian smiled bitterly, thinking that if it weren't for that freak Lin Hao, the championship would have been theirs this year. Lin Hao. At this moment, everyone from Shanxing Marshall University also rushed to Lin Hao's side. Jiang Tianhai sighed as he looked at Jiang Weiwei's worried expression. Chapter 43. Lu Qingming's confidence. Lin Hao chuckled. It's nothing, just a bit exhausting. At this moment, his clothes were completely tattered, revealing his perfect upper body, and he had put away the Thunder Prison split sky gun. He then looked over at Fang Yao, who was visibly worried, and waved to reassure her. Seeing that Lin Hao was fine, Fang Yao let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ye couldn't help but exclaim, the old Lin family is about to produce a dragon. How can Lin Hao be so abnormal? Lin Xiaoro clapped her hands. Brother won again. Meanwhile, Fang Wei watched Lin Hao with shining eyes. To comprehend the martial artist's gun intent with the ability of an ability user, Lin Hao's talent must be extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Hao had once again refreshed everyone's perception of him. After an estimation by the competition staff, it was determined that the competition stage wouldn't be recoverable today. However, the Magic Capital Marshall University has more than one competition stage. After a while, the staff announced that the second semifinal match would be rescheduled to 1 p.m. in a nearby competition stage, while the finals would be held tomorrow at 9 a.m. With no matches in the morning, the audience began to leave. Let's go find brother, Fang Yao said, taking Lin Xiaoro's little hand and heading to Lin Hao's dorm with Lin Ye. When they arrived at Lin Hao's dorm door, Lin Xiaoro knocked. After a moment, the door opened, and it was Mo Zixuan who answered. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the three of them, but quickly reacted and ushered them inside. Lin Hao was resting in the room. Today's battle had been exhilarating. Lin Xiaoro quickly jumped into Lin Hao's arms, her big, lively eyes filled with admiration. Lin Hao hugged Xiaoro and placed her on his lap, then looked at Fang Yao and Lin Ye. Andy Yao Yao, what brings you here? Lin Ye said with a hint of annoyance. Yao Yao was worried about you, checking if you were missing any parts. Lin Hao's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and he turned to Fang Yao. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted. Seeing that Lin Hao was really okay, Fang Yao felt relieved. On the other side, in the Jiangnan Marshall University conference room, the principal said, it seems you were right. That Lin Hao is indeed a genius. If it weren't for the inherent fluctuations of spiritual power, I wouldn't believe he is only at the high bronze level. His final strike against Xuan Yu was enough to kill a platinum-level beast. Lu Qingming was discussing the recent match with her team and the principal. Lin Hao is too abnormal. I can't imagine what level he would reach if he attained gold level. Fighting bronze high against gold high, he completely crossed two major tiers. A Jiangnan Marshall University team member remarked. Everyone else realized this as well. That's right, Lin Hao is currently only at the high bronze level. If he reaches the gold level, what a terrifying scene that would be. Fighting at the gold level would probably be as easy as squashing an ant. How about it, Qingming? Do you have confidence in dealing with him? Xing Tianna asked, and everyone turned to look at Lu Qingming. No problem. His triple gun intent is indeed strong. But fortunately, it doesn't pose much of a threat to me. What I'm afraid of is if he has any hidden cards left to play. Lu Qingming smiled faintly, as if Lin Hao was not a difficult opponent in her eyes. You are our Jiangnan Marshall University's trump card. You should be the biggest dark horse this year. I've kept you hidden for the entire competition, Xing Tianna said with a smile. Indeed, as Xing Tianna mentioned, the 100 Schools League was nearing its conclusion. Yet Lu Qingming had not made a single move. This was her first time at the competition venue. Meanwhile, at Longqing Marshall University's team, the members were gathered around Xuan Yu. Captain, are you feeling better? The team members looked worried. Xuan Yu was lying in bed, feeling weak. Look at all of you. What could possibly happen to me? I'm just out of spiritual power. Xuan Yu almost laughed at his teammates. That Lin Hao is too abnormal. Isn't he an ability user? How would he comprehend the martial artist's intent? One team member sighed. Indeed, ability users usually understand the power of laws. I really didn't expect him to grasp gun intent. Han Batian entered the room. Seeing that Xuan Yu was not seriously injured, Han Batian felt slightly relieved. How did it feel to fight Lin Hao? Xuan Yu thought for a moment and replied, "The clash of two kinds of intent is rare and hard to come by. I hope to have the opportunity to compete with him again. That's the only way to improve further." Han Batian nodded in agreement. The 100 Schools League was nearing its end, and tomorrow you were allowed a day off to watch the finals. Before the team members could cheer, Han Batian continued, "At least we've made it to the top 4. According to the information I've received, there may be special arrangements for the top 10 schools from the 4 military regions. By then, you might not even have time to eat or sleep, let alone rest." Hearing this, everyone felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. After a whole morning, Lin Hao's body finally recovered a bit. The 3 girls, seeing that Lin Hao was fine, chatted for a while before leaving. With no matches for Shancheng Martial University in the afternoon, the team members seemed very relaxed. Jiang Weiwei also didn't arrange any activities for them, just letting them rest well and then go watch the other semi-final match together in the afternoon. At 1 p.m., students and teachers from various martial universities gathered at the new competition stage. This stage was larger than the previous one, and the materials used for its construction were sturdier. After witnessing Lin Hao and Xuan Yu's match, the Magic Capital Martial University couldn't afford to be careless and chose the sturdiest stage for the competition. Most of the audience had already arrived. Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei were seated at the judges' table, as Shancheng Martial University was the first team to enter the finals. Their appearance caused quite a stir, mainly due to Lin Hao's extraordinary performance repeatedly refreshing the audience's perception of Shancheng Martial University. Feng Yao, Lin Yiya, and Lin Xiaoro also took their seats in the VIP area. Upon seeing her brother, Lin Xiaoro waved her cute little hand to greet Lin Hao. He ran over to them and asked, "Do you want to go to the preparation area to watch the match?" Lin Xiaoro's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Feng Yao and Lin Yiya shook their heads, mainly worried about causing trouble for Lin Hao. But Lin Xiaoro didn't care about that. She just wanted to be with her brother. In the end, she followed Lin Hao to the preparation area. Lin Yiya repeatedly reminded Lin Hao to take good care of Xiaoro. Xiaoro made a face at Lin Yiya and quickly pulled Lin Hao away. As soon as Lin Hao sat down with Xiaoro in the preparation area, Mo Zixuan approached with a big grin, holding a giant lollipop. "Hello, little sister Xiaoro. This lollipop is for you." Looking at the goofy smile on Mo Zixuan's face, Xiaoro glanced at her brother. Seeing him nod, she reached out to take the lollipop. "Thank you, brother." Everyone looked at the overly eager Mo Zixuan with black lines on their faces. Doesn't Xuanga look like a dog licking? Or does he look like it? He totally is. Wow, my Xuanga is awesome. Knows how to target the people around her. Xuanga is, after all, the #1 talent from Shancheng Martial University besides Linda Shun. Why does he look like a bad uncle trying to lure an ignorant girl? At this moment, Lin Xiaoro had already run up to Jiang Weiwei. "Pretty sister, can I sit with you?" Jiang Weiwei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and hugged Xiaoro to sit beside her. "Brother, come sit next to Xiaoro." Lin Xiaoro waved her little hand, calling for Lin Hao. He sat down next to her and said, "Xiaoro, the match is still ongoing. You can't run around. You have to sit properly." Xiaoro nodded obediently upon hearing this. Everyone, look at Brother Lin. The principal and Xiaoro look like a family of 3. Chapter 44. The mysterious Lu Qingming in the second semi-final match. Jiangnan Martial University faces Qingzhou Martial University. Please have the competitors from both sides enter the arena. As the referee announces the start of the match, the audience's enthusiasm reaches a climax. The morning match was exhilarating, and the audience's expectations are rising even higher. The first participant from Qingzhou Martial University is a tall girl with long aquamarine hair that reaches her waist. Her delicate features exude a cold and distant aura, reminiscent of eternal ice that makes one feel they cannot approach her. The other competitors from the Martial University are momentarily stunned, sending their captain to fight in the first round. Are they trying to end this quickly? On the Jiangnan Martial University side, a girl in a white dress appears. She has a well-proportioned figure, a sweet appearance, and fair skin, giving off a serene beauty as if she has emerged untainted from the mud. When she speaks, an ethereal voice emerges. "My name is Lu Qingming, the captain of Jiangnan Martial University. You must be Yi Shuang from Qingzhou Martial University. Shall we have a match like Lin Hao and Xuan Yu did this morning, where one round determines the winner?" At this moment, the students in the audience are left dumbfounded. Is this really the captain of Jiangnan Martial University? It is said she has never appeared before. Indeed, one would never expect such a sweet girl to be the captain. She looks just like the goddess in my heart. The audience's excitement surges at Lu Qingming's words. The morning match, which determined the winner in one round, was a feast for the eyes. If the afternoon match is the same, it would be a real treat. Yi Shuang, upon hearing this, lightly furrows her beautiful brows. To be honest, she wants to compete against the Jiangnan captain, who has never fought before, as she believes she is not lacking in ability. However, she knows nothing about this equally beautiful girl and fears falling into a trap during the match, which would be a loss. Meanwhile, on the preparation side of Shancheng Martial University, Lin Hao also furrows his brows. The captain of Jiangnan Martial University gives him a very dangerous feeling, something he has never experienced throughout the entire 100 Schools League. Even Xuan Yu had never made him feel this way. Trusting his instincts, he grows curious about the captain of Jiangnan Martial University. Just as Xuan hesitates, the principal of Qingzhou Martial University, Ning Feishue, speaks up. Xuan agreed to her. Hearing this, Xuan looks towards Ning Feishue, who nods at her. Without further hesitation, Xuan replies, "All right, I accept." Faced with a challenge from her opponent, she has no reason to back down. Seeing Xuan accept, Lu Qingming smiles slightly, like 100 flowers in bloom. As the referee announces the start of the match, the audience's emotions peak. Xuan summons a long aquamarine staff about 2 meters in length. Let me test her limits first, she thinks. Suddenly, the staff in her hand glows, and countless tiny water droplets appear suspended in the air. Before the opponent can react, Xuan sweeps her staff, and the tiny water droplets shoot towards Lu Qingming like bullets. However, Lu Qingming remains motionless, and in a moment unnoticed by everyone. A flash of golden light briefly appears in her eyes. In an instant, countless water droplets strike Lu Qingming's body. Just as Xuan thinks she has succeeded, the droplets pass right through Lu Qingming. She continues to smile faintly, as if the earlier attack had nothing to do with her. This bizarre scene leaves everyone at the venue dumbfounded. Is it an illusion? Xuan quickly analyzes the situation on the field. Meanwhile, Ning Feishue in the audience also furrows her brows. As a diamond-level ability user, she can sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy from Lu Qingming. This means that Lu Qingming did not use any illusion-type skills. Then let's try this move. At this moment, Xuan leaps into the air, swinging her staff. Soon, dark clouds gather in the sky, and suddenly, a heavy downpour begins within the arena. But this rain is not ordinary. Each droplet shoots towards Lu Qingming like a steel needle. Yet Lu Qingming still does not move, simply standing quietly in place. The raindrops continue to pass through her body without leaving a trace. The heavy rain lasts for 2 minutes, and surprisingly, there are no signs of moisture on Lu Qingming. The indiscriminate attack has no effect on her whatsoever. The students in the audience are left speechless. If they faced such an attack, they would have been turned into sieves long ago. Meanwhile, on the judges' panel, Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei's eyes light up. Old Jiang in Martial University is really hiding deep, says Feng Wei. They probably concealed such a terrifying genius to compete for first place in the 100 Schools League. Do you think Lin Hao has any chance against her? Feng Wei is curious about this as well. Jiang Tianhai thinks for a moment and quietly sighs. It's hard to say. Although Lin's realm is powerful, he might not be able to break her skills. He will likely suffer a great loss. He then looks towards the preparation area of Shanxing Martial University. Fortunately, this kid is here today. I wonder how much he can see. If he has no clue at all, tomorrow's match will be precarious. Feng Wei shares the same thoughts. Haha, old Jiang, there's a good show to watch tomorrow. At this moment on the arena, Xuan has stopped her attacks. Aren't you going to make a move? Xuan's expression is serious. Lu Qingming smiles gently. Use all your strength. This level of attack is nothing more than a tickle to me. If I make a move, you might not have another chance. Arrogant. Xuan is infuriated. After all, she is the top genius of Qingzhou Martial University, an 18-year-old golden high-level ability user, and she feels greatly underestimated. Without holding back any longer, she swings her staff, and a faint blue beam of light emanates from it. Skill, water screen, heavenly splendor, activate. In an instant, countless water droplets coalesce in the air, forming a 10-meter-high water screen. Xuan waves her staff again, and the water screen seems to come alive, with numerous ferocious beasts made of water emerging from it, charging towards Lu Qingming. Facing the onslaught of the beasts, Lu Qingming simply raises her hand lightly and waves it. Instantly, countless beasts disappear. This scene leaves the students utterly astonished. Was that just now a ground-level skill? Did she just wave her hand and break it? Is she performing magic? Did she just make those attacks vanish? What kind of technique is that, to just wave her hand and it's over? Xuan stands frozen as well, having never seen such an eerie technique. What kind of skill is that effortlessly dispelling her ground-level technique with such ease? Chapter 45. The night before the finals at the preparation area of Mountain City Martial University, Jiang Weiwei frowned slightly and asked, Lin Hao, do you notice anything? Lin Hao shook his head with a serious expression. Just as Xuan's attack disappeared, he seemed to sense something, but he couldn't articulate it. It just felt incredibly strange. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Hao. The principals of all the martial universities were equally astonished. Even their diamond-level experts couldn't discern what martial art Lu Qingming was using. Only Xing Tianhe, the principal of Jiangnan Martial University, wore a smile. This girl Qingming has improved again. Is this your strongest martial art? The top genius of Qingzhou Martial University should have more abilities than this, Lu Qingming said quietly, looking at Xuan, who appeared solemn. At this moment, Xuan felt incredibly frustrated. She had used 3 martial arts in a row, and her spiritual energy was nearly half depleted. Yet, Lu Qingming across from her hadn't even moved an inch. No matter how strange her moves are, I will definitely win the match with this next move. Xuan dared not hold back anymore. She leaped into the air in an instant. The blue staff in her hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light. At that moment, the entire arena was enveloped in a circle of blue beams, and a towering wave, 10 meters high, suddenly appeared on the stage. Martial art, raging cold tide activated. The massive wave surged toward Lu Qingming, who stood on the stage, carrying a terrifying sense of oppression. The referee, seeing this, broke into a cold sweat and jumped into the air. However, Lu Qingming remained standing, completely unmoving. In an instant, the wave engulfed Lu Qingming, while the surrounding blue beams restrained the wave, preventing it from crashing toward the preparation area or the audience. 10 seconds later, the wave stopped. An entire arena resembled a giant glass fish tank filled with water. But it wasn't over yet. Yi Xuangshuang's remaining spiritual energy rapidly gathered, and her originally water blue hair turned pure white. Even the staff transformed into a crystal-clear ice staff. With a calm expression, Yi Xuangshuang pointed the staff into the air. The once turbulent arena was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. At that moment, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill. The audience fell silent, all mouths agape, watching everything unfold. Jiang Tianhai shook his head and smiled. As expected of the Ice Queen's apprentice, not only has she awakened the water element ability, but she also possesses the ice element ability just like her. None of the captains in the top 10 of this competition are to be underestimated. Fang Wei nodded in agreement. Fei Xue has indeed found an extraordinary apprentice. It's just a pity that she encountered such a rare talent. Lin Hao, meanwhile, was intently watching the competition stage. He had a feeling that although Yi Xuangshuang's martial art was powerful, Lu Qingming should have suffered no damage at all. At that moment, Yi Xuangshuang slowly landed on the frozen wave peak. This move was a complete control of the arena. No matter how strong Lu Qingming was, she would be immobilized under the ice sculpture. While she was catching her breath, a girl in white appeared silently behind her. Indeed, your move is impressive, but of no use to me. Before Yi Xuangshuang could react, Lu Qingming simply delivered a knife hand strike to the back of her neck. Yi Xuangshuang fell forward and fainted before she could say a word. As Yi Xuangshuang collapsed, her original appearance returned. The referee quickly announced, in the second match of the semifinals, Jiangnan Martial University faces Qingzhou Martial University. Jiangnan Martial University wins and advances to the finals. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. The audience was captivated by the thrilling match, while the members and principals of various martial universities were all astonished, wondering how Lu Qingming had gotten behind Yi Xuangshuang. Even the diamond-level principals couldn't figure out. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with understanding. Could it be? Jiang Weiwei heard Lin Hao's murmur and turned to him. Lin Hao, did you notice something? Lin Hao nodded. I noticed a bit, but I can't confirm it yet. We need to fight to find out. Jiang Weiwei gently nodded in response. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, Ning Feixue was checking Yi Xuangshuang's injuries. Seeing that she had merely fainted, she felt somewhat relieved. Her expression was heavy as she glanced at the already distant Lu Qingming. This girl was so elusive that even she couldn't grasp what ability she possessed. Despite her own apprentice revealing all her trump cards, she had still won easily. After the competition, everyone left the venue in an orderly manner, while the audience was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's finals. Who do you think will win tomorrow? I guess Lu Qingming. Although she only appeared once, she easily crushed Qingzhou Martial University's top genius without breaking a sweat. She's just too strong. I'm betting on Lin Hao. Don't forget, he has also defeated a genius like MOU. Moreover, he has the intent of a gun. If Lin Hao were silver level, I do have faith in him, but he's only a high-tier bronze. At that moment, the audience was buzzing with discussions. In the evening, after dinner, the members of Mountain City Martial University gathered in their exclusive meeting room. Lu Qingming's performance today had indeed left a significant impact. Everyone quietly looked at Lin Hao. Why are you all staring at me? Lin Hao's mouth twitched. Lin God, do you have confidence to win tomorrow's match? Mo Zixuan asked with a worried expression. Like the other team members, he hadn't figured out the abilities of that girl named Lu Qingming. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Hao sighed. I don't know. If Lu Qingming hadn't appeared today, I would probably end up like Yi Xuangshuang tomorrow, doubting my life. But judging from Lu Qingming's performance, her awakened ability is definitely not an ordinary one. From my observation, it might be related to space. I think so too. Just as everyone was discussing, the door to the meeting room was pushed open. A middle-aged beauty entered with a girl with blue hair. Everyone was taken aback. Ning Jia, what are you doing here? Lin Hao looked confused. The newcomers were Ning Feixue, the principal of Qingzhou Martial University, and her apprentice, Yi Xuangshuang. Since you call me sister, I have to help you in tomorrow's finals, right? Ning Feixue greeted everyone with a smile. Lin Hao quickly got up to move seats for Ning Feixue and Yi Xuangshuang, pouring them a cup of hot water. Ningy, did you notice something? Jiang Weiwei awkwardly called out. Lin Hao called her sister, while she called her aunt. It was as if Lin Hao was deliberately trying to take advantage of her. Ning Feixue noticed Jiang Weiwei's embarrassment and said, you don't need to mind Lin Hao. We'll discuss separately. After a brief smile, she continued, I came here today to remind you that Lu Qingming's ability is likely a rare space-type ability. In the history of Xia country, no one has awakened such an ability. Typically, Only demigod-level experts can barely touch the surface of space power. If she truly has awakened a space-type ability, that would be troublesome. Chapter 46, the finals begin. Can only demigod-level talents comprehend such abilities? Everyone was collectively bewildered. How are we supposed to fight against Lin? Should we just concede? After the shock, everyone wore a worried expression. Ning Feishue didn't pay attention to the expressions of the crowd, but turned to Yi Xuan. Xuan, why don't you share your thoughts on this competition? At this moment, Yi Xuan looked a bit pale, clearly showing signs of excessive spiritual energy consumption earlier. Seeing everyone staring at her, Yi Xuan felt a bit shy, but still spoke up. At first, when I was testing her in the match, I didn't notice anything unusual. It was only when I was releasing my technique, the water curtain of time, that she waved her hand and wiped out the beasts I summoned. At this point, Yi Xuan took a sip of water, as today's competition had indeed drained her energy. Normally, those beasts I summoned would follow my commands. But when they approached Lu Qingming, I suddenly felt the connection with them cut off. Then, with a wave of her hand, all my beasts disappeared. Upon hearing this, everyone fell in a deep thought. Could it be that they were transferred to another dimension? Lin Hao murmured softly. Exactly, I think so too. Ning Feishue took over the conversation. To be honest, even the principals of our martial arts universities didn't notice anything. If Xuan hadn't fought her, I wouldn't have thought in that direction. If she really possesses spatial abilities, Lin Hao, your attacks might not cause her any harm, just like Xuan. After hearing Ning Feishue's words, everyone fell silent. The power of space, not to mention them, even the diamond-level principals had never touched upon. How could Lin Hao possibly fight her? After finally reaching the finals, encountering a monster like Lu Qingming was frustrating. Although everyone felt extremely unwilling, there was also a deep sense of helplessness. It's okay, Lin Hao, just do your best tomorrow. Since you've made it to the finals, you definitely agree to just concede. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Jiang Weiwei spoke up. I'll try my best tomorrow. Since I've already made it to the finals, I can't just give up like this. I also want to have a good match with her. If I can't win, I'll consider it as gaining experience. Thank you, Sister Ning and Xuan. You really helped me a lot, Lin Hao said. It's nothing, we didn't really help much. Just sharing Xuan's battle experience with you. Ning Feishue said with a smile as she stood up. Since that's the case, we'll head back first. Xuan just woke up and needs to recover. After sending off Ning Feishue and her companion, the group returned to the conference room. Lin, you don't need to worry. After all, we're at least the runners-up. For us, this competition has already been a great success. Just keep a calm mindset. Unexpectedly, it was the usually serious Lei Yunfan who spoke. The others expressed that it felt like the sun had risen in the west. All right, everyone, don't worry about me. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to their dorms. The next day, the highly anticipated finals of the 100 Schools League began amidst unprecedented cheers from the audience. Students and teachers from various martial arts universities were all present. However, this time they all sat in the VIP seats closest to the stands. Only the students and teachers from Shanchang Martial University and Jiangnan Martial University were in the preparation area. Today's referee was the military god Feng Wei from the Eastern Military District. The players from both sides were very tense. Neither Shanchang Martial University nor Jiangnan Martial University had reached the finals in many years. From start to finish, the principals of various martial arts universities, including the audience, never expected that the final match would be between students from these two universities. Lin Hao had now become the focal point of discussion among all the martial arts universities. It goes without saying that it was already astonishing that he, with his bronze high-level strength, had defeated the magic capital Martial University and last year's champion, Longqing Martial University. The principal Xing Tianhe of Jiangnan Martial University and Jiang Weiwei of Shanqing Martial University also personally took the stage to give a speech for their respective schools, essentially promoting them. Regardless of which martial arts university won the championship, they would both rank among the top two in this 100 Schools League. Doing some promotion would help bring better talent to their martial arts universities in the future. Before leaving the stage, Xing Tianhe smiled and said, Weiwei, how about we have a match to decide the winner between our two martial arts universities? Jiang Weiwei smiled knowingly at this and said, Thank you, Principal Xing. It was needless to say that Jiangnan Martial University's overall strength was higher than Shanqing Martial University's. Xing Tianhe's suggestion was clearly giving Shanqing Martial University a chance. Jiang Weiwei could see right through it. After Feng Wei's recognition of the two martial arts universities, he solemnly announced before the match began in this 100 Schools League Finals. Shanqing Martial University will face Jiangnan Martial University in a single match to decide the winner. Now, let us welcome the participants of our finals to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao stood up. He was wearing a school uniform today, but instead donned a deep blue robe. He noticed that both Yi Xuan and Lu Qingming had not worn their school uniform for the match yesterday. After inquiring privately, he learned that wearing a school uniform for the match was not a strict requirement. So today, he changed into a deep blue robe that suited him better. When he stepped onto the competition stage, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Lin Hao, Lin Hao, Lin Hao. The cheers rose and fell. Clearly, Lin Hao's performance had deeply etched itself into the hearts of the audience. On the other side of the competition stage, Lu Qingming, dressed in a white dress, exuded a sweet and undeniable charm. She walked onto the competition stage and smiled lightly at Lin Hao, saying, I really didn't expect that the final match would be against you. The principal gave you a very high evaluation before. That's just the elders flattering me. It's all luck, Lin Hao replied, unusually modest this time. Hearing Lin Hao's response, Lu Qingming smiled brightly again. In the path of a warrior, there's never any luck. Since you've made it to the finals, it proves you have that strength. Seeing that both of them were ready, Feng Wei waved his hand. The finals of the 100 Schools League, the match begins. He then stepped away from the competition stage, leaving space for Lin Hao and Lu Qingming. At this moment, the audience's cheers reached a climax. Reporters were already set up with their cameras to broadcast this 5-year 100 Schools League finals to all the citizens of Xiagua. Below, not only Jiang Weiwei, Su Xiaorui, and the students of Shanqing Martial University, but even the VIP seats with Fang Yao, Lin Ye, and Lin Xiaoro were all sweating nervously for Lin Hao. Hearing the start of the match, Lin Hao quickly assumed a combat stance. Facing Lu Qingming, he dared not be careless, with black lightning swirling around him. Lu Qingming's eyes flashed with golden light as she awaited Lin Hao's attack. Chapter 47 Breakthrough Point. To win against Lu Qingming, Lin Hao must find her breakthrough point. Lin Hao plans to take the initiative, using the Thunder Prison Instant Flash to appear in front of Lu Qingming in an instant. Lin Hao does not show mercy, especially not against the enigmatic Lu Qingming. He throws a ruthless punch towards Lu Qingming's face. Just as Lin Hao is about to hit Lu Qingming, she suddenly disappears and appears behind him, while Lin Hao remains frozen in place, still in the motion of throwing his punch. 5 seconds pass, and everyone is puzzled. Just when everyone is in disbelief, a shocking scene unfolds. Lin Hao suddenly kneels on the ground, gasping for breath. What? Everyone from Shanqing Martial University is unable to sit still, all standing up in disbelief. Even Xuan Yu, from Longqing Martial University, stands up at this moment. The audience gasps in astonishment, wondering what just happened. In everyone's eyes, Lin Hao simply missed his punch, and Lu Qingming dodged it. At this moment, Jiang Tianhai, sitting on the judging panel, can no longer remain seated. He doesn't know what happened either. How is this possible? Xuan Yu is incredulous. He has personally fought against Lin Hao and knows his physical strength well. Moreover, no one saw Lu Qingming make a move. How'd you do it? Even the presidents of various martial universities are in a daze. Lin Hao's expression is quite revealing. It really hurts. Just now, Lin Hao's punch was merely a probing strike. After throwing the punch, not only did he miss, but his stomach feels like it was hit by a truck. This left Lin Hao completely unprepared, causing him to kneel down. Damn it, this is unbelievable. At this moment, Lin Hao stands up and turns to look at Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming smiles faintly, saying, Not bad. A mere bronze-level contestant took my hit and didn't fall. Lin Hao's expression is quite remarkable. He has been underestimated. But he really didn't see Lu Qingming make a move. Since close combat isn't working, he'll try ranged attacks. With that thought, Lin Hao no longer hesitates. Thunder erupts around him, and he uses the Thunder Prison Instant Flash to create distance, activating the endless Thunder Prison technique. Thunder, as thick as a bowl, gathers around Lin Hao, instantly expanding to cover the entire competition stage. Lu Qingming, however, remains calm in the face of the overwhelming thunder. As the thunder approaches her, it bizarrely disappears. Lu Qingming walks towards Lin Hao at a leisurely pace, creating a very strange scene. Everyone sees Lu Qingming strolling towards Lin Hao amidst the endless black thunder. Just as Lin Hao is about to make a move, Lu Qingming's calm voice rings out. It's over. Her words are unhurried and quite plain. Then she suddenly appears behind Lin Hao. Lin Hao's black thunder instantly vanishes, and within 3 seconds, he collapses onto the competition stage. No one expected the match to end this way. Lin Hao, who was 2 levels higher, was actually defeated by Lu Qingming in an instant. The key is that no one saw how Lu Qingming made her move. Jiang Weiwei, Su Xiaorui, Fang Yao, Lin Ye, and everyone else present are shocked by the outcome. The arena falls silent. Feng Wei, who is responsible for judging, walks onto the stage and gives Lu Qingming a strange look. He then announces, I declare the overall champion of this inter-school competition. But before Feng Wei can finish, a pained voice interrupts, General Feng, I haven't lost yet. Outside the arena, gasps fill the air as Lin Hao, looking extremely pained, struggles to stand up. Feng Wei looks at Lin Hao and asks, Are you okay? Lin Hao nods, of course. Feng Wei doesn't waste words. The match continues. He then disappears from the competition stage. Lu Qingming is very surprised. He can still stand up. At this moment, Lu Qingming can't help but admire Lin Hao's resilience. Lin Hao gestures, and a pitch-black spear appears in his hand, his aura exploding at that moment. It's the intent. The audience below starts to cheer in unison. Yesterday's match between Lin Hao and Xuan Yu is still fresh in the audience's minds. Lin Hao's feet cause the stone slabs beneath him to crack, and the Thunder Prison spear in his hand trembles slightly. He closes his eyes, seemingly entering a state of self-forgetfulness. Lu Qingming watches Lin Hao curiously, thinking, he really isn't giving up. She then vanishes in a flash. Just as Lu Qingming disappears, Lin Hao moves. Without any grand gestures, he simply turns his back, holding the spear horizontally. Lu Qingming appears in front of Lin Hao, her fair little fist striking the spear. Lin Hao slowly opens his eyes, finally catching her. Lu Qingming's expression changes. She didn't expect Lin Hao to deduce her ability after only taking 2 hits. She then vanishes again. When she reappears, Lin Hao is already holding her smooth little leg. Lu Qingming doesn't dare be careless and quickly lift her other leg to kick Lin Hao. To her surprise, Lin Hao doesn't pursue the attack. He dodges Lu Qingming's kick and releases her. The two then engage in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, fighting dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Just as Lu Qingming disappears again, Lin Hao unexpectedly throws a punch at an empty space. The punch lands solidly on Lu Qingming's body, sending her flying backward, her white dress instantly covered in dust. Lin Hao still does not pursue the attack. Lu Qingming is shocked. How did he discover me? Meanwhile, the audience, including many teachers and principals, are confused. Lin Hao smiles calmly. Lu Qingming, you are indeed a rare genius. If it weren't for my strong physique, you might have won with those first 2 hits. But the hits I took were not in vain. If I'm not mistaken, you're an ability user with both space and time attributes. The crowd gasps in astonishment. Lin Hao continues, your time technique is impressive. It can actually pause time for nearly 2 seconds. And those 2 seconds are incredibly long for us martial artists, allowing you to do quite a bit. 2 seconds is enough to let you dodge my attack, and then counterattack. To everyone else, what you did in those 2 seconds was invisible, leading to the appearance that you did nothing while I seemed to suffer a heavy blow. Chapter 48. Time and space abilities. After listening to Lin Hao's explanation, everyone suddenly realized 2 seconds is just a moment to an ordinary person, but to a martial artist, that brief moment is enough to accomplish many things. Damn, what a perverse ability. Manipulating time and space. Wouldn't that make her invincible? Everyone stared at Lin Hao in disbelief. He had only endured 2 attacks from Lu Qingming and had to do so much. Xuan Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. To be fair, I'm not as good as him. This guy has an incredible ability to analyze his opponent's strength. If it were me, I would probably have already been eliminated. At this moment, the referee, Feng Wei, was eager to snatch Lin Hao away. This little guy is no fool. Lu Qingming, on the other hand, no longer had her previous calm demeanor. Hee, I really didn't expect you to guess my ability in such a short time, but so what? You still have to face the outcome of failure. Now it was Lin Hao who appeared calm. He stuck the Thunder Prison Split Sky spear into the ground and provocatively beckoned with his fingers. You can give it a try. Lu Qingming frowned. She truly didn't believe Lin Hao could see through her completely. With a flash, she disappeared from her spot. At this point, the situation was no longer one-sided. Lin Hao was able to predict Lu Qingming's attacks almost every time, and he rarely got hit. After several dozen exchanges, during which Lu Qingming had used her teleportation over a dozen times, Lin Hao had managed to counter her attacks. After dozens of rounds, Lu Qingming retreated from the fighting area, looking at Lin Hao in shock. Lin Hao understood what surprised her and explained without waiting for her to ask more. You don't need to be surprised. Everyone has a habitual fighting style. I only need to predict how you will attack in the next 2 seconds after you teleport. At this moment, the audience was astonished. Lin Hao had actually familiarized himself with Lu Qingming's fighting style in such a short time. Lu Qingming smiled bitterly upon hearing this. I didn't expect that my proud fighting style would be so easily dismantled by you. Lin Hao, you were really impressive. Before Lin Hao could respond, a strong white light erupted from Lu Qingming, blinding everyone present. However, Lin Hao could see everything clearly. He stood there in a daze, and blood gushed from his nose. When the white light disappeared, Lu Qingming appeared in a tight outfit. Sigh, wearing a dress really affects combat. She was talking to herself when she noticed Lin Hao staring blankly while bleeding from his nose. In an instant, she realized that Lin Hao had seen her change clothes. Her face turned red with embarrassment and anger. What did you see? Lu Qingming asked Lin Hao, her face flushed. It was only when she asked that Lin Hao snapped back to reality. Cough. Nothing, it wasn't intentional. Upon hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Lu Qingming knew that she had been seen by this clueless guy. The team members from Mountain City Martial University were confused. Why is brother Lin bleeding from his nose? Probably just got hit. At this moment, Lu Qingming didn't care about her embarrassment. Lin Hao, let's see how you take my next move. With that, she vanished again. Contrary to what the audience imagined, this time Lin Hao actually failed to catch Lu Qingming's attack. After about 10 exchanges, Lu Qingming launched a brutal assault on Lin Hao. It seemed like she was avenging what had just happened. Now Lin Hao was covered in injuries, looking dazed as he endured Lu Qingming's relentless strikes. After another 10 exchanges, Lin Hao fell to the ground again. Just when everyone thought Lin Hao had lost, a cheeky voice sounded. Damn it, that hurt like hell. Is it really necessary to retaliate just for looking at you a few times? Lin Hao muttered under his breath, which Lu Qingming could hear perfectly. To her surprise, Lin Hao was surprisingly resilient. Struggling to stand up, Lin Hao chuckled. This round wasn't a loss for me. Hearing Lin Hao's teasing, Lu Qingming's face turned red with anger, and she vanished again. This time, Lin Hao caught Lu Qingming's delicate fist and even shamelessly squeezed it. Qingming, I told you, my hits are not taken for nothing. Why don't you believe me? Lu Qingming was immediately furious. You lecher. Who are you calling Qingming? Meanwhile, Su Xiaorui in the audience felt a sense of déjà vu at this scene. Lin Hao didn't argue with her and casually released her hand, calmly saying, time acceleration, time reversal. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lu Qingming was horrified. She suddenly felt as if she were naked in front of Lin Hao, which, indeed, she had just been. Lin Hao smiled faintly. Looks like I was right. So, is it my turn to attack now? At this moment, Lu Qingming suddenly calmed down. No, I can't let this lecher disturb my mind. I must quickly secure the victory. She sneered. Lin the lecher, do you think I will give you a chance? Lin Hao's face turned dark upon hearing this. You're the lecher. Your whole family is full of lechers. Before Lin Hao could respond, Lu Qingming suddenly radiated a powerful light. Skill. Space lock activated. At this moment, Lin Hao not just Lin Hao, but the entire arena was locked down by Lu Qingming. Lin Hao stood in the center of the arena, unable to move. Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei watched with expressions of amazement. This little girl's space lock actually contained the power of rules. They both smiled bitterly. Lin Hao was completely doomed now. In Lu Qingming's space, Lin Hao felt like a lamb to the slaughter, waiting for death to arrive. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Qingming clenched her hand, and a surge of spiritual power instantly entered the locked space. Skill. Space strangulation activated. Now, Lin Hao was not only unable to move, but the ability of space strangulation made him feel excruciating pain as if he were being executed by 1,000 cuts. He wanted to activate the thunder armor to protect himself, but found that in Lu Qingming's space, his thunder armor was instantly shredded to nothing. Lin Hao tightly gripped the Thunder Prison Split Sky Spear. The triple spear intent erupted, barely resisting the binding force of the space. This can't go on. If this drags on, I will most likely lose. Since it has come to this point, how can I give up? Lin Hao felt a great sense of frustration. He had thought that this tournament would be a sure win, but unexpectedly faced such a monstrous opponent in the finals, pushing him to the brink. On the sidelines, Jiang Weiwei and others looked at Lin Hao with worried expressions. Lin Hao's triple spear intent could barely protect him from serious injury, and he was unable to do anything else. At this moment, both Feng Wei, the referee for this match, and Jiang Tianhai, sitting on the judging panel, shook their heads bitterly. This kid Lin Hao was just too unlucky. It seems this is where it ends. Chapter 49 Champion. At this moment, Lin Hao's aura began to gradually converge. He closed his eyes, his expression calm, as if the infinite power of spatial strangulation had nothing to do with him. Has he given up? Lu Qingming was also staring intently at Lin Hao. To be honest, she did not expect Lin Hao to bring her so much trouble. She thought that with her time abilities, she could easily win. But what she never anticipated was that Lin Hao had seen through her abilities and countered her in such a short confrontation. This caused Lu Qingming great distress. If it weren't for her spatial abilities, she would have probably lost by now. But in reality, there are no ifs. Seeing Lin Hao giving up resistance under the spatial strangulation, Lu Qingming let out a long sigh of relief. It's over. At this moment, a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of Lu Qingming's mouth. Not only Lu Qingming, but even all the martial team members and the principal present, as well as the two military gods, had already sentenced Lin Hao to death. Just when everyone thought the competition was over, suddenly, the entire competition platform began to tremble. Not only the competition platform, but the entire venue was shaking violently. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? The audience was in a panic. Jiang Tianhai quickly set up a barrier in the audience, then looked towards the competition platform with a strange expression. At this moment, Lin Hao's aura shifted from convergence to explosion. However, this time the aura that burst forth was not the black thunderous aura, but one enveloped in a terrifying killing intent. This aura easily isolated the spatial strangulation to the outside. The competition platform continued to tremble, while Lin Hao's aura grew stronger. As Lin Hao's aura increased, changes were also occurring to him. His expression remained indifferent, and his blue robe transformed into black. His jet black short hair began to gradually turn white, until it became a full head of white hair that quickly grew down to his waist. Yet Lin Hao still kept his eyes tightly closed, his expression cold, and the aura around him continued to strengthen. At this moment, a dark, ancient sword box appeared behind Lin Hao. He opened his scarlet eyes, pointed his fingers like a sword in front of his chest, and whispered, "Break!" As soon as the word break left his mouth, a terrifying wave of aura surged from Lin Hao, engulfing the entire competition platform. The platform began to shatter piece by piece, and Lu Qingming's spatial strangulation and spatial blockade also vanished at this moment. At this time, not only all the students and teachers of the Martial University, but even Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai widened their eyes, watching everything unfold on the competition platform. The only ones who had seen Lin Hao like this before were probably Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui. What happened to the great god Lin? Has he transformed? What a terrifying aura. I feel like I can't breathe. The great god Lin looks so handsome like this. The audience erupted in exclamations. At this moment, a handsome man in the military district headquarters suddenly frowned. This aura has appeared again. He then tore open the surrounding space and vanished in an instant. On the competition platform, Lin Hao slightly raised his head, looking at the horrified Lu Qingming, and then spoke. "You are indeed strong, but this is where it ends." Lin Hao's aura surged around him, and he shouted, "Sword come!" Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the sky of Modem Marshall University, and purple lightning began to roll within the dense clouds, accompanied by thunder that roared like demons from the underworld. The sword box floating behind Lin Hao began to tremble slightly, and then slowly opened. The Zixiao sword flew out and landed in Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao held the Zixiao, merging all 3 layers of sword intent into the Zixiao. Then, the Zixiao lightly trembled, detaching from Lin Hao's palm and hovering in front of him. Lin Hao pointed to the sky with his finger, and the Zixiao shot into the clouds like a meteor. The moment the Zixiao entered the cloud layer, the clouds suddenly erupted with thunder, as if it were the end of the world. Countless purple light swords floated within the clouds. Lin Hao whispered, "Martial technique, shadow hunt, celestial break." Countless purple light swords fell like a torrential rain. Faced with such a large-scale rain of swords, Lu Qingming was momentarily stunned before her eyes narrowed, a flash of golden light passing through her gaze. The dense rain of swords disappeared in midair like mud flowing into the sea. At this moment, Lu Qingming was already sweating profusely. Facing Lin Hao now, she did not dare to be careless. She flickered and vanished from sight. But when she attempted to use her time pause ability again, she found that within a 10-meter radius of Lin Hao, she could not move at all. The time pause skill passed in an instant, and Lu Qingming stood 10 meters away from Lin Hao, dumbfounded. Why is my skill ineffective against you? At this moment, Lu Qingming was greatly alarmed. It was the first time she discovered her skills were ineffective against an opponent. Lin Hao beckoned, and the Zixiao returned to his hand. "Hee, you have both spatial and time laws, but I have my own laws." Lin Hao's indifferent voice fell, and his aura began to surge again. At this moment, Lu Qingming realized she seemed to have entered a mysterious domain. Within this range, her spiritual power was suppressed to only half. She even felt as if she could barely move. Lu Qingming felt a sense of unease and tried to use her spatial skills to escape. But at this moment, she discovered she could not use her spatial skills at all. How could this happen? Lu Qingming had never encountered such a situation, and she panicked. At this moment, Lin Hao's indifferent voice rang out. "In my domain, try to use the power of laws is nothing but a fool's dream." Domain? At this moment, not only Lu Qingming, but even Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai were shocked. "That's right, this is my domain skill, which I call sword domain." Lin Hao's calm voice pierced Lu Qingming's heart like countless arrows. Lin Hao no longer wasted words. The Zixiao stood in front of him. The 3 layers of sword intent once again merged into the Zixiao sword. At that instant, the Zixiao sword suddenly began to tremble violently. The purple lightning wrapped in the dark clouds in the sky seemed to hear the call, and all merged into the Zixiao sword. Lin Hao's voice echoed, under the Zixiao, 10 deaths without life. Martial technique, 1 sword opens the sky. As his words fell, the sky cleared, the dark clouds dispersed, and only a sword light wrapped in terrifying purple lightning slashed down with Lin Hao's motion. Faced with that sword light, all the students at the scene felt their legs weaken. It was as if they were watching the Grim Reaper's scythe coming for them. Lu Qingming, at this moment, had lost all her previous calmness. Her beautiful eyes widened. In that instant, she felt she saw the Grim Reaper beckoning to her. Not good. The 2 military gods reacted the fastest. They quickly appeared above the competition platform, their god-level auras exploding, blocking the terrifying sword light. At the same time, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, which then widened. From the crack stepped out a handsome, middle-aged man draped in a cloak. He quietly glanced at the terrifying sword light, then looked towards the competition platform. "Is this the little guy?" "Not bad." With a wave of his hand, the sword light instantly transformed into countless purple light dots, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei hurriedly flew into the air, having met Lord Hanfeng. Hanfeng smiled and nodded. "You two finish organizing this inter-school competition, then bring that little guy to see me." The 2 quickly bowed in agreement. At this moment, Lin Hao's thoughts moved, and the Zixiao flew back into the sword box. Jiang Tianhai and Feng Wei also arrived at the competition platform. Looking at the restored Lin Hao, and then at Lu Qingming with her mouth slightly agape, they shook their heads with a bitter smile. "I announce that the champion of this inter-school competition is Xuan Marshall University." The audience fell silent, with no cheers. Only a dead silence, as everyone was still in shock from what had just happened. After a long while, the students of Xuan Marshall University were the first to cheer, and soon the cheers rose higher and higher. The faculty and students of Xuan Marshall University and Jiangnan Marshall University rushed towards the competition platform. The team members collectively picked up Lin Hao and threw him into the air. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei, Su Xiaorui, Fang Yao, Lin Yeye, and Lin Xiaoro were all smiling and watching from the side. Lin Xiaoro was even jumping up and down, constantly clapping and cheering. Xing Tianhe walked over to the visibly troubled Lu Qingming and offered a helpless smile. "Qingming, you need to know that there are always people better than you, and there are heavens beyond heavens. With your talent, you will definitely not lose to him in the future," Xing Tianhe comforted. At this moment, Feng Wei and Jiang Tianhai also did not stop the students' antics, instead watching and laughing from the side. Suddenly, both of them seemed to think of something and exchanged bittersweet smiles. This kid Lin Hao caught the attention of Lord Hanfeng. So what did that have to do with them? This bet was essentially in vain. After a while of playful banter, it was Zhang Tianhai who spoke up to interrupt. Lin Hao, come with me. A certain lord wants to see you. The other principals were shocked. There are almost no people in this world whom even the god of war referred to as lord. Could it be? Seeing Zhang Tianhai nodding at them, everyone felt a wave of excitement surge in their hearts. Lin Hao was probably about to soar to new heights. Fang Wei led the other principals to manage the subsequent content of the competition, while Zhang Tianhai took Lin Hao to the VIP lounge of Wu University in Magic City. Chapter 50 Meeting with Cold Wind. The two arrived at the door of the lounge. Zhang Tianhai knocked on the door and respectfully said, "Sir, I've brought Lin Hao." As soon as he finished speaking, the door slowly opened. Lin Hao, looking confused, wondered who wanted to see him. Inside the lounge, a middle-aged man, cloaked in a cape, was sipping tea and smiling at him. Cold Wind then spoke. "You must be Lin Hao." Seeing Lin Hao nod dumbly, Cold Wind turned to Zhang Tianhai. "Old Zhang, you can leave now. I'd like to talk to Lin Hao alone." Lin Hao was shocked. Someone who could make a big figure like Zhang Tianhai bow his head must have a high status. Who was this handsome middle-aged man in front of him? Cold Wind noticed Lin Hao's confusion and smiled. "My name is Cold Wind. You can call me Uncle Cold." Lin Hao quickly regained his composure and replied, "Hello, Uncle Cold." Cold Wind nodded and gestured to a seat beside him, inviting Lin Hao to sit down. Cold Wind then said, "You don't need to be nervous. I called you over today just to chat. I sensed a familiar aura from you. Can you tell me what your second awakened warrior profession is?" Lin Hao thought for a moment and replied, "Uncle Cold, my second profession is Warrior Lord of Swords." Upon hearing Lin Hao's answer, Cold Wind murmured, "Just as I thought." He then continued, "Lin Hao, have you ever heard of the sword saint from 100 years ago?" Lin Hao was taken aback. He indeed had not heard of him. His grandmother and aunt never told him anything about warriors or superhumans when he was a child. Seeing Lin Hao's expression, Cold Wind continued, "This goes back to when the ferocious beasts invaded Blue Star, about 120 years ago. Unknown extraterrestrial beasts began invading Blue Star, and the hot weapons that Blue Star once took pride in could hardly inflict any damage on these beasts. As the invasion continued, the spiritual energy of Earth began to revive, leading to human awakenings. Awakenings are divided into two categories. Those who can cast spells are called superhumans, and those who have enhanced physiques are called warriors. Under the leadership of the Awakened, we launched a counterattack against the beasts, and since then, the situation has improved somewhat. About 100 years ago, the sword Saint Xuan Yu of the Xia Kingdom single-handedly repelled 1,000,000 ferocious beasts, intimidating the extraterrestrial demons and buying precious time for the development of the Xia Kingdom and even Blue Star. However, after that battle, the sword saint himself vanished without a trace. He is regarded as a legendary hero in the Xia Kingdom and a pillar of spirit for the people. At that time, I was still a fledgling warrior and was fortunate enough to fight alongside Lord Xuan Yu. That's why I came to see you after sensing your magnificent aura." Hearing this, Lin Hao understood. He finally realized why Cold Wind sought him out. His warrior lord of sword profession was likely very similar to that of the legendary sword saint who awakened 100 years ago. Your awakened warrior profession is extremely similar to that of Lord Xuan Yu from 100 years ago. Not long ago, I sensed an aura emanating from near the Zhuke fortress that should belong to you, Cold Wind remarked. Upon hearing Cold Wind's question, Lin Hao was first taken aback, but quickly realized he was referring to the time he killed the platinum-grade beast. Lin Hao nodded at that time. The situation was very dangerous. Around 500 of us new students were training in the beast forest when a platinum-grade, three-headed earth demon hound attacked us. Cold Wind understood as well. "Lin Hao, what are your plans for the future?" Lin Hao pondered for a moment and said, "I plan to continue practicing at the Mountain City Martial University to improve my strength." Cold Wind shook his head. Although Mountain City Martial University won the championship in this inter-school competition, they won't be able to nurture you with their resources. My initial idea for this inter-school competition was to find some good seedlings for unified training, using resources to cultivate you all. Right now, the ferocious beasts outside the fortress are eyeing us, and our human race currently doesn't have many powerful warriors. But you have given me an unexpected surprise. True strength doesn't come from resources, but from walking out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I plan to gather all the talented students from this session and have you train at various fortresses. This will help you grow rapidly. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. I will inform Zhang Tianhai of the specifics, and he will notify you later. It's getting late, so you should head back. Lin Hao bowed to Cold Wind and exited the VIP room. Cold Wind walked to the window, revealing a smile. Heaven bless our Xia Kingdom. This kid's talent is indeed extraordinary. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared. As soon as Lin Hao stepped out of the building, he saw Zhang Tianhai waiting for him at the entrance. "Uncle Zhang," Lin Hao greeted, and Zhang Tianhai hurried over. Seeing Lin Hao's eager expression, he spoke first. Uncle Cold said he plans to let me train at the border fortress. Zhang Tianhai stood there stunned for a moment, then finally came to his senses. "What did you call him?" Seeing Zhang Tianhai's dazed expression, Lin Hao was puzzled. "I called him Uncle Cold." "Haha, you little rascal. You should know that even I have to call him Lord Coldwind." "How can you call him Uncle Cold?" "He told me to call him that." "Is there a problem?" Jiang Tianhai sighed and smiled wryly. Do you know who he is? He is the strongest person in the Xia Kingdom. Our kingdom's only legendary power at present. Moreover, he is already over 100 years old, and you call him uncle? Lin Hao is instantly dumbfounded. Well, it's a blessing for you to have caught Lord Coldwind's favor, Jiang Tianhai said, speechless. Now the hierarchy is completely mixed up. If you call him uncle, then I have to call you big uncle? Then Jiang Tianhai took Lin Hao to the conference room of Mountain City Martial University. Upon entering, Lin Hao saw many people inside. Sitting at the main seat was Feng Wei, along with Jiang Weiwei, the principal of Mountain City Martial University, and a group of teachers and students. On the other side sat Feng Yao, Lin Ye, and Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao saw Lin Hao, she hurriedly waved her cute little hand to greet him, and Lin Hao sat beside her. Jiang Tianhai sat next to Feng Wei. At this moment, Feng Wei spoke. First of all, congratulations on winning the championship in this inter-school competition. Your performance truly opened my eyes. In you, I see the strength and unyielding spirit of a warrior. Next, the military will distribute the rewards from this inter-school competition to Mountain City Martial University. And Mountain City Martial University will also be relisted among the top martial universities. Everyone cheered in unison. Feng Wei then turned his attention to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, your performance really shocked me. Previously, Yao Yao told me she wanted to pull strings for a fool with E-grade talent, and you have no idea how angry I was at that time. But through this inter-school competition, you have shown me your extraordinary talent and great potential. At this point, Feng Wei glanced at Feng Yao. No wonder she is my daughter. Her vision is even better than her father's. Chapter 51. You really make me worry. Feng Wei turned to Jiang Tianhai and said, Old Jiang, you can talk about your daughter now. Everyone was taken aback, and Jiang Tianhai coughed twice. Wei, the headquarters military district has announced the revocation of your position as the principal of Shanchengwuda. At the same time, Xiaowei, your position as the assistant principal has also been revoked. Everyone gasped collectively, and before anyone could speak, Jiang Tianhai continued. Considering Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei's abilities as supernatural beings, the headquarters has decided to provide better training for both of you. After all, you are still young, and it would be a waste to keep you at Shanchengwuda. Didn't I tell you both before that this was only a temporary position? A new principal will be appointed soon. Of course, you will receive the rewards you deserve, so you don't need to worry about that. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the fact that Jiang Weiwei would no longer be the principal made the team a bit disappointed. The higher-ups will arrange unified training for the promising players in this 100-school competition. The training and battles you will face in the future will be even more brutal. I hope you are prepared for that, Feng Wei added. After chatting for a while in the conference room, Lin Hao proposed taking some time off. He planned to go back and visit his grandmother. Jiang Weiwei readily agreed, saying, You don't need to come back to school with us. Just go home directly after you get off the plane. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei reminded Lin Hao, Cough, Weiwei, as the principal of Shanchengwuda, you should visit Lin Hao's home to show your appreciation. After all, Lin Hao brought you a championship. Jiang Tianhai coughed again. Huh? Everyone was momentarily stunned, then showed expressions that indicated it was only right. Jiang Weiwei's face turned red, as she understood her father's intentions all too well. Feng Wei's face twitched as he said, Old Jiang, that's not fair. You're trying to take my daughter away. Then he waved his hand at Feng Yao, saying, There's nothing much going on these days anyway, so you can go back with Lin Hao. You might not have much time for cultivation in the future. He then provocatively glanced at Jiang Tianhai. Do you even have a daughter? Everyone tried to hold back their laughter, but someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. It turned out to be Mo Zixuan, who said, Today my mom gave birth to a son, and I'm so happy. The crowd fell silent. Lin Ye patted the face of the dark-faced Lin Hao and said, Dear nephew, you better pray for your own good. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, clapped her hands excitedly, saying, Great. Sister Yao Yao can stay at my house for a few more days. It's so wonderful that the pretty sister is coming too. After the meeting, everyone returned to their dormitories. Lin Hao took Feng Yao, Lin Ye, and Lin Xiao to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Jiang Weiwei declined Lin Hao's invitation, saying she still had some matters to attend to after the 100-school competition. Aunt, I want to buy a new house for my family when I go back. Lin Hao suggested during dinner. He and his family had lived in the remote suburbs of Shancheng since childhood, and now that he had several million in savings, it was time to improve his family's living conditions. Lin Ye scoffed, Nephew, wanting to improve your life is good, but do you have the money? Just to let you know, your aunt makes a living by selling paintings and doesn't earn much. Seeing the disdainful look on his aunt's face, Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Aunt, I wasn't planning to spend your money, so why are you acting poor? I have several million in savings now. Buying a bigger house for you shouldn't be a problem. Since his strength was already exposed, Lin Hao decided not to hide it anymore. How much? His aunt's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Hao. You've only been at Wuda for half a year. Where did you earn so much money? Nephew, are you involved in something illegal? We must be good citizens and follow the law. You can't go down the wrong path. Listening to his aunt's nagging, Lin Hao shot her an annoyed glance. What wrong path? Aunt, can you be a bit reasonable? I earned all of this through hard work. He then recounted the experiences in the beast forest and selling beast meat to Lin Ye and Feng Yao. After hearing this, Lin Yi finally relaxed a bit, but then reacted, saying, "You little brat, you're a millionaire now, but you only gave your aunt 1 million? I've raised you for years, and it really pains me." Looking at Lin Yi's heartbroken expression, Lin Hao's face darkened as he explained, "I didn't want you to worry." Lin Yi rolled her eyes at Lin Hao and said, "So, how do you plan to explain your situation to Grandma when you go back?" Huh? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Hao suddenly remembered that the 100-school competition was broadcasted nationwide, and his grandmother must have seen him. The fact that he had hidden his abilities was now exposed. With Grandma's temper, she would probably chase him around with a feather duster. Thinking of this, Lin Hao smiled bitterly. "What else can I do? I'll just tell the truth. Aunt, you have to help me." Seeing Lin Hao's antics, Fang Yao couldn't help but chuckle. When Lin Hao saw Fang Yao giggling, he brightened up and said, "Yao Yao, you have to help me say good things later. Otherwise, Grandma will beat me to death with a feather duster." Before Fang Yao could respond, Lin Xiaoro wiped her greasy little mouth and confidently said, "Brother, don't worry. Sister Yao Yao will definitely help you. Bruce, don't forget that the pretty sister is coming home with you. You brought 4 beautiful girls home this time. Grandma definitely won't be angry. If they don't help you, I will." After hearing Lin Xiaoro's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. "All right, then I'll count on you, Xiaoro. I didn't spoil you for nothing." On the other side, watching Jiang Weiwei still busy, Su Xiaowei sighed, "Weiwei, why are you so carefree? You can handle these things after returning to school. You're going home with Lin Hao tomorrow. Shouldn't you prepare?" Jiang Weiwei was momentarily stunned, and seeing her best friend's dazed expression, Su Xiaowei felt a wave of concern wash over her. "Let's not even talk about whether you're trying to steal Lin Hao from someone, but as the principal of Shanxing Wuda, you can't go empty-handed, right? I really worry for you." After hearing this, Jiang Weiwei finally reacted. Her father had left her so confused, and her mind was filled with thoughts about Lin Hao's girlfriend, that she hadn't considered this aspect at all. Fortunately, there was still an afternoon left. So Jiang Weiwei set aside her work and went shopping with Su Xiaowei at the mall. Mordu was one of the important cities in Xia country, and it was definitely better than Shancheng. The two took a taxi to the mall and started shopping crazily. Jiang Weiwei had checked Lin Hao's information before and knew that he had a grandmother, so she decided to buy many health supplements and clothes for the elderly. Chapter 52. Oh my god, what kind of background does my family have? Early the next morning, a group from Mountain City Wu University took a flight back from the Magic City to Mountain City. When they exited the Mountain City airport, they were greeted by a massive crowd outside, many of whom were holding banners and signs that read, "Welcome the champion students of Mountain City Wu University home." Everyone was collectively stunned. Wow, what a grand scene. It seems I've become a celebrity too. Mo Zixuan looked at the sea of people welcoming them home with pride. All right, you only played 1 match. I bet these people are here to welcome our Lin to Shun. At this moment, Xiao Xiao splashed a bucket of cold water on Mo Zixuan's enthusiasm. "Seeing so many people cheering for me, all the injuries I've suffered are worth it," Wang Meng thought. Feeling grateful and on the verge of tears, the others quickly moved a bit further away from him, finding his emotional display off-putting. The group was escorted out of the airport with much fanfare. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and his companions seized the opportunity to sneak away through a side path. After slipping out of the airport, they waited by the roadside for taxis. Due to the crowd, Lin Hao called for 2 taxis. Once they arrived at home, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Lin Hao thoroughly experienced what it felt like to be a celebrity. He might have to start wearing a mask when going out in the future. At this moment, Su Xiaowei was exceptionally excited. "Lin Hao, is this your home?" Lin Hao didn't turn back and simply replied, "Yes, I hope I didn't disappoint the beautiful Su." After saying that, he realized something was off. "Wait, Sudamei, why are you here too?" Lin Hao suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "Hey, Lin Hao, I'm just accompanying my Weiwei. Besides, I'm still Principal Zhang's assistant. It's not like my visit makes a difference." At this point, Su Xiaowei looked like a little fox that had just gotten away with something. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a headache coming on. "It's fine. Welcome Su Laoshi for a home visit." Su Xiaowei smiled triumphantly and secretly gave Lin Xiaowei a thumbs up. It was actually Lin Xiaowei's idea for her to come to Lin Hao's house, to sneak into a taxi while no one was watching. Once they got home, her brother wouldn't be able to chase her away. The only price Su Xiaowei paid was a large lollipop. If Lin Hao knew he was sold out by his sister for just a big lollipop, he would probably feel like giving Lin Xiaowei a piece of his mind right now. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already been standing at the door for nearly half a minute. Afraid to knock, he feared he would be met with his grandmother's feather duster. Seeing her nephew's cowardly demeanor, Lin Yi shot him an irritated glance before starting to knock on the door. At this moment, not only Lin Hao, but even Jiang Weiwei was extremely nervous. It was her first time visiting Lin Hao's home to meet his grandmother. Before long, the door opened. Grandma opened the door and was momentarily stunned. Why are there so many people? Lin Hao quickly stepped forward, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Hey, Grandma, I'm back." Grandma shot Lin Hao an annoyed look. "You're back? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come in, there's so many guests." She then quickly moved aside to let everyone in. "Grandma, this is our Mountain City Wu University's principal, Jiang Weiwei, and this is Mountain City Wu University's teacher, Su Xiaowei. They're here to visit you on behalf of Mountain City Wu University. Lin Hao introduced Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui to his grandmother. Jiang Weiwei quickly greeted Grandma, feeling quite nervous. However, Su Xiaorui was frozen in place. Seeing that Su Xiaorui wasn't speaking, Jiang Weiwei felt quite speechless. But after Grandma recognized Su Xiaorui, she was also taken aback and then smiled kindly. "Su girl, do you still remember me?" Su Xiaorui snapped back to her senses and exclaimed in surprise, "Grandma Gong, is it really you?" She then directly hugged Grandma and started crying. The others were left dumbfounded. What the heck? Why does the beautiful Su know my grandma? Lin Hao was completely bewildered. So she knows, but why is she crying? After a long while, everyone took their seats. At this point, Su Xiaorui had dried her tears. All eyes were on Grandma, who sighed and glanced at Lin Hao and Lin Yi with a very complex expression. This story starts from when I was on duty at the Warrior Alliance. Grandma began, gathering her thoughts. At that time, I was the commander of the eastern region of the Warrior Alliance. Su Xiaorui's parents were some of my most capable subordinates. I watched her grow up. She would often come to my dormitory to pester me for food. Back then, she was just a chubby little girl like Xiaorui. At this point, Su Xiaorui's cheeks flushed. "Grandma, I cried for a long time when you suddenly moved away." Lin Yi and Lin Hao were shocked internally. "Wow, my grandma, or mom, is so impressive. I never noticed." Grandma then turned her gaze to Lin Hao. "You little rascal, I've seen your performance in the 100 Schools League. You called so many people to support you because you were afraid I would scold you, right?" Grandma hit the nail on the head, and Lin Hao awkwardly scratched his head. Grandma sighed lightly. "From my perspective, I really don't want you to go to Wu University. This is my wish. And it's also the wish of your deceased parents." Lin Hao was stunned. He barely had any impression of his parents, let alone Lin Xiaorui. Tian Xiao and Wan sacrificed themselves during a very secret mission. However, no one knew what that mission was. Before leaving, they called me and said that if anything happened to them, they hoped their son and daughter could live safely and never enter the profession of a warrior. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Yes, Lin Hao could be said to be the only heir of the Lin family, and he would undoubtedly have to carry on the family line in the future. If something happened to Lin Hao, it would essentially mean the end of the Lin family. But when I saw your extraordinary talent on TV, to be honest, I hesitated. Since you have such amazing potential, you should make the most of your strengths. The country needs talents like you. Grandma then took out a golden medal from a fabric pouch. Others might not recognize it. But as the principal of Mountain City Wu University, Jiang Weiwei certainly did. "Dragon Soul Medal," Jiang Weiwei exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Grandma glanced at Jiang Weiwei. "Child, do you recognize this medal?" Jiang Weiwei nodded. "My father showed me a photo of it before. He said only those who made significant contributions to the country or sacrificed themselves can receive this badge, and they must be above demigod level." Grandma then asked, "Who is your father?" Jiang Weiwei smiled and replied, "My father is Jiang Tianhai." Upon hearing this, Grandma suddenly realized, "So you were Xiao Hai's daughter." "Grandma, do you know my father?" "Yes, he and Tian Xiao were good friends. They often came to my house as guests." Grandma smiled. Lin Hao's face darkened. "Great. Uncle Jiang is friends with my dad. Oh my god, what kind of background does my family have?" Chapter 53 moving. Seeing Lin Hao's astonished expression, Grandma smiled. She then handed the medal to Lin Hao. "This is a relic of Tian Xiao and Wan Er. Now that you have grown up, I'm giving it to you. I hope you take good care of it." Lin Hao felt the weight of the medal in his hand. Tian Xiao and Wan Er were both demigod-level powerhouses. So don't disgrace them, and definitely don't disgrace this medal. Grandma's expression was very serious at this moment, and Lin Hao nodded earnestly. "Mom, how come you're so amazing and you kept it from me?" At this moment, Lin Yi said irritably, feeling exhausted from drawing every day to support the family. Grandma shot Lin Yi a look. "You little brat, what's wrong with keeping it from you? If it weren't for your brother and sister-in-law sacrificing themselves, could I come back to take care of this family?" At this time, Grandma looked at Fang Yao. "How is that poor kid Xiao Wei doing now?" Fang Yao was stunned when she heard this, then surprised. "Grandma, do you know my dad?" "Hee, I knew you were Fang Wei's daughter. I felt you looked familiar the first time you came. I only confirmed you were his daughter when I saw that silly boy Fang Wei on TV." Tian Xiao, Tian Hai, and Xiao Wei were like a solid triangle back then, and their relationship was always good. "You little girl, you didn't say anything when I asked you the first time." Fang Yao's face turned red. "I was afraid of scaring Grandma and Lin Hao, so I kept it secret." Lin Hao also said, "I only found out during the recent 100 Schools League." Grandma laughed. "Xiao Hao, if Jiang Tianhai and Fang Wei knew you were Tian Zhao's son, they would probably collapse on the spot." Jiang Weiwei and Fang Yao laughed, covering their mouths. At this moment, Grandma looked at Su Xiaorui. "Su girl, are you craving for braised pork? Grandma will make it for you." Su Xiaorui's eyes lit up instantly, and she followed Grandma to the kitchen happily. "Oh, what kind of fate is this?" Lin Hao weakly fell onto the sofa. Today's shock from Grandma was even greater than the last time from Fang Yao and Jiang Tianhai. His little heart couldn't take so much stimulation. Meanwhile, Fang Yao and Jiang Weiwei were chatting with Lin Yi. Lin Xiaoro had already fallen asleep in her room before the conversation started, as she was too tired from playing outside and just collapsed at home. Before dinner, Lin Hao woke Lin Xiaoro up. Everyone sat together and had a big meal. At this point, Su Xiaorui was no longer as reserved as when she first arrived. It was just like when she was a child. Arriving at Grandma Gong's house felt like coming home. She was seen devouring the braised pork, leaving Lin Hao and Jiang Weiwei dumbfounded. Ruirui never ate like this before? Damn, the beautiful Su is eating like a tough girl. Finally, Lin Hao, with a dark face, couldn't hold back any longer. I say, beautiful Su, can't you be a little more reserved? Where's your elegance as a beauty? This is my home. Can you pay attention to your image? Su Xiaorui put another piece of braised pork in her mouth, her expression utterly satisfied. Little brat, let me tell you, when I was eating with Grandma Gong, you were still drinking milk. Lin Hao's face darkened upon hearing this, while Fang Yao and the others stifled their laughter. Lin Xiaoro looked at Su Xiaorui with her curious big eyes. Sister Su, eat slowly and leave some for Xiaoro. At this moment, Lin Hao began discussing the matter of moving houses with Grandma. Grandma smiled with satisfaction. Good grandson, I accept your filial piety, but I'm not at the point where I need you to support me. After speaking, Grandma took out a strangely shaped key from the drawer and handed it to Lin Hao. Since she agreed to let Lin Hao walk the path of a warrior, she no longer hid it. This is the key to the Yunwu Mountain Villa. You have more friends now, and this house can't hold everyone. You can let your friend come over and stay. I can have some company too. A piece of braised pork fell onto the table, and Lin Yi's eyes looked like they were about to tear up. Mom, you're so rich and still make me draw to help with the family expenses. Do you want to exhaust your daughter? Grandma glared at Lin Yi. You little brat. ISNT it to temper your character? Besides, my plan was to live in this house for a long time, and you will need a dowry when you get married, so stop complaining. Ha ha. At this moment, Lin Xiaoro covered her mouth and laughed. Aunt, don't blame Grandma. She's doing it for your own good. Lin Yi glared at Lin Xiaoro. You little brat. If you keep it up, I'll spank your little bottom. Everyone finished dinner amidst laughter and chatter. After dinner, the three girls did not stay at Lin Hao's house, but found a hotel nearby to stay in. Lin Hao's family decided to start moving the next day, and the three girls agreed to come help. The next day, Lin Hao went to the Yunwu Mountain Villa according to the address, and he was quite surprised to learn that this villa was the best one in the entire Yunwu Mountain. The villa had a yard that was as large as half a football field, complete with rockeries, flowing water, gardens, and lawns. The villa itself was 3 stories high, plus 2 floors of basement space. The rooms and facilities inside were all complete. Lin Hao smacked his lips. If his aunt saw this, she would probably explode. In the end, the family decided to only take some necessary items over, while this old house would serve as a temporary residence in the future. After Lin Hao took stock of the essentials, he went shopping with Fang Yao, Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaorui. Lin Yi stayed home with Grandma, while their poor little Xiaoro was sent to school. Ever since Fang Yao first came to their house, she and T really attended school properly. Recently, watching the 100 Schools League had also delayed her for several days, so in the end, she was ruthlessly sent off to school by her aunt. The 4 of them went to the most bustling pedestrian street to shop. 3 beautiful girls surrounded one handsome guy, creating a scene that turned heads among passersby. Lin Hao, what's it like being surrounded by 3 girls? At this moment, Su Xiaorui began her daily teasing of Lin Hao. Ever since the 100 Schools League was about to begin, she hadn't had much opportunity to tease him, but now she finally had a chance. Seeing Su Xiaorui's fox-like eyes, Lin Hao could tell what she was up to just by thinking with his backside. He had a face full of enjoyment. Ah, my mood is exceptionally beautiful. Beautiful Su, why don't you give me a shoulder massage? My mood will be even more beautiful. Su Xiaorui shot him a glare. You wish. With the 3 of us accompanying you shopping, you should be secretly delighted. If it weren't for Grandma, I wouldn't be willing to come out shopping with you. Chapter 54. Qinglong Fortress. 3 days later, after the relentless efforts of everyone, the arrangement of the Cloud Mist Mountain Villa was finally completed. Grandma left a unique room for Fang Yao, Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaorui. The 3 girls held hands and went to decorate their own rooms. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at the spacious courtyard and the villa resembling a castle, unable to say a word for a long time. Lin Xiaoro, on the other hand, bounced over to see the new room that her older siblings had arranged for her. The group stayed at the Cloud Mist Mountain Villa for another 3 days. Just as they were planning to return to school, Fang Yao received a call from Fang Wei. On the phone, Fang Wei instructed Lin Hao, Fang Yao, Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaorui to gather at the Qinglong Fortress of the Eastern Military District the next day. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what they were going to Qinglong Fortress for. Fang Wei didn't mention it either. Only Lin Hao had a guess. It was likely that Lord Hanfeng's orders had reached the Eastern Military District, and they were about to begin even more brutal training. The next day, the 4 bid farewell to Grandma and their families and took a plane to the Qinglong Fortress of the Eastern Military District. On the plane, the girls were chatting and laughing, but Lin Hao remained silent. Noticing Lin Hao's silence, Fang Yao curiously asked, Hey, what are you thinking about? Hearing Fang Yao's question, Lin Hao snapped out his thoughts. He glanced at the 3 girls and then spoke in a very formal tone. The trials at Qinglong Fortress might be exceptionally brutal. I hope you all are mentally prepared. The girls were taken aback by Lin Hao's words. At that moment, Jiang Weiwei asked, Lin Hao, do you know something? Seeing the girls looking at him, Lin Hao slowly nodded. He then recounted his encounter with Hanfeng. After hearing this, the girls were once again surprised. It was at this moment that Fang Yao and Jiang Weiwei understood. No wonder Dad didn't urge me to report to the Eastern Military District. It turns out you idiot have caught Lord Hanfeng's attention. Thinking of this, Fang Yao couldn't help but imagine her father's flustered expression. At this time, Lin Hao turned to Jiang Weiwei and said, Weiwei, the three of us have some self-defense capabilities in battle, but you're an auxiliary type ability user. You must be careful when you go to the battlefield. Hearing Lin Hao's concern, Jiang Weiwei's face flushed slightly, but she felt warm inside. She smiled at Lin Hao and said, Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. I won't rush to the front. Seeing Jiang Weiwei say this, Lin Hao felt a bit relieved. Lin Hao, you can rest assured. I will protect my Weiwei. Su Xiaorui unexpectedly said, without teasing Lin Hao this time. Lin Hao was taken aback, and then looked at Su Xiaorui with a strange expression. Su, I remember you also awakened a rare ability, right? When Lin Hao asked her, Su Xiaorui raised her head proudly and said, Who do you look down upon? I am an ability user with both darkness and death attributes. Huh? Lin Hao was stunned by her words, and even Fang Yao was surprised. Wow, is Su such a badass? Seeing the shocked expressions from Lin Hao and Fang Yao, Su Xiaorui became even prouder. Weiwei is my good friend. She has SS level talent. I also have SS level talent. Otherwise, how could I match up to my Weiwei? After hearing Su Xiaorui's words, Lin Hao felt a chill down his spine. Su, you won't be. Noticing Lin Hao's strange look, Su Xiaorui realized he was thinking inappropriately and shot him an angry glare. You little brat, what are you thinking? Lin Hao regained his composure and replied, I didn't say anything. You twisted it yourself. Jiang Weiwei ignored their banter and turned her gaze to Fang Yao. Xiao Yao, what did you awaken? Hearing Jiang Weiwei's question, Su Xiaorui also stopped arguing with Lin Hao and looked at Fang Yao curiously. Fang Yao smiled slightly and said, I awakened an SS-level warrior talent, the martial god. I'm currently at the initial silver level. Upon hearing Fang Yao's words, the two were stunned. They looked at Fang Yao, who seemed delicate on the surface, but was so powerful. Lin Hao was also surprised. Girl, you're already at the silver initial level? Fang Yao nodded. Seeing her nod, Lin Hao felt despair. And I'm still just a high-level bronze little loser. Seeing Lin Hao's expression and recalling his astonishing sword during the finals, the girls were speechless. Lin Hao, I feel like you're being modest, Su Xiaorui said before ignoring Lin Hao and going back to chatting with Jiang Weiwei. After a 3-hour flight, Lin Hao and the others finally arrived at a city called Jiangcheng. As soon as they exited the airport, they saw a middle-aged man in military uniform walking toward them. He stopped in front of Lin Hao and the others and asked for their identities. After confirming that they were indeed the ones he was looking for, the middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Wang Fan, the liaison officer of Qinglong Fortress, sent by General Dongfang, the commander of Qinglong Fortress, to welcome you. Upon hearing this, everyone understood and followed Wang Fan onto a military vehicle heading to the fortress. Since the fortress was far from the city, they traveled for several hours and only arrived at Qinglong Fortress by evening. This was Lin Hao's first time at Qinglong Fortress, and he was immediately awed by its massive walls. The fortress's walls stretched for dozens of kilometers, standing nearly 100 meters high and about 20 meters thick, made of rare, hard minerals and metals. At this moment, every 50 meters along the wall was equipped with a beam particle cannon. Just by looking at the design of this cannon, Lin Hao knew its power was extraordinary. Additionally, there were lookout towers every 100 meters, each manned by 3 soldiers who could clearly see the situation several kilometers away to issue early warnings in case of beast tides. On the inner side of the wall was the command center of Qinglong Fortress, where both officers and soldiers were stationed to prevent attacks from fierce beasts. After getting off the vehicle, Lin Hao and the others followed Wang Fan to a training ground in the military camp. The training ground was not large, only about 100 square meters, and there were already nearly 10 people standing there, seemingly waiting for something. Wang Fan quickly ran a few steps to salute a middle-aged man. Reporting, Sir, Lin Hao and the other 4 have been successfully brought here. The middle-aged man returned the salute and instructed Wang Fan to leave. Lin Hao looked at the imposing middle-aged man in the distance. He was tall and strong, with a fierce scar running across his face. The man was not in military uniform, but wore combat armor. In front of him stood 8 people, some of whom Lin Hao recognized, including Xuan Yu, Yi Shuang, and Lu Qingming. Just as Lin Hao was surprised to see them, Xuan Yu waved at Lin Hao, signaling him to come over quickly. Chapter 55 Dongfang Shua Lin Hao and several others did not delay, quickly running up to the middle-aged man, reporting that they had come to check in at the Qinglong Fortress as per the orders of the commander of the Eastern Military District and requested instructions from the officer. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Hao and the others, nodding in satisfaction. You all return to your positions first. I have something to say. Lin Hao and the others nodded and immediately stood at the back of the line. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dongfang Shua, the commander of the Qinglong Fortress. You can call me General Dongfang or Commander from now on. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Looking at the 12 vibrant young people below, Dongfang Shua nodded in satisfaction. I know each of you has remarkable talent. According to the headquarters orders, all 8 major fortresses of Xiagua will conduct special training for outstanding young talents like you. You're just a part of it. From now on, you will no longer be students or teachers of Wuda. You will be soldiers of the Qinglong Fortress. Starting today, Your lives will no longer belong to yourselves, but to the entire country, to the millions of citizens behind the fortress. If I find anyone daring to leave their post or act as a coward during a mission, regardless of how talented or well-connected you are, you will be dealt with according to military law. Do you understand? Understood. The 12 answered in unison. Dongfang Shuo glanced at a roster in his hand and called out, Jiang Weiwei, Su Xiaorui, step forward. The two were momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward and stood at attention. Dongfang Shuo looked at them and continued from now on. You will join the Qinglong Magic Corps for special training. You two will follow me shortly. Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui were initially stunned, then replied in unison, yes. Lin Hao and the others were also somewhat surprised. What exactly was the Qinglong Magic Corps? Dongfang Shuo seemed to sense the confusion in everyone's hearts. The Qinglong Magic Corps is the backbone force of the Qinglong Fortress in repelling beast tides. Both of you are suitable for large-scale combat abilities, and it has been decided by the military district headquarters that you will be incorporated into the Qinglong Magic Corps for special training. Upon hearing Dongfang Shuo's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. Then Dongfang Shuo clapped his hands, and two middle-aged men in their 30s appeared from behind the martial arts platform. The two were not as robust as Dongfang Shuo, but were also quite fit. They were not wearing military uniforms, but combat armor. Dongfang Shuo continued, these two will be your instructors for the upcoming special training. All your tasks will be assigned by them, and they will conduct the training in the days to come. Dongfang Shuo nodded to the two instructors, then took Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui away. At this point, there were still 12 people left on the field, including the two instructors. One of the instructors held a small booklet. I will call out names. Those whose names I call will come to me. Lin Hao, Yi Shaoman, Fang Yao, Ouyang Janjan. Upon hearing their names, Lin Hao and Fang Yao hurriedly came to stand behind the instructor. The other instructor then began calling names. Duan Yu, Huang Lei, Yi Shuang, Lu Qingming, Sui Feng. Upon hearing their names, they quickly came to stand behind the other instructor. After confirming the personnel, the instructor for Duan Yu and the others took them to another training ground. Let me introduce myself. Yam Daifin, a mid-level diamond martial artist, and I will be your special training instructor from now on. Hello, instructor. Lin Hao and the others responded. Seeing this, Dai Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued, you are all outstanding individuals selected from various martial arts universities. In the future, the 5 of you will form a team, and I hope you can work together during the special training. Next, you will introduce yourselves, and I will test you from highest to lowest. Who wants to go first? After hearing this, the first to step forward was a slender girl with a smile that gave a very pleasant feeling. Hello everyone. My name is Yi Xiaoman, a mid-level golden wood element ability user. My abilities are control and healing. After saying this, she sweetly smiled at everyone and returned to the line. The second to step up was a handsome boy with a very indifferent expression. When he spoke, his tone was calm. My name is Ing, a mid-level yellow martial artist. After saying this, he stepped aside. At this moment, a tall girl with an impressive figure stepped forward. Her long, fiery red hair was very eye-catching. With a charming smile, she resembled a blooming red rose. My name is Ouyang Cancan, a high-level golden fire element ability user. My strength lies in area of effect attacks, but my single target output is also not weak. Dai Feng nodded after hearing this. Next was Fang Yao. My name is Fang Yao, a beginner silver martial artist, and my profession is warrior god. After saying this, she smiled slightly and returned to the line. At this point, Dai Feng was somewhat surprised. His data showed that Fang Yao had awakened as a martial artist this year, yet she had already reached beginner silver so quickly. Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn. Hello everyone. My name is Lin Hao, a high-level bronze lightning element ability user. After that, he returned to the line. At this moment, only he and Fang Yao knew each other. He was not familiar with the others and saw no need to reveal more of his strength. Dai Feng looked at Lin Hao oddly. The information in his hand showed that Lin Hao was a beginner bronze. However, how could a student at the bronze level be selected by headquarters for training? He was very curious. Seeing that everyone had finished their introductions, Dai Feng clapped his hands. Now from highest to lowest in cultivation, you will spar with me one by one. Remember to give it your all. Otherwise, I might misjudge your abilities. Everyone nodded in unison. The first to step up was the high-level golden ability user Ouyang Cancan. The others stepped aside to watch the training. Ouyang Cancan stood facing Dai Feng, her fiery red hair flowing in the wind. Dai Feng nodded at her to signal that she could start. Ouyang Cancan raised her hand, and a fiery red spherical object was cradled in her palm. Dai Feng's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized this as the Fire Spirit Pearl, a rare item among fire element ability users. The fire damage released by the Fire Spirit Pearl is more than double that of ordinary flames. Dai Feng nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. At that moment, Ouyang Cancan's aura surged, and she raised her right hand, cradling the Fire Spirit Pearl in her palm. Then, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the Fire Spirit Pearl, causing it to tremble slightly. Soon, Ouyang Cancan's entire body surged with spiritual energy, and a fiery red phoenix gradually took shape in the air, accompanied by a resounding cry of the phoenix echoing in the sky. This was her first skill, Phoenix crying in the sky. With a gentle point of her finger, the fiery red phoenix, mixed with the sound of the phoenix's cry, charged toward Daifeng. Daifeng's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand, a diamond aura enveloping him. He then raised his right hand slightly and captured the diving phoenix. Ouyang Can wanted to remind him, but it was already too late. An explosion followed, and the scorching shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust. Chapter 56. The strength of the team members, what a powerful strike. Fang Yao exclaimed, clearly impressed. As expected from a high-output fire-type ability user, this blow had already reached platinum level. Not only Fang Yao, but at this moment, Yi Xiaoman's mouth was slightly agape, and Ying's gaze was focused. Lin Hao nodded slightly. It must be due to the orb she was holding. As the smoke cleared, they saw that the ground around Daifeng was still burning with flames, while Daifeng himself was completely unharmed. The crowd was astonished. Was this what it meant to have diamond-level strength, to take a skill with bare hands? Ouyang Can, relieved to see the instructor was fine, patted her impressive chest. At this moment, Daifeng signaled Ouyang Can to continue. Seeing this, Ouyang Can felt reassured. She tossed the fire spirit orb into the sky, and immediately, the already fiery red orb shone even brighter. A scorching aura that made it hard to breathe surged skyward. At that moment, the sky suddenly changed. A small patch of the sky above the training ground gradually turned fiery red. Moments later, countless fireballs rained down towards Daifeng at the center of the training ground. This was Ouyang Can's second technique, burning heaven and boiling rain. Facing the deluge of fireballs, Daifeng smiled slightly as a diamond-level barrier appeared around him. When the fireballs landed, a cacophony of explosions erupted, prompting the crowd to step back. Meanwhile, Ouyang Can hovered in midair with a pair of fiery red wings. This was her third technique, phoenix wings soaring. As the smoke cleared, Daifeng stood in the center of the training ground, completely unscathed, while the ground around him was filled with deep pits and remnants of burning flames. Not bad. Your technique is strong. It should provide good combat power for the team. Daifeng commented casually. Ouyang Can smiled slightly and joined the others. Next, Yi Xiaoman, you go first. Since both Yi Xiaoman and Ying were at the mid-gold level, Daifeng casually pointed at one of them. Yi Xiaoman stepped into the center of the training ground. Instructor, my technique doesn't have much damage. It's mainly for control and support. Her sweet voice rang out. Daifeng nodded. Let's try your control technique then. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaoman suddenly radiated a brilliant green light. With a flick of her hand, a wand resembling a tree branch appeared. She lightly tapped the ground with her wand, and the center of the training ground began to tremble. In an instant, dozens of vines burst forth from the ground, all wrapping around Daifeng. Daifeng's eyes brightened. This seemed to be a crowd control skill. He made no attempt to resist, allowing the vines to ensnare him until he was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. At this moment, Yi Xiaoman's wand glowed slightly, and the vines tightened rapidly, firmly controlling Daifeng within their grasp. When Yi Xiaoman made no further moves, Daifeng unleashed his diamond aura, shattering the vines that bound him. Then, Daifeng picked up a vine and gave it a strong tug. Not bad. Your control skill is very effective, and the vines you created are quite resilient. What are your remaining two techniques? I have two healing-based techniques left. One is Vitality Surge, a single-target healing skill. The other is Universal Renewal, a group healing skill. Yi Xiaoman explained before returning to the group. Your turn. Daifeng then looked at Ying, who stood quietly to the side. Ying silently walked to the center of the training ground, speaking even less than Lei Yunfan had before. After a brief warning to be careful, he surprisingly began to slowly disappear from sight. This was Ying's first combat skill, concealment. Daifeng remained calm, gathering some spiritual energy in his right hand without making any other moves. The crowd below began to search frantically for Ying, who had vanished. Lin Hao's expression grew serious. Ying's concealment skill could not be sensed by mere breath. It was as if he had truly disappeared from this space. Meanwhile, Daifeng on the stage closed his eyes slightly, seemingly waiting for Ying's attack. A minute passed, and there was still no sign of Ying making a move. Daifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Not bad. Your vigilance is very high. After silently praising him in his heart, he gradually relaxed. Just at that moment, Ying appeared behind Daifeng, a dagger emitting a cold light aimed directly at his throat. The second combat skill, Shadow Kill, was activated. The crowd gasped. Was Ying really trying to kill the instructor? But instead of blood splattering, there was a sharp sound of metal clashing. With a crisp clang, Ying's cold dagger collided with Daifeng's index finger. Startled, Ying attempted to disappear again, but Daifeng did not give him that chance. He turned and struck Ying's body with a punch enveloped in diamond energy, sending him flying. The scene left everyone in shock. The instructor's attack was too fierce. Yi Xiaoman's mouth was agape. Even Fang Yao and Lin Hao were momentarily stunned, unsure why the instructor had hit so hard. However, the imagined scene of Ying bleeding out on the ground did not occur. Instead, the Ying that had been sent flying suddenly vanished in midair. This was Ying's third combat technique, Shadow Clone. At that moment, another figure emerged from Ying's shadow, brandishing the cold dagger straight toward Daifeng's back. Ying's Combeskid. Shadow Kill was activated once more. Wow, amazing! Yi Xiaoman clapped in admiration, her eyes sparkling, while Ouyang Kanka beside her was equally impressed. Just as the cold dagger was about to pierce Dai Feng's back, his diamond-level strength no longer concealed itself. His aura surged dramatically, pressing down on Ying to the point where he could barely stand. You did well. Dai Feng smiled. As an assassin-type warrior, you possess sufficient patience and decisiveness to defeat your enemy with one strike. Not only that, but you have also paved the way for your next move. Slowly, Dai Feng turned, giving Ying a high evaluation. As the pressure dissipated, Ying slowly stood up. He simply said thank you before returning to the group. Dai Feng smiled. This kid was indeed concise with his words. He then turned to Fang Yao. Your turn. Fang Yao exchanged a reassuring glance with Lin Hao before walking to the center of the training ground. Lin Hao's expression was serious. This was the first time he had seen Fang Yao showcase her strength. Previously, she had always trained with Fang Wei and had never revealed herself in front of others. Let's see how far this girl has come. Fang Yao stood opposite Dai Feng, who smiled and nodded at her. Let's begin. Chapter 57. Even the name is a knockoff. As Fang Yao's aura began to surge, the training ground started to tremble slightly. At this moment, Lin Hao, who was watching from below, was stunned. He was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of intent. The remaining 3 teammates were also frozen in place. Sister Can, isn't she supposed to be at the initial stage of silver? Yi Xiaoman looked at Fang Yao in disbelief. How could such a seemingly weak girl unleash such a terrifying presence? I don't know either, Ouyang Kanka said, her mouth slightly agape. It seemed her teammate was not as simple as she appeared. It's the aura of intent. At this moment, the usually quiet Ying Rare uttered 5 words. Everyone turned to look, noticing the unprecedented seriousness in Ying's eyes. Lin Hao also came to his senses and turned to Ying. You know about intent? Ying nodded. This aura of intent was probably more than just the first level. Meanwhile, Dai Feng's eyes sparkled. He had struck gold today. He never expected such a serene and delicate girl to possess this kind of aura. Truly worthy of the martial god profession. What a freak of nature. Dai Feng sighed inwardly. At this moment, Fang Yao's aura was still rising, and her demeanor had noticeably changed. Her expression was no longer gentle and pleasant. It had turned cold and fierce. With a flick of her hand, a golden spear appeared in her grasp. The spear was adorned with dragon scale patterns, and at the tip, a golden dragon head was carved, exuding a powerful aura, with its mouth wide open and the spear tip glinting with a cold light. This was Fang Yao's exclusive weapon as a martial god, the 9-turn dragon roar spear. Seeing Fang Yao's aura stop rising, Dai Feng nodded in satisfaction. This aura was already no weaker than the high stage of gold. Lin Hao's eyes widened. This was the intent of the spear, identical to his own, and it was also at the 3rd level. This girl had actually kept it from me. Thinking of this, Lin Hao bitterly smiled and shook his head. No wonder she was an SS-level talent in the martial god profession. Come on, show me all your strength. Facing a girl with spear intent, Dai Feng's fighting spirit surged. In an instant, his aura exploded to the level of platinum. He wanted to see how far this girl could go against his platinum strength. Fang Yao did not hesitate either. In a split second, she dashed towards Dai Feng, the spear tip wrapped in a chilling light, stabbing directly at Dai Feng's chest. Dai Feng remained calm. With a grip of his hands, he forcibly seized the 9-turn dragon roar spear. Then, with a twist of his arms, the entire spear began to spin with his force. Fang Yao, however, remained even calmer. She held the spear's body and leaped, spinning along with Dai Feng's force. Rather than retreating, she used Dai Feng's strength to push forward again, thrusting the spear towards him. Dai Feng's eyes narrowed. What a clever use of force. He quickly sidestepped to avoid Fang Yao's attack. Fang Yao spun in the air and landed steadily on the training ground. Dai Feng laughed artily. What a little girl. Feel free to use any moves you have. Fang Yao was not polite either. She suddenly leaped into the air, stepping on air to charge at Dai Feng. Dai Feng's eyes narrowed. What kind of technique was this that allowed her to walk on air? In fact, this was not a technique, but a movement skill passed down to Fang Yao by Fang Wei, called stepping on 7 stars. With each step taken, the user's aura would increase. After 7 steps, the aura could nearly double. At this moment, Dai Feng clearly felt Fang Yao's aura surge again. After a moment of amazement, he punched towards her. Battle skill, Tiger Roars in the Mountains. This punch was a solid platinum strength. Seeing this, Fang Yao spun the spear in her hand, concentrating all her intent into the spear tip. The 9-turn dragon roar spear glowed brilliantly, emitting waves of golden light. Lin Hao was stunned. Wasn't this the same sequence as his first shot of the Thunder Prison 9 spears? Fang Yao murmured, first shot of the dragon roar 9 spears. Settle the 3 armies. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn you, girl. Not only did you steal my skill, but even the name is a knockoff. The 9-turn dragon roar spear, wrapped in terrifying golden spear light, collided with Dai Feng's fist. A loud explosion echoed, followed by a terrifying shockwave that surged outward. Everyone outside was dumbfounded. Lin Hao was shocked and puzzled. When did this girl learn my skill? After their fists and spear collided, both retreated 10 steps to stabilize themselves. Good. What a great girl. Old Dai, I've struck gold today. Let's do it again. At this moment, Dai Feng was also inspired by Feng Yao's aura, feeling a strong urge to have a good fight. Feng Yao smiled slightly, and her aura began to surge again, all 3 levels of spear intent converging into the spear. The 9-turn dragon roar spear instantly glowed with golden light. Meanwhile, Dai Feng's fists were already gathering strength, and the second clash between the two was about to begin. Feng Yao stepped on the 7 stars and rose into the air, slashing downward with the 9-turn dragon roar spear, a wave of golden spear light carrying 3 levels of intent cleaving downwards. Second shot of the dragon roar 9 spears. Break the mountain. Facing that terrifying spear light, Dai Feng swung his fists. Battle skill, shattering the sky. Both fists collided with the golden spear light. Another round of terrifying explosions erupted. The few people outside were already numb. Is this the strength of the initial stage of silver? Yi Xiaoman turned her little face to look at Can Ouyang Can, her mouth slightly agape, shook her head slowly. The power of this strike has already surpassed my battle skill. Lin Hao on the side bitterly smiled. How high is this girl's talent? I only used it once on the field, and she learned it. This girl is so strong. If I had taken that hit directly, I would probably be killed instantly. Ying sighed at this moment. Currently, the two were still standing opposite each other, but the difference was that Feng Yao was starting to breathe heavily. Although she was at the initial stage of silver, her total spiritual power was far less than Lin Hao's. The 2 shots she had just executed had already consumed nearly half of her spiritual power. Haha, not bad. You really have impressed me, little girl. Do you have any other moves? Feel free to use them. Dai Feng was increasingly satisfied with Feng Yao. Feng Yao calmed her body slightly, her eyes closed tightly, and the surrounding aura instantly retracted. The 9-turn dragon roar spear in her hand began to tremble slightly. Looks like she's learned everything. Little girl, remember to pay tuition. Lin Hao is already too exhausted to complain. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the sound of dragon roars echoed from the clouds. Feng Yao raised the 9-turn dragon roar spear high, and suddenly a beam of golden light shot from the sky, all of which entered the 9-turn dragon roar spear. Third shot of the dragon roar 9 spears, divide the rivers. Chapter 58. Lin Hao makes his appearance as soon as she finished speaking. Feng Yao raised the 9-turn dragon chant spear, its tip, accompanied by waves of dragon roars, pointed directly at Dai Feng. Then, her eyes focused as she gathered all her strength to throw the 9-turn dragon chant spear. The long spear, radiating golden light and accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars, surged forward with overwhelming momentum towards Dai Feng. Ha ha ha, this is a good one. At this moment, Dai Feng's aura suddenly surged up a level. With his platinum high-level strength exploding, he stepped forward instead of retreating, stomping down like a cannonball to meet the incoming spear. He then threw a punch, activating the combat skill, Furious Dragon Roar. This punch was also mixed with waves of dragon roars, and the powerful fist wind met the flying 9-turn dragon chant spear with equal intensity. In comparison, it seemed as if time had stopped for a moment. But soon after, a deafening explosion echoed, and the sweeping shockwaves kicked up clouds of dust. This girl is really impressive, Lin Hao thought, smiling bitterly at the 2 months he had spent practicing spear techniques. Hey, what happened to the instructor and Feng Yao? At this time, Yi Xiaoman was hiding behind Ouyang Can, peeking at the situation on the field. I don't know, but the power of this strike is enough to kill a golden-level fierce beast, Ouyang Can said, her fiery eyes fixed on the training ground. Meanwhile, Ying remained silent beside her. Just then, as the dust settled, Feng Yao was seen holding the 9-turn dragon chant spear in her hand. Her knees slightly bent as she panted heavily, propping herself up with the spear. In contrast, Dai Feng's expression was unusually calm, filled with admiration for Feng Yao. Girl, your combat skill is called Dragon Roar 9 Spears. You should have 6 other spears, right? Dai Feng had walked over by this point. Feng Yao, hearing Dai Feng's words, calmed her breathing and replied with a grin, Hee, I don't know, this was taught to me by my boyfriend. Hearing Feng Yao's answer, Dai Feng was taken aback, realizing that this was not a technique Feng Yao had comprehended herself, but rather something she had learned from someone else. Dai Feng didn't ask further, saying, your strength has already reached platinum high level. I really wonder what kind of person your boyfriend is. Upon hearing Dai Feng's words, Feng Yao paused momentarily, then revealed a playful smile. The instructor will know. Dai Feng didn't pay much attention, just nodding, and then turned his gaze to Lin Hao, who had yet to make his appearance. Kid, it's your turn. According to the information, Lin Hao had the lowest cultivation level among everyone present. As a diamond-level powerhouse, Dai Feng didn't think much of it. Lin Hao, hearing this, didn't hesitate and walked onto the training ground. The expression on his face when he met Feng Yao was quite something. Feng Yao, seeing him like this, cheekily stuck her tongue out at him before bouncing back to the team. Instructor Dai, don't you need to take a break? After all, Dai Feng had already fought 4 matches. Lin Hao felt it was necessary to remind his instructor. Hearing this, Dai Feng glared with his tiger-like eyes, feeling underestimated by this little brat. He then replied irritably, Rest? What rest? Hurry up and finish this. Lin Hao didn't say much in response. Meanwhile, Dai Feng grumbled internally about the audacity of a bronze high-level brat. The two stood firm on the field. Below, everyone was watching Feng Yao, who had just shown astonishing strength. Yao Yao, did you learn that combat skill from your boyfriend? Yi Xiaoman, being quite outgoing and cute, curiously examined Feng Yao. Feng Yao smiled and nodded. Yi Xiaoman's eyes lit up again. Yao Yao, you have to introduce your boyfriend to us one day. A person this powerful must be very handsome. Huh? Feng Yao was speechless upon hearing that. Are you trying to steal my boyfriend? But looking at Yi Xiaoman's eager expression, her playful spirit was ignited. You'll get to meet him soon. She winked at Yi Xiaoman after saying this. At this moment on stage, kid, you can attack now. Seeing Lin Hao was ready, Dai Feng did not delay. Lin Hao nodded, his eyes narrowing as his aura began to surge. In an instant, terrifying black lightning surrounded him. Instructor, be careful, Lin Hao reminded. Seeing the aura Lin Hao emitted, not only Dai Feng, but even those below widened their eyes in shock. Damn, another freak. Ouyang couldn't he help but comment. Good kid, those who can be called geniuses are not to be underestimated, Dai Feng thought. Completely changing his view of Lin Hao, he became more cautious. Suddenly, the black lightning around Lin Hao surged violently, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Dai Feng's eyes narrowed. Such speed, this must be a heavenly level technique. His own aura also surged sharply. Just as Dai Feng's aura spiked, Lin Hao suddenly appeared behind him to the left, delivering a heavy punch imbued with terrifying lightning. Seeing the intimidating punch from Lin Hao, Dai Feng's expression turned serious. How could such a domineering punch come from someone with only bronze high-level strength? He quickly sidestepped to avoid Lin Hao's fist. Not panicking after missing his first strike, Lin Hao activated the lightning prison's instant teleportation, reappearing behind Dai Feng in the blink of an eye, followed by another punch. Good kid. You really know how to seize an opportunity, Dai Feng said. Let me see just how powerful this punch of yours is. He didn't dodge, turning to meet Lin Hao's punch head-on. With a loud bang, the sound of their fists colliding was like an explosion. After the punch, both of them staggered back 3 steps. At this moment, Dai Feng's eyes were no longer filled with surprise, but shock. He shook his wrist, which had gone numb from the impact. The strength of that punch was comparable to that of a golden-level fist master. As a martial artist and fist master himself, he knew just how great the force of that punch was. Below, everyone except Feng Yao looked on in astonishment. Yao Yao, do you know this Lin Hao? He's a lightning-type ability user. How is he fighting in close combat with the instructor? Ouyang was very curious. Yi Xiaoman also looked at Feng Yao with curiosity. Only Ying had a serious expression, murmuring, Lin Hao? Could it be that Lin Hao? Seeing this, Feng Yao smiled mischievously. This is just the beginning. That idiot probably hasn't even used 1% of his strength yet. Hearing Feng Yao's response, Ying looked seriously at her. Is that Lin Hao the one I think he is? Hearing Ying's strange question, everyone was puzzled. Feng Yao nodded at Ying. Upon seeing her nod, Ying's usually expressionless face showed disbelief. At this moment, Lin Hao had already engaged in a close-quarters brawl with Dai Feng. The more Lin Hao fought, the more excited he became, while Dai Feng grew increasingly startled. What kind of freak is this? A lightning-type ability user is fighting in close combat? By the way, how is this kid's physical quality so good? This is nowhere near the level of a bronze high level. The two exchanged punches again and quickly separated. Good kid, I underestimated you just now. However, as a martial artist and fist master, I really enjoy the feeling of close combat. Instructor Dai, don't speak too soon. Don't forget, I'm a lightning-type ability user, Lin Hao replied with a grin, emphasizing the words ability user. Chapter 59. Lin Hao's my boyfriend before Dai Feng could react. A pair of black thunder wings suddenly extended from behind Lin Hao. The technique Wind and Thunder Dual Wings was activated, and with a flap of the wings, he soared into the sky. Dai Feng watched Lin Hao ascend without stopping him, curious about what other abilities Lin Hao possessed. Suddenly, Lin Hao's body was enveloped in black thunder, his right hand raised high, and countless black thunderbolts surged towards the palm of his right hand, as if responding to a call. In an instant, a massive black thunderball appeared in Lin Hao's hand. The technique Thunderstorm Shakes the 8 Wildernesses was activated. Lin Hao gently waved his right hand, and the terrifying black thunderball hurtled towards Dai Feng. Faced with Lin Hao's frightening strike, Dai Feng did not dare to hesitate. He felt his aura surge violently, instantly elevating himself to mid-tier platinum strength. Then, he threw a punch, and the terrifying fist wind collided with the massive black thunderball. A loud bang echoed in the air, as thunder rolled and shockwaves surged. Wow, what kind of freaks are you two? At this moment, Yi Xiaoman's mouth dropped open in disbelief as she watched the stage. Just now, the instructor's aura had already risen to mid-tier platinum, yet Lin Hao was able to fight him evenly. Ouyang was also in shock. Only Ying watched with great interest. Although he did not participate in the 100-school league, he had seen the finals. Given Lin Hao's strength, it was estimated that the instructor would not fare well against him. Meanwhile, Lin Hao did not stop. He activated the technique Thunder Prison Instant Flash, instantly appearing behind Dai Feng, unleashing endless black thunder. The terrifying dark thunder quickly enveloped Dai Feng. His speed is even faster than mine. Ying's expression became serious. As an assassin-type martial artist, his proud three ultimate skills were stealth, speed, and one-hit kill. He did not expect that an ability user could possess such speed as well. Endless Thunder Prison caught Dai Feng off guard. At this moment, he felt like he was submerged in an endless sea of thunder and could not move. This was the first time someone had been able to injure him, but he was, after all, a diamond-level powerhouse. With a slight burst of diamond-level aura, he dispersed the enveloping black thunder. As the smoke cleared, the two stood facing each other again. The difference was that Dai Feng, having taken a hit from Lin Hao, looked somewhat disheveled. Good boy, I underestimated you. Those few moves of yours are quite impressive. I am curious. How does a high-tier bronze ability user like you manage to have so many techniques? And according to your usage, your internal spiritual power should be depleted. Yet you seem completely fine. At this point, Dai Feng felt not only surprise, but also a lot of curiosity towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao chuckled. The instructor will find out later. With that, he made a single motion with one hand, and a pitch-black long spear adorned with thunder patterns appeared in his grasp. When Dai Feng saw the spear, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He then looked down at the training platform with skepticism. Below, Feng Yao playfully smiled and made a face at him. Seeing Feng Yao's expression, Dai Feng realized that the 3 shots she had were taught by Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao's aura began to change, an aura of intent instantly spreading throughout the entire training ground, and the stone slabs beneath his feet began to crumble. In no time, the entire training ground started to tremble slightly. Ouyang Can and Yi Xiaoman were now frozen in shock, looking incredulously at Lin Hao. Then, at Feng Yao. Feng Yao smiled slightly at them. Lin Hao's my boyfriend. His aura is even more solid and pure than yours. Ying was quietly watching from aside. When everyone heard Ying's voice, they looked at him curiously. Seeing Ying's expressionless face, Ouyang Can asked, "You don't seem surprised." Ying merely nodded slightly. If you knew his identity, you wouldn't be surprised. He then looked at Feng Yao. Will that appear? Feng Yao shook her head. I don't know either. Feng Yao knew that Ying was referring to Lin Hao's second profession, Lord of Swords. Hearing the conversation between Ying and Feng Yao, the two girls felt a bit frustrated, wondering what they were talking about. Their curiosity was piqued, and they turned to Feng Yao, seeing the eager expressions on their faces. Feng Yao smiled bitterly. You'll find out soon. Hearing Feng Yao's response, the two were left speechless. At this moment, Dai Feng faced Lin Hao with an extremely serious expression. He could sense that Lin Hao's aura was different from Feng Yao's. If Feng Yao had only grasped the surface of the intent, Lin Hao had comprehended its essence. Dai Feng could not afford to be careless with the next 3 shots. In an instant, his aura surged to high-tier platinum. I want to see just how much ability you have, kid. At this moment, Dai Feng decided to test Lin Hao's strength. No longer holding back as he charged at Lin Hao. His whistling fist wind approached in an instant. Lin Hao, however, still had his eyes slightly closed, as if he had reached a state of selflessness. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Hao did not open his eyes. He simply tilted the Thunder Prison crackling spear in his hand slightly to block Dai Feng's attack. Dai Feng had long since anticipated Lin Hao's defense, but he did not expect it to be so effortless. He then retracted his right fist, but his left fist came from Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao still did not open his eyes. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade Dai Feng's attack. With both punches missing, Dai Feng accelerated his attacks. His fists rained down on Lin Hao like raindrops. At this moment, Lin Hao kept his eyes tightly closed, relying on his movement techniques and a long spear in his hand to fend off Dai Feng's offense. How can he judge the instructor's attacks with his eyes closed? Yi Xiaoman was like a curious child. Relying solely on sight is not enough. He is using his heart to feel. The so-called intent is when a person reaches a state of selflessness. This state is quite profound and can only be understood by oneself. It cannot be taught. Thus, very few people in the Summer Kingdom comprehend intent. The aura of intent he radiates allows him to judge any attack from the instructor. You could say he has his eyes closed, or you could say he is currently all eyes. Ying explained to Yi Xiaoman. Upon hearing Ying's explanation, Feng Yao and the others were also curious. You seem to know a lot about intent. Ying glanced at the girls. You'll find out soon. Hearing this, the girls were collectively speechless. At that moment, Lin Hao and Dai Feng had exchanged dozens of blows. Lin Hao thrust, swept, and slashed, while Dai Feng used his fists to defend and counterattack. Suddenly, Lin Hao's momentum began to surge, and countless black thunderbolts erupted around him. As Lin Hao spun the Thunder Prison crackling spear in his hand, all the thunder converged at the spear's tip. Here it comes. Dai Feng wasted no time. His fist gathering power. Thunder Prison 9 shots. First shot. Fixed the 3 armies. Chapter 60 test. Conclusion. The gunlight, carrying terrifying thunder, pierced straight towards Dai Feng's chest. At this moment, Dai Feng's expression was serious. Compared to Feng Yao's previous shot, this one was simply worlds apart. He did not dare to be careless and activated his martial skill, Tiger Roar in the mountains. This punch, accompanied by the sound of Tiger's roar, met Lin Hao's gun tip head-on. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air. However, the scene of the two standing opposite each other did not unfold. Instead, Dai Feng staggered back a few steps, while Lin Hao remained firmly in place. Everyone was shocked, and the spectators' eyes widened. He was injured. Hearing Ying's response, everyone turned to look. They saw blood already flowing from Dai Feng's hand. Yi Xiaoman and Ouyang Cancan were both stunned, their mouths slightly agape. That shot actually injured the instructor? Just moments ago, the instructor had displayed platinum-level strength. What kind of freak is Lin Hao? At this moment on stage, Dai Feng looked at the wound on the back of his right hand and forced a bitter smile. He thought he had given Lin Hao enough respect, but unexpectedly, he still suffered a loss. It seemed this kid's strength was rarely matched below diamond level. Meanwhile, Lin Hao held the gun barrel, standing in the center of the arena. Instructor Dai, are you okay? Upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, Dai Feng's aura surged violently, diamond-level pressure no longer being reserved. Kid, you're good. Let's go again. Damn, is this guy angry? Lin Hao thought to himself. However, his movements did not stop. He leaped high into the air, and at that moment, the Thunder Prison's splitting sky gun glowed black all over, with black thunder swirling around Lin Hao. In an instant, all the power of thunder converged onto the gun body. Lin Hao held the gun body at an angle and struck down fiercely, producing a crescent-shaped gun light wrapped in black light that shot towards Dai Feng with the force to split mountains. Thunder Prison 9 Guns, second shot, split mountain. Dai Feng no longer underestimated Lin Hao. He unleashed his diamond aura. Compared to before, the terrifying pressure now gathered on his fist. At this moment, Dai Feng's fist radiated golden light, and a series of high-pitched dragon roars echoed through the skies. Martial skill, Mad Dragon's Roar activated. Previously, when facing Fang Yao, Dai Feng had only used half his strength, but now, he held nothing back against Lin Hao. The full-force Mad Dragon's Roar collided with the oncoming gunlight. A terrifying explosion rang out. This time, it was Lin Hao who was forced to retreat. Unless he used Sword Lord, he would suffer against the diamond-level pressure. At this moment, Dai Feng widened his eyes, looking at Lin Hao. His full-powered punch only made this kid step back a few paces. Which Thunder-type ability user could achieve this? Was it a 50-50 fight between bronze and diamond? But Lin Hao was not merely stepping back a few paces. His entire aura was surging. The diamond-level pressure just now had left him feeling them all over. Damn it, this is retaliation. Yes, it's retaliation. This old guy has no martial ethics. Lin Hao thought to himself, venting his frustrations at the instructor. Meanwhile, the spectators were completely stunned. Diamond-level aura. Just feeling this pressure made them struggle to breathe. How monstrous is this kid Lin Hao? At this moment, in the command room of the Qinglong Fortress, Dongfang Shuo was reviewing the documents in his hand when suddenly his expression froze. Who was the fool emitting diamond-level aura in the military camp? With that thought, he vanished from his spot. In an instant, he appeared above where the aura was erupting. Then he widened his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Diamond against bronze? He then looked at Lin Hao on the field. On the training ground, Lin Hao had calmed the surging blood in his chest. Instructor, please take my third shot. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky above the entire training ground suddenly changed. Endless black thunder appearing overhead. Lin Hao raised the Thunder Prison splitting sky gun, preparing to charge. At that moment, a bolt of black lightning struck the gun tip, causing the Thunder Prison splitting sky gun to tremble violently. Lin Hao aimed at Dai Feng and unhesitatingly launched the gun body forward. Facing this devastating shot, Dai Feng also held nothing back. His diamond aura surged, and in an instant, all his energy converged onto his right fist. Martial skill, Sky Break activated. This punch, infused with all of Dai Feng's diamond energy, met the flying spear. A thunderous explosion sounded. At this moment, not only the training ground but the entire Qinglong Fortress felt a strong tremor. The crowd rushed out of the military camp towards the source of the sound. Damn it, could it be that those beasts are attacking the military camp? Forget it. Let us hurry over and take a look. In the arena, the Thunder Prison splitting sky gun had already returned to Lin Hao's hand, and the two stood facing each other, neither speaking. This is too terrifying. When did bronze become this powerful? Yi Xiaoman blinked her cute big eyes, looking incredulously at the competition stage. If I told others that bronze could match diamond, I'd probably be sent to a mental hospital. Ouyang Cancan murmured quietly. Meanwhile, Ying felt disheartened, thinking that what he wanted to see was now impossible. All right, you really are a freak. Dai Feng suddenly burst into laughter, initially having little hope for Lin Hao. Who would have thought that this final contestant would give him the greatest shock? Lin Hao had a black line on his face. You are the freak, your whole family is freaks. However, he dared not say it out loud, just feeling aggrieved in his heart. Just then, numerous noises erupted as many soldiers and officers arrived, all curiously looking towards the training ground. Just as everyone was about to ask what was happening, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Everyone go back. It was just a sparring match, and everyone immediately returned to their positions. Hearing the voice, curiosity faded, and they hurried back to their posts. Watching the crowd that arrived quickly and left just as swiftly, Lin Hao sighed, realizing that the commotion seemed too great. Below, Fang Yao and the others hurried over to check on Lin Hao. Seeing he was fine, Fang Yao finally felt relieved. You're Lin Hao. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo suddenly appeared beside Lin Hao. Lin Hao was slightly startled. Damn, that scared me. He then nodded. Dongfang Shuo, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the genius who broke through the entire 100 Schools League, it seems the genius old Fong told me about is you. Lin Hao nodded. If the leader was referring to the champion of the 100 Schools League, then it should be him. Very good. You all continue training. I won't disturb you. Remember to keep the noise down. With that, he laughed heartily and vanished from the spot. At this moment, Dai Feng walked over. The others stood at attention. Very good. Your performance today was beyond my expectations. In the past, after each 100 Schools League, various martial universities would send some geniuses to the fortress for specialized training. These geniuses, like you, would form a team of 5 to complete the specialized training brought by the instructors. We call this team a hunting group, and each member is referred to as a hunter. Starting today, the 5 of you will form a team, based on your performance just now. I now appoint Lin Hao as the leader of your hunting group. Later, you can come up with a nice name for your group and report it to me tomorrow morning. In a military camp, every time you complete a mission, you will be rewarded with military merit points, which will be exchanged for various weapons, treasures, pills, and other items in the military merit hall at headquarters. Hearing about weapons and treasures that could be exchanged, everyone was extremely excited. Seeing his team members looking thrilled, Dai Feng said no more, merely waving his hand to signal everyone to follow him. I'll take you to your quarters. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed. The long journey, combined with the earlier test, left them feeling exhausted, wanting nothing more than to lie down on a comfortable bed and sleep. They arrived at the dormitory and were instantly stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 61. Thunder Punishment Hunting Group. The dormitory was like a collective tent, much larger than the tents we usually use during our outdoor cooking. Inside, there were only 5 wooden hard beds and 5 bedside tables. There was nothing else. It was a far cry from the luxurious bedrooms they had imagined. How are we supposed to live like this? At this moment, Yi Xiaoman almost couldn't hold back her anger. The others were also dumbfounded and speechless. ISNT, this just a military tent from a past life? Lin Hao felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. The boys were better off, but the girls had no privacy at all. Ouyang Cancan was also extremely frustrated at this time. Fang Yao, however, said nothing. Having lived in the military since childhood, she was already familiar with the soldiers' living conditions. Dai Feng saw their expressions and sneered. You young masters and princesses, you can enjoy heavenly treatment at home. But here's the front line. This is a military camp. Our soldiers live under such harsh conditions. Now your soldiers too. This is the treatment. He then glanced at Ouyang Cancan and Yi Xiaoman. As for why you are placed together, it's so that you can assemble as quickly as possible in case of emergencies. As for your privacy issues, please solve them yourselves. After saying that, Dai Feng strode out of the room. What do we do now? Fang Yao was also at a loss. Lin Hao thought for a moment and gathered everyone together. As you can see, our living conditions are like this for now. I suggest that the 3 girls sleep inside the tent. There's more space inside, while I and Ing will sleep outside. As for privacy, I noticed that someone had curtains in their tent when I came in. We could buy some curtains to block it off later. This is the only way under such harsh conditions. But we don't even have a place to shower. Yi Xiaoman complained at this point. Girls like to be clean, but here they had a large military tent with 5 beds and 5 bedside tables as their only possessions. We'll ask others about the shower situation later. Soldiers on the front line can't go without showering for long. There must be a place. Lin Hao could only try to comfort them. After hearing this, everyone lost their tempers and had no choice but to go buy curtains and daily necessities. That evening, everyone had a filling meal in the cafeteria. During dinner, Yi Xiaoman asked Lin Hao with her big, cute eyes, what is our hunting group's name? Upon hearing Yi Xiaoman's question, everyone turned their attention to Lin Hao. Let's brainstorm together. I think the team name should sound powerful to highlight our strength, Lin Hao said, hoping everyone would come up with a name to increase team cohesion. I think Holy Judgment sounds good. What do you think? Yi Xiaoman raised her hand. That's not catchy. I think Slaughter sounds more powerful, Ouyang Cancan suggested at this moment. Your name isn't even better than mine, Ying's voice floated in. Captain, since you are a Thunder-type ability user, why not use your ability as the name? I agree. Yi Xiaoman raised her hand high. Ouyang Cancan and Fang Yao also nodded in agreement. Lin Hao pondered for a moment. His Thunder ability was called Asura, Annihilation Thunder, which was too long and not suitable as a team name. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. Then let's call our team Thunder Punishment. Thunder is the best weapon to purify evil. And punishment represents judgment against ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. Just as they finished their meal and were about to return to the dormitory, the alarm suddenly rang throughout the military camp. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Could it be that ferocious beasts were invading Qinglong Fortress? Before Lin Hao and the others could react, Dai Feng appeared before them. He glanced at the group with a serious expression. The alarm means ferocious beasts are invading Qinglong Fortress. There is no time to explain more. I'm now assigning you your first mission. You will be incorporated into the 1st Battalion of the Qinglong Legion to assist in the fortress defense. I'll give you 2 minutes to change your clothes. Your combat uniforms have already been prepared in your dormitory. You must appear on the city wall in 2 minutes. Hearing this, Lin Hao wasted no time. Everyone, immediately return to the dormitory and change into your combat uniforms. Everyone rushed back to the dormitory as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, In the command room of Qinglong Fortress. Sir, we have detected a large number of ferocious beasts approaching Qinglong Fortress. They will arrive in 3 minutes. According to the scout team's report, the attacking ferocious beasts are divided into ground and aerial forces, with the highest combat power being gold level. Most are bronze and silver level, with a small number at the gold level. A sergeant was reporting to Dongfang Shua, sitting in the main seat. Dongfang Shua's expression was very serious, but he quickly began issuing orders after a moment of thought. Order the 1st to 3rd battalions of the Qinglong Legion to prepare for the city wall defense. The Magic Corps will assist with large-scale strikes. The aerial teams of the 4th and 5th battalions will intercept flying ferocious beasts. Check all beam particle cannons and ensure they are charged within 1 minute. Yes. The sergeant saluted and hurried to relay the orders. At this time, the soldiers responsible for defending the city had already made combat preparations on the city wall. At the Qinglong Fortress front line, as soon as the alarm sounded, no matter what you were doing, even if you were in the restroom, you had to return to your combat position immediately. Everyone was busy moving combat supplies and charging the beam particle cannons. Outside Qinglong Fortress, the sky was already overcast, filled with flashes of lightning and thunder. A breath of death instantly filled the entire fortress. Within a minute, the roars of beasts could be heard outside Qinglong Fortress. All defending soldiers and the Magic Corps were on high alert. The Magic Corps of Qinglong Fortress was composed of ability users, mostly skilled in large-scale attacks. At this moment, Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui were also among them. As the roars of beasts outside grew louder, everyone soon saw countless black dots on the horizon outside the city wall, pouring toward Qinglong Fortress. Everyone was on high alert, a sense of impending death spreading in everyone's hearts. Another minute passed, and those on the city wall could see the full appearance of the ferocious beasts. Below, there were countless ferocious beasts like the nether wolf, diamond giant ape hellhound, and shadow leopard rushing toward the fortress. Most of them were primarily bronze and silver-level ferocious beasts. In no time, the ferocious beast army was at the foot of the city. Now listen to my orders. Fire all beam particle cannons, and the Magic Corps will conduct large-scale ground strikes. The camp commander began issuing commands. Just as the camp commander's orders were given, all beam particle cannons fired simultaneously. The pale beams shot into the wave of beasts like a spider web, instantly exploding among the ferocious beasts. The soldiers of the Magic Corps also opened fire, unleashing a storm of thunder, fire, wind, and other spells on the ferocious beasts below the city wall. In just a moment, countless cries of ferocious beasts echoed outside Qinglong Fortress. The large-scale attacks of the particle cannons and Magic Corps greatly affected the attacking speed of the ferocious beasts. But the beasts continued to charge toward Qinglong Fortress recklessly, with countless ferocious beasts climbing up the city wall in a short time. Chapter 62, Beast Tide. At this moment, Lin Hao and the others had just arrived at the top of the city wall. Seeing the city wall guards fighting against the ferocious beasts above and the overwhelming number of beasts below, Lin Hao, as the captain, remained exceptionally calm. He quickly issued his first command. Can, Xiaoman, you two stand back and provide us with control and fire support. Your speed is fast. Don't stray too far from Can and Xiaoman, and clear any beasts that come close to them. Then Lin Hao scanned the city wall guards who were fighting fiercely against the beasts. Yao will first rescue people, then assist the guards in dealing with the beasts that have climbed up. Everyone be careful. While clearing the beasts, protect yourselves as well. Upon hearing the orders, everyone nodded in unison and quickly sprang into action. The beasts on the city wall were mostly of bronze and silver levels. Lin Hao activated his Thunder Prison Flash and eliminated the blocking beasts with a single punch. In less than a minute, he reached the captain of the 1st Battalion. Hunting Team Leader Lin Hao reporting in. Please give instructions, Captain. The captain of the 1st Battalion was a muscular man wielding a long knife. Without looking back, he cleaved a bronze-level hunting shadow leopard in half and said, Our battalion doesn't do any fancy stuff. Do you see that bunch of beasts? Just kill them. Yes. Lin Hao didn't waste words. He let out a burst of thunder around him. Technique, en de thunder prison activated. The rolling black thunder surged towards the beasts on the city wall like a roar from hell. Any beast that encountered the black thunder was reduced to ash in an instant. The captain of the 1st Battalion looked at this scene in disbelief. This hunting team was indeed formidable this year. With that thought, he joined the battle against the beasts. At this moment, Fang Yao was also in the beast swarm, wielding the 9-transformed dragon chant spear, slicing through the enemies effortlessly. Her aura surged, and the 9-transformed dragon chant spear was suddenly enveloped in golden light. Battle technique, dragon chanting 9 heavens activated. From a spear, 9 golden dragons emerged, roaring as they charged towards the beasts. On the side of Ouyang Can and Yi Xiaoman, with Ying's assistance, they unleashed their firepower. Ouyang Can threw the fire spirit pearl into the air, which erupted in a wave of intense heat and a surge of red light. Technique, burning sky boilant activated. The beasts howled in agony as they fell to the ground under the flames. Yi Xiaoman also activated her technique, with countless vines wrapping around the incoming beasts. While Ying swiftly collected the kills. Lin Hao, let us see who kills more. I lost to you during the competition, but I want to fall behind in killing these beasts. Just as Lin Hao was busy slaying beasts, Xuan Yu approached him, followed by Xuan, Lu Qingming, and other team members. All right, let us see which of our two teams can kill more, Lin Hao replied, intrigued. After the two hunting teams joined the battle, the first wave of the beast assault was quickly cleared. Everyone gathered together. Just then, a loud roar echoed from outside the Qinglong fortress. Lin Hao's expression tightened. The second wave of beast attacks was coming. As he spoke, another wave of beasts surged towards the city wall. Even the distant sky was dark with their numbers. It seemed that even the flying units of the beasts had joined the battle. Xuan Yu looked at the sky with a serious expression. Their attacks were coordinated and rhythmic. There must be a higher-level beast commanding them. Lin Hao deduced from the beastly roar that a commander was definitely hiding behind the beast army. It seems you've noticed. Just then, Dai Feng appeared before Lin Hao. I'm giving you your second mission. The two hunting teams need to circle behind the beasts and work together to take down their leader. According to the scouts' reports, the enemy leader is a platinum-level Earthstorm bear. Everyone was stunned. Asking them to cut through the beast hide to kill the enemy leader was akin to sending them to their deaths. Dai Feng noticed their confusion. Don't worry, it's not a death mission. We have several secret teleportation points at the Qinglong fortress. Soon, the magic core will teleport you behind the beast hide. As long as you kill the enemy leader, the assault of these beasts will collapse on its own. We will closely monitor your actions, and if you encounter danger, the magic core will teleport you back. With that, he led Lin Hao and the others to the teleportation array of the magic core. This operation is extremely secretive. You must act quickly. If you fail, you will not only lose the only chance to kill the beast leader, but also risk being surrounded by golden-level beasts. Dai Feng reminded them. At this moment, Lin Hao and the others were marked by the leader of the magic core. This mark not only allowed them to track Lin Hao's movements closely, but also enabled the magic core to trigger the mark for a quick return in case of danger. We will be careful, Lin Hao and the others nodded seriously. Haha, Lin Hao, let us see who can take down that big bear first, Xuan Yu said, looking extremely excited. Dai Feng glanced at Xuan Yu. You must be cautious during this operation. You only have 10 minutes because the entire teleportation array can only be maintained for 10 minutes. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then walked towards the teleportation array. A flash of white light passed through the teleportation array, and Lin Hao and the others instantly vanished. At this moment, an officer approached Dai Feng. Is it appropriate to assign them such a dangerous task? This officer was the instructor of Xuan Yu and the others. This is an order from the commander. If those 10 can't even handle a platinum-level beast, then they might as well go home and lie down. Dai Feng shook his head. When Lin Hao and the others opened their eyes, they found themselves dozens of kilometers away from Qinglong Fortress. Lin Hao sensed the aura of the beasts. The roar must be nearby. He then took out several black cloaks from his space and distributed them to everyone. Put these on to conceal your figures. They quickly donned the black cloaks and approached the Earthstorm bear. On the way, Lin Hao turned to Xuan Yu and asked Brother Xuan, do you have any good plans? Xuan Yu's thought was simple. He glanced at everyone. This is probably our first encounter with a platinum-level beast. My suggestion is to deliver a killing blow to that beast. Otherwise, if it regains its composure, we might all be in trouble. Lin Hao nodded at this. Platinum-level beasts already possessed the innate ability to exert pressure and could even speak. The highest strength among them was only at high gold level and would be affected by its pressure. Later, Brother Xuan, Feng Yao, and I will be responsible for delivering a killing blow to that beast. We three have the enhancement of intent. Lu Qingming and Xuan. You two will use your space, sealing, and freezing abilities to restrict that beast as much as possible. You will be responsible for protecting Yi Man. Chapter 63. Decapitation operation. At this moment, Huang Lei and the team said, I possess the power of the earth as a specialized defensive earth-type ability user. I can handle the defense. Lin Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Good. Then Huang Lei, you are responsible for defending against the incoming ferocious beasts. We'll take care of the offense. At this time, Sui Feng also spoke up. I'm a wind-type ability user, and I will be responsible for firepower coverage and strikes. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and made a decision. All right, it's settled then. You cooperate with Huang Lei, and don't let the ferocious beasts get close to them. Can, you and Sui Feng will be responsible for supplementing firepower. The group nodded in agreement. They quickly approached the Earth-Violent bear, and in less than 2 minutes, they arrived about 100 meters away from it. Looking at the Earth-Violent bear, which resembled a small mountain, everyone felt a sense of shock. At this point, Lin Hao and the others dared not run too fast, fearing they might alert the Earth-Violent bear. Meanwhile, Ying whispered, invisibility. Suddenly, everyone was enveloped in Ying's aura. The group looked towards Ying. Ying simply glanced at everyone and said, this is my invisibility realm. It's just a platinum-level beast. It can't detect us at all. Everyone was greatly surprised upon hearing this. At this time, Yi Man and the others finally understood why Ying had such a deep understanding of the realm. Just as Lin Hao and the others approached within 50 meters of the Earth-Violent bear, they finally saw its full form. The Earth-Violent bear stood a full 10 meters tall, with a muscular body covered in brownish-yellow fur. Its two massive bare paws swung back and forth, occasionally emitting roars that seemed to be issuing commands to the beast's tide. Surrounding it were at least 10 golden-level ferocious beasts. On the other side, at the Qinglong fortress wall, the second wave of beast tide was about to arrive. The mage team also began reporting that the hunting team was getting close to the earth-violent bear and was preparing to encircle and kill it. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo on the main seat nodded. Lin Hao exchanged glances with the others, signaling that they could begin. However, the earth-violent bear was still busy commanding the beasts, completely unaware that someone had snuck into its ranks. Suddenly, it sensed a commotion behind it, but just as it was about to turn around, a massive wave surged towards it, catching it off guard. The moment the wave struck, it quickly crystallized into ice, trapping it firmly within the ice layer. The nearby golden-level ferocious beasts had no time to react and were directly frozen by the ice. At this point, Lu Qingming's eyes flashed with golden light, and the spatial sealing technique was activated. The entire area where the earth-violent bear was located became completely sealed. But that wasn't all. Lu Qingming gathered her spiritual power and pointed forward, activating the technique, spatial execution. Countless forces of spatial execution tore at the earth-violent bear and the ferocious beasts around it. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, Fang Yao, and Xuan Yu had already completed their power accumulation, unleashing their triple realms, creating a terrifying aura that made the surrounding ferocious beasts dare not approach. Thunder Prison 9 Spears. Second shot, Break the Mountains. Battle skill, Dragons Roar in the 9 Heavens. Battle skill, Dragon's Roar shakes the heavens. 3 terrifying spear lights struck towards the neck of the earth-violent bear. Technique, Burn the heavens and boil the rain. Technique, Wind's Blade. Ouyang Can and Sui Feng's techniques followed. The sky was filled with fire rain mixed with terrifying giant wind blades, all attacking the earth-violent bear. At this moment, the earth-violent bear's pupils widened in shock. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? Before the earth-violent bear could finish its self-doubt, various attacks had already struck its body. With a thunderous boom, the space where the earth-violent bear was located erupted like it had been bombed by an atomic bomb, creating a massive mushroom cloud. At this moment, Huang Lei slapped his palm on the ground, and a yellowish light surged around him. Technique, Earth Barrier. A thick earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the explosive shockwave. On the Qinglong fortress wall, everyone saw a mushroom cloud rising in the distance, followed by a deafening explosion. When the dust settled, the earth-violent bear was left with no unscathed spots on its body, even its fur charred by the flames. It stared at Lin Hao and the others with its lantern-like eyes. A few golden-level little ghosts actually dared to ambush me and inflicted such heavy injuries on me. You all deserve to die. You'll all die. The earth-violent bear roared, and an overwhelming platinum-level pressure descended upon the group. At this moment, the earth-violent bear was gathering a terrifying golden energy in its mouth. Not good. The earth-violent bear's defense is too strong. The damage is still not enough. Lin Hao's mind raced as he quickly thought of countermeasures. At this moment, both Ouyang Can and Ing were completely suppressed by the earth-violent bear's pressure. Only Lin Hao, Xuan Yu, and Fang Yao were using their realms to withstand this pressure. Meanwhile, there were less than 5 minutes left until the teleportation array would disappear. Yao, Xuan Yu, it looks like we need to launch another wave of attacks. Lin Hao had no other options now. If it really came to it, he would have to use the Sword Lord's power. The others were all immobilized by the earth-violent bear's pressure. What they didn't notice was that the moment the earth-violent bear unleashed its pressure, Lu Qingming had used spatial transfer to move to another location. Spatial seal, spatial gravity. At this moment, Lu Qingming appeared above the earth-violent bear, instantly unleashing 2 powerful techniques. The earth-violent bear felt itself firmly locked in this spatial zone, and an overwhelming gravitational force pressed down on it. The energy in its mouth was instantly interrupted. I can't hold on for long. Take this opportunity to kill this beast. Lu Qingming shouted, her forehead already drenched in sweat. Thunder Prison 9 Spears. Third style, Split Rivers and Seas. Battle skill, Void Hunter. Battle skill, Blazing Sun. The 3 reacted quickly, and 3 long spears, carrying terrifying momentum, stabbed towards the earth-violent bear's head. In an instant, 3 bloody holes appeared on the earth-violent bear's head. The earth-violent bear immediately went black in its eyes and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the pressure from the earth-violent bear was lifted, and everyone exchanged glances, letting out a sigh of relief. The most unhappy one was Yi Xiaoman, who seemed to be the only one who did nothing and just coasted through. Seeing Yi Xiaoman's unhappy expression, everyone couldn't help but smile. Xiaoman, it's a good thing you didn't exert yourself. It means no one got hurt, right? Ouyang comforted Yi Xiaoman. Just after the group killed the earth-violent bear, the second wave of beast tide at Qinglong Fortress, which had been advancing in an orderly manner, suddenly fell into chaos. It seems these little ghosts have finished the job. Dai Fing laughed heartily. The captain of the 1st Battalion saw this scene and immediately shouted, "Brothers, the leader of the ferocious beasts is dead. They're now a complete mess. Charge with me and kill these beasts." Chapter 64 Promotion to Silver Rank. Everyone's spirits soared upon hearing the camp leader's voice, and they charged fearlessly towards the ferocious beasts. At that moment, the beast horde lost its command, and whether in the air or on the ground, it instantly became a chaotic mess. The cries of battle echoed through the Qinglong fortress, while the beasts howled in misery. In just a quarter of an hour, this wave of beasts was repelled by the group, with some beasts dead and others fleeing. "You all did very well," Dai Feng said, looking at the 10 people who had just been teleported back by the array. "Based on your performance, this mission will reward each hunting team with 5,000 military merit points." Upon hearing such a large amount of military merit, everyone broke into bright smiles. After bidding farewell to Xuan Yu and others, Lin Hao and a few others returned to their dormitory. Lin Hao distributed the 5,000 military merit points equally among everyone, and they were all delighted. Only Yi Xiaoman felt a bit embarrassed. "Captain, I hardly did anything in this mission. Why are you giving me so many military merits?" Lin Hao glanced at Yi Xiaoman, then looked at the others. "This is what I want to talk about next. We 5 are a team, and each person's role in the team is essential. If we only divide military merits based on the number of ferocious beasts killed, I think it's unfair. Xiaoman plays a crucial role in control and healing within the team, making her an indispensable member. From now on, regardless of how many military merits we earn, we will divide them equally among the 5 of us." After hearing Lin Hao's words, everyone agreed. Yi Xiaoman was also very happy. "Thank you, Captain." The few of them tidied up their beds, hung up the curtains, and then rested. It was their first day at Qinglong Fortress. Having practiced with Dai Feng during the day and encountered a beast horde at night, which truly exhausted them. Before long, they fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered at the training ground. Lin Hao reported the name of the hunting team to Dai Feng. Dai Feng glanced at the 5 of them. "You performed well yesterday. To be honest, I didn't expect that." He then looked at Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, as the team leader, why don't you talk about your team's current situation?" Lin Hao thought for a moment. "Instructor, our team has just been formed, and our coordination is clearly lacking. However, we have obvious advantages. Our attack power is exceptionally strong. Whether it's me, Feng Yao, Ouyang and Kan, or Ying, we all have strong offensive capabilities. Although Yi Xiaoman lacks offensive ability, she ensures our team's control and healing." Dai Feng was curious. "Lin Hao, you are an electrical ability user. How come you have such proficiency in close combat techniques like marksmanship and intent?" Lin Hao scratched his head. "I learned some close combat techniques after being advised by a senior. The weakness of ability users is that they are vulnerable in close quarters." Dai Feng nodded. "If you were a martial artist, your talent would probably be quite high." He then scanned the group. "In the coming days, I will train your team cooperation abilities. Remember, on the battlefield, the power of the team is always greater than that of an individual." Everyone nodded in agreement. Over the next few days, under Dai Feng's grueling training, the teamwork of Lin Hao's team gradually improved. They had to endure Dai Feng's training during the day, and at night, they absorbed beast cores for cultivation, leaving them with no free time except for meals and bathroom breaks. Lin Hao had it even worse. Not only did he participate in team training, but he also had one-on-one training sessions with Dai Feng in the afternoons. Moreover, after dinner, he practiced the 9 thunder guns. Under this intense training, Lin Hao experienced visible improvements. On the 5th night after arriving at Qinglong Fortress, while meditating, Lin Hao suddenly felt an uncontrollable surge of energy, followed by a sensation of his entire body being filled with unprecedented vitality. With a loud bang from within, Lin Hao felt as if he had broken some kind of shackles, and his aura changed significantly. "Ding! Host detected to have advanced to the initial stage of silver rank. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations! Host has obtained the heavenly grade technique, Eye of Shura. Congratulations! Host has obtained the heavenly grade technique, 9 Demon Heavenly Thunder. Congratulations! Host has obtained the heavenly grade technique, Thunder Prison Clone. Congratulations! Host has obtained the heavenly grade body technique, Annihilation Shadow. Congratulations! Host has obtained the heavenly grade combat skill, Instant Kill Sword. Congratulations! Host has obtained the heavenly grade combat skill, Momentary Splendor. Congratulations! Host has obtained the heavenly grade combat skill, Moving Mountains and Filling Seas. Congratulations! Host has obtained the heavenly grade combat skill, Sword Chi Coldness. The next reward distribution will be at the golden stage. Please do not slack off, Host, and level up quickly." Hearing the long-lost system voice, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned in his mental space, then filled with ecstatic joy. He had finally broken through to the initial stage of silver rank. Who knows how many beast cores he had absorbed to achieve this breakthrough? The 700-plus beast cores he had were now nearly depleted. Looking at the fewer than 100 beast cores remaining in his space, Lin Hao smiled bitterly. It seemed he would have to raid the ferocious beast forest again, during both the first battle against the platinum-level ferocious beasts and this city wall defense battle. He had been too rushed to collect the beast cores. As a result, he was left with fewer than 100 silver-level beast cores and only 3 golden-level beast cores. System, open the character attribute panel. Lin Hao was eager to see how much his strength had increased. Host, Lin Hao talent, double SSS level ability, Shura Annihilation Thunder, unique, martial artist profession, Lord of Swords, unique, level, initial stage silver rank martial artist. Initial stage, silver, rank ability, user strength, 2,900 points agility, 2,700 point constitution, 2,700 points mental power, 3,600 points, seeing his attributes. Lin Hao laughed heartily. His strength, agility, and constitution had all increased by 1,000 points, and his mental power had increased by 1,500 points. He could now easily contend with diamond-level experts. Meanwhile outside, everyone was awakened by the explosive sound from Lin Hao's breakthrough. They all gathered beside Lin Hao's bed, waiting for him to wake up. Captain, did you break through to silver rank? Yi Xiaoman curiously observed Lin Hao. When I broke through to silver rank, it didn't make such a loud noise. Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Hao, Ying nodded. This aura doesn't lie. The captain must have broken through to the initial stage of silver rank. As expected of a freak, even his breakthrough to silver rank is so noisy. He better make it up to us when he wakes up. Our training was interrupted because of him, Ouyang King pouted. Fang Yao looked at Lin Hao with concern, waiting for him to awaken. Just as Ouyang King finished speaking, Lin Hao's silver rank aura quickly retracted, and he slowly opened his eyes, a flash of silvery light flickering in his gaze. Chapter 65. Investigating enemy conditions, huh? Why is everyone looking at me? I don't have flowers on my face. When Lin Hao woke up, he saw 4 pairs of eyes staring intently at him. Idiot, did you break through? At this moment, Fang Yao rushed forward to inquire as soon as she saw Lin Hao awake. Hearing Fang Yao's question, Lin Hao realized that he must have made quite a noise during his breakthrough, waking everyone up. Yeah, I've reached the initial stage of silver. Lin Hao nodded after feeling his body. You've broken through, but our training has been interrupted. At this point, Ouyang King pouted. No way, Captain. You owe me compensation. Compensation? For what? Lin Hao looked confused. He thought this girl Wu Ti make him do something inappropriate, especially with Fang Yao still present. Everyone else was also speechless. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, Ouyang King's face turned red. What are you talking about? I meant you should compensate for our training time. All right. Lin Hao then realized he had misunderstood. I thought, although I'm quite handsome, I couldn't possibly be that charming. Besides, I already have my Yao Yao. As it was already close to dawn, in order not to delay tomorrow's training, everyone decided not to continue their cultivation. Seeing that Lin Hao was fine, they all went back to rest for a while. The next morning, as Lin Hao and the others gathered at the training ground, Dai Feng hurriedly arrived. General Dongfang wants you in his command room. There's a new mission. Hearing there was a new combat mission, everyone was extremely excited. Instructor, what is the mission? Yi Xiaoman asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Dai Feng teased them. When everyone arrived at the command room, General Dongfang Shuo had been waiting for a while. General Dongfang. The 5 of them stood at attention and greeted him. Sit. Dongfang Shuo gestured to the other seats at the conference table. Everyone quickly took their seats, waiting for Dongfang Shuo to announce the mission. Dongfang Shuo scanned the group and finally focused on Lin Hao. You've broken through to silver level? Yes, General. Lin Hao nodded, not hiding his strength. Dongfang Shuo nodded in response. Your breakthrough at this time is good for your hunting team as combat power. Now, let me explain the upcoming mission. Hearing this, everyone sat up straight. The last beast tide was just a small advance unit of fierce beasts, according to reliable information. Their true strength has not yet been revealed. The previous attack was merely a test. The platinum-level fierce beast you killed together was just a minor leader of this advance unit. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Was there going to be more action from the fierce beasts? Lin Hao spoke up. Exactly. Dongfang Shuo looked at Lin Hao and continued, according to news from headquarters. Not only our Qinglong fortress, but several other fortresses have also recently been attacked by beast tides. This is the first time in decades that so many fierce beasts have attacked fortresses simultaneously. The headquarters previously launched a counterattack against the fierce beasts. It's likely that the ferocity of that counterattack has prompted the fierce beasts to make significant moves recently. Dongfang Shuo glanced at everyone again. Based on the headquarters information, there may still be a large number of fierce beasts gathered outside each fortress. The moment I received the news, I dispatched a reconnaissance team to investigate, but unfortunately, they haven't returned. Dongfang Shuo's expression was extremely serious at this time. It seems the fierce beasts do not want the information to reach the humans, which further emphasizes the importance of this news. Lin Hao was also quickly analyzing the situation. Dongfang Shuo nodded. The more those beasts don't want me to know, the sooner we should discover their attack movements. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo stood up. Seeing this, everyone present also stood up. I hereby order the Thunder Punishment Hunting Team's 5-member squad to immediately investigate the fierce beast gathering site 300 kilometers outside Qinglong Fortress. This mission is confidential. The goal is to ascertain the fierce beast's movements and motives. Return to the fortress with the information at the earliest opportunity, and no mistakes are allowed. Yes, everyone responded in unison. As everyone exited the command center, Dai Feng looked at his subordinates. Be careful and retreat immediately if anything seems off. Got it, instructor. We will take care of ourselves. Lin Hao nodded solemnly and quickly led Fang Yao and the others away from Qinglong Fortress. All right, I'll take the lead. Ying and Fang Yao on my sides, Xiaoman in the middle, and Ken at the back. We'll move in this formation and pay attention to our surroundings once we enter the fierce beast forest. Lin Hao quickly arranged the formation for the group. Okay, Captain. Everyone didn't hesitate, and the 5 of them swiftly disappeared into the jungle. The distance of 300 kilometers was neither long nor short for the group. They rushed through the forest for a whole day until they finally reached the vicinity of their destination by evening. Lin Hao waved his hand, and upon seeing this, everyone stopped. After a day of rushing, everyone is quite exhausted. We'll rest here tonight. Based on my judgment, we're still about 50 kilometers from the destination. Lin Hao took out a few blankets from his storage space and continued. Tonight, Ying and I will take turns keeping watch. Ying, you'll guard the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Since we're close to the destination, we can't start fire. You all cover yourselves with these blankets. Saying this, Lin Hao distributed the blankets to everyone, then took out some food and water from his storage space to share with them. Ying, I'll leave the first half of the night to you. Lin Hao patted Ying's shoulder. Ying simply nodded in response, not saying anything. The night passed without incident. Everyone was indeed tired after a day of rushing. In the middle of the night, Lin Hao took over the watch from Ying. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, everyone was awakened by the sounds of birds in the forest. Lin Hao was sitting cross-legged, cultivating while being alert to the surroundings. Seeing that everyone was awake, Lin Hao also withdrew from his meditation. After a hurried breakfast, they set off again, heading deeper into the forest. When they were about 5 kilometers away from their destination, Lin Hao called for the team to stop. He looked at the others behind him and said, "We'll stop here for now. With only 5 kilometers left to the destination, 5 people are too conspicuous. I will quietly go ahead alone to check it out. The rest of you stay here. Yao Yao, you, and Kika must protect Xiaoman well. Ying, use your concealment technique to hide them. If I'm not back in an hour, you 3 take Xiaoman back to Qinglong Fortress as quickly as possible. You must be careful." Fang Yao knew Lin Hao's decision was the right one, so she simply reminded him, don't worry." Lin Hao gave the 3 of them a reassuring look, then put on a black cloak and headed towards the depths of the forest. Fang Yao and the others found a nearby large tree to hide behind, waiting for Lin Hao's return. Chapter 66. Exposing movements. Lin Hao ran alone for nearly 10 minutes and could now sense the dense beastly aura in the depths of the forest ahead. It seemed he had arrived at the right place. Lin Hao stopped his tracks, then formed hand seals, activating the technique, Silent Shadow. This was one of the techniques given by the system when Lin Hao upgraded to silver rank, allowing him to completely conceal his form and aura from enemies. At this moment, Lin Hao was perched on a large tree. He slightly closed his eyes, and a faint stream of spiritual energy surged to his eyes. Activating the technique, Asura's Eye. When Lin Hao opened his eyes again, a faint golden light shimmered in his originally black pupils. Asura's Eye was a technique granted by the system when Lin Hao advanced to silver rank, and this was the first time he was using it. Asura's Eye not only allowed him to see all objects in the distance clearly, but also to observe the flow of spiritual energy within both humans and ferocious beasts. Lin Hao scanned the area 2 kilometers ahead and saw a dense mass of ferocious beasts. Most of them were primarily bronze and silver ranks, with very few gold rank beasts in sight. Wasn't this the remnants of the ferocious beasts that were driven back during the last beast tide? Lin Hao felt puzzled. If the intelligence provided by headquarters was correct, there should be far more ferocious beasts deep in the forest than just these. Thinking this, Lin Hao increased the output of his spiritual energy to Asura's Eye. What is this? He saw a fiery red lion, about 50 meters long and 10 meters high, sleeping behind the group of ferocious beasts. The diamond rank beast, Flame Lion King. Indeed, there were higher ranked ferocious beasts commanding this wave of beasts. And that wasn't all. Beside the Flame Lion King lay 20 platinum rank, 3-headed hellhounds, and nearly 100 gold rank ferocious beasts. Before Lin Hao could be astonished, he suddenly noticed waves of spiritual energy fluctuations under the feet of the ferocious beasts. He once again increased the output of spiritual energy to Asura's Eye. He saw that deep beneath the ground where the ferocious beast stood, a large number of unknown ferocious beasts were accumulating. Each of these beasts was the size of a car, with long claws and sharp teeth. Lin Hao quickly scanned, realizing there were tens of thousands of these lurking beasts underground. Moreover, through Asura's Eye, Lin Hao discovered that the spiritual energy within these beasts was gathered into a mass, emitting a dazzling red light. What type of ferocious beast is this? How is it lurking deep underground? Lin Hao felt confused. He had never seen such a beast described in any books, but he couldn't afford to delay any longer. The most important thing now was to report the location and distribution of the gathered ferocious beasts to the Azure Dragon Fortress. He quickly took out his notebook and recorded the distribution, number, and types of ferocious beasts outside the Azure Dragon Fortress. Just as Lin Hao finished recording all the information and turned to leave, an unexpected occurrence happened. He felt as if his body had suddenly fallen into a realm of confinement. Not good. A warning bell rang in Lin Hao's mind, and a Thunder Prison Split Sky gun appeared in his hand. The triple gun intent erupted instantly, protecting him. At that moment, a diamond rank pressure descended upon Lin Hao like a massive boulder. Unexpectedly, "There's a little ant here, almost letting you escape," a sinister voice echoed. "A silver rank? You dare to peek at my territory, little ant?" Lin Hao turned around to see a pitch-black leopard, about 10 meters long, staring at him with eyes as big as lanterns. How careless of me. There's actually a diamond rank phantom leopard. Lin Hao felt a sense of impending doom. The phantom leopard typically lurks during the day and is very adept at concealing its form and aura, especially since this was a diamond rank phantom leopard. At that moment, the Flame Lion King also quietly opened its crimson eyes from afar. Another human has come to spy on my territory? Each step it took caused the ground to tremble, and it exhaled scorching flames from its nostrils. Phantom leopard, thanks to you for coming along with me today. Humans are truly bothersome, always coming in waves to disturb my rest. I can hardly remember how many waves it's been. Lion, I have an area of concealment. With these ants' movements, I can discover them in an instant. How shall we deal with this little ant? At this moment, the phantom leopard showed a human-like teasing expression. Let us keep it as a toy, a mere ant isn't enough to satisfy me. The Flame Lion King disdainfully glanced at Lin Hao. Sure enough, this phantom leopard possesses an area-like skill. It seems the scout troops I sent previously were also discovered by it. Want to eat me? Are you two big cats seriously underestimating me? As Lin Hao spoke, his momentum surged instantly, causing the diamond rank pressure from the phantom leopard to begin crumbling under his presence. Both the phantom leopard and the Flame Lion King were momentarily stunned by this force. Isn't this human only at silver rank? How is he resisting the diamond rank pressure? Both diamond rank beasts were puzzled, but that didn't mean they feared Lin Hao. Haha, this little ant can still struggle. It seems you can entertain me well. The phantom leopard's playful spirit was ignited. Meanwhile, the army of ferocious beasts in the distance turned their gaze toward Lin Hao, ready to swarm him, but the Flame Lion King glared at them, forcing them back. It did not want to create too much commotion over a mere ant. Seeing that the other ferocious beasts had no intention of attacking, Lin Hao breathed a temporary sigh of relief. If he were surrounded by thousands of ferocious beasts, he would definitely not be able to escape. Even if he used the Sword Lord, it would be unrealistic for him, with his silver rank strength, to annihilate so many ferocious beasts. At this moment, Lin Hao's mind was racing with countermeasures. The most important thing now was to quickly report the information here to the Azure Dragon Fortress so they could prepare for a response. Suddenly, Lin Hao's body was enveloped in black lightning. He bent his legs, and the thunder prison split sky flashed and appeared behind the phantom leopard in the blink of an eye. Faced with two diamond rank ferocious beasts, Lin Hao naturally did not dare to delay. In an instant, the black lightning gathered at the tip of his gun. The first shot of Thunder Prison 9 guns. Definite 3 armies. The gleaming spear, wrapped in waves of black lightning, shot toward the side of the phantom leopard. The phantom leopard, not expecting a silver rank ant to take the initiative to attack, was even more surprised by the swiftness of Lin Hao's strike, completely unlike the level of a silver rank. With a loud explosion, the phantom leopard was forced back several dozen meters. As the dust settled, a blood hole the size of a bowl appeared on the back leg of the phantom leopard, with black blood gushing from its gruesome wound. Seeing that one shot had injured the phantom leopard, the Flame Lion King laughed heartily. Phantom leopard, you really are losing the face of diamond ranks. Getting injured by a mere silver rank ant. At this moment, the phantom leopard's expression twisted in rage. Damn ant, you dare to injure me. I will not let you go. With that, it pounced toward Lin Hao. Chapter 67, Restraint on the Other Side. Fang Yao and her companions were waiting behind a sturdy tree for Lin Hao's return. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the front, causing everyone to tense up and leap onto the tree to look into the distance. They saw clouds of smoke rising from deep within the forest, clearly indicating that a battle was taking place there. Did the team leader engage with a fierce beast? Yi Xiaoman's face was filled with worry. The power of that strike was comparable to that of a diamond level. After careful observation, Ying reached a conclusion. Idiot, you must come back safely, Fang Yao said, her face full of anxiety. At that moment, Ouyang King patted Fang Yao's shoulder and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, the team leader is so strong. He can fight back against instructors, let alone just broke through. His strength must have increased significantly. Even if he encounters a diamond-level fierce beast, he should have the ability to protect himself. Hearing Ouyang King Kan's words, everyone felt slightly reassured, but Fang Yao still looked very concerned. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was facing the attack of the phantom leopard. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, with the enhancement of the Shura's eye. He could easily see through the phantom leopard's every move. He merely sidestepped slightly to evade the phantom leopard's attack. The phantom leopard's pupils widened with its previous speed, let alone Lin Hao being only at the silver level. Even a platinum level might not have dodged it. Yet, Lin Hao casually evaded its attack. The Flame Lion King was still laughing heartily. Phantom leopard, how does it feel to be humiliated? Your diamond level strength is quite overrated. Seeing the Flame Lion King's repeated taunts, the phantom leopard no longer held back. It let out an angry roar, its diamond aura no longer concealed. The battle skill, Shadow Demon Claw, was activated. It raised its paw, as large as a fan, and swiped at Lin Hao, the bone-white claws instantly shooting out 5 silver streaks of cold light towards him. Lin Hao did not dare to delay. This was his first time facing a diamond-level fierce beast, and he could not afford to be careless. Dark lightning surged around him as he jumped high, the Thunder Prison splitting gun in his hand gathering triple gun intent, sweeping horizontally downwards. Second shot of Thunder Prison 9 guns break the mountains. A terrifying beam of gunlight, wrapped in rolling thunder, collided directly with the Phantom Leopard's shadow demon claw. A deafening explosion followed. Both Lin Hao and the leopard staggered back a few steps to regain their footing. At this moment, the Flame Lion King no longer felt like mocking the Phantom Leopard. It stared at Lin Hao with its gem-like yellow eyes, incredulously. Just now, it had witnessed the Phantom Leopard's attack, which was executed without holding back. The diamond-level attack was neutralized by this little human with a single shot. The Phantom Leopard, too, no longer underestimated Lin Hao. It was well aware of the power it had used in that attack. The Shadow Demon Claw could injure even a platinum level. It was easily blocked. Lion, this kid is not normal. At this moment, both beasts were fixated on this small human. The Flame Lion King stopped watching the show and walked over to the Phantom Leopard. The fact that it had fought to a standstill with the Phantom Leopard was enough to prove this person's strength. Lin Hao, seeing the Flame Lion King enter the battlefield, immediately became serious. For the first time, he was facing the attacks of two diamond-level fierce beasts. He thrust the Thunder Prison's splitting gun into the ground, and as black lightning flickered in his hand, he quickly formed a seal. In an instant, a clone identical to him appeared beside him. This was the fourth technique gifted to Lin Hao by the silver level system upgrade, Thunder Prison Clone. The clone looked just like Lin Hao and could communicate his intent, casting all thunder-related techniques, but its power was only 80. Its duration depended on Lin Hao's own cultivation and spiritual power. Lin Hao quietly handed a notebook to the clone, which wasted no time. Dark lightning erupted around it, and the Thunder Prison Instant Flash was unleashed, disappearing into the vast forest in the blink of an eye. Lin Hao knew that the most crucial task now was to deliver the information to the command center of the Azure Dragon Fortress as quickly as possible. He was confident he could escape from the two diamond levels, but he needed to buy time for Fang Yao and the others, who would definitely not keep up with his speed. On the other side, the two beasts were shocked to see Lin Hao summon a clone. Just as they were trying to understand what was happening, the clone vanished in an instant. Lion, that clone escaped. I saw him give something to that clone. The Phantom Leopard said, its expression grave. Lin Hao's abilities far exceeded its expectations. From a fluctuation of spiritual power, Lin Hao appeared to be only at the silver level. Yet powerful techniques kept emerging one after another. The Phantom Leopard began to doubt its own life. You chase that clone, I'll play with this kid, the Flame Lion King said, noticing the clone's escape. However, its speed was not as fast as the leopard's, so the task of pursuit naturally fell to the leopard. This operation was orchestrated by higher-ups. If anything went wrong, they would likely be torn apart by that superior. With that thought, the Flame Lion King's aura surged, its diamond-level presence bursting forth, displaying its kingly might. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. This lion was strong, at least a level above the Phantom Leopard. Seeing Lin Hao's confusion, the Flame Lion King sneered, I'm a high-tier diamond level, not something that leopard beside me can compare to. It then glanced at the Phantom Leopard. Leopard, go chase the clone, I'm going to fight this little brat. The leopard nodded and, engulfed in black light, disappeared in an instant. But every move could not escape Lin Hao's sure as eye. At the moment the leopard vanished, Lin Hao's aura surged explosively, activating the Thunder Prison Instant Flash. In an instant, he caught up with the leopard and delivered a punch wrapped in terrifying thunder directly at the leopard's body. Thinking of leaving? Did you ask for my permission first? Without waiting for the leopard and Flame Lion King to react, Lin Hao's aura surged again, and another punch flew towards the leopard. Lion, why didn't you stop him? Facing Lin Hao's punch, the leopard raised its paw to block. At the same time, the Flame Lion King had also teleported to Lin Hao's side, seizing the opportunity as Lin Hao threw a punch to unleash a terrifying fire beam wrapped in intense heat. Striking Lin Hao. This kid's speed is really fast. I almost couldn't keep up. Watching the deep gully created in the ground by its own fire attack, the Flame Lion King marveled at Lin Hao's strength. Ha ha ha. But even if he is a prodigy, he'll surely die from this hit of mine. Seeing this, the Phantom Leopard relaxed. Once Lin Hao was dead, his clone would naturally dissipate, so it did not continue the pursuit. Damn, that really hurts. As the dust settled, a cheeky voice rang out. Chapter 68. Escape on the other side. Fang Yao and the others were anxiously waiting for Lin Hao. In just a few minutes, the explosion sounds ahead surged one after another. At this moment, Fang Yao could no longer sit still. She stood up and looked at her teammates beside her. I need to find Lin Hao. He must be in trouble. The other three, seeing Fang Yao's determination, said no more. After all, they were a team, and when the leader was in danger, they as teammates could not just stand by and watch. Just as they were about to head deeper into the forest, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Fang Yao was overjoyed. You idiot, you had me worried sick. However, Lin Hao's expression was grave. There's no time to talk. We need to return to the Qinglong fortress as quickly as possible. Seeing Lin Hao's serious demeanor, the others did not hesitate and quickly followed him, running at top speed towards the forest's edge. On the battlefield, the Ghost Shadow Leopard and the Flame Lion King looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. What kind of freak is this kid? He took my flame beam and looks completely fine. The Flame Lion King was now deeply engulfed in self-doubt. As the dust settled, They saw Lin Hao wearing a set of black armor. In that brief moment, Lin Hao had summoned the Thunder Battle Armor to protect himself. Otherwise, if he had been hit by the Flame Lion King strike, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Surprised by our appearance? Lin Hao chuckled. Although he had withstood the Flame Lion King's attack, it had indeed been extremely dangerous. Without waiting for the two beasts to respond, Lin Hao's body crackled with black lightning. He pointed lightly to the sky, and the lightning around him seemed to respond to his call, all converging at his fingertips. Once he finished charging, the lightning compressed to its limit, shot up like a beam into the clouds. In just a short moment, the sky above Lin Hao's location turned dark with ominous clouds. And within those thick clouds, terrifying black lightning roared like the depths of hell. Not good, it's a locking skill. The Flame Lion King reacted the fastest. A bright red light erupted from its body, and a massive spherical energy shield enveloped it in an instant. Meanwhile, the Ghost Shadow Leopard split into 6. This was one of its battle skills, Ghost Shadow Strike. The Ghost Shadow Strike was also a locking skill, and 6 clones charged at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, smiled contemptuously. No matter how fast you are, can you outrun my black lightning? He pointed slightly downward, and 7 lightning bolts as thick as barrels shot down from the sky, turning the world beneath into an apocalyptic scene. In the blink of an eye, the black lightning struck the Ghost Shadow Leopard and the Flame Lion King. The tremendous explosion was heard even by those rushing to the Qinglong fortress. We need to speed up. After hearing the explosion, Lin Hao's clone decisively issued the command. The others hurriedly increased their speed to keep up with Lin Hao. On the battlefield, as the dust settled, the Ghost Shadow Leopard lay in a deep pit like a dead dog, and its clones had long disappeared. At the moment the lightning struck, it had dodged, but although it didn't hit a vital spot, one of its hind legs was severely injured by Lin Hao's attack. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This meant the leopard couldn't pursue Feng Yao. This 9 Heavens Demon Thunder is indeed overpowered, Lin Hao marveled, realizing that the system's products were always top-notch. Although he had severely injured the Ghost Shadow Leopard, Lin Hao himself was not in good shape either. He had taken a solid hit from the Flame Lion King, and while the Thunder Prison Battle Armor had helped absorb some damage, his internal organs were still badly hurt. Wait, where's that lion? It didn't get killed by my lightning, did it? Just as Lin Hao was wondering, a giant lion paw suddenly swiped towards him. Lin Hao couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely, sending him flying and spitting blood. Damn, this beast is still fine. Lin Hao struggled to get up, realizing he had severely underestimated the power of a diamond-grade beast. Little brat, I have to admit, you are quite the monster. If I hadn't activated the flame barrier just now, I would have been badly hurt by that thunderbolt. The Flame Lion King glared at Lin Hao in anger. It had already rated Lin Hao highly based on his battle with the Ghost Shadow Leopard, but it never expected to still underestimate Lin Hao's strength. Ha! Lin Hao smiled indifferently, wiping the blood from his mouth. He had just taken a solid hit from the Flame Lion King's paw. Despite the protection of the Thunder Prison Battle Armor, his body was suffering from multiple injuries due to the previous attack. Little lion, do you think you've won for sure? The Flame Lion King ignored Lin Hao's words. It had just been struck by the 9 Heavens Demon Thunder, and, although it had activated its protection in time, it was also badly injured. A being like this human monster had to be eliminated quickly. Its aura erupted with great intensity, and it leaped in front of Lin Hao with a stomp of its 4 paws. Although Lin Hao was in severe pain, he instinctively activated the Thunder Prison Instant Flash, narrowly dodging this attack. Then he flapped his wind and thunder wings and soared into the sky. Lightning surged around him, and in no time, a massive black lightning sphere appeared in his hand. Technique: Thunder Prison Shockwave. The enormous black lightning sphere surged towards the Flame Lion King like a tidal wave. The Flame Lion King's eyes narrowed, and it gathered an incredibly high-temperature energy in its mouth before instantly unleashing it. Another explosion rang out in midair, and the terrifying shockwave snapped nearby trees. However, when the dust settled, there was no trace of Lin Hao in the air. The Flame Lion King paused for a moment. That kid ran away? It then began to sense its surroundings to search for Lin Hao's presence. At the moment Lin Hao threw the lightning sphere at the Flame Lion King. He used the Thunder Prison Instant Flash to escape the battle range, and then activated the Silent Shadow technique to hide his aura. The Flame Lion King had no way to track him down. Damn it, that little brat. If I find you, I will tear you to shreds. The Flame Lion King roared to the sky. 2 diamond-grade beasts were being toyed with by a silver-grade one. This was the greatest humiliation of its life. It then turned to the beast army behind the forest, 3-headed earth demon hounds. You will lead a portion of the gold-grade beasts for a covert search. That little brat is injured and won't be able to run far. Remember, make sure not to create too much noise. And report back to me immediately if you find anything. Yes, my king. 10 platinum-grade, 3-headed earth demon hounds acknowledged the order. The beast army waiting to attack began to stir, and one by one, the platinum-grade, 3-headed earth demon hounds quickly led some gold-grade beasts in a carpet-style search. Chapter 69. Serious injury after using the Silent Shadow. Lin Hao quickly ran towards the back of the forest. At this moment, he had removed the Thunder Prison Battle Armor, revealing that his clothes were soaked in blood, and he was occasionally spitting out blood. His strength and experience were both insufficient. Lin Hao forced a bitter smile. At this point, he couldn't even think about using his sword lord abilities, let alone whether he could survive until the next morning. Looking at the clouds of dust kicked up by the fierce beasts in the distance, Lin Hao's expression grew serious. He didn't dare to withdraw his hidden aura now. If the fierce beasts discovered him, he would undoubtedly die. He had always thought that with the system's support, he could be invincible in this world. It was only after today's battle that he realized that while talent was certainly important, battlefield combat experience was something earned through life and death struggles time and time again. Enduring the pain in his body, Lin Hao continued to run deeper into the forest. After running for an unknown amount of time, he finally discovered a hidden cave. Cautiously checking around, he found no aura of fierce beasts, so he dove inside. At this point, not only were his injuries severe, but his spiritual energy had also been depleted by more than half. Entering the cave, he carefully leaned against the stone wall, and a wave of fatigue washed over him like a tide, soon causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's clone clearly sensed that something was wrong with the main body, which made him frown. After a long period of running, the group had unknowingly increased their speed, managing to escape the fierce beast forest in just over half a day. Looking at the tall walls of the Qinglong fortress that came into view, everyone was panting heavily. However, they were still very happy to have completed this mission. Just then, Lin Hao's clone suddenly frowned. He then took out a red notebook, scribbled something on it, and handed it to Feng Yao. Feng Yao, puzzled by Lin Hao's intentions, took the notebook. Lin Hao seized the moment to speak. Yao, you must listen carefully to what I say next. Seeing Lin Hao's sudden seriousness, Feng Yao instinctively nodded. This notebook records the gathering location of the fierce beasts. You must personally deliver it to General Dongfeng, Lin Hao said, his expression still grave. Idiot, what about you? Feng Yao asked, confused. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Just remember my words. This is an order from the captain. After speaking, Lin Hao transformed into a bolt of black lightning and disappeared in an instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. Where's the captain? Yi Xiaoman asked, confused. Not good, it's the clone skill. Ying, usually calm, was now flustered. Clone? Ouyang Qingcan asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Feng Yao was already in tears. The one who returned with him was Lin Hao's clone. Where was Lin Hao himself? Everyone suddenly came to their senses. The explosion they heard earlier was Lin Hao, the captain, buying them time to escape. They hadn't thought much about it, because Lin Hao's clone was present, and it had not only brought back important intelligence, but had also deceived their teammates. Even if Feng Yao's mind wasn't working well at the moment, she understood Lin Hao's intentions. She turned to run deeper into the forest, but was quickly grabbed by Ouyang Qingcan. Don't rush, the captain is so strong. He won't be in trouble. Ouyang Qingcan comforted her. Ying reacted the fastest, pulling out a bamboo tube-like object and pulling it towards the sky. This was the distress signal given to them by their instructor Dai Feng before they left. Each of them had one. Feng Yao, don't worry. The soldiers at Qinglong Fortress will come immediately upon seeing the distress signal. We will go rescue the captain then, Ying quickly reassured Feng Yao. At this moment, Feng Yao merely nodded blankly. With Lin Hao's life uncertain, she couldn't absorb any more information. A massive firework instantly lit up half the sky. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of powerful auras arrived above them, including Dongfeng Shuo and Dai Feng. Seeing that everyone else was safe but Lin Hao was missing, Dongfeng Shuo was greatly puzzled. Where's your captain? At this moment, Feng Yao hurriedly handed the notebook to Dongfeng Shuo. General Dongfeng, Lin Hao said this notebook contains the gathering locations and types of fierce beasts. He has drawn the fierce beasts away to ensure our safe retreat, and his life is now uncertain. Upon hearing this, Dongfeng Shuo and Dai Feng's eyes widened. After a moment of shock, Dongfeng Shuo hurriedly opened the notebook to check. The more he read, the heavier his heart became. 2 diamond-level fierce beasts, 20 platinum-level fierce beasts, and nearly 100 gold-level fierce beasts. Most importantly, the unknown fierce beast Lin Hao had drawn in the notebook indicated that this type of beast could attack from underground and had the risk of self-detonation. Adjutant, yes. Monitor the underground activities within a 50-kilometer radius of Qinglong Fortress for 24 hours. Prepare all Qinglong troops for battle against diamond-level fierce beasts. Understood. At this point, Dongfeng Shuo turned to the others. You little ones go rest for now. I'll handle Lin Hao's matter personally. I know where Lin Hao is. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With General Dongfeng personally taking action, things would be much easier. Dongfeng Shuo instantly soared into the sky, his demigod-level aura erupting. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from their sight. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already fallen into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was that the fewer than 100 silver-level beast cores remaining in his storage space had autonomously appeared before him, beginning to release spiritual energy. The dark sword box hovering in his spiritual space also slowly opened, and 9 flying swords shot out, starting to absorb this external energy. In just a moment, the 9 flying swords completely absorbed the energy from the nearly 100 silver-level beast cores. The instant they finished absorbing the energy, the 9 flying swords trembled slightly, emitting 9 different rays of light, and began to nourish Lin Hao's body. At this moment, outside, Lin Hao was enveloped in 9-colored light, and his injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. This light also attracted the attention of the fierce beasts searching for Lin Hao. Outside the cave, what is that light? A platinum-level, three-headed earth demon hound, seeing the nine-colored light in the distance, felt puzzled. Could it be the little brat the king is looking for? Not only it, but even the gold-level fierce beasts were now growling towards the direction of the nine-colored light. I am so lucky. Just wait until I capture that little brat. The king will surely reward me. The three-headed earth demon hound quickly ran towards the nine-colored light, and the gold-level fierce beasts it led dared not lag behind, quickly following in its footsteps. Chapter 70, Awakening Big Brother. Why are you signaling us to come at this time? Behind the beast army, a bull-headed monster over 30 meters tall was speaking with the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King sighed at this moment, saying that the ghost leopard had been seriously injured, which would likely affect that lord's plans. So he had no choice but to call you over. The ghost leopard is injured? Have humans discovered our plan? At that moment, a sinister voice echoed from a dark corner. The Flame Lion King nodded helplessly, saying that the kid was also seriously injured. If he and the ghost leopard, both diamond level, hadn't he been careless, they wouldn't have let him escape. I've already sent some subordinates to look for him, but this kid has a kind of stealth technique, so it might be hard to find him. There are only a few diamond-level figures in the Azure Dragon Fortress, but I haven't heard of anyone who knows high-level stealth techniques. The bull-headed man began to recall. Upon hearing this, the Flame Lion King's face darkened, and he awkwardly coughed twice, saying, "Ahem, that one is not a diamond-level powerhouse." Oh, upon hearing this, not only the bull-headed man, but even the voice from the darkness became alert. Besides Dongfang Shua, there are no other diamond-level powerhouses in the Azure Dragon Fortress. Helplessly, the Flame Lion King had to recount Lin Hao's situation to them. Moments later, what? You're saying a silver-level little ghost injured you and the ghost leopard? The bull-headed man could hardly contain himself, laughing loudly. Lion, have your years of cultivation gone to the dogs? You won't make me laugh to death, letting a silver-level ant beat you up like this. Seeing the bull-headed man mocking him, the Flame Lion King felt quite embarrassed, but still cautiously replied, "Old bull, don't underestimate this kid." The reason the ghost leopard and I were deceived was due to his apparent level of cultivation. The black thunder he unleashed is extremely terrifying. It was how the ghost leopard got severely injured. If it weren't for my defensive talent skill, my fate would probably be the same as his. How powerful can a silver-level little ghost be? My giant axe is no joke. The bull-headed man patted the giant axe in his hand, looking disdainful. Old bull, we cannot be careless. The injuries to the lion and the ghost leopard are real. It seems that this little ghost indeed has something unusual about him. The voice from the darkness spoke again. All right then, even if he can fight evenly with the lions, what if we too join in? The bull-headed man clearly still didn't take Lin Hao seriously. 4 diamond-level beasts against a silver-level little ghost? If they reported this up, that lord would probably tear them apart. Lion, when will the ghost leopard recover? The voice from the darkness asked again. Although the ghost leopard was heavily injured this time, the healing secret technique given to us by the lord had a significant effect. It should be ready to come out in about an hour. All right then, I'll personally go find that little ghost in an hour. You, an old bull, wait for my signal. No matter what, that lord's plan must not fail. Otherwise, none of us will have a good outcome. Meanwhile, outside the cave, sure enough, there is a human scent. Looking at the 9-colored glow emanating from the cave, not far away, the 3 earth demon hounds' eyes lit up. They then signaled the 5 golden-level beasts under them to explore the cave. Before long, the 5 golden-level beasts entered the cave, while the 3 earth demon hounds cautiously hid at the entrance. They had witnessed the battle between Lin Hao and the 2 diamond-level beasts earlier and did not want to become cannon fodder. However, after a long time without any movement from the 5 golden-level beasts inside, the 3 earth demon hounds grew curious. Damn it, these brainless beasts wouldn't have been eaten by the humans inside, would they? Thinking this, the 3 earth demon hounds quickly ran into the cave. Yet, shortly after entering, they were met with an unbelievable scene. The cave was littered with the severed limbs and broken arms of the beasts. At that moment, a white-haired man with a pitch-black sword box was quietly standing in front of them. The man had his eyes tightly closed, radiating a dazzling 9-colored glow. Who are you? The 3 earth demon hounds' hearts raced with alarm. Their instincts told them that this man was extremely dangerous. The man didn't speak, nor did he even open his eyes. They saw the sword box behind him slowly open, and a purple long sword gently flew out and landed in his hand. Without any visible burst of energy, the man simply waved the long sword lightly in front of the 3 earth demon hounds. A sharp sword aura shot out from the sword. At that moment, the 3 earth demon hounds opened their mouths to scream, but found themselves unable to make sound. In an instant, a barely perceptible red bloodline appeared beneath their 3 massive heads. As the man sheathed the sword back into the sword box, their 3 heads fell to the ground with a thud. After finishing these actions, the man slowly opened his crimson eyes and raised his hand. 5 golden-level beast cores and 1 platinum-level beast core fell into his hand. After putting away the beast cores, the man walked out of the cave, leaped into the sky, and vanished in an instant. At this moment, waiting for the ghost leopard to recover, the Flame Lion King suddenly narrowed his eyes. The bull-headed man noticed the Flame Lion King's unusual reaction. Lion, what is wrong? The Flame Lion King's face was ashen. One of my platinum-level beasts has died. The bull-headed man looked surprised. The platinum-level beast didn't even have time to send a signal before its death, indicating it had either been killed instantly or ambushed. Could it be that little ghost you mentioned? The Flame Lion King's expression shifted between uncertainty and alarm. If it was that little ghost, his black thunder would have made a huge commotion, but I didn't sense any fluctuations in energy. Just as the Flame Lion King finished speaking, his eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, another platinum-level beast is dead. What? The bull-headed man also stared wide-eyed at the lion. Lion, you're not joking, are you? By now, 2 platinum-level beasts had lost contact with him. This is trouble. It seems a human powerhouse has discovered this place. Moreover, their cultivation is not low if they can easily kill platinum-level beasts, suggesting they're at least a high-level diamond. Until that lord issues a total attack order, we can only remain on standby. At this moment, the Flame Lion King felt extremely frustrated. What are we afraid of? We have 4 diamond-level fighting forces. Even against the Lord level, we are confident they won't return alive. To be safe, let us wait for the ghost leopard to recover. It has the ability to conceal itself. If it's a Lord assassin, we can only rely on its power to sense the opponent. The voice from the darkness spoke again. Chapter 71. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder Annihilation. Half an hour later, Lin Hao held a platinum-level beast core and nearly 10 gold-level beast cores in his hand. He chuckled. This lion really thinks highly of me, sending so many fierce beasts to find me. If I remember correctly, this is already the 5th wave. I really should thank you for your gifts. At this moment, the Flame Lion King could no longer sit still. Is the ghost leopard not back yet? At this rate, my subordinates will be killed off. In just half an hour, 5 platinum-level fierce beasts under its command had quietly disappeared, drastically reducing the high-end combat power of the fierce beast army. Call your subordinates back. That little ghost is severely injured, and he probably can't run far. Let us eliminate this person first, then search for him, a voice from the darkness suggested. No need, I'm already healed. At this moment, the ghost shadow leopard slowly opened its yellow gemstone-like eyes. Several fierce beasts rejoiced upon hearing this. That damned little ghost actually caused me such serious injuries. If I encounter him again, I will tear him apart. A hint of ferocity flashed in the ghost shadow leopard's eyes. Being heavily injured by a silver-level opponent was the greatest humiliation of its life. Just as they were about to set off to find a human powerhouse, a calm voice suddenly resonated throughout the fierce beast army. Little lion, come out and fight. The Flame Lion King looked up and saw a man in a black robe, carrying a sword box, hovering in the air not far away. The Flame Lion King was taken aback. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. How does he know me? With flowing white hair, crimson eyes, and an emotionless face, the Flame Lion King concluded that it definitely did not know this person. Just sensing the man's spiritual energy fluctuations made the Flame Lion King feel like cursing. Damn it, another silver level. The Flame Lion King was extremely frustrated. Are silver-level humans this arrogant now? After being provoked repeatedly by silver-level humans, the Flame Lion King was furious. Meanwhile, the ghost shadow leopard and the minotaur were momentarily stunned. What the hell is this? A mere silver level is shouting in front of the fierce beast army. Don't fierce beasts have any pride? At this moment, Lin Hao's indifferent expression slightly tightened. How did another diamond-level beast appear? Is it reinforcements? You insignificant silver-level brat. What courage do you have to bark at us? The Flame Lion King could no longer hold back, its massive body suddenly bursting with diamond-level aura, and in the blink of an eye, its enormous paw was already slashing towards Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao, however, did not dodge or evade. As the Flame Lion King's paw came crashing down, the sword domain instantly unfolded. Within a radius of 100 meters, a separate space was formed, and the Flame Lion King's paw could no longer advance an inch. Behind Lin Hao, the sword box opened slightly, and a long sword that was entirely purple appeared in his hand. Lin Hao merely swiped at the Flame Lion King's paw, and a powerful sword aura instantly surged towards the Flame Lion King. Not good, this little ghost is up to something. The Flame Lion King's eyes widened as it faced Lin Hao's sword aura. Battle instincts triggered it to immediately activate its flame barrier. With a loud bang, the Flame Lion King's barrier shattered. At that moment, the Flame Lion King took the opportunity to distance itself from Lin Hao. Damn it, I'm really running into a ghost. How is this silver-level brat so strong? The Flame Lion King felt aggrieved. What is your relationship with that little ghost who uses lightning? The Flame Lion King glared at Lin Hao, filled with rage. Lin Hao's lips curled into an almost imperceptible arc guess. Seeing this, the Flame Lion King didn't waste any more words. Its aura surged violently as a high-temperature ray spewed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao responded by lightly slicing the air with the purple sword in his hand, sending another wave of sword energy to meet that high-temperature ray. Break! A tremendous explosion rang out as Lin Hao's sword energy pierced through the Flame Lion King's high-temperature ray. If it hadn't dodged quickly, it would have been heavily injured again. Old Bull, Ghost Leopard, let us attack together. This little ghost Must know the previous silver level brat. I need to take him down quickly. At this moment, the Flame Lion King no longer cared about its pride. Before the Lion King finished speaking, the ghost leopard had already appeared behind Lin Hao. Its body was enveloped in dark light. With a powerful swipe of its enormous paw, 5 crescent-shaped attacks rushed towards Lin Hao's back in the blink of an eye. The Minotaur also didn't stay idle, wielding a gigantic battle axe, its diamond aura erupting, and it swung horizontally at Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained calm. With the enhancement of the sword domain, he could easily capture all movements of objects within a 100-meter range. He slightly tilted his body to evade the Ghost Shadow Leopard's sneak attack, and held the purple sword in front of him to block the massive battle axe, which could not advance an inch. Both the Ghost Leopard and the Minotaur were stunned. They did not expect Lin Hao to so effortlessly block their attacks. Just as Lin Hao was in a standoff with the Minotaur, the ground suddenly trembled violently. A giant golden python opened its mouth wide and lunged at Lin Hao. Can't hold back any longer? Lin Hao smiled faintly. Using the force from the Minotaur's giant axe, he smoothly dodged the giant python's bite, which then clamped down on the Minotaur's axe. This kid has long since noticed me. The golden giant python's expression was extremely grave. It initially thought it could deliver a lethal strike using the Minotaur as a distraction, but Lin had already been prepared and effortlessly dodged its attack. He also possesses a domain. My stealth technique is utterly ineffective before his domain. At this moment, the ghost leopard transmitted a message to the other fierce beasts. Then let us attack head on. Can a mere silver level brat turn the tables in front of us? The Minotaur roared, its aura surging violently. It swung its massive axe with accumulated power, enveloped in yellowish light, and charged towards Lin Hao. The other 3 fierce beasts followed up with their attacks. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed as his aura erupted. The range of his sword domain suddenly doubled. The 4 diamond-level fierce beasts found themselves unable to move within his sword domain. Truly the diamond-level fierce beasts. Simultaneously trapping you 4 is still quite taxing on my spiritual power, Lin Hao thought, gripping the purple sword against his chest. All the sword energy around him converged into the purple sword. He then threw the purple sword into the sky, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered, and rolling purple thunder rumbled within the clouds. The fierce beasts looked on in disbelief at everything happening before them. Yet they could not move under the constraints of the sword domain. In no time, within the rolling thunder, a massive sword, entirely purple, descended, accompanied by the purple thunder. Lin Hao pointed downward with his fingers, whispering, "Purple sky, divine thunder, annihilation." Chapter 72. Divine Fire Sword. This is Lin Hao's innate skill of the Zixiao sword, and it is also the first time Lin Hao has used it. A gigantic purple sword of light swiftly pierced through the body of the Ghost Shadow Leopard with overwhelming force. No. The Ghost Shadow Leopard looked in disbelief as the thunderous giant sword passed through its body. It began to slowly dissipate, completely annihilated by the purple thunder. In the end, only a beast core emitting a dazzling black light remained, suspended in the air. Lin Hao gestured, and the beast core fell into his storage space. At this moment, the remaining 3 diamond-level ferocious beasts finally broke free from the sword domain's constraints and quickly distanced themselves from Lin Hao. Seeing the Ghost Shadow Leopard instantly perish left the diamond-level ferocious beasts in shock. After the recent attack, the purple light surrounding the Zixiao sword faded significantly. Lin Hao returned the Zixiao sword to its sword box, and then a voice devoid of any emotion rang out. "It's your turn." The sword box behind Lin Hao began to tremble slightly, and then opened a small gap. A heavy stone sword fell into Lin Hao's hands. This was the second sword in Lin Hao's sword box, named Divine Fire. The Divine Fire sword was entirely dark, not as sharp as the Zixiao sword, but incredibly heavy like a rock, with faint flame totems engraved on its surface. This was also the first time Lin Hao used this sword. Since awakening to the silver level, he found that the seal on the second sword in his sword box had already opened. He felt the weight of this heavy sword, which was actually heavier than his Thunder Prison Sky splitter gun. What to do? The Ghost Leopard was actually killed by him in an instant. At this moment, the Fire Lion King was extremely astonished. Silver level killing diamond level. This world has gone insane. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. No matter what, this little ghost must be killed here. Otherwise, the Master's mission might not be completed. The golden-scaled giant python had an extremely serious expression at this moment. Being able to kill a diamond level in an instant, although it was only a low-tier diamond, it shouldn't be something a silver level could achieve. Old bull, you hold him back. Now that his domain is gone, there's no need to be cautious. The lion and I will flank him from both sides. No matter what, this little ghost has to die here, or if we survive, that master won't spare us. The golden-scale giant python's expression was more serious than ever. The Minotaur also understood the severity of the situation. Its diamond high-tier aura erupted instantly, and a bright yellow light surrounded it. It leaped into the air, and its giant axe gathered all its strength and swung down heavily at Lin Hao. The massive battle axe grew larger in Lin Hao's eyes as it approached with terrifying power. Lin Hao also did not hesitate. The previous strike had consumed a lot of his spiritual power. He gathered his strength in his right hand and swept horizontally at the giant axe. The heavy divine fire sword collided with the enormous battle axe in midair, creating a wave of energy. At the moment the divine fire sword collided with the battle axe, the attacks from the Fire Lion King and the golden scaled giant python also arrived. Terrifying high-temperature rays and a rain of golden arrows surged toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered, and with the eruption of triple sword intent, the striking giant axe was instantly deflected. He then swung the divine fire sword heavily, creating a massive crescent-shaped fire sword energy that instantly formed. The scorching sword energy seemed ready to incinerate all living beings around. The three combat techniques collided midair, producing a massive explosion, causing all nearby trees to snap and even the ground beneath them to begin to crumble. Before the ferocious beast could recover, Lin Hao had already appeared behind the Minotaur. "Old bull, be careful," the golden scale giant python shouted. But it was too late before the Minotaur could react. Lin Hao's divine fire sword had struck heavily on top of its head. So fast, watching the Minotaur fly backward, the Fire Lion King was horrified. With a loud crash, the Minotaur smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide. When it got up, its skull was caved in, blood covering its face, and one of its horns had broken off. "This little ghost is too monstrous. If we continue like this, we won't stand chance." The golden scale giant python looked at the Minotaur's miserable state, its expression as dark as water. "Damn, this is so frustrating. To be forced into a corner by a silver level." The Fire Lion King roared in anger. "Do you still think he is a silver level?" The golden scale giant python glanced disdainfully at the Fire Lion King. Just based on that one strike that killed the ghost leopard, the golden scale giant python felt it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was a high-tier lord level. "Let's use our last trump cards. We have no other choice." Hearing the golden scale giant python's words, the Fire Lion King also realized the seriousness of the situation. The three ferocious beasts exchanged glances, and their auras erupted without reservation. They had never imagined being pushed to such a desperate situation by Lin Hao. The golden scale giant python opened its massive mouth, unleashing a dark green beam into the sky. In an instant, dark green rain began to fall from the sky, and the plants in the forest instantly wilted upon contact with the raindrops. The Fire Lion King was now enveloped in a bright red glow. A lion phantom wrapped in flames locked onto Lin Hao, rushing toward him at extreme speed. Meanwhile, the Minotaur swung its giant axe with both hands, channeling all its diamond-level aura into the axe, shooting a terrifying yellow ray toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed as he locked onto the area and skills. This should be the strongest strike from these three diamond-level ferocious beasts. Facing their combined attack, a faint flame flickered in Lin Hao's crimson eyes. He held the stone sword horizontally across his chest and murmured, "My body is hell. What I see is all divine fire judgment. Divine fire domain open." In the blink of an eye, the temperature within a radius of 5 kilometers around Lin Hao rose rapidly. A terrifying heat wave swept over all living beings nearby, turning the sky a fiery red. The combined strike of the three ferocious beasts crumbled inch by inch under the erosion of this domain. Not only that, but the terrifying high temperature brought by this domain also began to erode their bodies. The three ferocious beasts showed fear. They hadn't expected their desperate strike to be so ineffective against Lin Hao. They could barely withstand the divine fire's invasion with their diamond-level aura. But Lin Hao wasn't finished yet. He raised the divine fire sword high, unleashing triple sword intent all concentrated within the divine fire. The divine fire sword trembled slightly, and in an instant, terrifying flames engulfed the entire sword body. Lin Hao's crimson eyes resembled the gaze of a hellish demon, and his soft voice echoed, though not loud. It sounded like the roar of a demon from the depths of the abyss in the ears of the three ferocious beasts. Under the divine fire, everything is consumed. Divine fire wild waves dance. Suddenly, several chains formed of flames appeared beneath the feet of the three ferocious beasts, instantly binding them firmly in place. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the chain's restraints. At this moment, the divine fire sword emitted a mighty dragon roar, and three gigantic red dragon heads emerged from the sword, rushing toward the three ferocious beasts with a series of dragon roars. With a loud explosion, the already red sky became even more vivid. The scorching heat swept over all living beings nearby. Meanwhile, in the distance in the forest, Dongfang Shuo looked at the half-red sky with a heart full of shock. Who is fighting against the ferocious beasts? Truly, one wave has not settled, yet another rises. At this moment, he couldn't afford to be surprised and quicken his pace. Once the smoke cleared, the battlefield within the forest had turned to scorched earth. The three diamond-level beast cores were now quietly suspended in midair. Lin Hao gestured, and the three beast cores all fell into his storage space. Lin Hao glanced indifferently at the chaotic battlefield, and in an instant appeared in front of the ferocious beast army. "Beasts, it's your turn now." Chapter 73 Massacre. As Lin Hao finished speaking, the sword box behind him slowly opened again, revealing Zi Xiao appearing in front of Lin Hao. At this moment, Zi Xiao had fully recovered under the nurturing of the sword box. Lin Hao channeled his 3 layers of sword intent into Zi Xiao and then pointed his finger towards the sky. In an instant, Zishao vanished into the air, and thunderclouds rolled in the sky. Countless purple sword lights emerged from a sea of clouds. Lin Hao pointed again, activating the battle technique, hunting shadow in the sky. Countless purple sword lights poured down like a torrential rain onto the beast army. At this moment, Lin Hao wielded the divine fire sword and swung it heavily, instantly forming dozens of massive crescent-shaped fire sword energies that exploded among the beast army. Lin Hao then drove the divine fire sword heavily into the ground. Countless fire sword energies began to wreak havoc deep underground. The unknown beasts, caught off guard by the sword energy attacks, had no way to escape, and the ground echoed with countless wails of agony. The beast army, already leaderless, was now subjected to a ruthless massacre by a single person. At this moment, whether flying in the sky or crawling on the ground, the air was filled with miserable cries as countless beasts struggled amidst the rain of swords and sword energies. Lin Hao looked at all this with indifference. The massacre continued for more than 10 minutes before finally stopping. By this time, the beast army had already been decimated beyond recognition, and the remaining beasts, lucky to survive, began to scatter and flee. Lin Hao did not pursue them. The remnants of the defeated army did not pique his interest. He waved his hand, and countless beast cores floated around him. Following his principle of not wasting, Lin Hao collected them one by one. After carefully checking the surroundings, Lin Hao let out a slow breath. It was finally over. Lin Hao sheathed Zishao and the divine fire sword, exiting the sword lord state, and slowly walked towards the edge of the forest. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. If it weren't for the energy boost from the 9 flying swords earlier, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat even with the sword lord's power. Just as Lin Hao walked away, a golden little snake emerged from the ground and swiftly disappeared into the dense forest. After a moment, when Dongfang Shuo saw the battlefield littered with beast corpses, he was utterly shocked. He carefully observed the battlefield, noting 4 diamond-level beasts, over a dozen platinum-level beasts, and countless lower-level beast corpses. I need to find that kid Lin Hao. The battle here was exceptionally brutal, and I don't know how that little brat is doing. Dongfang Shuo thought to himself as he continued searching for Lin Hao's whereabouts. At this moment, Lin Hao had returned to the cave he had been in earlier. He needed to recover his spiritual energy quickly and return to the Qinglong fortress. He then took out a platinum-level beast core and began to absorb it. The terrifying energy from the platinum-level beast core rapidly nourished Lin Hao's entire body. In his spiritual space, even Lin Hao's 3 pieces of equipment trembled slightly, sharing in this platinum-level energy. Lin Hao entered the spiritual space and looked at the ancient, dark sword box. The previous 9-colored light had come from a 9 flying sword within the box, but he couldn't understand how the flying swords had saved him and what conditions triggered the 9-colored light. If he could have the energy boost from the 9 flying swords in every battle, he could truly walk with confidence. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Hao absorbed nearly half of a platinum-level beast core before exiting his cultivation state, yet his body had not returned to its perfect initial state. He felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching him. Is the reinforcements from Qinglong Fortress here? Lin Hao thought as he stepped out of the cave. Just as he stepped out, Dongfang Shuo appeared in front of Lin Hao. General Dongfang, why did you come personally? Lin Hao was quite shocked to see Dongfang Shuo. Seeing that Lin Hao was unharmed, Dongfang Shuo let out a heavy sigh of relief. I was worried about you, kid. Dongfang Shuo smiled. Now that I see you're fine, I can rest easy. Also, I have received the information you provided. I must say it's very important. Well done, young man. Dongfang Shuo patted Lin Hao's shoulder. And the more he looked at Lin Hao, the more he liked him. At such a young age, he had the courage to risk his life and venture into danger. Not everyone could do that. Hearing Dongfang Shuo say this, Lin Hao smiled knowingly. This is what I should do. If that group of beasts had successfully launched a surprise attack, our entire fortress and even the whole Xia country would have faced disaster. Speaking of that group of beasts, Dongfang Shuo suddenly recalled the devastated battlefield and the swathes of beast corpses. You were closer to here. Did you see who was responsible for the recent battle? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that Dongfang Shuo must have seen the remnants of the battlefield. Lin Hao feigned seriousness and said, General Dongfang, I didn't see clearly who it was, but I saw a sea of fire and waves of purple lightning wreaking havoc among the beast army. Since I was close, I didn't dare to show my face. It was likely done by a lightning and fire ability user. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Dongfang Shuo fell in a deep thought. After a long time, he still couldn't figure out who had taken down nearly 100,000 beasts. I see. Let's head back. Your companions are waiting for your safe return. I also need to report this information to headquarters as soon as possible. With that, Dongfang Shuo waved his hand, and an energy shield enveloped Lin Hao, then swiftly flew away from the beast forest. Meanwhile, in Lin Hao's dormitory, Yao, don't worry, the captain will be fine. Seeing Fang Yao with a worried frown, Yi Xiaoman quickly comforted her. Yes, General Dongfang is personally leading the charge. What is there to worry about? General Dongfang is a demigod-level powerhouse. Ouyang also spoke to reassure her. At that moment, Ying was keeping a close watch on the situation outside the dormitory. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Dongfang Shuo appeared at the dormitory door with Lin Hao. The captain is back. As soon as Ying's voice fell, Fang Yao dashed out of the dormitory like lightning. Seeing Lin Hao, who was unharmed, Fang Yao burst into tears, not even caring that Dongfang Shuo was nearby, and directly threw herself into Lin Hao's arms. Lin Hao, knowing he was in the wrong, quickly embraced Fang Yao. He gently stroked her hair and whispered to her, "Don't cry. Everyone is watching. Didn't I come back safely? You jerk. If you do this again, I'll never talk to you again." Fang Yao cried, still sobbing. Lin Hao awkwardly glanced at the smiling Dongfang Shuo and then at the other members of the hunting team. After comforting her for a while, Fang Yao finally got off Lin Hao, but as soon as she looked up, all eyes were on her. Instantly, her already tear-streaked face turned even redder. Chapter 74, Hall of Military Achievements. All right, since everything is fine, you can all relax now, Dongfang Shuo said as he turned his head towards Lin Hao. High risks must come with higher rewards. This time, your team has perfectly completed the mission. I will have Dai Feng send you the military achievement points for this mission shortly. Hearing that there were military achievement points to be earned, everyone jumped up excitedly. Dongfang Shuo vanished from sight. He still needed to quickly upload this important intelligence to the headquarters to ensure that other fortresses could prepare promptly. Before long, Dai Feng arrived at Lin Hao's dormitory door. Congratulations on successfully completing the reconnaissance mission. I am here specifically to deliver your military achievement points. Dai Feng looked at the 5 energetic kids in front of him with great satisfaction. Instructor, we risked our lives this time. How many military achievement points can we get for this mission? At this moment, Lin Hao's greedy nature erupted. If possible, he hoped to get more military achievement points from Dai Feng. For the team, it wouldn't be too much to ask. Dai Feng laughed heartily in response. You guys earned quite a bit this time, a total of 15,000 points. Moreover, based on the importance of the intelligence you provided, the general has specially approved that you can choose one item for free in the Hall of Military Achievements. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered again. You little ones have also been quite tired these past few days. I'll give you 3 days off to relax, and you can go to the Hall of Military Achievements to exchange for some treasures to enhance your team's overall strength. After saying this, Dai Feng left after giving some additional instructions. Captain, we now have so many military achievement points. Let's go check out the Hall of Military Achievements. Yi Xiaoman was the first to speak up. They now had a total of 20,000 points, which averages out to 4,000 points per person, plus a chance to choose equipment for free. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Lin Hao nodded. His own equipment shouldn't lack anything, but the other team members were not as wealthy as he was. As soon as they entered the Hall of Military Achievements, they were captivated by the myriad of treasures. There were countless rare equipment, elixirs, and magical artifacts on display. Captain, can we choose any of these? Yi Xiaoman looked around, completely dazzled. There were simply too many treasures. Ouyang Cancan was also shocked by the endless array of items. Everyone, take your time to choose. Just don't waste your military achievement points. Lin Hao smiled and started browsing with Fang Yao. What is this? The two of them walked to a display stand radiating golden light. They saw a shimmering set of armor floating above the stand. Radiant Golden Dragon Armor, Earth Tier Protective Gear, can withstand 50 of damage from attacks by beasts below Diamond Grade. Comes with the skill, Golden Dragon Guardian. Lin Hao silently read the description under the equipment. Fool, future missions will definitely become more dangerous. This armor requires 5,000 military achievement points. Let me buy it for you. Fang Yao was still haunted by Lin Hao's previous reckless venture alone, and getting him a good piece of armor was a wise choice. Lin Hao felt warm inside upon hearing this. This girl truly cared about him. Then, black light erupted around him, and a black battle armor engraved with the Asura totem appeared on Lin Hao's body. Girl, I already have armor. This is the equipment that came with my awakened thunder-type ability. It has helped me quite a bit before, but I think this set of armor is perfect for you. You're still at the silver level like me, and as a melee class, having such armor will make you safer. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Fang Yao's hair, feeling a warmth in his heart. Seeing that Lin Hao indeed had armor to protect himself, Fang Yao felt relieved. All right, since you have armor, I can rest easy. Fang Yao then paid 4,000 military achievement points, and Lin Hao paid 1,000 to purchase the Radiant Golden Dragon Armor. After browsing for a while, suddenly the Thunder Prison Armor and Thunder Prison Void Gun in Lin Hao's spiritual space began to tremble slightly, and the black lightning within him involuntarily surged forth. What's going on? Fang Yao asked upon noticing Lin Hao's unusual reaction. It seems something is resonating with my abilities. Lin Hao sensed his body and instinctively followed the guidance to a display case. Inside this case, there was only a pitch-black, ancient-looking ring floating quietly. Amplification Ring. Lin Hao was instantly overjoyed, but when he saw the ring's description, he nearly cursed. Ancient Ring, origin unknown. The wearer can amplify all attributes. Amplification effect, all attributes 1. A ring with all attributes 1 is practically worthless. Lin Hao glared at the black ring etched with strange patterns. However, his abilities were indeed drawn to this ring. 500 military achievement points for exchange. This ring is so garbage and still sells for 500 military achievement points. Fang Yao also sighed helplessly. At this moment, Lin Hao had calmed down. His thunder-type ability was not ordinary, being attracted by his Asura Annihilation thunder. This ring must be special. He then spent 500 military achievement points to exchange for the ancient ring. Fool, you really exchanged for this ring? It looks nothing special, and its attributes are terrible. Fang Yao was greatly puzzled. Lin Hao chuckled. If it can attract my abilities, I believe this ring must have some unusual aspects. Hearing Lin Hao say this, Fang Yao also curiously examined the ring. However, the surface of the ring was quite ordinary, with only some shallow carvings on it. Captain, have you chosen your items? Yi Xiaoman and Ouyang Cancan approached at this time. Seeing this, Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Have you found yours? Hee, I picked a nice support piece of equipment. Yi Xiaoman grinned like a little fox. With a wave of her hand, a green bracelet appeared. This is a green jade bracelet, which can store an amount of spiritual energy equivalent to the initial stage of gold, and it also comes with a group healing skill. At this moment, Ouyang Cancan was also holding a red crystal. I chose the Fire Spirit Crystal. This crystal can be absorbed by my Fire Spirit Pearl, enhancing the power of my skills by 30. Seeing that they had both found their desired equipment, Lin Hao was also very happy. Where did that quiet guy run off to? Yi Xiaoman looked around, but couldn't find. He is probably still picking equipment. Let us wait for him. Once he is done, we can check for good gear suitable for the team and use that free exchange opportunity. Lin Hao also hadn't noticed Ying's absence. Just then, a chilling aura suddenly spread throughout the hall of military achievements. So cold, what is going on? While everyone was confused, Lin Hao's expression hardened. This was the aura of death. He then vanished from his spot in a flash. At this moment, in a corner of the hall of military achievements, a dark green dagger was being held by a young man. The young man's eyes were red, surrounded by waves of black mist, seemingly lost to madness. He was surrounded by a crowd, all cautiously observing his state. Chapter 75, The Abnormality of Shadow. As soon as Lin Hao arrived, he saw Shadow surrounded by swirling black mist. At that moment, Shadow had a wicked grin on his face, holding a dagger, and his scarlet eyes were filled with malevolence. Hearing Lin Hao shout, Shadow's scarlet eyes turned towards him. Just that one glance made Lin Hao feel as if he had fallen into the icy depths of hell. Damn it, what the hell is going on with this guy? Lin Hao snapped back to his senses and cursed under his breath. At this moment, Shadow seemed to not recognize Lin Hao at all and charged at him like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Hao's expression hardened. He didn't care about Shadow's condition anymore. With a flash of black light, the Thunder Prison piercing gun appeared in his hand. The sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a wave of tremendous force crashing towards him. What immense power! Lin Hao was shocked. He had fought for his life against the 4 diamond-level ferocious beasts, and Shadow's earlier strength had already surpassed platinum level. At that moment, Fang Yao and the others also arrived. Seeing the battle between Lin Hao and Shadow, the 3 of them were collectively dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are the captain and Shadow fighting? Yi Xiaoman looked worried and was about to step in to mediate. Ouyang Cancan quickly pulled her back, saying, something's wrong. Look at Shadow's condition. Hearing Ouyang Cancan's words, Fang Yao and Yi Xiaoman turned to look at Shadow. They saw him surrounded by black mist, with his scarlet eyes filled with evil and greed. Don't come over. Lin Hao shouted urgently when he saw Fang Yao and the others approaching, especially when he noticed Yi Xiaoman wanted to help. Something's wrong with Shadow. I'll hold him off. You all hurry and report to the higher-ups. Lin hadn't dared to unleash his full strength at this moment and could only desperately defend against Shadow's attacks. Shadow's fighting style was no longer that of an assassin. He was attacking aggressively, wielding a dark green dagger with the momentum of a long sword. Shadow, it's me. Lin Hao, what is wrong with you? Lin Hao tried to bring Shadow back to his senses, but it was ultimately in vain. Suddenly, Shadow split into 5, activating the Shadow Clone technique. 5 daggers glowing with a ghostly green light appeared at Lin Hao's vital points in an instant. Damn it, Lin Hao felt incredibly frustrated. He couldn't attack back and could only passively defend. Shadow pressed on aggressively, targeting Lin Hao's vital points with every strike. In an instant, Lin Hao's aura surged, and the triple gun intent erupted, shattering Shadow's clones in an instant, causing Shadow's main body to quickly retreat a few steps. Not only had his power surged to diamond level, but even his skills had evolved. Lin Hao was deeply alarmed. He didn't understand why Shadow had gone berserk. However, Shadow's true strength forced him to re-evaluate this teammate. Stop fighting. The onlookers were also confused and didn't dare to act recklessly. When Shadow saw that he couldn't attack Lin Hao, he charged towards Yi Xiaoman as she shouted. Faced with a diamond-level assault, Yi Xiaoman froze in place. In an instant, the green dagger's blade slowly enlarged in her pupils. Just at this life-and-death moment, 2 gun barrels blocked Shadow's attack. Standing in front of Yi Xiaoman were Xuan Yu and Fang Yao. Lin, what? Before Xuan Yu could finish his question, he felt a powerful force surging towards him. The 2 didn't waste words. Their triple battle intent and triple gun intent erupted, forcefully blocking Shadow's attack. Meanwhile, Lin Hao rushed over and became entangled with Shadow once again, while Yi Xiaoman was pulled to safety by Ouyang Cancan. It seems like Shadow is possessed by something, Fang Yao explained to Xuan Yu. What is going on? At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the military mirror hall. When he saw Lin Hao and Shadow fighting in the corner, he frowned slightly, and when he noticed the dagger in Shadow's hand, he was even more shocked. How did this dagger end up here? Realizing this, his aura erupted, and he used his pressure to firmly pin Shadow in place. Lin Hao also stepped back from the fight and walked to the middle-aged man, looking at Shadow with a serious expression. Do you know this kid? The middle-aged man asked Lin Hao. He is a member of our hunting team, and I'm the captain of the hunting team, Lin Hao explained. Hearing Lin Hao's words, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed even tighter. How did it become like this? Lin Hao inquired. Look at the dagger in his hand. Only then did Lin Hao notice the dark green dagger Shadow was holding. This dagger was seized decades ago when we killed a demigod-level ferocious beast at the Azure Dragon Fortress. It has had 3 masters over the years, all of whom died from the backlash of the dagger's energy. After that, it was sealed in the treasure vault of the Azure Dragon Fortress. And I have no idea how it ended up here. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao became anxious. Shadow was a member of their team and absolutely could not have any accidents. It should be something on your companion that attracted this dagger, the middle-aged man said, still frowning. If it really is the power of death, will my sure destruction, thunder, be effective against it? Thunder is the nemesis of all evil. Not to mention my immensely powerful black thunder. Thinking of this, Lin Hao turned to the middle-aged man and said, let me give it a try. He then slowly walked towards Shadow, while the other members of the Thunder Punishment hunting team watched nervously. Kid, do you have a plan? Don't overestimate yourself. He has lost all sense of self and doesn't even know who you are. Seeing the increasing black mist around Shadow, Lin Hao didn't care much anymore. Uncle, help me suppress him. I'm afraid he'll break free in a moment. The middle-aged man nodded and increased the pressure he was exerting. Lin Hao reached Shadow's side, feeling the death energy emanating from him. It was likely that the previous masters of this dagger had been consumed by this death energy, and Shadow, with his currently low cultivation, could not resist such a massive amount of death energy. With this in mind, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. Looking into Shadow's evil, scarlet eyes, black thunder surged around him as he gently placed his hand on Shadow's shoulder. As he made contact with Shadow, the thunder began to flow from Lin Hao's body into Shadow. The death energy retreated instantly, like a rat fleeing from a cat upon encountering the black thunder. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was hope. He then increased the output of the black thunder. At this moment, the death energy attempted to retreat back into the dagger, and Shadow began to struggle violently. If it weren't for the middle-aged man's pressure holding him down, Shadow might have truly gone on a rampage. Chapter 76. Blade of Death still trying to escape? Seeing this situation, Lin Hao scoffed disdainfully. He controlled the black lightning and directed it towards the dagger in Ying's hand. At this moment, the black aura around Ying's body had almost completely vanished, and his eyes had returned to normal. However, he still held the dagger tightly in his hand. Captain, seeing Lin Hao, he slowly spoke, but his voice was weak, and his body began to sway. Rest assured, it's fine now. Seeing Ying regain consciousness, Lin Hao also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately supported Ying. The others, upon seeing that Ying was okay, gathered around. Kid, how did this dagger end up in your hands? At this time, a middle-aged man also walked over, curious about how Ying came to possess the dagger. Ying steadied himself and began to recount. I was just selecting equipment when I suddenly felt a connection with something. I followed my intuition and found it. Then I discovered that this dagger suddenly appeared in front of me. When I grasped the dagger, I felt a strong resonance with my body, and then I lost consciousness. After hearing Ying's account, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. The dagger ran over to Ying on its own? Why hadn't they encountered such a good fortune? Kid, this dagger is infused with a strong power of death. It is a trophy left by our ancestors after battling a demigod-level beast. The first 3 owners of this dagger all died from being backfired by this power of death, which is why we call it the Blade of Death or the Cursed Blade. However, according to the rules of our military mirror hall, if the equipment actively recognizes its master, we can give it to you for free. Are you sure you still want to possess it? The middle-aged man looked at Ying with a serious expression. Ying, you were almost backfired by this power of death just now. It's too dangerous. You shouldn't take this risk. Yi Xiaoman also looked worried, recalling how she had almost been killed by Ying's attack just moments ago. Seeing that everyone was so concerned about his condition, Ying turned his gaze to Lin Hao. Captain, Lin Hao saw Ying's desire for the dagger, and before Ying could finish, smiled at him. You are a member of our hunting team. I respect all your decisions. I just tested it, and while you're at risk of being backfired, my thunder power can also help you. So don't worry. Hearing Lin Hao's response, Ying looked gratefully at him. Thank you. Ying was not very talkative, and he was very grateful for Lin Hao's trust. To be honest, finding equipment that resonates with oneself is extremely rare. It indicated that the equipment would be very compatible with its user. Naturally, Ying did not want to give it up. Lin Hao nodded and then looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle, thank you for what just happened. I haven't asked your name. The middle-aged man saw that the kids had made their decision and no longer obstructed them. My name is Zhou Tong, the main person in charge of the military mirror hall. Not waiting for Lin Hao to speak, he turned to Ying with a serious expression. Since you have all made your decision, I won't interfere too much. I wish you good luck. He then nodded to Lin Hao and vanished from the spot. Brother Duan, Thank you for your help just now. After Zhou Tong left, Lin Hao turned his gaze to Xuan Yu. If it weren't for Xuan Yu's timely rescue, Fang Yao and Yi Xiaoman would have likely been injured. Lin, brother, you're too polite. We just came to the military merit hall to select some equipment and happened to discover the situation. Xuan Yu smiled. Just now, he and Fang Yao had barely managed to fend off Ying's attack, and Lin Hao had already been fighting alone for quite some time. It seems Lin Hao's strength has increased again, Xuan Yu thought silently, feeling a bit bitter. He had once been hailed as a rare genius in Longqing Martial University, but here he felt as insignificant as an ant compared to Lin Hao. Xuan Yu, thank you for saving me just now. At this moment, Yi Xiaoman ran over to thank Xuan Yu. You're welcome. I just instinctively intervened when I saw you in danger. Saying this, Xuan Yu looked at Lin Hao again. Since everything is fine here, I need to go with my teammates to select equipment, so I'll take my leave. All right, let's gather again when we have a chance. Lin Hao smiled and bid farewell to Xuan Yu. After this incident, everyone did not immediately go to select the free equipment, but instead rushed to an empty training ground. At this time, the dagger was still in Lin Hao's hand. Ing, try again to see if the blade of death will backfire on you. Lin Hao handed the dagger back to Ing. He had the power of thunder and wasn't afraid of the dagger's backlash, but Ing did not. Since there were no tasks recently, Lin Hao thought it would be best for Ing to quickly master the blade of death to avoid any accidents during missions. Fang Yao and the others watched everything nervously. As soon as Ing took the dagger, the power of death within the blade of death began to slowly seep out. Unlike last time, this time the aura of death only surrounded Ying's right hand and showed no signs of spreading throughout his body. Ing felt the dagger's desire for him. Captain, I don't think there's any problem now. I feel that the blade of death is very calm at the moment. This dagger is a rare growth type equipment. I need you to nourish it with my spiritual energy. As I advance, this dagger will also level up. Additionally, it comes with a lethal skill, Dance of Death. This skill currently delivers a guaranteed lethal strike to beasts below the platinum level. Huh? Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of shock. Growth-type equipment is rare even in the Xia country, and every piece of growth-type equipment eventually becomes an unparalleled artifact. While everyone was happy for Ing, they were also filled with concern. After all, the first 3 owners of the Blade of Death had all died from backlash. That night, everyone returned to the dormitory. Lin Hao lay on his bed, fiddling with the ring he had bought from the military merit hall that day. No matter how he looked at it, the ring seemed very ordinary, with nothing that caught Lin Hao's attention. So, he simply put it on and forgot about it. In the following days, everyone went through strict training under instructor Daifeng. Each person made significant improvements. During this time, Lin Hao asked Daifeng whether his hunting team could recruit more members in the future. Daifeng replied that it was possible, but the military merit points for their tasks would not change. This meant that adding another person would split their military merit points. Lin Hao did not mind this. During the sparring sessions over the past few days, he realized that his hunting team lacked a defensive type member like Huang Lei. To improve the survival rate of Yi Xiaoman and Ouyang Cancan on the battlefield, Lin Hao planned to look for a defensive type ability user to join the team. The others indicated that they had no objections. Chapter 77 Exposure, sir. Something has happened outside the Qinglong Fortress. At this moment, a diamond-level golden feather thunder eagle was hurriedly flying into a mysterious cave, clutching a small golden snake in its claw. Eagle, why are you in such a panic? My brother is in closed-door training. Do not disturb him. At the end of the cave, 2 young men were sitting on 3 stone chairs, with the highest seat being unoccupied. However, both young men emanated a powerful lord-level aura. From their appearance, each had 8 spider legs growing from their backs. If it weren't for the difference in voice and eye color, it would be hard to distinguish who was who. Lord, the golden feather thunder eagle realized its inappropriate behavior and respectfully bowed. Speak, what is it? The other young man asked, though his voice was quite effeminate. Lord, the army we prepared for a surprise attack outside Qinglong Fortress has been destroyed, the golden feather thunder eagle hurriedly reported. What did you say? Both young men, sitting in the secondary positions, were startled, and a powerful pressure immediately bore down on the golden feather thunder eagle. At that moment, the eagle was so frightened by this oppressive force that it couldn't move, unable to utter a word. After a long while, the lord-level pressure dissipated. Eagle, what exactly happened? I was conducting a routine inspection of the army deployments outside each fortress today and found that the beast army outside Qinglong Fortress has been completely slaughtered. Even the secret troops we dispatched to hide underground have been entirely wiped out. Damn, how could this happen? What about the ghost leopard and the lion? Are they just sitting idle? I've already found the bodies of the ghost leopard and the lion, but their beast cores have been dug out. Not only that, but the old bull and golden snake sent for support are the same. Moreover, the beast cores of the slain beast army are all missing, not a single one left. It seems the human race has discovered our plan. This must be reported to my brother, one of the young men said. And also, the golden feather thunder eagle hesitated and couldn't finish. What else? The 2 young men glared at it. Seeing their expressions, the eagle stopped hiding and slightly opened its claws, allowing a small golden snake to crawl out. This is the golden snake? The 2 young men looked incredulously at the worm-like golden snake. Masters, this is the essence left by the golden snake. It should know what has happened. The golden feather thunder eagle trembled. Originally, there were 5 diamond-level beasts attacking Qinglong Fortress, but now only it remained, which made it lament its misfortune. One of the young men waved his hand, and the small snake flew into his palm. Let me see what has happened these past few days. The young man's green eyes emitted a wave of spiritual energy, which instantly penetrated the small snake's mind. Then he waved his hand again, and an image appeared before him. The content of the image was the scene of Lin Hao in his sword lord state battling 4 diamond-level beasts. What is this? Seeing the playback, the two were so shocked they couldn't speak. The playback lasted for nearly half an hour. They transitioned from shock to silence. Second brother, this matter is too serious. We must inform our brother. I never expected there would be such a monster among humans. A silver level killing 4 diamond-level beasts. And he wields a sword. Second brother. Not only that, but even Xuan Yu a century ago was not this terrifying at the initial silver level. This kid's ability to fight above his rank is too strong. Bell, I'm afraid we cannot disturb our brother yet. He is currently breaking through to the demigod realm. No matter what happens, his breakthrough is more important. It took us 3 brothers so long to reach this level of strength. We must not ruin it now. Vita suppressed the aura of the high-level lord, as he had to consider the 3 brothers. Our brother, Ren, is trying to break through to the demigod realm. At this moment, as the second of the corrupted wolf spider brothers, he must step up to take charge. This time the attack on the 8 human fortresses was their Qinglong fortress that was the weakest. The 3 leaders were all high-level lords, while the leaders of other fortresses had at least 1 demigod level. This left the 3 brothers with little say. If this mission were to fail because of them, the superior would likely execute all 3 of them immediately. Just as Vita was hesitating, a powerful aura swept in from deeper within the cave. Both felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Their brother was out of seclusion. As soon as the 2 finished speaking, an enormous corrupted wolf spider slowly crawled out from deeper in the cave. Its 8 spider legs made a sound with each step that sent shivers down the spines of others, and its demigod-level aura was unmistakable. Not only the golden feather thunder eagle, but even Vita and Bell immediately prostrated on the ground. Suddenly, a red light flashed in the cave, and the massive corrupted wolf spider gradually shrank, finally transforming into a middle-aged man. Unlike the other 2, he did not have 8 spider legs growing from his back. At first glance, he appeared little different from other humans. Looking at the 3 prostrated figures, Ren slowly withdrew his pressure. Brother, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Vita and Bell hurriedly stood up when the pressure lifted. I heard your conversation just now. Although we have lost the initiative, discovering such a human monster is also worthwhile. If he is allowed to grow like this, in less than 100 years, he will be another Xuan Yu. Ren's face was grim, his purple eyes filled with seriousness. Brother, should we report this? Bell asked at this moment. After contemplating for a moment, Ren finally spoke, no need. As far as I know, there's only 1 demigod-level powerhouse in Qinglong Fortress, and the rest are diamond-level. The humans now have almost no lord-level figures. I plan to attack Qinglong Fortress in 2 days. At that time, I will hold back that demigod while the rest of you can slaughter at will. But we currently do not have enough troops. Is it not a bit unwise to rely solely on the 3 of us? Vita did not believe they could take Qinglong Fortress with just the 3 of them. Ren smiled. I still have nearly 100,000 troops on hand, including 5 diamond-level beasts. That superior said it would be time to attack in 2 days, just as my troops will arrive. This was originally reserved as a backup for attacking the human fortresses, but now it is just right to use. Upon hearing this, Bell and Vita's eyes lit up. With this, they would lack nothing. I never expected that 100 years later, a human even more terrifying than Xuan Yu would emerge. It's just right to offer him to that superior during this attack. At that time, the 3 of us will surely gain promotions. Ren's sinister voice echoed throughout the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was in the training ground conducting special training with his teammates, completely unaware that he had already been targeted by a demigod-level beast. Chapter 78 Lin Zhengwa's Summer Nation Human Clan War Hall Conference Room. At this moment, a handsome man dressed in a cloak is sitting in the first position, with 14 god-level powerhouses sitting below him. Among them, 4 are appearing in the form of holographic projections. The man slowly picks up a document placed on the table. Everyone, it seems that our previous counterattacks against the fierce beasts have had some effect. According to the report from the Qinglong Fortress, a special group of fierce beasts is currently heading towards our 8 station fortresses. Before this, we were completely unaware of it. If it weren't for the sacrifice of the hunting team from Qinglong Fortress who risked their lives to relay this information back, our entire summer nation would likely be facing disaster. The fierce beasts on the front line have already shown signs of fatigue. This group of fierce beasts is clearly targeting our rear, aiming to disrupt our coordination. Now that we know their objective, we must not let them succeed. The man then turns to one of the holographic projections. Feng Wei, can you explain what exactly is going on? Lord Hanfeng, based on the intelligence provided to us from above, we have conducted multiple reconnaissance missions on the fierce beast forest 300 kilometers away from Qinglong Fortress. But every time our scout teams have gone, they haven't returned. This further proves that there is more crucial intelligence deep within the fierce beast forest. In response to this situation, we dispatched the Thunder Punishment hunting team, led by Lin Hao, to investigate, with the aim of determining the direction of the Fierce Beast attack. According to the intelligence brought back by Lin Hao, we found that the Fierce Beast planned to invade Qinglong Fortress through underground infiltration. As he speaks, a projection of a Fierce Beast that no one has ever seen before appears in the conference room. This Fierce Beast not only excels at underground infiltration, but according to the description from Lin Hao, the leader of the Thunder Punishment team, this Fierce Beast contains a large amount of energy and is likely one that uses self-detonation as its attack method. If this Fierce Beast attacks our 8 fortresses through underground infiltration, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone falls into deep thought upon hearing this. Each person present is a god-level powerhouse, with extensive experience in battling Fierce Beasts. However, they have never heard of any Fierce Beast that fights against the human race by taking them down together. It seems our understanding of Fierce Beasts is still not thorough enough. If it weren't for the intelligence brought back by Qinglong Fortress this time, our losses would be immeasurable. Additionally, I can already sense that Fierce Beasts are gathering outside the 8 fortresses. An attack is expected within the next 2 days. At this point, Han Feng slowly stands up. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly rises as well. I hereby order that the 8 fortresses immediately enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. We must be fully prepared to respond to this new type of Fierce Beast. He then looks at the 10 god-level powerhouses present. Lin Zhenghua, you're responsible for supporting the 2 fortresses led by Feng Wei, Qinglong, and Baihu. Yu Guohao, you will support the 2 fortresses led by Jiang Tianhai, Zhu Ke, and Xuan Yu. LV Jiang, you will support the 2 fortresses led by Yuan Feihong, Zheng Ge, and Chuamohan Ma Xuan. You will support the 2 fortresses led by Xia Tian, Zhu Xia, and Jiang Yao. Remember, do not engage unless absolutely necessary. We need to catch the Fierce Beast army off guard. I will also dispatch the Radiant Division to support the 8 fortresses to prevent a counterattack from the Fierce Beasts. Understood. We will ensure the mission is completed. Everyone responds in unison. All right, the meeting is dismissed. Old Feng, Old Lin, stay behind. Once everyone has left, Han Feng first looks at Feng Wei and then speaks. Based on my observations these past few days, the Fierce Beasts outside Qinglong Fortress should have been eradicated. That kid's strength truly astonishes me. Feng Wei, hearing Han Feng's words, momentarily doesn't understand, but soon he looks at Han Feng in shock. Lord Han Feng, are you saying that the one who eradicated the Fierce Beast army outside Qinglong Fortress is that kid Lin Hao? Han Feng nods with a smile. That kid didn't disappoint me. 4 diamond-level Fierce Beasts and nearly 100,000 Fierce Beasts were unexpectedly wiped out by him alone. I can't imagine how much he will grow in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Zhenghua, who is next to Feng Wei, is utterly shocked. What? A silver-level initial stage defeating 4 diamond-level Fierce Beasts? One person slaughtered nearly 100,000 Fierce Beasts. When did our summer nation produce such a prodigy? Seeing Lin Zhenghua's shocked expression, Han Feng's lips curl slightly as he can't help but say, Old Lin, how come all the Lins are so extraordinary? I remember your sacrifice son fought against 5 god-level foreign demon generals in a semi-divine form. Although his life and death remain unknown, that ability to battle above his level is something even someone like me, a legendary figure, would envy. Hearing Han Feng's words, Lin Zhenghua can't help but feel a wave of emotion. He has only one son, and if it weren't for hearing from his elderly wife about having a grandson, he might have thought he would be left without descendants. Although he doesn't understand why Han Feng said this, Lin Zhenghua's expression is serious. Lord Han Feng, no matter his surname, he is the pride of our summer nation. Seeing this, Han Feng nods. I am giving you both a special task. During this battle against the Fierce Beast counterattack, ensure Lin Hao's safety. However, that kid also needs to be tempered. Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. The two are surprised to hear this. It seems Lord Han Feng intends to train Lin Hao. They then accept the orders and leave. After they depart, Han Feng lets out a long sigh and looks out the window. Lin Hao, you must grow quickly. We humans have little time left. At this moment, Lin Zhenghua has just returned to his residence and falls into contemplation. He vaguely has a guess regarding Han Feng's earlier words. Looking at the old-fashioned phone in front of him, Lin Zhenghua hesitates repeatedly before finally calling his long-lost partner. Meanwhile, at Lin Hao's home, Gongqin is watering flowers in the yard. Suddenly, the sound of vibrating phone reaches her ears. Gongqin is startled, quickly puts down the watering can, and runs to a secluded corner. Looking at the old phone displaying the caller's number, her emotions are mixed. With trembling hands, she presses the answer button. What follows is an elderly voice. Xiaoqin, how'd you been all these years? Hearing that familiar yet strange voice from the phone, Gongqin's tears flow freely. But soon, she bursts out in anger. Lin Zhenghua, you bastard. You haven't cared about the family for years. I thought you were dead. Hearing his partner's voice on the phone, even though she is scolding him, Lin Zhenghua finds that voice incredibly pleasant. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lin Zhenghua remembers that he has something important to tell his partner. Xiaoqin, I remember you told me before that I have a big grandson named Lin Hao, right? Gongqin is taken aback, and then she suddenly thinks of something bad. Old Lin, did something happen to our grandson? Chapter 79, Starry Sky Guardian No. Earlier the headquarters held a meeting, and Lord Hanfeng mentioned Lin Hao. I was wondering if it was our big grandson. Hearing Lin Zhenghua say this, Gongqin also suddenly realized. She had also heard about Lin Hao being questioned by Hanfeng after the 100 Schools League by chance. Old Lin, if the Lin Hao mentioned by Lord Hanfeng is indeed our grandson, then it must be true. What is wrong? Is there something happening to our grandson? Listening to Gongqin's anxious voice, Lin Zhenghua hurriedly comforted her. No, it's just that Lord Hanfeng assigned a task to me and Xiao Wei, asking us to ensure Lin Hao's safety. Ha ha, I didn't expect it to really be our big grandson. He truly lives up to being a descendant of Lin Zhenghua. Stop laughing. I'm telling you, Lin Zhenghua, if anything happens to Xiao Hao under your watch, I will never forgive you. Don't worry, old lady. I'm not dead yet. Lin Zhenghua felt quite good at this moment, feeling proud that the Lin Hao who dared to take on 4 diamond-level beasts was his grandson. The two chatted for a while longer, and after Lin Zhenghua reassured her multiple times, they reluctantly hung up the phone. Tian Xiao Wanner, your son has really grown up. I wonder how you two are doing? Lin Zhenghua's wrinkled face was filled with a sense of nostalgia. Qinglong Fortress. I say, Instructor Dai. Even though I know I'm quite exceptional, you don't have to torture me like this. At this moment, Lin Hao was panting on the ground, looking like he wouldn't get up no matter what. Standing beside him were 5 diamond-level powerhouses and a group of team members, including Fang Yao. I say, you brat, don't take advantage and act innocent. We were ordered from above to give you one-on-one special training. With the great battle imminent, no one can afford to be the slightest bit lax. This little bit of training is nothing for you. What the hell, Instructor Dai, are you blind? 5 high-level diamond powerhouses beating me up, and you call this one-on-one training? Lin Hao stared incredulously at Dai Feng's face. Seeming to see through Lin Hao's thoughts, Dai Feng cleared his throat and said, cough cough, get up quickly, we've only trained for 2 hours and you're done? Lin Hao got angry upon hearing this, jumped up from the ground, and said, old Dai, which of your eyes saw that I was done? You can say I'm ugly, but you absolutely cannot say I'm not capable. Come on, let us fight 300 more rounds. Dai Feng, hearing Lin Hao's words, darkened his face and gave him a flick on the head. You brat, who are you calling old Dai? You've got no manners. Saying this, he turned to the other men and said, brothers, it seems we need to teach this kid a lesson today. He doesn't take us seriously just because he hasn't even grown his hair yet. Lin Hao, hearing this, cursed Dai Feng's ancestors 100 times in his heart. This is definitely intentional. Soon, the training ground was filled with Lin Hao's miserable screams again. Qinglong Fortress Operations Command Center. Report. A sergeant holding a document stood at the door. Guomin. At this moment, in the Operations Command Center, Dongfang Shuo was discussing operational matters with several officers. General, this is an urgent report from the scout unit. You need to review it personally. The sergeant handed the document to Dongfang Shuo. Dongfang Shuo took the document and frowned tightly after reading it for a while. The surrounding officers also looked at Dongfang Shuo with curiosity. General Dongfang, what happened? Dongfang Shuo slowly put down the document and said, according to the Scout S report, a large number of beasts have begun to gather again about 300 kilometers outside Qinglong Fortress, and the number has already exceeded 10,000. At this rate of gathering, within a day, the number of beasts will surge to nearly 100,000. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. Previously, I heard the general say that the beasts gathering outside Qinglong Fortress were wiped out by a mysterious powerhouse. How did they come back so quickly? Unclear. The scout unit has only transmitted this information for now. But I estimate that this beast tide is expected to be around 100,000, and there are likely diamond-level or even lord-level beasts among them. This should be the largest beast tide in decades. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Upon hearing Dongfang Shuo's words, everyone understood his meaning. A few of them smiled confidently, saying that they were already prepared to sacrifice for the country. Don't worry. We won't let a single beast threaten the civilians in the rear. A day's time quietly passed. In this short day, the soldiers on the 100-meter city wall of Qinglong Fortress were constantly busy. A large amount of combat supplies was being sent to the top of the city wall. Everyone was in a state of tension, and even the entire Qinglong Fortress was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Hao and his teammates were discussing the upcoming battle in the dormitory. Captain, I heard that there will be a beast tide attacking Qinglong Fortress in the next 2 days. Is that true? Ouyang Kankan asked, and not just her. The other members of the hunting team also noticed that today's fortress situation was different from usual. Not only Qinglong Fortress, but all 8 major fortresses in our Xia country are currently like this. Lin Hao slowly spoke. According to the information I provided earlier, the beasts are going to simultaneously attack the 8 major fortresses in Xia country. Our Qinglong Fortress cannot be an exception. Tonight, we need to rest and gather our strength to face the battle in the best condition. After such a long period of training, our level of tacit understanding has significantly improved. Tomorrow morning, we should all go to the Military Merits Hall together. We still have a free opportunity to obtain equipment that we haven't used. With a great battle approaching, we must arm ourselves first to maximize our team's combat power. This will also ensure the overall strength and safety of our team. Lin Hao continued. So what kind of equipment do we need? Fang Yao was also looking forward to the new equipment. I mentioned before that we need to quickly find a defensive type ability user. Now it seems there is no time left. Tomorrow, let us see if we can find an equipment that enhances our defense attributes, which can timely make up for our team's shortcomings and greatly improve our team's survival capability. Hearing Lin Hao's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. The next morning, after having breakfast, everyone went to the military merits hall again. As soon as they entered the hall, a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. Lin Hao focused and realized it was the head of the military merits hall, Zhou Tong. Lin Hao, General Dongfeng asked me to give you this piece of equipment. Without waiting for Lin Hao to greet him, Zhou Tong took out 6 rings from his storage space. Officer Zhou, what is this? Lin Hao curiously examined the 6 rings floating in Zhou Tong's hand. The rings were sky blue overall, and besides being engraved with patterns, they also had 6 small red gemstones embedded in them. These 6 rings are called Starry Sky Guardian. They are Earth-grade equipment. When encountering a fatal attack, they will automatically trigger the Starry Sky Guardian skill, which can withstand a full force strike from a diamond-level beast, but each ring can only be used once. After using it, the skill will have a cooldown period of 24 hours. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's explanation, Lin Hao thought it was a perfect match. He was just thinking about finding a defensive-type equipment, and here it was delivered by Dongfeng Shua right away. It seems that Dongfeng Shua attaches great importance to their hunting team. Thank you, Officer Zhou, and please thank General Dongfeng for me. Lin Hao took the rings and distributed them to each person. Zhou Tong nodded, and once you wear the rings, they will connect with you. The gemstones on the rings will display your life status. If the gemstone's light goes out, it means someone among you has died. Lin Hao nodded after hearing this, as it would allow them to easily monitor their teammates' safety. After Zhou Tong finished explaining the usage of the rings, he left. Captain, are we still going to exchange for other equipment? Yi Xiaoman looked at her newly acquired white equipment and felt very happy. Let's go take a look. The more useful equipment for the team, the better, Lin Hao replied. So everyone began to select items in the military merit hall again. Are you going to use that opportunity to get free equipment? Just as everyone was choosing, Dai Feng suddenly appeared in front of them. Yes, Instructor Dai. We want to pick an item for the team. Do you have any good suggestions? Fang Yao stepped forward as she saw Dai Feng approach. It's good that you value the importance of the team, Dai Feng said, leading everyone to a nearby inconspicuous display stand. On the stand, an ancient-looking necklace was showcased. This is the Chain of Fate, also known as the Soul Chain, Dai Feng said, handing the necklace to Lin Hao. This equipment is of Earth grade and can provide remote healing for your team. As long as the target is within the carrier's line of sight, it can heal. The healing amount is determined by the user's spiritual power consumption. Furthermore, it can store an amount of spiritual energy equivalent to diamond grade, allowing you to quickly replenish any lost spiritual power. Hearing Dai Feng's explanation, everyone was enlightened. Now they wouldn't lack in defense or sustainability. Thank you, Instructor. Everyone thanked in unison. Dai Feng nodded and was about to continue speaking when suddenly, a piercing alarm sound echoed throughout the Qinglong fortress. Chapter 80, The Coming of the Great War Dam. Has it come so soon? Dai Feng cursed in a low voice. He then looked at Lin Hao and the others, saying, there is no time. Everyone, listen to my orders and immediately ascend the city walls to assist the soldiers in defending the city. Yes, everyone nodded in unison. Xiao Man, take this equipment. On the way to the city wall, Lin Hao handed the necklace he had just acquired to Yi Xiaoman. There is no time to explain. You are our team's only support and control. This equipment is best suited for you. At this moment, Yi Xiaoman didn't hesitate either, knowing it wasn't the time for that. She took the necklace from Lin Hao and put it on. After everyone ascended the city walls, they noticed that the sky in the distance was already overcast with dark clouds. A sense of impending doom from the upcoming battle instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. In the command center, a report came in. Sir, the beast army will arrive in 10 minutes. According to the scouts, this beast tide consists of approximately 100,000 beasts, most of which are at the bronze and silver levels. The highest level beast detected is platinum. The officers under Dongfeng Shua were reporting one by one. Is the highest only platinum? After hearing the report, Dongfeng Shua fell into deep thought. According to the intelligence, this beast tide should at least include diamond level beasts. There might even be lord level beasts coming. However, the scouts had not detected any beasts above platinum, but not finding them doesn't mean they aren't there. After pondering for a moment, Dongfeng Shua made a decision. This beast tide is the most severe in decades. It's not just our Qinglong fortress. According to the intelligence provided, all 8 major fortresses in our Xia country are under attack by beasts. Dongfeng Shua paused briefly before continuing. The Qinglong Legion is to immediately ascend the city walls. The 1st to 3rd battalions will conduct the city wall defense. The 4th and 5th battalions will intercept airborne units. The 6th and 7th battalions will assist while monitoring underground activities within a 10-kilometer radius outside the Qinglong fortress. Dongfeng Shua did not forget the intelligence Lin Hao had brought back last time. Although the beasts outside the Qinglong fortress had been wiped out by a mysterious strongman a few days ago, there's no guarantee that there wouldn't be any beasts infiltrating from underground this time. This made him extremely vigilant. Yes, the officers took their orders and left. Dongfeng Shua then turned to the dozen or so officers beside him. Chunsha Donghao, You two are responsible for dealing with the high-end combat power within the beast tide. Report back promptly with any discoveries, and I will send reinforcements immediately. If the scouts' reports were accurate and the highest combat power in this beast tide was only platinum, then Chen Shua and Dong Hao, both diamond-level warriors, could completely control the battlefield. If not, Dongfang Shua had backup plans in place. Why does it always have to be such terrible weather before the beasts come? Lin Hao thought to himself as he looked at the layers of dark clouds in the sky. Captain, what level is this beast tide? Ouyang can felt a sense of unease. I don't know. Lin Hao shook his head, his expression serious. Just a while ago, he had cleared the beast army outside the Qinglong fortress. He didn't expect that so many beasts would gather again in just a few days. Ha, don't worry, you little brats. I just heard from the scouts that the highest level beast in this tide is only platinum. You guys are all monstrous talents. Make sure to kill more of those beasts later. At some point, the captain of the 1st Battalion, carrying a large sword, walked over. Captain, everyone greeted him in unison. They had a deep impression of this captain, who had fought alongside them in the city wall defense. The captain smiled and turned to Lin Hao. He had learned from his soldiers about Lin Hao's daring infiltration into the beast army to gather intelligence, which made him regard Lin Hao with even more respect. You're quite something, kid. I heard from the brothers about your previous mission, taking risks and forgetting your life. In my life, I have admired many people, but you're one of them. The captain patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. You flatter me, Captain. I just did what I was supposed to do. Lin Hao chuckled and scratched his head. Time passed second by second, and at this moment, the black clouds on the horizon, accompanied by rumbling sounds, pressed down on the Qinglong fortress. Everyone's heart was filled with tension, shrouded in an atmosphere of impending battle. Before long, the sounds of beast roars reached everyone's ears. Dong Hao and Chen Shua, the two diamond-level strongmen, hovered at the front of the team, with soldiers responsible for defending the city wall behind them. Both wore serious expressions, easily spotting the densely packed beast army in the distance. Prepare for battle. At this moment, Chen Shua issued a preparation order to the soldiers on the city wall. Just as the command was given, a deafening beast roar echoed in the sky. At the same time, the ground in front of the Qinglong fortress began to tremble. The two men's expression sharpened, and their aura surged. In an instant, the beast roar, carrying diamond-level pressure, was shattered by the two. Indeed, they're diamond-level beasts. At this moment, Lin Hao recognized the strength of the beasts in the distance through that roar. However, he still felt a lingering unease growing within him. At this moment, Chen Shua nodded to Dong Hao and quickly soared into the sky. In the sky 10,000 meters high, a giant eagle covered in golden feathers circled in the air. All right, diamond-level golden feather thunder eagle. Let's see today whether you die or I die. Chen Shua summoned a silver spear into his hand and swiftly appeared before the golden feather thunder eagle. The battle on the ground had yet to begin, but the clash in the sky was about to erupt. The explosive sounds from the sky quickly reached everyone's ears. Meanwhile, in front of the Qinglong fortress, various beasts were rushing towards the city wall in overwhelming waves. Looking at the beasts below the city wall, Lin Hao said in a deep voice, "We are still responsible for defending the city wall. Pay attention to coordinating with each other and stay safe." Everyone nodded in unison. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of beast assaults had arrived. On the city wall, with Dong Hao's command, the beam particle cannons and the magic army simultaneously opened fire, launching indiscriminate large-scale attacks on the beasts below the city wall. In an instant, thunder, fire, wind, and other skills poured down like a torrential rain onto the countless beasts. However, the beast offensive did not slow down because of the overwhelming bombardment. On the contrary, their assault speed increased. Within a few breaths, the city wall was already crawling with countless beasts. These brutes are really asking for death. At this moment, Dong Hao's aura erupted, and as he swung his long knife, a bright silver blade light swept across. With just this simple strike, nearly 100 beasts were severed in two. But before he could swing his second strike, a wind blade infused with diamond pressure swept toward him from the side. Chapter 81. Lord-level Dong Hao instinctively raised his knife to block, and though he managed to fend off the ambush, he still staggered back several steps to dissipate the force of the attack. However, before he could get a clear look at the attacker, another wind blade slashed toward his neck. This time, Dong Hao was prepared and simply tilted his head slightly to evade the attack. Ha! As expected of a diamond-level human powerhouse, your vigilance is impressively high. The voice arrived before the figure did. As the sound faded, two corrupted wolf spiders, each the size of a small mountain, appeared before Dong Hao, their 8 grotesque eyes fixated on him. Seeing this, Dong Hao crossed his long knife over his chest and chuckled. Just 2 diamond-level beasts there to invade my Qinglong fortress? You truly don't know your own limits. But who doesn't know their limits? At that moment, another corrupted wolf spider spoke up. Just as its voice fell, 3 more diamond-level corrupted wolf spiders appeared behind Dong Hao. His expression tightened. Another 3 high-tier diamond beasts. He hadn't expected the beast tide to have invested such resources. Ha! You beasts really are as rumored. None of you seem to have any brains. Do you think my Qinglong fortress has no one to defend it? Dong Hao laughed heartily, confirming what Dongfang Shua had suspected. The highest combat power of the feral beasts couldn't be merely platinum level, including the one fighting Chen Shuo in the sky. There were now 6 diamond-level beasts invading Qinglong Fortress. Just as Dong Hao finished speaking, several powerful auras suddenly emerged from behind Qinglong Fortress. In an instant, several streaks of light hovered beside Dong Hao. As the light dissipated, 4 diamond-level powerhouses appeared next to him. As expected of Qinglong Fortress, the strongest of the 8 fortresses. Its foundation is indeed profound. Let's see who will laugh last today. With that, the 5 corrupted wolf spiders surged forward with overwhelming momentum, charging at Dong Hao and the others. The 5 diamond-level powerhouses on Dong Hao's side, all high tier, showed no fear against the diamond-level feral beasts and unleashed their diamond-level strength to engage in battle. In an instant, the battle erupted. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and his team were busy clearing the feral beasts that had climbed the city walls. To Lin Hao, the feral beasts below platinum level were merely small fry. With the combined efforts of the 2 teams of 10 and the city wall guards, the feral beasts on the walls were quickly dispatched. Below the city wall, countless feral beasts continued to surge towards Qinglong Fortress like a tide. Yet, even though the feral beasts were fierce, under the bombardment of the magical army and beam particle cannons, they couldn't inflict any fundamental damage to Qinglong Fortress for the time being. Just as Lin Hao and the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The pressure came so abruptly that the city wall guards, including Lin Hao, were caught off guard. In an instant, this pressure froze everyone on the battlefield in place. Not good, it's Lord-level pressure. Chen Shuo, Dong Hao, and the others felt alarm bells ringing in their minds, and they suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy, their speed and combat power dropping sharply. They hurriedly exerted all their strength to resist this mysterious force. However, due to the restraints of the mysterious power, Dong Hao and the other strength was drastically reduced in an instant, and many were injured within just a few breaths. All right, everyone retreat. A mysterious voice echoed from the sky. As the voice fell, not only the several diamond-level feral beasts, but even the feral beast army halted their attack, retreating to stand orderly 2 kilometers away from Qinglong Fortress. Meanwhile, the human army was still firmly bound by this pressure. Even Chen Shuo and the other diamond-level powerhouses could only barely withstand this overwhelming force. Struggling, a few of them looked up towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it widened dramatically. From the crack emerged 2 strangely handsome youths, their 8 spider legs behind them looking somewhat eerie. Lord-level corrupted wolf spiders. Chen Shuo and others were greatly alarmed. The battle ahead was already fierce. Both the human and feral beast high-tier combat forces were completely invested in the front lines. They hadn't expected that 2 Lord-level feral beasts would sneak attack the human rear. Listen well, humans. Our original goal in this attack was to destroy your 8 fortresses. However, today, if you can agree to a small request from this king, I will personally lead the army to retreat immediately and guarantee not to launch another attack on Qinglong Fortress. If you want us to agree to your request, we'll have to see if you have the capability. A loud voice came from behind Qinglong Fortress. As the words fell, the entire Qinglong Fortress suddenly shone with golden light, and an enormous protective shield appeared, enveloping the entire fortress. As the golden light faded, a middle-aged man wielding a giant axe appeared above Qinglong Fortress. With a mere glance, the Lord-level pressure on the battlefield was instantly pushed back. Following this, an even more overwhelming aura pressed towards the feral beast army. The 2 corrupted wolf spiders also unleashed their full momentum, bracing against the oncoming energy. Haha, as expected of General Dong Fangshuo, the commander of Qinglong Fortress. Your demigod-level strength truly makes us look at you with new eyes. At this moment, Bell appeared calm and even saluted Dong Fangshuo. General Dong Fangshuo, you know me? Who doesn't know the famous demigod-level powerhouse, General Dong Fangshuo, the commander of Qinglong Fortress? Since you know, how dare you 2 mere Lord-level feral beasts invade my Qinglong Fortress? Haha, Lord Dong, please calm your anger. Since we have come, we have our reasons. You only need to agree to a small request of ours. Bell still appeared unconcerned. Oh, I'm quite curious what request you have that would make you give up attacking a fortress that has defended humanity for 100 years. Dong Fangshuo was not foolish. The value of the request made by the feral beasts must far exceed that of Qinglong Fortress. The main goal now was to ascertain the feral beast's intentions. At that moment, Vida's eyes flashed green, and with a wave of his hand, an enormous image appeared above Qinglong Fortress. The image displayed a white-haired youth clad in a black robe, carrying a sword case on his back. Who is this? Dong Fangshuo looked at the image in the sky, perplexed. This person is a powerhouse of your human race. Previously, he single-handedly slaughtered nearly 100,000 of our feral beasts stationed outside Qinglong Fortress, including my 4 diamond-level subordinates. If General Dong Fangshuo hands him over to us, we will unconditionally withdraw our troops and guarantee not to attack Qinglong Fortress again. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Dong Fangshuo show a shocked expression, but even the entire city wall guard of Qinglong Fortress gasped in astonishment. Chapter 82, Threat Dam. When did our human race have such a ruthless person? Just by himself. He slaughtered nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts, including 4 diamond-level ferocious beasts. This guy is at least a demigod-level powerhouse, just like our general. The people below were discussing among themselves, while at this moment, Fang Yao, Xuan Yu, Lu Qingming, and others beside Lin Hao were looking at him, as if he were a monster. Idiot, did you do this? Fang Yao covered her mouth, shocked. Brother Lin, Xuan Yu am impressed. How did you do it? And the other members of the hunting team, Yi Xiaoman, Ouyang Can, and Ying, were also shocked to hear their conversation. Captain, is this really you? But doesn't he look like it? It seems I underestimated our captain's strength. I feel like a side character, ignoring the shock of others. Lin Hao turned to Xuan Yu. Brother Xuan, I have something to ask of you. Xuan Yu's expression became serious. Brother Lin, you were joking. Your affairs are my affairs. Just say what you need. Lin Hao glanced at several team members, including Fang Yao. I might face the enemy's high-end combat power soon, so I'll have to trouble Brother Xuan to take good care of my team. Upon hearing this, everyone had a bad premonition. Idiot, don't try to be brave. We are a team. You can't bear everything alone. Even if we're not as good, we can compare to gold or even platinum-level powerhouses. We also want to contribute to the team. Fang Yao looked worried. Fang Yao is right. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaorui walking towards them. What are you doing here? Lin Hao was also quite surprised to see them. Hee, Brother Lin Hao. It's been so long. Do you miss your sister? Su Xiaorui teased. I was so worried when I just saw that person in the image was you. Lin Hao, after all, I was your principal. Those beasts want us to hand you over. That is absolutely impossible. Jiang Weiwei's face was full of determination. Don't worry, my strength is not unknown to others. And you guys know it too, right? Besides, General Dongfang is here, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Hao smiled. But Fang Yao wanted to say something, but she couldn't get the words out. All right, it's fine. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Fang Yao's hair and then gave Xuan Yu a glance. Xuan Yu nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, above the Qinglong fortress. How is it, General Dongfang? Have you made up your mind? As long as you hand over this person, we promise to retreat immediately. Bell had a mocking expression on his face. Hee, I really am getting old. I'm actually being threatened by 2 Lord-level beasts. Since you want him, it proves that this person's value is far greater than our Qinglong fortress. Don't say I don't know who he is. Even if I did, I wouldn't hand him over to you. Dongfang Shuo held his battle axe, and his demigod-level aura erupted. The ferocious beasts outside the Qinglong fortress immediately let out howls of despair. General Dongfang is truly impressive. He is worthy of being a demigod-level powerhouse. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and thunder rumbled. In an instant, a crack appeared in the dark clouds, and a demigod-level aura began to counter Dongfang Shuo's aura. Demigod. Dongfang Shuo widened his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, a figure walked out from the crack. This person looked very similar to the other 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts, except he lacked the 8 spider legs on his back. If not for his strange face, he could easily be mistaken for a human. I never expected there would actually be a demigod-level ferocious beast. Dongfang Shuo sneered. General Dongfang, there are many unexpected things. Today we must find that young man. He disappeared after slaughtering nearly 100,000 of my subordinates, and he must be here at your Qinglong fortress. I will not allow this person to live. Now, I give you half an hour to hand over that person. Otherwise, the Qinglong fortress will be bathed in blood today. Lin merely smiled disdainfully. If Dongfang Shuo disagreed, with his current strength being at the demigod level, he could not only kill Dongfang Shuo, but could also easily hold him off. His remaining 2 high-level lord brothers would then unleash a massacre on the Qinglong fortress. Lin knew this, and as the commander of the Qinglong fortress, Dongfang Shuo would surely understand as well. But the young man in the projection was someone he had truly never seen before. Watching the confrontation between the powerhouses in the sky, Lin Hao felt heavy-hearted. If he didn't come out, the Qinglong fortress would surely not survive today. But if he did come out, he was not very confident against the 2 high-level lords, even if he unleashed his swordmaster skills. However, Lin Hao thought for a moment and made a decision. There was still a glimmer of hope in fighting. Not fighting would mean being at the mercy of others. He, Lin Hao, was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Moreover, he had some trump cards. If he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. How is it, General Dongfang? Have you made up your mind? Lin seized the moment, believing Dongfang Shuo would yield. He thought Dongfang Shuo would understand the weight of one person compared to millions. Dongfang Shuo, have been on the battlefield for decades. I never expected to be threatened by a group of rabble today. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo tightened his grip on his battle axe. But don't forget, I am the commander of Qinglong Fortress, a warrior of the Xian nation. None of my soldiers are cowards. All soldiers of Qinglong Fortress obey my orders. Rather die than surrender. Dongfang Shuo's voice rang like a bell, and at this moment, everyone on the city wall was shouting loudly. Meanwhile, a dozen streaks of light flew out from within the Qinglong Fortress and instantly hovered behind Dongfang Shuo. This was the full strength of the Qinglong Fortress. 1 demigod-level powerhouse and 25 diamond-level powerhouses. You really are a fool. You will pay the price of millions for your choice today. You don't think these diamond-level trash can shake high-level lords, do you? Lin was extremely angry. He had thought Dongfang Shuo would agree to his suggestion under pressure, allowing him to effortlessly capture that person. But he never expected Dongfang Shuo to be so stubborn. You could try. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo and the 25 diamond-level officers behind him unleashed their auras, and the ground outside the Qinglong fortress began to tremble. You really don't know how to live. I gave you a chance to survive, but you don't want it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Immediately, the auras of Lin and his two brothers soared, confronting Dongfang Shuo. Just as the battle was about to break out, a faint voice rang out. What if I join in? Chapter 83, Fivefold Sword Intent. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their gaze and saw a young man with black, thunderous wings flashing behind him, hovering in midair not far away. By the time Fang Yao and the others turned back, there was no trace of Lin Hao left on the spot. Brother Lin is so fast, I didn't even notice, Xuan Yu said with a feeling that the gap between him and Lin Hao seemed to be widening. Idiot. At this moment, Fang Yao also realized what was happening and was about to step forward to stop Lin Hao, but was grabbed by Jiang Weiwei, who was quick on the draw. You have to trust Lin Hao. He wouldn't do anything without confidence. Jiang Weiwei hurriedly comforted her. On the other side, just as Ryan was about to make a move, he saw Lin Hao's head suddenly freeze. What trash has come here to show off? Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, a blade of wind rushed towards Lin Hao. However, before the wind blade could reach Lin Hao, it was blocked by Dongfang Shuo. Dongfang Shuo was also feeling dizzy at this moment, wondering how Lin Hao had come up. Although he was a prodigy, wasn't he courting death by confronting a lord or demigod-level powerhouse? Lin Hao ignored everyone's gazes, and suddenly his aura changed. The black thunder surrounding him instantly vanished. In its place was a fierce sword intent. His previously gentle smile had now turned extremely indifferent. The Thunder Prism battle armor also disappeared, replaced by a black robe. And that wasn't all. A flash of black light appeared behind him, and an ancient black sword box quietly settled on his back. His originally black hair began to rapidly turn white and fell to his waist. When Lin Hao opened his scarlet eyes, everyone in the Qinglong fortress was shocked. Aren't you looking for me? Now I'm here. Lin Hao's emotionless voice echoed, devoid of any feelings. Seeing Lin Hao's drastically changed appearance, several people were immensely shocked. The most shocked at this moment was Dongfang Shuo. He looked at Lin Hao, then at the projection in the sky, and for a moment, he was speechless. He recalled that it was he who had brought Lin Hao back from the beast forest, and then he sighed bitterly. This kid had hidden his true self deeply. Then Dongfang Shuo, his eyes sharpened as he thought of something deeper. The real reason why the corrupted wolf spider trio was willing to give up attacking the Qinglong fortress to capture Lin Hao was that Lin Hao was too monstrous. He could cause such great damage to beasts with just his early silver level strength. No, I must protect him at all costs. He is the hope for the future of the entire Xia country. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo made a firm decision. Good, you finally showed up. At this moment, the corrupted wolf spider trio were all staring fixedly at Lin Hao. It was because of Lin Hao that their surprise attack on the Qinglong fortress had failed. It was also because of Lin Hao that nearly 100,000 of their subordinates had perished. But Lin Hao did not look at the murderous gazes of the three. Instead, directly floating to Dongfang Shuo's side. General Dongfang, can you hold off that demigod-level beast? Hearing Lin Hao's question, Dongfang Shuo instinctively nodded. No problem. That demigod-level corrupted wolf spider should have just recently ascended. Its aura is still unstable. It shouldn't be difficult to hold it off, but defeating it will take some time. Lin Hao nodded after hearing this, then stood side by side with Dongfang Shuo. Alright, in that case, I will take care of those two lord-level beasts. Lin Hao's words were calm as water, but they stirred up waves in everyone's hearts. Is Lin Hao crazy? An early silver level against two high-level lord beasts? At this moment, everyone was immensely shocked. Even Dongfang Shuo was slightly stunned upon hearing Lin Hao's words, as if he hadn't understood what Lin Hao had just said. Can you do it? Dongfang Shuo still asked uneasily. Lin Hao did not answer, only lightly nodded his head. Ha, you haven't even fully grown up, and you dare to boast like this. You think you can face both of us brothers single-handedly? That's just a fool's dream. Bell laughed maniacally. He admitted Lin Hao was a prodigy, but to say Lin Hao wanted to confront lord-level beasts, that was crossing several major realms to fight. He couldn't even count them himself, let alone against both of them. Lin Hao remained indifferent, his face showing no expression. He slightly closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and the sword box behind him opened slightly, revealing a completely purple sword that fell into his hand. With the Zixiao in hand, he slowly walked forward. With each step, his aura began to rise. After 3 steps, the threefold sword intent erupted, affecting even the two colliding demigod auras. You think you can shake us with this little power? Are you out of your mind? Bell continued to taunt. But Lin Hao ignored him and slowly took his 4th step. As he took the 4th step, his aura instantly surged to over 3 times its previous level. 4-fold sword intent. At the same time, Lin Hao's overall momentum increased significantly. The entire Qinglong fortress began to tremble, and in an instant, the ground began to crack inch by inch. The aura emitted by Lin Hao started to whip up clouds of debris and dust, and those small stones that encountered Lin Hao's sword aura were instantly ground to powder. But that was not the end. When Lin Hao took his fifth step, the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning crackled, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Centered around Lin Hao, a space suddenly formed within a radius of 100 meters. Even the demigod-level auras of Dongfang Shuo and Ryan were thrown into chaos. At this moment, not just the humans, but even the beast army looked at Lin Hao with terrified eyes. Indeed, terrified at this point, saying they were shocked could not describe their current state of mind. Fivefold sword intense sword domain. At this moment, Lin Hao stood like a god of slaughter between the two armies. However, this aura only lasted for a few seconds. The next moment, Lin Hao returned to calmness. It was a complete tranquility. The essence of the fivefold sword intent was something Lin Hao had comprehended after confronting 4 diamond-level beasts, but he had never used it before. Now, experiencing it firsthand, even Lin Hao was greatly surprised. This fivefold sword intent was already comparable to a demigod. Not to mention, he also had the enhancement of the sword domain. At this moment, he quietly felt the benefits brought by the fivefold sword intent, which gave him a bit more confidence in facing the 2 high-level lords alone. This guy is a freak. At this moment, whether it was Xuan Yu or Lin Hao's other teammates, they couldn't help but exclaim. It had only been a few days since the 100 Schools League, and Lin Hao's strength had undergone a tremendous change. After a moment, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, his scarlet gaze devoid of any emotion. Facing the 2 high-level lords and their nearly 100,000 beast army behind them, Lin Hao slowly raised his right hand, pointed the sword edge, and simply uttered 2 words, "Come fight." Chapter 84. Warlord faced with Lin Hao's indifferent expression and cold gaze. Not only were Bell and Vita surprised for a moment, but even Rain was taken aback. No wonder he was able to slaughter my 100,000 subordinates. This kind of momentum is something my 2 brothers have never had. Rain instantly understood why this person could annihilate his 100,000 army. After all, he is just a silver beginner. How much storm can he stir up? Bell felt somewhat lacking in confidence when he said this. We cannot be careless. Although he still appears to be at the silver beginner level based on the fluctuations of his spiritual power, this terrifying aura makes me believe he could be a demigod. Rain's expression turned serious. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll find out. After Vita finished speaking, he flashed to the front of the formation. His aura surged, revealing the strength of a high-level lord. Then he formed a seal with his hands, and 8 spider legs behind him shimmered with green light, forming a sky full of poisonous thorns in midair. With a point of his right hand, those poisonous thorns shot toward Lin Hao like a torrential rain. Yet Lin Hao remained calm in the face of Vita's attack. He extended his left hand forward, and the poisonous thorns, akin to sinking into mud, suddenly slowed down, stopping just under 5 meters away from Lin Hao. Ha, good kid, you really have some skills. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo laughed heartily upon seeing Lin Hao easily withstand Vita's attack. Brothers, today let these beasts come and go without return. Those who dare to trespass on the land of the Xia Kingdom shall remain here forever. He then raised his battle axe and charged at Rain. Meanwhile, the wall guard army was also busy. Beams of particle cannons mixed with various abilities rained down. The diamond-level powerhouse behind Dongfang Shu also engaged the enemy's high-end combat forces instantly. In an instant, the entire Qinglong fortress echoed with the sounds of battle cries. I didn't expect you to have some skills after all. Let me see how long you can last against us, brothers. Bell's gaze was ferocious, and dark energy swirled around him. In an instant, a huge scythe appeared in his hand. Vita was even quicker. Black energy swirled around him, and the high-level lord's aura erupted. With a flash of black light in his hand, another giant scythe appeared, and then he charged toward Lin Hao like lightning. Lin Hao held the Zixiao with a calm gaze, and simply sidestepped to evade Vita's sweeping attack. At that moment, Bell suddenly appeared behind Lin Hao, and the black scythe in his hand erupted with dark light, sending a crescent-shaped blade flying out. Lin Hao remained unperturbed in the face of Bell's sneak attack. He blocked with the Zixiao, and the crescent-shaped blade shattered with a loud bang. How is this possible? Bell looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. That strike was truly at the lord level, yet it was effortlessly shattered by Lin Hao. Vita was also stunned, his understanding of Lin Hao elevating to a new level. Yet his attack did not stop. After one failed strike, he pivoted the black scythe from a sweep to a chop, aiming straight for Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao twisted his body, using the force of the Zixiao to leap into the air, dodging the attack. Thus, the 4 of them exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. The 2 high-level Lord Beasts could not gain any advantage over Lin Hao. Another missed strike saw Vita retreat from the battle. Bell, something's not right. Why is our spiritual power consumption so fast? Vita's expression was serious at this moment. Second brother, it's not just the issue of spiritual power consumption. Even our attack speed and power have decreased significantly. Bell also realized the problem at this point. Hearing their conversation, Lin Hao finally revealed a slight smile on his otherwise calm face. With a slight lift of his lips, it was your turn to attack just now. Now it's mine. As Lin Hao's voice fell, the Zixiao hovered in front of his chest. He formed seals with both hands, and 5 layers of sword intent surged into the Zixiao sword. Then he pointed skyward, and the Zixiao immediately flew into the rolling dark clouds. In no time, thunder roared in the sky. and rolling purple lightning began to swirl in the clouds. What kind of skill is this? Vita and Bell stared in awe at the countless purple light swords that emerged from the clouds. You will soon find out what it is. As Lin Hao's voice fell, he pointed downward with his right hand, his fingers forming a sword shape, and softly uttered a word, go. The battle skill, Thunder Shadow Sky Breaking, was activated, and the purple light swords, like a torrential rain, instantly shot toward the two. Not good. Seeing the countless purple light swords enlarging in their pupils, Vita and Bell reacted quickly. They spread their hands, and two energy shields appeared around them. Seeing this, Lin Hao's lips curled slightly. Just as the light swords were about to strike the two, Lin Hao raised his sword finger upward, and the light swords instantly changed their target, raining down on the densely packed beast army. In an instant, the beasts beneath the city wall wailed in agony, and countless casualties occurred in no time. The defenders on the wall were momentarily stunned by the spectacular scene. In just one move, nearly 30,000 beasts had fallen. Because of this move, the pressure on the entire city wall guard army was instantly reduced. Damn it, this kid tricked us. Bell was furious. Watching the corpses of the beasts below the city wall, his heart ached. This was the army of 100,000 they had painstakingly gathered. You deserve to die. Not only Bell, but Vita was also enraged to the extreme. Suddenly, the two of them were surrounded by swirling black energy, and two giant black scythes were thrown into the air. In the blink of an eye, the black light flashed, and the two scythes merged into one. The aura locked on. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened as he looked up at the massive black scythe in midair. The scythe, bearing the weight of a mountain, swung downwards, sending a massive silver-white blade slicing toward Lin Hao. Ha ha, this is a combined strike from me and my second brother, enough to rival a demigod. Let us see how you handle this. If you can't take it, the Qinglong fortress behind you will turn to ashes in an instant. Bell laughed maniacally. At the same time, high in the sky, golden light flashed as battle axes clashed. Dongfang Shuo and Rain were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a demigod-level pressure bore down on the Qinglong fortress, causing both of them to stop and look toward the distance. They saw a massive silver-white blade slowly descending toward the Qinglong fortress. Chapter 85. One sword breaks all laws. Rain smirked. Dongfang Shuo, don't be shocked. That is the fusion technique of my two younger brothers, comparable to a full-force strike from a demigod. Do you really think that little brat can withstand it? He then mockingly added, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you want to save that kid, go ahead, but think carefully about the consequences. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo's face was ashen. If you want to rescue Lin Hao, it would undoubtedly give Rain an opportunity. Whether he got injured or the Qinglong fortress was destroyed, it would cause immeasurable losses in this war. Just as Dongfang Shuo was caught in a dilemma, Lin Hao suddenly retracted his aura and closed his eyes, as if an ordinary person meditating. Haha, ants are still ants. Giving up already? Indeed, it's better to free yourself sooner and avoid endless suffering. At this moment, Bell was laughing maniacally. Just as Bell's words fell, Lin Hao moved. He opened his crimson eyes, his expression still calm and unperturbed. He held the Zixiao sword and gently waved it towards the massive crescent-shaped scythe, softly uttering, break. A purple sword light surged up to meet the enormous scythe. Is this kid insane? Even Bell and his brother were looking at Lin Hao as if he were a fool. The small purple sword light was minuscule compared to the gigantic scythe, almost like a grain of sand. However, at the moment the dust-like purple sword light collided with the massive scythe, the heavens and earth changed color. A violent wind arose, followed by a tremendous explosion. The massive explosion swept through the entire Qinglong fortress, carrying terrifying shockwaves. The people on the city walls activated their defensive modes to withstand the force. But as the dust settled, Lin Hao still hovered quietly in midair. What the hell just happened? That attack was so powerful that I couldn't even move. Did I just see my great-grandmother? How did Lin Hao do that? That was a full-force strike comparable to a demigod. At this moment, not only were Dongfang Shuo and Rain's brothers shocked, but even the crowd on the city walls was left dumbfounded. The moment the gigantic scythe swung down, they all felt death approaching. Is this all you two can do? Lin Hao curled his lips into a rare tease. However, at this moment, both Bell and Vita were frozen in place, unable to respond for a long time. They thought that with that last strike, they could completely turn the tide of battle. Not only could they kill Lin Hao, but everyone behind him, including the soldiers and the entire Qinglong fortress, would be turned to ashes. Yet, their nearly full-force strike was broken by Lin Hao's seemingly ordinary sword. How did you do that? At this moment, Vita and Bell no longer had their previous arrogance and madness. They stared fixedly at Lin Hao, as if trying to see through him. Ha, with your trash techniques. I broke them easily. If you don't believe it, you can try again, Lin Hao said nonchalantly. Not only that, but the sword box behind Lin Hao trembled slightly, and the Zixiao sword returned to it. Then Lin Hao beckoned with his finger. This time, I won't need a sword. Arrogant. Vita could no longer endure Lin Hao's provocation. He was enveloped in dark energy and leaped into the air above Lin Hao. Then, the black energy around him began to condense, and in an instant, a huge black energy ball appeared in his palm. Kid, you're impressive. You are the most arrogant human I have ever seen. With that, the massive energy ball smashed down towards Lin Hao's head. At this moment, Bell had also jumped into the air alongside Vita. If Vita's previous attack hit Lin Hao, he would be affected as well. Lin Hao smiled faintly, and he didn't even use a weapon. He simply formed his right hand into a sword shape, concentrating 5 layers of sword intent at his fingertip. Then, with a casual flick, he uttered a word, break. Because there was no Zhixiao's enhancement, Lin Hao released a nearly transparent sword energy. That slender sword energy instantly collided with the black energy ball, and in an instant, the entire space seemed to be paused. Following that was another massive explosion, and Lin Hao remained standing in place, unmoving. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When Vita saw Lin Hao standing there unscathed, not even a speck of dust on him, he completely broke down and shouted. The energy ball in his hand was thrown at Lin Hao as if it were worthless. Yet Lin Hao merely flicked his finger, and countless energy balls in midair shattered. Good kid, even I can't figure out how you did that. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo was the most relieved. He had just been in a dilemma and unable to choose, and in the next moment, Lin Hao solved his problem so easily. What the hell is this monster? Rain was staring intently at Lin Hao, shocked by his utterly unorthodox response. Others might not understand, but he knew that the huge silver scythe was almost the ultimate move of his 2 younger brothers. He never expected Lin Hao to break it with just a flick of his finger. Do you have any other tricks? This move is even worse than the last one. Lin Hao's voice was calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Second brother, this kid is too freakish. At this moment, Bell was at a loss for words to express everything he had seen today. Meanwhile, Vita couldn't hear Bell's words at all. He was filled with rising energy, and a 3-fold larger energy ball instantly appeared in his hand. Hey, don't you have any new tricks? This is really boring. As he spoke, Lin Hao formed his fingers into a sword, his aura condensing, compressing the 5 layers of sword intent to the extreme at his fingertip. Battle technique. Instant kill. Sword. The energy formed by his 5 layers of sword intent created an almost imperceptible tiny sword light. Lin Hao gently pointed, and that sword light instantly pierced through Vita's head at lightning speed. At this moment, Vita was still gathering the energy ball in his hand that he hadn't thrown out yet, completely unaware that a tiny sword light had arrived before him. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. He stood there dumbfounded, motionless, as the energy ball in his hand rapidly dissipated. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Bell finally noticed something was off with Vita, but it was too late. How is this possible? Vita struggled to utter a few words, then fell from the air like a leaf. Second brother. Seeing this, Bell quickly dashed forward to catch Vita, but at this moment, Vita's eyes were vacant, and only his mouth moved slightly. Bell didn't care much, pressing his ear to Vita's lips. He is. Vita managed to say those words with difficulty before turning to dust, leaving only a crystal-clear beast core floating in Bell's palm. Chapter 86. Moment of Glory, Second Brother. A roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Bell's gaze was locked onto Lin Hao. It's you. I will kill you. At this moment, Bell looked like a madman. He put away the beast core of Vita and charged towards Lin Hao with a scythe in hand. Lin Hao was not in a good situation either. The technique Instant Kill Sword could slay high-level lords in an instant, but it relied on 70% of his spiritual power and the 5 layers of sword intent. He was also panting slightly and, seeing Bell charging at him, raised his right hand, and the purple sky sword appeared in an instant. The two began a primal close combat in the air. They fought back and forth for dozens of rounds. Because of Vita's death, Bell was like a madman, completely abandoning defense during the battle, brandishing a black scythe with ferocity. On the other hand, Lin Hao could only defend passively due to the massive consumption of his spiritual power. However, the more he defended, the more frenzied Bell became, and Lin Hao's spiritual power was depleting rapidly. Initially, Lin Hao's plan was just to buy time. If he could successfully hold off the 2 high-level lords, the city wall guards would quickly deal with the nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts. After all, the human side had a diamond combat power ratio of 25-6, which was also why Lin Hao initially targeted the beast army with his shadow of the hunting sky. But he did not expect that the instant kill sword would consume so much spiritual power. This caught him off guard, but thinking back, a technique capable of slaying high-level lords would definitely have a significant cost. If this continued, he would likely not wait for reinforcements. He had to find a way to take down Bell as well. As Lin Hao contemplated, his aura suddenly condensed. At this moment, Bell had already entered a frenzied state and completely ignored the erosion of Lin Hao's 5 layers of sword intent. Suddenly, the 8 spider legs behind him erupted with black light, and the spider legs elongated, stabbing straight towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, ready to dodge, but unexpectedly, Bell's 2 hands had firmly grasped Lin Hao's body at some point, and the 8 spider legs plunged into Lin Hao's body in an instant. Lin Hao silently cursed, and his aura erupted, unleashing the full 5 layers of sword intent, instantly sending Bell flying away. After being knocked back several dozen meters, Bell stabilized his position and saw Lin Hao's appearance, laughing maniacally. Ha! You've been hit by our corrupted wolf spider's venom. You're doomed. Even a deity can't save you now. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, after repelling Bell, swayed slightly. He looked at the 8 blood holes on his body, furrowing his brow. At this moment, he could clearly feel his body starting to lose control. Then all of his aura sank into his body, and in just a moment, streams of black blood were forced out from his wounds. Haha, useless. This just slightly prolongs your life, Lin Hao. You will ultimately die by my hand. Seeing Lin Hao's actions, Bell was unconcerned. The Lord-level corrupted venom was not something a mere silver-level ant could withstand. Lin Hao frowned slightly, just as Bell said. Although he had expelled a large amount of venom, a small portion had already merged into his blood. His spiritual energy had already been insufficient, and now it was even worse. Lin Hao, I want you dead. Just as Lin Hao was about to take action, a loud shout came from the sky, followed by the terrifying pressure of a demigod instantly descending upon Lin Hao. Lin Hao immediately felt his body sink, and then a sweetness filled his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his aura began to weaken rapidly. Not good. Dongfang Shuo immediately swung an axe to shatter the pressure, blocking it in front of Lin Hao. Get out of the way, you old fool. At this moment, rain was like Bell from moments ago, 2 bone spikes flying straight towards Lin Hao. Dongfang Shuo did not delay, and with a flash of light from his battle axe, hundreds of light blades shot towards rain. The two then began to battle high up in the sky. Haha, old fool Dongfang, there's no need to worry. I just saw that Lin Hao has already been hit by our corrupted venom. He is doomed without me lifting a finger, especially since he just endured my pressure. Dongfang Shuo's heart sank like water. He knew Rain was right. In the moment he blocked an attack for Lin Hao, he saw the several blood holes on Lin Hao's body. This made him increasingly anxious. At this moment, Lin Hao, having just endured the demigod-level pressure, was already injured further. He forced himself to hold his ground against Bell. Just then, the sword box behind him began to tremble slightly, and in an instant, it detached from Lin Hao's body and hovered beside him. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, not yet understanding what was happening, when countless beast cores suddenly flew out from his storage space, hovering around the sword box. Faced with such a bizarre scene, everyone involuntarily stopped fighting and turned to look at Lin Hao. At that moment, the sword box suddenly erupted with black light, and the beast cores surrounding it began to autonomously emit energy and surge towards the sword box. In no time, nearly 1,000 beast cores were completely absorbed. Then, the sword box trembled slightly, and a vast 9-colored energy began to flow back into Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao closed his eyes slightly, rapidly absorbing the energy brought by the sword box. What is going on with this sword box? Bell was horrified. Not just him. Everyone was looking at this dreamlike scene in disbelief. We can't let him continue. A loud shout rang out from the sky. At this moment, Bell also reacted, his aura as a high-level lord bursting forth as he approached Lin Hao in an instant. With a wave of his right hand, the huge black-sized blade swung towards Lin Hao's neck. At this moment, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. He gripped the purple sky sword in reverse and murmured, "Under the sword master, one sword strikes, blood must be seen, blood like rain falls and flowers drop." Akin to a fleeting moment of glory. Battle technique, moment of glory. In an instant, the two weapons clashed, and the next moment, Lin Hao had already appeared behind Bell, his purple sky sword still gripped in reverse across his chest. A strange moment of silence enveloped the battlefield, and everyone quietly watched the scene unfold. Before long, Bell's massive black scythe shattered with a loud crash, and a shallow cut appeared on his neck, followed by a spray of blood, like petals falling in the wind. You, who are you?" After Bell managed to utter this sentence, he lost all strength, his aura rapidly diminishing, dissipating into the air like dust, just as Vita had. And where Bell had vanished, only 2 crystal-clear beast cores quietly hovered in midair. Chapter 87. Divine Fire Rampage danced with a flick of his hand. Lin Hao collected the beast cores of the 2 high-ranking lords into his storage space. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment on the battlefield of the Qinglong fortress, both the human race and the ferocious beasts seemed frozen in time. They gazed at the white-haired youth, enveloped in a 9-colored glow, as if he were a deity, unable to regain their senses for a long time. When did that idiot become so strong? Fang Yao's mouth was slightly agape, staring blankly at the white-haired youth standing still in the sky. "Our captain is amazing." Yi Xiaoman jumped 3 feet high, ignoring the dazed gazes of the crowd, knowing only that their captain was the strongest. How long has it been since the last 100 Schools League? How did Lin Hao achieve this? Lu Qingming's feelings were complex at this moment, followed by a bitter smile, as she realized she was increasingly unable to see through Lin Hao. "I told you Lin Hao is a genius. Mi Wei, what are you still worried about?" Su Xiaorui's state of mind was unexpectedly calm. She felt that whatever happened to Lin Hao was normal. Jiang Miwei simply nodded blankly at Su Xiaorui's words. After a moment, Lin Hao turned to look at the remaining 6 diamond-level ferocious beasts on the battlefield. His lips slightly parted. "It's your turn, beasts." Upon hearing this, all the ferocious beasts present fell silent. Lin Hao didn't give them time to be afraid. The 9-colored flow of light completely merged into the Zixiao sword, which began to tremble slightly after receiving the 9-colored energy. Then, Lin Hao threw the Zixiao sword into the air, and it instantly transformed into a purple flow of light that entered the clouds. Lin Hao formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly thunder roared in the clouds, with purple lightning rolling within the dark clouds as if the end of the world had arrived. Before long, 6 enormous purple light swords emerged from the clouds. Not good. It's a locking skill. The 6 diamond-level ferocious beasts sensed danger and attempted to flee, but the sword energy from the Zixiao firmly locked onto their auras, preventing them from moving an inch. A few diamond-level officers saw this and quickly retreated. They had witnessed Lin Hao's strength today. Facing such terrifying combat skills, they chose to keep their distance. Lin Hao, how dare you? At this moment, Ryan was furious like a mad beast. He never expected Lin Hao to have the ability to eliminate high-ranking lords in an instant. In his plan, as long as he held back Dongfang Shuo, his 2 brothers would dominate the battlefield and kill wildly. But he never anticipated that reality would turn out to be a complete 180-degree reversal. Instead of seeing them kill wildly, he only saw Lin Hao instantly take down his 2 brothers. At this moment, a myriad of anger poured out of him. But Dongfang Shuo remained tightly entangled with him, making it impossible for him to break free. That kid Lin Hao, even I cannot instantly eliminate high-ranking lords. While fighting Ryan, Dongfang Shuo felt both shocked and exhilarated. At this moment, all he could do was firmly control Ryan, preventing him from having even the slightest opportunity to threaten the battlefield below. Ignoring Ryan's impotent rage, Lin Hao pointed downward, and 6 giant swords rushed straight down from the clouds. The 6 diamond-level ferocious beasts felt the sword tips slowly enlarging in their pupils before plunging into endless darkness. After doing all this, Lin Hao's gaze turned towards the 25 diamond-level experts. The 25 individuals felt a wave of tension. Oh no, why is Lin Hao looking at us? Is he going to kill us in his madness? But Lin Hao simply uttered a few words calmly. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, he shot up into the sky. Seeing Lin Hao fly away, the diamond-level experts inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to slaughter the ferocious beast army. In an instant, the entire battlefield of Qinglong Fortress was filled with the sounds of wailing. At this moment, Lin Hao stood side by side with Dongfang Shuo. Kid, I didn't go looking for you, yet you dared to seek death. Ryan's eyes turned blood red. Both of his brothers had died at the hands of this white-haired youth, and today he was determined to avenge his brothers, even if it cost him his life. Lin Hao ignored Ryan. He had very little spiritual power left. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Hao turned to Dongfang Shuo. General, I need 20 seconds. Dongfang Shuo looked at the young man before him in shock. Could it be that he still wanted to eliminate a demigod? What kind of genius is this kid? All right, I'll buy you some time. Dongfang Shuo did not hesitate. He quickly regained his composure after a moment of shock. Now Lin Hao's abilities had reached a level where he could stand on equal footing with him. The fact that he could instantly eliminate 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts made Dongfang Shuo no longer surprised by any miracles that might happen to him. Lin Hao nodded. He retracted the Zixiao, and a heavy stone sword appeared in his hand as the sword box behind him trembled slightly. Then his aura surged, and the 5-fold sword intent erupted. Now, his spiritual power could only support him in unleashing one final sword strike. This was still thanks to the sword box's assistance. Without it, killing Bell would be extremely difficult for him now. Seeing this, Dongfang Shuo no longer held back, gathering his demigod-level aura onto his battle axe. The battle axe in his hand shone brightly. Battle skill, Mountain Splitter. The battle axe instantly grew larger as it swept horizontally towards Ryan. Seeing this, Ryan also did not hold back. In an instant, the 2 bone spikes in his hands merged into one. The green light dissipated, revealing a battle spear resembling a spine in his hand. Then, black light surged from his entire body as the demigod aura fully merged into the battle spear. In an instant, the axe and spear clashed, creating terrifying shockwaves that swept across the entire sky. Lin Hao's eyes were slightly closed, as all 5-fold sword intent and the remaining 9-colored spiritual power converged into the divine fire. He could only unleash this one sword strike, and even if it couldn't instantly kill the demigod, according to Lin Hao's calculations, it would at least seriously injure him. The divine fire sword trembled gently in Lin Hao's hand, and in an instant his entire body was enveloped in flames, painting the entire sky with a tidal wave of fire. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, he locked his eyes on Ryan, who was still fighting Dongfang Shuo, and Ryan instantly felt himself being targeted by a skill. Before he could react, countless chains of fire surged towards him. But Ryan, being a demigod-level expert, reacted immediately. He swung his battle spear to deflect Dongfang Shuo's attack while attempting to escape. However, the speed at which the chains wrapped around him was much faster than he had anticipated. In no time, Ryan was bound by the chains. Seeing this, Lin Hao swung the divine fire sword heavily, and a loud dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Moments later, a gigantic fire dragon's head charged towards Ryan. Under the divine fire, everything was incinerated. Divine Fire Rampage Dance. Chapter 88. Who dares to hurt my grandson? Rain felt as if a ferocious dragon's head was slowly enlarging in his pupils. However, he was also a demigod-level powerhouse, and he erupted with his full momentum to break free from the chains binding him. Just at that moment, Dongfang Shuo retracted his battle axe, and with a grip, a binding force instantly penetrated Rain's body, rendering him immobile. Just when the divine fire wave was about to strike Rain, the heavens and earth changed color, and a gigantic blood-red eyeball appeared above the entire battlefield. That eyeball merely glanced at Lin Hao, and the dragon's head shattered with a loud bang. Meanwhile, Rain also broke free from his bindings. Lin Hao frowned as he looked at the massive eyeball. At that moment, Dongfang Shuo was already in a daze, murmuring, "This is an otherworldly demon general at the divine level. Junior, you are quite impressive. At such a young age, you have achieved this level. Even Xuan Yu from 100 years ago would feel ashamed before you. I never expected the plan I painstakingly crafted would be ruined by a kid like you." A faint voice echoed in the sky, followed by a large area of red light cascading down, enveloping the entire battlefield. However, in the next moment, the battlefield suddenly became eerily quiet, and everyone stared blankly at the giant eye. Lin Hao glanced around the battlefield and saw everyone staring vacantly at the giant eye without a hint of movement, causing him to furrow his brows. Is this an illusion-type domain skill? Upon hearing Lin Hao's muttering, the massive eyeball seemed to pause for a moment, and then the voice continued, "Indeed, you are extraordinary. In just a short time, you have discerned my skill." After a brief pause, the voice continued, "That's right, this is my domain, the illusion space. You need not look at them. Even the one beside you has already fallen into my illusion. What do you want?" Hearing Lin Hao's question, the voice chuckled softly, "Junior, you have killed so many of my subordinates and disrupted my plan. What do you think I want? I just wanted to talk to you because you are indeed a prodigy. Otherwise, you would have already turned into a puddle of blood." The voice sighed, "All right, enough small talk. Junior, our otherworldly demon race does not allow a prodigy like you to exist among humanity. You can die quietly." As the words fell, the red light in the giant eye intensified, and a red beam shot out. Lin Hao felt his entire body tremble, and as he looked at the red beam that seemed to summon death, he was filled with deep unwillingness. I'm still too weak." But at the critical moment, a loud voice reverberated through heaven and earth. "Who dares to hurt my grandson?" As the voice fell, a giant hammer flew toward the red eyeball, blocking the fatal strike. At the same time, the entire illusion space began to shatter inch by inch, and in an instant, the battlefield returned to normal. Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine. If that red beam had hit him, he would have definitely been dead. At this moment, he had exhausted all his spiritual power and could no longer maintain the state of the Sword Lord, falling like a leaf. Just before losing consciousness, he saw the thin old man with a giant hammer standing in front of him. Beside him, Dongfang Shuo had already regained his senses and quickly pulled Lin Hao to safety. I was wondering who it was." "Old man Lin, why are you here?" The voice echoed from the sky. "Big Eyeball, let me tell you, Lin Hao's my grandson. If you dare to touch him, just try it." The old man pointed his hammer at the eyeball in the sky. The eyeball glanced at Lin Zhenghua and then at the chaotic battlefield, letting out a sigh. "With you here, it seems I won't be able to kill him today. But old man Lin, don't get too pleased with yourself. Your grandson's abilities have already been exposed, so he should be careful in the future." As the words fell, a crack appeared in the sky, and a surge of spiritual power flung Rain into the crack, and the blood-red giant eye also vanished without a trace. "Old man Lin." Dongfang Shuo supported Lin Hao with one hand and saluted Lin Zhenghua. Lin Zhenghua merely nodded and then looked at the retreating remnants of the beast army, saying, "Lord Cold Wind sent me to provide support. I didn't expect you to be in such a tough spot. You all clean up the battlefield first. Hand this kid over to me." After handing Lin Hao to Lin Zhenghua, Dongfang Shuo's figure flickered and disappeared. "You little rascal are indeed impressive. Your parents would be proud if they saw all of this." Lin Zhenghua looked at Lin Hao, whom he was holding, and sighed. Then his figure flickered back to the Azure Dragon Fortress. On the city wall, everyone looked bewildered. "What just happened?" "I don't know. It felt like I was dreaming just now. I just dreamed of my wife." At this moment, the city wall guard were still joking and sharing their dreams, unaware that they had just brushed with death. At this moment, Dongfang Shuo appeared on top of the city wall. "Soldiers, the beast army has retreated. We have won this battle." When they heard the news of victory, everyone shouted in unison. "What about Lin Hao?" At this moment, Fang Yao quickly reacted and looked around, not finding Lin Hao's figure. Hearing Fang Yao's question, Zhang Weiwei and the others also looked around but did not see Lin Hao. Just then, Dongfang Shuo came to their side, laughing heartily. "Don't worry, Lin Hao is fine. He just exhausted too much energy and fainted. You all go rest. He should be in the recovery room now." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly thanked Dongfang Shuo and ran off. Seeing this, Dongfang Shuo was taken aback and then smiled. These little guys have no manners. In a recovery room, Lin Hao lay quietly on the bed. Lin Zhenghua stood by, watching the doctors and nurses bustling around. He looked at Lin Hao's handsome face and couldn't help but smile. "Indeed, my offspring, he looks just as handsome as I do." Thinking of this, he turned and walked out of the recovery room. However, as he pushed the door open, he found a dozen pairs of eyes staring intently at him. "Dr. Grandpa, how is Lin Hao?" Fang Yao asked anxiously. She didn't care about Lin Zhenghua's attire, thinking he was a doctor from the army. Lin Zhenghua was slightly taken aback. "Dr. Grandpa, when did I become a doctor?" Then he realized that this group of kids had misunderstood, and he curiously scanned the crowd. He then scrutinized a few girls carefully and smiled broadly. Oh, my grandson has quite the luck with the ladies, having so many little girlfriends. Cough, cough. Lin Hao is fine. He just exhausted too much energy, and it's not suitable for too many people to enter the ward right now. After speaking, he glanced at Jiang Weiwei and Fang Yao, feeling that these two little girls looked very familiar. Then, a sly grin appeared on Lin Zhenghua's old face. Which of you is going in? I'll say it now. At most, only 2 people can go in and take care of him. Too many will affect Lin Hao's rest. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and then their gazes collectively fell on Fang Yao. Chapter 89, The Old Lecturer. It seems this girl is my grandson's girlfriend. Lin Zhenghua thought to himself, his smile growing wider. This girl looks good, clean and fair, but how come my grandson, who is so impressive, only have one girlfriend? With this thought, the old man's face couldn't help but break into a mischievous grin. Ahem, it's just you two then. He glanced at Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaoruwei, deliberately avoiding looking at Fang Yao. When they saw the doctor calling for them to come in, Su Xiaoruwei and Jiang Weiwei were first stunned, followed by a look of embarrassment. The two of them were just friends with Lin Hao, and it felt a bit inappropriate for them to go in and take care of him while Fang Yao, his official girlfriend, stayed outside. That old doctor. This is Fang Yao, Lin Hao's girlfriend. Let her in to take care of him. Jiang Weiwei pushed Fang Yao out. They thought the old doctor would agree, but to their surprise, the old man glared with his eyes wide open, saying, I said you two go, and you two go. No rebuttals allowed. Seeing the once amiable old man suddenly get angry, everyone was taken aback. What's wrong with this old man? Why is he insisting that others go in to take care of a perfectly fine official girlfriend? At that moment, Yi Shao Man and the others looked at the old man with disdain. Just as they were about to say something, a loud curse came from the end of the corridor. You old bastard, if you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Everyone turned in shock to see an old lady rushing over with 2 girls in tow. It was none other than Lin Hao's grandmother, Gong Qin, with his Aunt Lin Ye holding Lin Xiaoro's little hand. However, Lin Xiaoro's face was streaked with tears, clearly having cried. Lin Zhenghua was momentarily stunned to see his wife. Just as he wanted to hug his wife, whom he hadn't seen for many years, Gong Qin walked right past him to Fang Yao's side. Yao Yao, don't listen to that old bastard. He asked Lin Hao's grandfather. Everyone was shocked to hear this. When Lin Zhenghua appeared earlier, it was at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and besides Lin Hao and Dongfang Shua, no one had seen him. Xiao King, I missed you so much after all these years. Lin Zhenghua quickly played the emotional card when he saw his wife ignoring him. Lin Zhenghua, go away. What does your life or death have to do with me? If anything happens to my grandson, I'll fight you to the death. The old lady didn't give him a chance and pointed at Lin Zhenghua, berating him. Hearing the old lady call Lin Zhenghua by name shocked everyone. One of the 10 pillars of Xia country, a well-known god-level powerhouse. Who doesn't know him? Oh my, I'm really gaining knowledge today. The only person who can point their finger at a national pillar and scold him is probably Grandma Gong. At this moment, Su Xiaorui's eyes sparkled with admiration. The captain's grandfather is Lin Zhenghua. What kind of background does the captain's family have? Ouyang Kinkan was also extremely surprised. Our captain is really awesome. Yi Shao Man, who is usually lively and straightforward, didn't think too much and only realized that her idol's family had a big shot. I was also very surprised to learn that old Lin is Lin Hao's grandfather, but somehow it feels off. Looking at the old man being scolded by the old lady, he seemed like a well-behaved child who didn't dare to retort. At this moment, Duan Yu's faith in his beliefs had a slight crack. The most surprised was actually Lin Hao's aunt, Lin Ye. She had been brought here by her mother in a daze. Now, encountering her father, whom she had hardly seen, made her mind go blank. Just as Gong Qin continued to scold, Lin Zhenghua suddenly hugged his wife tightly. Xiao Qin, you've suffered for over a decade. The old lady, who had been scolding fiercely, found herself suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace, her mind momentarily blank. It had been so many years since she had seen him that she couldn't even remember. She soon began to sob softly. Then, he turned to look at his daughter. Gazing at Lin Ye's face that was both familiar and strange, Lin Zhenghua felt a surge of guilt. He reached out to take Lin Ye's hand. However, Lin Ye took a step back. Yeah, I'm your dad. Seeing Lin Ye's reaction, Lin Zhenghua felt as if his heart was being pierced by 1,000 knives. Like Lin Xiaoro, Lin Ye hadn't seen her father since she was very young. This sudden situation was too much for her to accept. Lin Zhenghua, this is all your fault. The old lady glared at Lin Zhenghua in anger, while Lin Zhenghua didn't dare to retort, only feeling filled with guilt. We'll talk about this later. Where's my grandson? The old lady was most concerned about Lin Hao's situation. Yes, fine. He just exhausted too much spiritual energy and is currently still unconscious. Lin Zhenghua reassured his wife. Is brother really okay? At this moment, Lin Xiaoro's soft voice rang out, her cute little face covered in tear stains. Seeing Lin Xiaoro looking so pitifully at him, Lin Zhenghua quickly picked her up. Don't worry, Grandpa's here. I guarantee your brother will be fine. Hearing her grandfather's words, Lin Xiaoro's mood calmed down a bit. All right, you all come in with me. But try not to make any noise. Little Hao is currently in a coma and needs to rest. Lin Zhenghua sighed helplessly after surveying everyone. After explaining the situation to the doctors in the ward, everyone entered the recovery room together. At this moment, Lin Hao was still sleeping. Externally, he didn't seem to have any injuries, and the wounds for being pierced by the spider legs were healing quickly under the nourishment of the nine-colored energy. Looking at the handsome young man lying quietly on the bed, everyone sighed. Afterward, Fang Yao and Jiang Weiwei voluntarily stayed behind to take care of Lin Hao, while the other members of the hunting team returned to the military dormitory. Only Su Xiaorui and the Lin family stayed together in the reception room of the fortress to rest. I already knew that girl named Fang was my eldest grandson's girlfriend. At this moment, Lin Jingwa's old face showed no sign of the previous despondency. After hearing her parents' story, Lin Ye also accepted this unreliable father with open arms. After all, in a soldier's heart, the interests of the country outweigh everything. She also understood her father's good intentions. Oh, then why did Grandpa Lin still let me and Weiwei take care of Lin Hao? Su Xiaorui asked curiously. My eldest grandson is so capable. How could he possibly have only one girlfriend? After saying this, he burst into a shameless laugh. Hearing Lin Jingwa's words, Su Xiaorui's face immediately turned red. Chapter 90. Spiritual space, you old lecher, still playing tricks in front of the children. The old lady delivered a light slap on Lin Jingwa's head. Su girl, don't listen to his nonsense. This old man has always been up to no good. After saying that, she turned her head back to Lin Zhenghua, saying, old man, doesn't this girl look familiar to you? Hearing his partner say this, Lin Zhenghua curiously examined Su Xiaorui. Don't look anymore. This is Yu Fei and Xin Yao's child. The old lady smiled at Lin Zhenghua. What? This is the little chubby girl who kept bothering you for meat every day? Upon hearing Lin Zhenghua refer to her this way, Su Xiaorui's little face turned red, and she nodded. What are you talking about? The child is already this big. What little chubby girl? The old lady rolled her eyes in annoyance. Ah, no wonder she looks familiar. Turns out she was the chubby girl who used to crave meat every day. I didn't expect her to grow up so much. Do you know where the two girls taking care of your eldest grandson? I almost forgot. Those two girls look familiar, but I couldn't recall their names. Hearing the old lady's question, Lin Zhenghua was quite curious. It's rare for you to laugh. One is Xiao Wei's child, and the other is Xiao Hai's child. Oh my god, are you kidding me? The old man almost choked. How could it be fake? The old lady laughed, and went on to recount Lin Hao's encounters with Fang Yao and Jiang Weiwei. This world is really small. Upon hearing his partner's recount, the old man's murky eyes sparkled, and he said meaningfully, but the meaning was probably something only he understood. Thus, Lin Zhenghua rarely enjoyed the warmth of home, and temporarily settled in Qinglong Fortress. Meanwhile, Fang Yao and Jiang Weiwei were taking care of Lin Hao, who was in a coma. In Lin Hao's spiritual space, where am I? At this moment, Lin Hao groggily woke up in the spiritual space. Looking at the environment that was both familiar and strange, he struggled to stand up. Looking at the sword box floating in the spiritual space, Lin Hao recalled everything from before. Just before his consciousness faded, he remembered an old man wielding a giant hammer appearing before him. Am I still alive? I hope you hurry up and die. Suddenly, a cold female voice appeared in his mind. Damn it, you scare me to death. Who's speaking? Lin Hao jumped up 3 feet high. Ever since he had this spiritual space, there hadn't been any other living person besides himself. This sudden voice startled him. Why don't you guess? The cold female voice sounded again, with a hint of playfulness. Lin Hao looked around, but couldn't find the source of the voice. Hey, you're really dumb. How did I end up recognizing a fool as my master? Seeing Lin Hao searching around like a fool, the cold female voice carried a hint of helplessness. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of black light flashed from the ancient sword box. Lin Hao looked at the sword box in disbelief. Damn it, it can't be you, right? Lin Hao hurried to the side of the sword box. You're really quite stupid. The cold female voice sounded disdainful, and the sword box trembled in response. How come he can still talk? Lin Hao's curiosity grew, and he started to touch the sword box, examining it from all sides. Be honest, where are your hands going? The sword box's voice was somewhat indignant. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Hao immediately withdrew his hand. Seeing Lin Hao standing there in a daze, the voice sighed helplessly. What do you mean, how can I still talk? If you hadn't woken me up from my sleep repeatedly, who would care to talk to you? Lin Hao was bewildered by this statement. How did you come to have the profession of swordmaster? The sword box did not answer Lin Hao's question, but instead posed one to him. Can I say it's from a system? Hearing the sword box's voice, Lin Hao helplessly pouted. The system was his biggest secret, and naturally, he wouldn't say much to the sword box about it. I was like this when I awakened. Lin Hao instantly feigned ignorance. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, the sword box snorted coldly. Kid with double SSS level talent. You tell me you awaken like this? Do you think I'm a fool? Lin Hao's heart sank at this, but he continued to act innocent. I really did awaken like this. On our blue star, you can awaken once you turn 16. Besides, weren't you also awakened with me? Oh, you mean I appeared after your awakening? The sword box began to show curiosity upon hearing Lin Hao's words. Then Lin Hao recounted his awakening experience to the sword box. But he naturally concealed the issue of the system's force modifications. Hearing Lin Hao's narrative, the sword box couldn't help but fall into contemplation. But she couldn't understand how she had suddenly come to be by this kid's side after being sealed in that place. Forget it, since it's like this. I want to pursue it. After thinking for a long time without a conclusion, the sword box decided to let it go. After all, the 9 flying swords she painstakingly collected had already recognized this kid as their master. What else could she do now? Upon hearing the sword box's words, Lin Hao's curiosity was piqued. By the way, if you didn't come with my awakening, then where did you come from? This is something you don't need to know right now. Then the sword box seemed to think of something and continued to ask, kid, have you experienced any abnormalities every time you used the sword master profession? Upon hearing the sword box's question, Lin Hao began to ponder and then seemed to recall something. Other than that, there aren't any abnormalities. It's just that every time I use this profession, my power increases dramatically and my appearance also changes. Most importantly, my personality becomes a bit cold. Is that all? The sword box appeared somewhat incredulous after hearing Lin Hao's account. Yeah, that's really all. The sword box seemed unconvinced. Then show me what it looks like when you change. Huh? Can I change here too? Lin Hao was somewhat confused. After all, this was just his spiritual space, which was quite different from the outside world. Of course, this is your territory, isn't it up to you? The sword box said impatiently. She had just checked Lin Hao's talent and strength. His talent was very strong, and although his strength was weak, as long as he could grow, he would definitely become an impressive powerhouse. It was just that his IQ seemed a bit lacking. Oh, then I'll give it a try. Lin Hao had never tried it in the spiritual space before, so he decided to give it a shot this time. In an instant, Lin Hao's calm spiritual space began to fill with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning flashing. The previously calm surface of the water surged with waves, resembling the scene of the apocalypse. At the same time, his eyes turned crimson, his hair gradually turned white and fell to his waist, and his clothes were replaced by a black robe. At that moment, the sword box suddenly began to tremble and unconsciously moved to Lin Hao's back. Chapter 91 The Secret of the Sword Lord. Stop, stop, stop. The sword box shouted anxiously after seeing the scene in the spiritual space and Lin Hao's appearance. What's wrong? Lin Hao's crimson eyes glanced at the sword box, his voice devoid of emotion. Hurry and change back. Upon hearing the sword box's words, Lin Hao's aura relaxed, and the entire spiritual space began to slowly revert to its original state. Seeing the surroundings return to normal, the sword box let out a long sigh and said seriously, from now on, you are not allowed to use the sword lord unless it's a matter of life and death. Lin Hao was greatly puzzled. Why? Seeing that Lin Hao was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, the sword box felt helpless. Although the sword lord is powerful, you cannot control it with your current strength. The more you use it, the faster it will erode your consciousness. Cannot control? Lin Hao had used the sword lord several times and had not noticed anything wrong. Yes, your current use of the sword lord only manifests as red eyes and a change in temperament. But this is precisely the sign that the sword lord is beginning to erode you. As you use it more, you will become more reliant on its tremendous power. Meanwhile, your temperament will become increasingly violent and bloodthirsty, ultimately turning you into a mindless killing machine. What? Lin Hao was shocked after hearing the sword box's words. But after thinking carefully, although he had used the sword lord a few times, it wasn't as serious as the sword box said. You don't need to be surprised. What I said is the truth. The reason you didn't feel the murderous and brutal feelings before was that I was unconsciously suppressing this frenzied energy while I was dormant. Damn, does that mean my warrior profession is wasted? Lin Hao lamented in his heart. Originally, the sword lord was his trump card, but now he couldn't use it. The sword lord is too powerful. It represents a dimensional strike against the ferocious beasts on Blue Star. Think back carefully. When you used the sword lord, weren't you able to fight opponents several major realms above you? After hearing the sword box's words, Lin Hao began to recall his past battles. The first time, as a bronze-level warrior, he had killed a platinum-level, 3-headed earth demon dog with a single strike. The second time was during the 100 Schools tournament, where he defeated Lu Qingming, who had 2 hidden professions in just 2 moves. The third time, he, as a beginner silver-level warrior, not only fought 4 diamond-level ferocious beasts simultaneously and won, but also slaughtered nearly 100,000 of the ferocious beast army. The last time was even more outrageous. He instantly killed 2 high-level lords and nearly killed a demigod. Thinking of this, Lin Hao nodded helplessly, killing high-level lords as a beginner silver-level warrior, crossing 4 major realms. It was likely that only he could achieve this on Blue Star. Seeing Lin Hao nod, the sword box felt somewhat helpless. To tell you the truth, with the sword lord as your profession, with your current strength, if you exert all your effort to use it, I could even help you kill a god-level powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes lit up, but you need to think carefully about the consequences. The more excessively you use its power, the sooner you will become a madman. After hearing the latter part of the sword box's words, Lin Hao finally regained his senses. But then he said, aren't you here to help me? I could help you suppress it before, but not now. Most of my energy has been given to you because I recognized you as my master. What do you mean? Seeing that Lin Hao truly didn't understand, the sword box felt helpless. You were seriously injured in those 2 battles, and I had to return energy to you. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. That 9-colored light? Lin Hao immediately recalled the 9-color divine light that replenished his own energy. Yes, that is the energy I accumulated myself. Because of the 2 times of consumption, There is now very little left. Huh, I thought that was the energy from the beast cores. It was understandable that Lin Hao thought this way, as every time the 9-colored light appeared, it absorbed a large amount of beast core energy. Nonsense. What can those trash beast cores do? The energy in beast cores is too mixed. Less than 1% is converted into my own energy. The sword box said with disdain. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's mouth dropped open, and he began to mumble softly. Then why did you absorb them? You wasted so many of my beast cores. Thinking about how hard he had worked to accumulate those beast cores only for the sword box to absorb them, and then complain, Lin Hao felt heartbroken. What can I do? The purest energy you have is these beast cores, the sword box said with a deep sense of helplessness. Then Lin Hao seemed to think of something and asked, You said you didn't awaken with me, so where did you come from? How did you arrive? Hearing Lin Hao's question, the sword box trembled suddenly. It's not convenient for me to tell you where I come from right now, because you wouldn't understand, and it might bring you danger. As for how I got here, I don't know. After pausing, the sword box then asked, How many of these 9 flying swords can you use? Lin Hao was first taken aback and then replied, 2. One is Zixiao, and the other is Xinhua. Upon hearing that Lin Hao could only use 2 of them, the sword box seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and calmly said, With your current strength, being able to use 2 is already quite good. The other flying sword are not that they're not allowed for you to use, but you simply cannot control them. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to ask something, the sword box interrupted, You don't need to ask anything right now. The most important thing is to improve your strength. I'll slowly tell you about other things once you become stronger. And you, kid, wasted so much of my energy, so you need to replenish it later. Hearing this, Lin Hao sighed helplessly. He was only a beginner silver-level warrior and needed to continuously train to improve his strength. Recently, there had been too much going on, and training had been set aside. All right, stop sighing. Instead of wasting time, you might as well get stronger sooner. Your body has mostly recovered, and I will help you replenish the missing spiritual energy shortly. After that, you need to focus on training. At this point, the sword box trembled slightly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Lin Hao was quietly lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. Fang Yao was sitting beside him, lost in thought. Just then, 2 crystal-clear beast cores suddenly flew out of Lin Hao's storage space. The beast cores quietly hovered above Lin Hao's body, and the next moment, the energy from the beast cores began to autonomously release and be absorbed by Lin Hao's body. Those were 2 Lord-level beast cores. Fang Yao looked in surprise at the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 92, Grandpa. I miss you so much. As the energy in the beast core continued to be absorbed by Lin Hao, his body visibly improved at a rapid pace. After her initial surprise, Fang Yao didn't dare to delay and hurried to the lounge to call Lin Zhenghua and the others. The beast cores on you can barely qualify as decent. Only these 2 can be considered. The sword box in the spiritual space continued to complain. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. These were his only 2 remaining Lord-level beast cores. After a long while, the lazy voice of the sword box sounded again. All right, your body has recovered enough. Don't forget to hurry up and cultivate to improve your strength. I'm tired and need a rest. Then, as if remembering something, it continued, Oh, by the way, the remaining energy of these 2 beast cores belongs to me. Without waiting for Lin Hao to retort, the sword box flashed a dark light and fell silent. Lin Hao had no choice but to exit the spiritual space. After he left, the sword box's voice faintly echoed again. A pretty good seedling. I didn't expect you to have a bigger secret than me. With the pure energy from the 2 Lord-level beast cores, Lin Hao's body had recovered to a great extent. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. But as soon as he did, he saw a wrinkled old face smiling at him. Damn, what the hell? You scared me to death. Lin Hao instinctively reacted and threw a punch. The old man's face quickly twisted in front of Lin Hao and then vanished from his sight like the wind. Everyone present was dumbfounded, unable to react to what had just happened. Damn, is the captain that fierce? He even slapped his own grandpa when he got angry. Wow, that's one of the 10 pillars of the Xia kingdom, and he was just slapped away by the captain? My grandson is amazing. He is avenging me. Brother, you're awake. The one who reacted the fastest was Lin Xiaoro, who rushed forward and threw herself into Lin Hao's arms, her cute little face covered in tears. Lin Hao was still in a daze at this moment. First, he scanned his surroundings and realized he was in a hospital room. Then he looked at the crowd around him. Good grief, it seemed like everyone he knew in his life was here. After the initial shock, Lin Hao gently patted Lin Xiaoro's head, speaking in a warm tone. Don't cry, Xiaoro. Look, I'm fine now. He then turned to the audience. Hey, why are all of you here? If we didn't come, you'd be dead, Lin Yi retorted to Lin Hao. Hearing his little aunt scold him, Lin Hao didn't dare to reply, only chuckling awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Idiot, how do you feel now? Fang Yao finally had a chance to interject. Lin Hao checked his body and instantly narrowed his pupils. Damn, I've advanced to high silver after just a nap? Then he realized, having absorbed so much energy from the sword box and then 2 high-level Lord Beast cores, it wasn't too surprising to advance 2 small stages. I'm fine now, just feeling a bit weak all over. At this moment, the old man appeared out of nowhere again. You little brat, you're finally okay. I've taken quite a few hits lately. Seeing the wrinkled old man seeking attention again, Lin Hao turned to Fang Yao. Who is he? Fan Yao was momentarily at a loss for how to answer Lin Hao's question. Hearing Lin Hao's nonchalant and slightly disdainful tone, the old man instantly became furious. You little brat, if it weren't for me saving you, you would have seen your great-grandma by now. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao carefully examined the old man before him, recalling the slender, yet towering figure he saw before losing consciousness. When compared to the old man in front of him, it seemed they were indeed the same person. But before Lin Hao could respond, the old lady stepped forward. Grandson, he is your grandpa. What? Lin Hao's eyes widened in shock, and he almost instinctively blurted out, is he really my biological grandpa? The old lady was momentarily at a loss for how to answer her grandson's question. Saying he was would be true in terms of blood relation, but saying he wasn't would be accurate since the old man had hardly ever seen his eldest grandson. Seeing his grandmother silent, Lin Hao turned to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, seeing Lin Hao's questioning gaze, could only cover her forehead and nod with difficulty. Oh my god, this little old man is really my grandpa. Does that mean I have another powerful figure to rely on? Imagining his grandpa clashing with god-level powerhouses, Lin Hao was almost drooling. Maybe it's better not to push it. He now understood that his family background was incredibly strong. Just relying on the god-level powerhouses, he had already latched on a 3. The elders present were almost all big shots, definitely ensuring his life would be worry-free. But before he could finish his beautiful dream, a delicate voice rang in Lin Hao's mind from the spiritual space. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and improve your strength. Lin Hao was startled. Damn, this sword box can even know what I'm thinking. He then turned his gaze back to the little old man beside him, staring fixedly without saying a word, making the atmosphere quite tense. Just as the old lady was about to comfort her eldest grandson, Lin Hao suddenly jumped off the bed and hugged Lin Zhenghua's leg. Grandpa, I miss you so much. The voice was heart-wrenching, yet not a single tear fell from his eyes. This scene instantly stunned everyone. Oh, Lin Hao's acting is still as terrible as always, Su Xiaorui muttered quietly. Jiang Weiwei giggled while covering her mouth. Wow, is this still Lin Hao? Why does it feel like the vibe is off? Hey, even the captain needs family care. You can tell he values family deeply. Even in this state, I still feel like my captain is so handsome. The last to speak was Yi Xiaoman. Several team members glanced at their wailing captain and then at Yi Xiaoman, immediately taking a few steps back. Xiaoman, we're in a hospital right now. I'll find a doctor for you. Ouyang can hurriedly approach with concern. Find an eye doctor, the usually quiet Shadow chimed in with 3 words. Meanwhile, Lin Zhenghuo was also bewildered, wondering how much his grandson must miss him to cry so heartbreakingly. The old lady and Lin Ye couldn't bear to watch, and Lin Ye quickly picked up Lin Xiaoro and retreated to the side. Chapter 93 Holiday. Get up, my dear grandson. It's all Grandpa's fault. Lin Zhenghuo helped Lin Hao up and then looked at the old lady. All right, now that the eldest grandson is awake, let's find a place where we can talk. There are some things I need to confirm. Upon hearing Lin Zhenghuo's words, everyone began to leave. The old lady found a reception room for the grandfather and grandson. In the reception room, Lin Zhenghuo and Lin Hao stared at each other for a long time. After a while, Lin Zhenghuo sighed slightly. Xiao Hao, don't blame Grandpa. It's been many years since I left home, and it was unavoidable. Seeing the guilt in Lin Zhenghuo's eyes, Lin Hao rarely refrained from being mischievous. Grandpa, don't worry. I understand. The rise and fall of a nation is everyone's responsibility. I get it. Ha ha ha. You truly are my grandson. Lin Zhenghuo looked at Lin Hao, and after a moment, he burst into laughter. After a fit of laughter, Lin Zhenghuo returned to a serious expression. Thinking of his eldest grandson's terrifying strength, he said softly, Xiao Hao, I know you have many secrets. I won't ask too much, and you don't have to tell me. After all, everyone has secrets. Lin Hao knew that his strength was indeed a bit outrageous, so he just smiled to cover up his embarrassment. Xiao Hao, your performance this time cannot be said to be anything but outstanding. Now the higher-ups of the Xia country have noticed you. After all, someone who can kill high-level Lord ferocious beasts with initial silver-level strength is truly one of a kind in the whole Xia country. Lin Zheng will pause for a moment and continued. Grandpa has only one piece of advice for you. A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Do not harbor ill intentions towards others, but do not let your guard down against them. Lin Hao was taken aback and asked, Grandpa, is there someone trying to harm me? Lin Zhenghua did not answer directly, but said faintly, Remember, the most crucial thing is to improve your strength as soon as possible. Lin Hao understood the meaning behind his grandfather's words and nodded. Sigh, it seems that scheming and intrigue are unavoidable anywhere. Seeing that Lin Hao understood his point, Lin Zhenghua smiled with satisfaction and then changed the subject. Also, you should avoid using the martial profession you awakened casually. Huh? Lin Hao was taken aback. Did the old man notice something? During the days you were unconscious, I conducted a comprehensive examination for you. I discovered that there's a force in your body slowly eroding your consciousness. I believe it is the result of the powerful martial profession you possess. Before Lin Hao could be surprised by his grandfather's discovery, the voice from the sword box in a spiritual space sounded, Haha, I didn't expect your grandpa to have some insight. Lin Hao was speechless. My grandpa is at least a god-level expert. Why does it feel like he's so insignificant in your eyes? Don't worry, Grandpa. I also discovered this matter. The martial profession I awakened is called Lord of the Sword. The power it possesses is something you must have seen. However, overusing this power will indeed erode my subjective consciousness. I will try to use it less in the future. Lin Hao nodded and continued. It's not just about using it less. It's that your profession is too powerful, and your current cultivation is still too weak. Being able to wield a force that exceeds you by several major stages will surely have backlash on your body. Lin Hao fully agreed with Lin Hau's advice. What his grandpa said was almost identical to the sword box's opinion. All right, grandpa won't say much more. Seeing my eldest grandson achieve this, Tian Xiao and Wanner should be very happy too. After patting Lin Hao on the shoulder, he added, Grandpa will leave soon. I have an urgent meeting to attend. Hearing that his grandpa was leaving so soon, Lin Hao felt quite reluctant, especially since he had not seen his grandpa for even an hour. Seeing Lin Hao's anxious expression, Lin Hao was smiled. The country will still rely on you young people in the future. With that, he vanished in a flash. Seeing Lin Hao would disappear, Lin Hao was stunned. Damn, this old man just leaves without a word. His grandpa held a high position in the Xia country, and Lin Hao initially wanted to ask for some good things, but he didn't expect the old man to leave so quickly. With no other choice, Lin Hao walked out of the reception room alone. Outside, besides Lin Hao's family, only Feng Yao, Jiang Weiwei, and Su Xiaowei remained. When they saw Lin Hao come out, they were all taken aback. Lin Hao saw them and didn't say much, just shrugged. The old man left. Upon hearing Lin Hao's complaint, the one who reacted most strongly was the old lady. What an irresponsible old man. Couldn't he stay a little longer? Lin Yi saw her mother looking like she wanted to skin her father and felt quite helpless. She had just gone through a roller coaster of emotions. After finally accepting that her father was still alive, she didn't expect him to be so unreliable. What did the old man say to you? At this moment, the old lady no longer had the energy to be mad at her husband. Nothing much. Just reminded me to be careful, and so on. Lin Hao shared everything with his family. All right, for the next month, you should rest well. The commander of your Qinglong fortress has also come to see you. He said you have a month off. Just stay home and avoid making us worry about you. Hearing his grandmother's endless nagging, Lin Hao smiled happily. He then returned to the dormitory at Qinglong Fortress. Captain, we also achieved great merit this time. How much merit value do you think Qinglong Fortress will give us? Yi Xiaoman ran to Lin Hao as soon as he returned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, Captain, you have no idea. Ever since you took down those 2 high-level lords, our classmate Xiaoman has been idolizing you. Ouyang Cancan was leaning against the door, unable to hold back her sarcasm. I don't know how much merit there is. That depends on the higher-ups. But I don't think it will be low. Lin Hao seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, I heard General Dongfang granted me a month off. Did you all get the same? No. Before Ouyang Cancan could speak, Ying replied. Huh? Lin Hao was surprised. He thought the entire hunting team would have a month off like him. What do you mean, huh? Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Yi Xiaoman's face was puffy with anger, and she no longer looked like she idolized Lin Hao. The commander is biased. As a team, we should share both joys and sorrows. Chapter 94 discussion. Come on. Lin Hao was fighting against 2 opponents, and you didn't even notice. In fact, during this battle, we hardly did anything. We just cleaned up some beasts on the city wall. Ouyang Cancan pulled Yi Xiaoman to her side. This mission feels easier than the last beheading operation. Ying also nodded in agreement. Hearing what his teammates said, Lin Hao realized that on the battlefield, he had not only instantly killed 2 high-level lords, but also taken down several diamond-level beasts. The disparity in combat power made his teammates feel that this mission was relatively easy. But it wasn't like we didn't get any time off. Instructor Daifeng just came by and gave us a 3-day break for recovery. It could be considered a consolation prize. After hearing Ouyang Cancan say this, Lin Hao didn't ask more. All right, since it's like this, let us have a big meal tonight. I'll call the people from Duan Yu's side. Long live the team leader. Hearing about the delicious food, Yi Xiaoman instantly forgot all about the unfair treatment. Later, Lin Hao greeted his family. When Lin Xiao heard that her brother was going to eat something delicious, she wanted to go along, but was ruthlessly rejected by her grandmother. When brother comes back, I'll take Xiao to eat delicious food every day. Lin Hao helplessly comforted Xiao for a while. That night, Lin Hao took 2 members of the hunting team, including Jiang Weiwei and Su Xiaowei, to a nearby restaurant for a big feast. During the meal, Su Xiaowei, feeling extremely dissatisfied, said, Lin Hao, why is the commander so biased, only giving you such a long vacation? Why don't you go find 2 high-level lords to fight? Duan Yu joked. Then I'll pass. Otherwise, I'll end up on permanent leave. Su Xiaowei was gloomy. This time returning home was just to spend time with family, and the extra free time would be for cultivation. Don't forget, I'm still the one with the lowest cultivation among you guys. Lin Hao didn't mention that he had broken through 2 small realms. Do you hear yourself? How do I feel like you're being pretentious? Team leader, do you have to be this competitive? The meal ended amidst the laughter and joy of everyone. At that moment, in the war conference room of a human race in the Xia country, an officer was reporting with a stack of documents in hand. Meanwhile, Han Feng, sitting at the head of the table, listened intently to the casualty statistics from various fortresses. The attack by the beasts on the 8 major fortresses of a human race has now concluded. Our 8 fortresses successfully repelled the beast's rear attack while also delivering a heavy blow to them. After hearing the report, Han Feng spoke. However, this attack also brought significant casualties to our 8 fortresses. An imposing elder spoke at this moment. Haha, on the front lines. The beasts have mobilized some of their main forces to sneak attack the rear, intending to prevent us from supporting each other. But their calculations were wrong. By the way, Old Feng, your battle this time was quite successful. I just heard in the report that the Qinglong fortress you oversee had the smallest losses. Before Feng Wei could speak, Lin Zhengwa's loud voice shouted out, "What's wrong? Are you jealous that the losses are small?" Actually, he was afraid that the matter concerning his grandson would be exposed. But everyone present was sharp, seeing Lin Zhengwa's excited appearance. They knew something must be up. Han Feng didn't stop the discussion among the people below. He just smirked, watching the good show. Once everyone had argued enough, Han Feng raised his hand to interrupt. "All right, you're all still on the front lines. What kind of image does it show for others to see this?" Then Han Feng waved his hand, and a huge projection appeared before everyone. Seeing the projection, Lin Zhengwa almost jumped up in anger. Han Feng saw through Lin Zhengwa's thoughts and just told him to calm down. The projection displayed Lin Hao instantly killing high-level lords. Everyone was shocked. Mouths agape. After a long while, an elder, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Lord Xuan Yu, it's Lord Xuan Yu back." Hearing it was Lord Xuan Yu, everyone's expressions became even more shocked. At this moment, Han Feng clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him. 100 years ago, Lord Xuan Yu single-handedly repelled 1,000,000 beasts. I'm sure everyone here is aware of this. And now, 100 years later, I am proud to tell everyone that another new star is rising in our Xia country. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Lord Han Feng, is this person not Lord Xuan Yu? His name is Lin Hao, and he's only 16 years old. He is also awakened as a sword-type warrior. In just a short sentence, the information was explosive. Except for Feng Wei, Jiang Tianhai, and Lin Zhengwa, everyone else present was so shocked by Han Feng's words that they couldn't speak. Only 16 years old. Doesn't that mean he just awakened? 16 years old and able to instantly kill 2 high-level lord-level beasts. Seeing everyone's reaction, Han Feng was not surprised at all. He had just reached the initial silver level. Then he looked at everyone again. I'm telling you this today because I want you to know that this child has immense potential and will soon be able to match or even surpass Lord Xuan Yu. After pausing, Han Feng continued, I want to hear your opinions on this child's potential. I think everyone knows that the time we have is limited. I want to cultivate this child as soon as possible. Lord Han Feng, such an excellent seedling should receive our best resources and training. For the future of Xia country, we should protect him as soon as possible. After listening, Han Feng nodded in agreement. I have a different opinion. The birth of a genius must go through the baptism of life and death. I believe he should stay in the frontline troops. This way, he can grow faster. Both sides launched into a heated discussion about Lin Hao's training. After a moment, Han Feng raised his hand to interrupt everyone's conversation. Whether adopting a conservative or radical approach, I believe everyone's goal is the same. But I ask you to seriously consider this. What will happen to a flower that blooms in a greenhouse when it suddenly faces the raging storms outside? Everyone fell silent for a moment. Whether it's Lord Xuan Yu, me, or each of you present, who has fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even if I give this child the best conditions and training, once they're S.A. Chapter 95 back to Shanxing, the cold wind did not pause, continuing to strike while the iron was hot. Our situation could be described as precarious. According to the information I currently have, the high-end combat power on the beast side, aside from that 9-nether glutton, includes at least 2 more legendary beasts. This statement echoed like thunder in the ears of everyone present. Lord Coldwind, is what you said true? An elder showed a look of shock. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Cold Wind could only nod helplessly. Currently, the entire Xia Kingdom has only 1 legendary powerhouse, and if the beasts really send out another legendary beast, the entire Xia Kingdom would be in jeopardy. Therefore, we have witnessed Lin Hao's talent. This kid, with just the initial silver-level strength, can kill 2 high-level lord beasts in an instant. What if he advances to the gold level, or even the platinum level? Upon hearing this, everyone present understood Cold Wind's meaning. Another elder spoke solemnly. If it's us trying to continue to advance, the difficulty is akin to reaching the heavens. But for Lin Hao, with his talent, even reaching the diamond level wouldn't be a difficult task. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Everyone present was a god-level powerhouse. Yet stepping into the legendary realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After the meeting, Cold Wind kept Lin Zhengwa alone in the conference room. Old Lin, if there's anything on your mind, don't hold it in. Cold Wind smiled gently at Lin Zhengwa, who had a troubled expression. Lord Cold Wind, is it really okay to expose Lin Hao's strength like this? Lin Zhengwa asked. Old Lin, I understand your concerns, Cold Wind said in a gentle tone. Lin Hao's growth is not just about strength. The most important thing is the growth of his mindset. Although he is only 16 years old, due to special circumstances, he has to be exposed to some darker aspects earlier. Lin Zhengwa felt helpless. He had just reminded Lin how to be cautious, and unexpectedly, Cold Wind had revealed his strength right after. You need to trust your grandson, Cold Wind smiled slightly. I've interacted with that kid, although he appears carefree. His heart is quite meticulous. Hearing Cold Wind say this, Lin Zhenghua felt somewhat reassured. While the high-level officials of the Xia Kingdom were discussing how to help Lin Hao grow quickly, our protagonist had already boarded a plane back to Shancheng. During the month-long break, aside from preparing to spend time with his family, Lin Hao's most important task was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Before leaving, he had given each of his friends a platinum-level beast core to aid in their training. Dongfang Shuo had also taken the time to deliver the beast cores of the 6 diamond-level beasts that Lin Hao had slain on the battlefield to him. On the plane, Lin Hao sat in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. However, his mind had already entered his storage space. Now there are a total of 8 diamond-level beast cores. This should be enough for me to break through to the gold level. Looking at the beast cores piled up like a small mountain in the storage space, Lin Hao felt very pleased. Don't get too complacent with that little stock. You can at most break through to the gold level. I've checked your body, and the energy required for your advancement has far exceeded the normal level for a blue star person. The sword box timely transmitted its voice into Lin Hao's mind. Pouring cold water on him, Lin Hao twitched his mouth. Can you not always bring me down? I'm not bringing you down. I'm trying to give you a sense of urgency. Oh, right. Lin Hao suddenly thought of something, and his consciousness slipped into the spiritual space. Take a look at these 2 pieces of equipment. Are they comparable to you? Lin Hao casually took out the Thunder Prison Split Sky gun and the Thunder Prison battle armor. Kid, what are you thinking? The sword box's voice was somewhat disdainful. Although these 2 pieces of equipment are of decent quality, they can only be considered equipment. Comparing them to me feels like you are insulting me. Lin Hao was surprised. He thought that the 2 pieces of Thunder-type equipment were treasures like the sword box, but who knew the sword box would be so dismissive? You don't need to feel strange. There are almost no items in the world that can compare to me. But your Thunder-type abilities are also not ordinary. The Black Lightning on you is also a rare treasure in the world. Oh, you seem to know a lot about my Black Lightning. Now is not the time for you to know. When your strength is sufficient, you will naturally understand. Lin Hao felt helpless. The sword box clearly understood his sure destruction thunder better. Forget it. Let's focus on improving my strength first. Lin Hao thought and exited the spiritual space. In the following days, Lin Hao rarely enjoyed a period of leisure at home, either helping his grandmother cook or accompanying his aunt and sister to shop. Lin Xiaoro was also very happy. She had the holiday and didn't have to go to school. Every day, she wanted to stick to Lin Hao without letting go. After a few relaxed days, Lin Hao woke up early for a change. Today he planned to return to Shancheng Martial University. Unlike other cultural universities have regular winter and summer vacations every year, while martial universities do not. Students at martial universities must constantly maintain high-intensity training to quickly improve themselves. Looking at the grand and imposing school gate, Lin Hao couldn't help but click his tongue. This is the style of a top martial university. Since Shancheng Martial University won first place in the 100 School League, it has returned to the ranks of top universities. Its economy and resources are no longer comparable to before. Are you Lin the Great? Just as Lin Hao was marveling at how Shancheng Martial University had finally afforded to change its school gate, a soft voice sounded beside him. Lin Hao turned around and saw a cute girl with a ponytail staring at him with wide eyes filled with questions and expectations. Lin Hao thought for a moment and confirmed that he did not know this girl, but he politely nodded. Upon seeing Lin Hao nod, the questioning look in the girl's eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by endless admiration. Lin Hao felt an inexplicable panic. He sensed that something bad was about to happen. But before Lin Hao could react, a scream reached his ears. You really are Lin the Great. You are my idol. As she spoke, the girl quickly pulled out a notebook and pen from her bag. Lin the Great, can you give me an autograph? Looking at the girl's hopeful eyes, Lin Hao found it hard to refuse the little girl's request. He quickly signed his name and handed the pen and notebook back to her. However, before Lin Hao could leave, a noisy and clamorous sound reached his ears. Following the sound, Lin Hao saw a large group of students rushing toward him from not far away, the momentum comparable to a small beast tide. Chapter 96. Back to school. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately took off running. In just an instant, he disappeared from the little girl's sight, leaving her with starry eyes, unable to come back to her senses. Oh my God, when did the students of Wuda in Shanxing become so enthusiastic? Seeing that he couldn't shake off the horde of fans behind him, Lin Hao used the shadow of silence to hide himself. There was no other choice. Lin Hao took out new clothes, a hat, and sunglasses from his space to disguise himself before daring to show up in front of everyone. As he walked into Wuda, he noticed that there were many photos and portraits of himself in both the teaching buildings and the campus, and even the school cafeteria was plastered with his posters. Damn, I only got first place in the 100 Schools League. Why am I so famous? Lin Hao muttered to himself, being extra cautious while walking. Hey, did you hear? A junior at the school gate just said she saw Linda Shun. Come on, Linda Shun is still in special training at the Qinglong Fortress. How could he have time to come back to school? Really, that junior even got Linda Shun's autograph. No way, is that true? Let's go check it out. As Lin Hao walked along the campus path, he overheard many people discussing him. Just as he was about to complain, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered around a club recruitment booth. Out of curiosity, he stepped forward to take a look. It was a shocking sight. Next to the recruitment booth stood a sign that read, participate actively in the cosplay club, and receive exquisite figurines of Lin Hao. The booth had several desks piled high, with flyers and recruitment forms, and the most eye-catching spot displayed various styles of small figurines of Lin Hao. The poses were simply too embarrassing. What infuriated Lin Hao the most was that the club leader was none other than the shameless Mo Zixuan, who was sitting next to Wang Ming, Xia Qiuling, and several teammates. Even a usually serious Lei Yun fan was present. The students surrounding them were mostly girls. Damn, those shameless guys. I've only been gone for a short while, and they're already using me to recruit girls. Lin Hao quietly squeezed forward and lowered his voice to ask, "How do you join this club?" Mo Zixuan was enthusiastically explaining to a junior when he suddenly felt a shadow block his view. He looked up to see a man wrapped up tighter than a dumpling standing in front of him. He thought that this person had no sense of awareness. What the heck, who is this uncle? Why is he dressed like he's meeting in secret on such a hot day? With that in mind, Mo Zixuan replied grumpily, "Go away, we only recruit girls, not uncles." Lin Hao's mouth twitched. He felt veins throbbing on his forehead. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't reveal his identity right now, he would have loved to give this idiot a thunderous strike. Mo Zixuan didn't think much of it. He was about to continue chatting with the girl beside him when he felt that the uncle hadn't left and was staring straight at him. Damn, I gave you face, now I need to kick him out. Thinking this, Mo Zixuan shot a glance at Lin Hao and continued, "Uncle, didn't you hear what I said? We only recruit girls, not uncles." His voice got softer and cold sweat started pouring down his back. At that moment, Lin Hao slightly pushed down his sunglasses, and his piercing gaze locked onto Mo Zixuan. Mo Zixuan felt as if he was being stared at by death itself. Elan. At that moment, Mo Zixuan's mouth trembled uncontrollably. Lin Hao quickly covered Mo Zixuan's mouth with his hand. He chuckled softly, "We'll settle the club matters later. I'll be waiting for you in the dorm," Lin Hao whispered, glancing around to see if anyone noticed him before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Xuan, with his mouth covered, couldn't make a sound. He only whimpered a couple of times and nodded. Lin Hao then released his hand and vanished in a flash. Damn, that scared me to death. When did the captain come back? Mo Zixuan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling like he had just walked through the gates of hell. After calming down, he smiled at the people coming to sign up and said, "Hey, sorry, we have something urgent come up, and we might have to postpone the club activities for a few days." He didn't look at the surprised expressions of the crowd. With a flash of his ring, he quickly stored everything into his space. Wang Ming and the others were still confused about what had happened when he pulled them away from the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Hao arrived at his previous dormitory, and finding it unchanged, he felt slightly relieved. He opened the door and stepped inside, noticing that the room was still arranged exactly as it had been before. The place was clean, spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. It seemed someone has been cleaning this room. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction at this thought. On Mo Zixuan's side, they were being hurriedly pulled towards Lin Hao's dorm. "Old Mo, what's going on? What happened?" Wang Ming was filled with curiosity, and the others looked at him with the same questioning gaze. "Sai, Xuan Zeit." Running as he explained, "The captain just came by. He wants us to gather in his dorm." "What?" At this moment, not only Wang Ming, even Xia Qiuling and the others shivered. "Does the captain know about us using his figurines to recruit members?" Xia Qiuling asked cautiously. "Of course. You should have seen his expression just now. It nearly scared my soul out of me." Mo Zixuan felt a storm was about to hit. "What should we do? Won't the captain kill us?" At this moment, Xiao Xiao felt very anxious. "Just leave it to fate." Mo Zixuan felt helpless. Lin Hao's gaze just now seemed like it wanted to swallow him whole. Before long, they quietly entered Lin Hao's courtyard like thieves. They gently knocked on the door, finding it ajar, and lined up like quails. Facing them was Lin Hao, who wore a teasing smile. "Captain, long time no see." The voices of the group were pitifully small, each with their heads down, showing no joy of reunion. Lin Hao remained silent, just smiling at them. "Captain, we were wrong." At this moment, Xia Qiuling's adorable lowly voice came through. "Haha, tell me what happened." The group, heads down, took turns explaining the situation. Chapter 97. Xia Qiuling's abnormality. Since Shanshan Wuda returned to being a top martial arts university, the number of students has started to surge. The new students are all drawn to Shanshan Wuda because of Lin Hao's reputation. Shanshan Wuda has decided to establish club activities like Cultural University. One reason is to better promote Shanshan Wuda and attract more students. The second reason is to alleviate the monotonous training of students and enrich their extracurricular lives. However, these few guys, relying on being participants in the last 100 school competition and Lin Hao's teammates, are shamelessly recruiting students here. The most crucial point is that they have noticed the increasing number of recruits, and a few of them have become somewhat arrogant, now only recruiting girls and not boys. "Captain, we were wrong." A few began to sincerely apologize, but Lin Hao did not let them off easily. He glared at them, his forehead veins bulging. Slowly walking up to them, the few instantly felt the air around them turn cold, a killing intent filling the entire room. The little ones trembled in fear. The captain's pressure was simply too strong. "I didn't blame you for using my name to recruit students because it's a fact, but Lin Hao's words stopped, and the few cautiously looked up at their captain's face twisted with anger. Lin Hao flipped his wrist, and a small figurine appeared in his hand. But do you know how ugly this figurine you made is? Is this the image of a mythical existence of our school in your hearts? Lin Hao's eyes widened, spitting as he criticized the figurine in front of him. The few were instantly dumbfounded. It turned out their captain was angry because the figurine was ugly. Boss. We won't give this figurine anymore. The factory redo it. Mo Zixuan reacted the fastest. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. You guys shouldn't just be busy with these irrelevant things. How's your training going? Lin Hao calmed down, activating the Shura eyes to carefully observe their training situation. But when he saw Xia Qiuling, Lin Hao's expression became serious. Captain, we haven't delayed our training recently. Upon seeing Lin Hao was not angry, Xia Qiuling, Wang Ming, and the others quickly came to Lin Hao to massage his shoulders and legs. Lin Hao did not refuse, leaning sideways on the sofa and enjoying it. Before Lin Hao left, Mo Zixuan's cultivation level was at the initial stage of silver, and he has now broken through to the high stage of silver. Wang Ming, Xiao Xiao, Xia Qiuling, and Lei Yunfan have all successfully broken through to the initial stage of silver. After seeing their cultivation levels, Lin Hao was finally satisfied. Boss, how's it going at the Qinglong Fortress? Mo Zixuan asked with a smile. The 8 major fortresses have achieved a great victory this time. The news is all over the place. I heard Qinglong Fortress suffered the least losses. Wang Ming interjected appropriately. It's nothing. I just helped kill 10 diamond-level fierce beasts and 2 lord-level fierce beasts, Lin Hao replied. Thud. The apple that Xia Qiuling had just picked up fell to the ground, and the few looked at Lin Hao in shock. The scene was momentarily silent. Damn, boss, that's impressive, they thought. No wonder he's our captain. The few just quietly watched Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't waste words. With a flash of light in his hand, 50 golden-level beast cores and 5 platinum-level beast cores floated in front of him. Here, these are for you. Hurry up and cultivate. Don't spend all your time on irrelevant things. If you don't work hard, I won't be able to help you in the future. At this moment, everyone held 10 golden-level beast cores and 1 platinum-level beast core, standing there in a daze. But that wasn't all. Lin Hao's hand flashed again, and 10 diamond-level beast cores appeared in front of everyone. These are the cores from the diamond-level fierce beasts I killed during this beast tide. However, you won't need these for now. I'll give them to you when your strength improves. Lin Hao's words seemed casual, but after calming down, the few fell into deep thought. Lin Hao's strength was very strong, an extraordinary existence. If they did not work harder, they would fall further and further behind, until they were no longer in the same world as Lin Hao. After some contemplation, they exchanged glances and secretly made a certain resolution. However, Lin Hao was unaware of this. After chatting a while longer, Lin Hao suggested they have a meal together in the dormitory. The others readily agreed. Then Mo Zixuan and the other boys went to buy ingredients while Xiao Xiao and Xia Qiuling stayed behind to cook together. Qiuling, are you from the Xia family? Lin Hao suddenly asked during their casual chat. Upon hearing Lin Hao's question, Xia Qiuling's heart jolted. It's okay. You don't need to feel awkward. I heard Uncle Jiang and Uncle Feng mention it. I also guessed it. You were General Xia's daughter? Seeing that Lin Hao was calm, Xia Qiuling's heart relaxed a bit. She didn't speak, just nodded silently. Indeed, the Tiangang 36 axes are the Xia family's ultimate skill. I didn't know before, but Uncle Jiang told me about it. Lin Hao remained calm, but he found one thing puzzling. Since Xia Qiuling was General Xia's daughter, why didn't she accept better resources and instead stay in a school like Shanqing Wuda to bury her talents? Captain, I know what you're going to ask. Although I inherited our Xia family's ultimate skill, my talent isn't very high. My dad said I can only reach the platinum level at most in this life. So for safety and other considerations, he placed me here. Upon hearing Xia Qiuling say this, Lin Hao understood. When he used the Shura eyes to observe her cultivation earlier, he could clearly feel that there was an energy within her that did not belong to her, restricting her cultivation. A little cute girl like her trying to wield a battle axe bigger than herself must have endured quite a lot. Lin Hao's eyes shifted, and he began to inquire indirectly, is General Xia's only daughter you? Xia Qiuling was clearly taken aback by Lin Hao's question. She shook her head. I have another sister, but she is my half-sister. She also awakened the martial artist talent like me and inherited the Xia family's ultimate skill. Because my talent isn't high, the family hasn't focused on training me, but has given most of the energy and resources to my sister. How does your sister treat you? Lin Hao asked casually, his heart tightening. My sister treats me very well. Although we are half-sisters, she has always treated me like a real sister since we were little. But she is also a pitiful person. My father lost her mother in a mission early on when her mother sacrificed herself on the battlefield. Lin Hao had a general understanding, but also guessed about the situation.